What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Grand Voyage take Nami aboard, Multiverse Lottery. 1TN Chapter 1. My system is a little broken, it's a terrible world. If you don't hang up, you can only become Wong Luffy's younger brother, stepping stone, and background board. And in the world of the strong, there will never be a seat for the weak. Since I'm here, let's turn the world upside down. See Circle Calendar 1520, East Blue, West Rob Village. At the top of the hill, the handsome Bai Yu with short black hair looked at the lively celebration scene below and murmured. Brother Bai Yu, what are you talking about? What little brother background board? A girl with pale yellow shoulder-length short hair and a light blue dress trotted over, her bright eyes flashing, and she asked curiously. Why did you run here? Bai Yu looked at the little girl who stopped panting, and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and said softly, Kaya, if you're not feeling well, take a good rest. It's windy on the mountain. Well. Bai Yu's gentleness made Kaya's face blush, and then she smiled cutely. Brother Bai Yu, when you were exercising on the mountain before, 2 pirates came to the village just now. One of the people is very good. Luffy and the others defeated the remnants of the Black Cat pirate ship. I sent them a boat. They're celebrating going to sea. Brother Bai Yu, let's join the banquet. It is good. Bai Yu nodded. It was time for him to set sail. Ah! In Kaya's exclamation, Bai Yu hugged her and jumped down from the top of the mountain. Don't be afraid, it will fall to the ground soon. Looking at Kaya in his arms, he looked scared, but with the bright light in his eyes, Bai Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I believe in big brother Bai Yu. Kaya's eyes are a little brighter. Since the moment she rescued Bai Yu a year ago, her life seems to be a little more colorful. A year ago, Bai Yu wears the world of pirates. It happened to fall into a coma in the courtyard of Kaya's house, and was rescued and taken care of by the kind Kaya. At that time, Kaya's parents had just been mutilated by Chloe, and she was too grief-stricken. The appearance of Bai Yu brought light to Kaya, and her body gradually improved. And agreed to go to sea together to be his beautiful ship doctor. It's been a year. With Kaya's whereabouts, Bai Yu's eyes flashed memories. Advertisement wearing the pirate world for no reason, his body just returned to his 16 or 17-year-old state inexplicably. After a brief panic to understand the situation, Bai Yu quickly accepted the reality. But the pirate world is too dangerous, especially the housekeeper of Kaya's house, Clavuter, and the captain of the Black Cat pirates, Chloe. At the moment Bai Yu fell into Kaya's house, if Kaya hadn't discovered him first, he might have been killed by Chloe. After all, the pirate Chloe would not allow accidents to be planned. Fortunately, Bai Yu has a system. After waking up, the system is turned on. Newbie Gift Pack. Primary Physical Enhancement Card, Primary Swordsman Growth Experience Card, Primary Conqueror's Hockey. Close Black Lens Bracket. After strengthening his physique, combining Ji and Ao experience in hockey, Bai Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and hacked Chloe to death on the spot. After hacking Chloe to death, Kaya fell into a coma with sadness again, and only when she woke up did she realize that Bai Yu had not killed the wrong person. The following year, Bai Yu works out hard. Perhaps because of the strength or the food in the pirate world, the height has also grown a lot. You can work hard for a year. Aside from Conquerors and Jiwens inexplicably getting stronger, his strength could only be mixed in East Blue, which made him always have a sense of urgency. After all, no matter how handsome you are, you can't be a meal. Only with strength can you have everything. The Straw Hat Pirates who went to sea not long ago, just right. Landing on the ground with ease, Bai Yu took Kaya's hand and walked towards the banquet venue, his eyes flashing with excitement. Finally waiting for you. Bai Yu's system is special. Very bad. There are 2 system functions. 1. Every time you snatch a story beauty to become a crew member, subordinate, no matter whether it is true or false, you can draw a random lottery in all realms. There are no restrictions, items, abilities, characters, etc., and there is a chance to optimize it. Close Black Lens Bracket. 2. It can integrate all the strengths of the crew, subordinates, and continue to integrate permanently, including physique, spirit, ability, combat experience, etc. Close Black Lens Bracket. Although it is not stipulated that all crew members, subordinates are women, there is a chance to draw a lottery only by grabbing women. Drama Beauty. Basically in the Big Power. The Marine, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 Emperors, Shichibukai, etc. Bai Yu felt very excited when he thought of these forces. If that's the case, then let the storm come more violently. Bai Yu glanced at the system panel that only he could see. Advertisement host. Bai Yu, physical fitness, Samsung. Spirit, 4 stars. Swordsmanship, Samsung, armed color, elementary. Seeing and hearing color, intermediate, conquerors, intermediate. Special abilities, none. Number of draws, none. Basic combat power, Samsung, headquarters elite rear admiral. Additional combat power, none. Remarks, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top. Note, combat power does not equal destructive power. West Rob Village Coast. A small boat was docked on the shore, and the Straw Hat Pirates and the villagers were having a lively banquet not far away. The foodie with the hat, the green-haired Liu Kai, the long-nosed big talker, and the orange-haired fortune fan. You know what, I, Captain Usopp, got on your ship, but you, ahem. When Usopp was about to brag while drinking, he suddenly saw Bai Yu coming from a distance, his face flushed with a cough, and exclaimed, "It's him, it's him." Luffy asked curiously, "Who is it?" Usopp hurriedly lowered his head and whispered, "He's Bai Yu. We've only defeated the remnants of the Black Cap pirates, but I heard that he killed Captain Crow with a knife." "A knife?" Zoro touched the knife subconsciously, and looked at Bai Yu with sparkling eyes. "Wow, that's awesome, I think." "Woo!" Luffy was yelling, and Usopp covered his mouth. Usopp said nervously, sweating profusely, "Don't say it, he's a monster. I once saw him split a hill from a distance." He said he was terrified at the time. Since then, he has stayed away from Kaya's house where Bai Yu lives. Chapter 2. Snatch the navigator Nami aboard. Hear what Usopp has to say. Zoro became excited when he heard this. Chopping the mountain? Is it a swordsman? Nami was startled and couldn't help but glance at Bai Yu more, and suddenly asked, "What mountain? How big is the mountain? Is this true?" But at this point, a murderous figure flashed across his mind. Nami's eyes couldn't help dimmed, and he murmured, "No way, no mountain can do it. Those hateful guys can't be defeated by humans." Zoro stood up and Luffy yelled, "Right now, dozens of meters away." Bai Yu suddenly stopped and looked at the curious Kaya. "If we go to sea, won't we have one less navigator?" "Oh, yes." Kaya nodded, wondering if she could recruit people with her money skills. "Kaya, listen up. Since you have decided to go to sea with me, you must know that not only marine, but all pirates are also our enemies, and some kindness is unnecessary. Going to sea is just around the corner. It's too slow to find a qualified navigator. Since there is none, then grab it." Bai Yu opened his mouth and slowly drew his knife. When Kaya was surprised, a terrifying aura of terror rose up from Bai Yu. In an instant, the world lost its color. The invisible force started from Bai Yu, swept forward frantically, and the air was neighing. Intermediate conquerors paddled across the coast in an instant. Plop, plop. Looking into it, the villagers fell to the ground one by one, and Usopp also fainted with a roll of his eyes. Shocking for a while, Usopp, Luffy and Zoro exclaimed. "How can that be?" Nami covered his mouth in astonishment and looked at the people around him in disbelief. The two of them are not in a coma because they both have conqueror's qualifications. It was the result of Bai Yu's control that Nami didn't fall into a coma, but Bai Yu sighed secretly that Luffy and Zoro didn't fall into a coma. Conqueror's qualification is not affected? Boom. All of a sudden, Bai Yu's aura suddenly increased several times, from the intermediate level to the advanced level. There was a violent storm in the sky, and the earth was cracked under the terrifying momentum. Crack kacha. The sound of the ground breaking sounded one after another, and Zoro and Luffy's brains suddenly went blank. The sudden surge of high-level conquerors makes it difficult for Bai Yu to control the direction and range. Puff, puff. Nami and Kaya fell to the ground one after another. How big is the heart? How strong is Conquerors? Advertisement. As the only hockey that can't get stronger through training, Conquerors is a strong upgrade at the moment Bai Yu takes a shot at the protagonist and decides to take the world in his pocket. 1 year into the intermediate level. At the moment, Conquerors. Advanced. Fight? I won't give you the time and opportunity to explode. Bai Yu directly drew his knife and rushed over. I stole the navigator. Damn, I'm going to beat you up. Looking at Bai Yu rushing towards him, Luffy's head instantly sobered up, and he threw his fist out angrily. Zoro also drew his knife at the same time. Late. Bai Yu's eyes sharpened, his speed increased sharply and he swung the knife directly. Crosscut. Hey. A cross-shaped wound suddenly appeared on Luffy's body, and the power on the knife revealed, and it slashed Luffy and Zoro behind him. Bai Yu stomped on the ground, the afterimage flashed, and chased after the two who flew out without stopping. Blade flips. Bang bang. At the moment when the two of them landed, Bai Yu turned over and held a knife, and the back of the knife slashed on their heads one after another, hitting them hard. Fainted on the spot. Bai Yu looked at the two fainted indifferently, without any hesitation in his heart, bent down and picked up Zoro's 3 knives. Writing with Dowie? I want this knife, Chi-Chi. The other 2 knives were inserted into the ground above their heads. Bai Yu turned around and left. There is only one reason not to kill the two of them, Nami. Although the current Nami has not yet made up his mind to mix with Luffy, pretending to join, and even thinking about stealing the boat sent by Kaya, after all, the evil dragon has not been solved yet, but they are still friends. Between strangers and friends, Nami definitely chooses friends. However, it will be different from now on. Halfway through, Bai Yu returned. 2 more cuts. It's really that Bai Yu is worried, the protagonist group Taite will explode, and they are all locked in blood. Before he and Kaya went to sea, they chased after him screaming, and it was a waste of time. After all, the 2 people were stunned successfully this time, entirely because they were caught off guard. If it was a normal fight, the current Bai Yu might not be able to fight the 2 of them together. Peefed, puff, just do it. Bai Yu's face was calm and he stabbed the 2 of them a few more times, and the blood all over the ground stained the ground red. It was determined that within a few days, the 2 would not be able to fight, and Bai Yu left with confidence. Advertisement, Kaya, wake up. Go and say goodbye to Mei Li, pack up, and we'll go to sea in a while. Bai Yu woke up Kaya and didn't explain much, he had already agreed to take Kaya out to sea. Kaya glanced into the distance and whispered, Luffy they're all in a coma. Well, then let's go to sea. Kaya didn't ask much. Compared to the Straw Hats who had not known each other for half a day, Bai Yu was family. When it comes to going to sea, Kaya gets excited, going to sea. Seeing Kaya jumping happily running home to say goodbye to the housekeeper Mei Li, Bai Yu also smiled. This frail girl since childhood, but very longing for the outside world. Bai Yu has nothing to pack. He turned around and picked up the unconscious Nami, and jumped directly onto the boat. What about the Straw Hats ship? What's wrong with me, Bai Yu? After an hour, the villagers woke up one after another, and Usopp trembled and left the coast with Luffy and Zoro still in a coma, far away from Bai Yu. Bai Yu, you must take good care of the lady. If something happens to the lady, I must. The housekeeper Mei Li gnashed her teeth and looked at Bai Yu. How could Bai Yu not be pleasing to the eye? Even though she knew Kaya was going to go to sea, Mei Li was still worried. The sea was too dangerous. Bai Yu waved his hand directly and said, I took Kaya. You. Mei Li was very angry. In his eyes, Kaya was taken away by Bai Yu, who was coaxed and coaxed. Kaya immediately comforted. Mr. Mei Li, big brother Bai Yu is joking. Mei Li could only sigh. Just as the two were talking and Bai Yu was about to say something to Nami, who was squatting in the corner and shivering, the sound from the system made him move. Ding, host snatched Kaya to become a crew member, subordinate. Congratulations on getting a chance to draw a lottery in the world. Is it a lottery now? That's okay too. Bai Yu was surprised. He just deliberately said that he stole Kaya, just to try it casually. After all, Kaya voluntarily boarded the boat. Then there is no chance of a lottery, but, how did it work? Is it because the housekeeper Mei Li thinks Bai Yu has stolen Kaya? Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, the system is just a dead program, and it doesn't answer any questions. Start smoking. Ding, the Myriad Realms lottery starts. Chapter 3. Thousands of Worlds Lottery, Infinite Teleportation. A turntable appeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes. Displays. Creatures, items, abilities, information, concepts, energy. 6 played turntables. Soon, the pointer stopped at the ability column. When the turntable disappeared, Bai Yu felt that he had seen countless worlds and countless figures. The various strange abilities displayed by countless illusory figures. There are too many abilities that make Bai Yu envious in front of him. It's a pity that Bai Yu can't call to stop, only random. Ding, congratulations to host for winning the talent ability. Teleport. Bai Yu frowned slightly. Teleportation, space class ability? Click on Introduction. Teleportation, space jump. 1. Within the range of the host's perception, ignoring obstacles, teleporting at will, and following your heart. 2. Host can carry things that do not exceed its own power, ignore obstacles, and teleport within the range of perception. 3. Host can leave spatial coordinates on the path location and on the creature, perform teleportation beyond the range, and return to the coordinate location. Above. Consume stamina, infinite teleportation? After reading the introduction, Bai Yu expressed his love. Why follow your heart? As fast as he thought, Bai Yu became the fastest man in the world. With this ability alone, Bai Yu's combat power, speed, and life-saving ability have greatly increased. After all, there is a saying, you can see, but your body can't keep up with me. How about seeing and hearing color capture? At the moment of capture, Bai Yu had already changed his position, and his body reaction could never keep up. As long as Bai Yu's attack power is strong enough to break through the opponent's defenses, the battle is only for a split second. One cut off. Having tasted the sweetness of the lottery, Bai Yu was instantly addicted, and looked at Nami cautiously with burning eyes. I'll just say it once, be my crew, or else. I will, don't kill me. Advertisement. Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Nami immediately shouted, without the slightest hesitation, just more frightened. She didn't want to die. It's only been a few days since I met Luffy, the 100 million yuan has not yet been collected, the dragon is still alive and arrogant, and Nami has too many dreams yet to start. Ding, host snatched Nami to become a crew member. Congratulations to host for winning a chance to draw in the Myriad Realms. Whether true or false, Bai Yu is satisfied. Ah, very good. Bai Yu smiled brightly, his eyes softened, and he said softly, don't worry, my crew will be my family. As long as you don't betray me. Everything is easy to say, understand, little sister Nami? Nami nodded quickly. In my heart, I have scolded Bai Yu as a pig's head. B************** D. Big B********** D. Little sister, how tall are you? Scared the old lady. Devil B********** D. Fortunately, Bai Yu didn't know. If she knew what Nami was thinking, she would have messed up her hair, which was not cute. Kaya, go. Well, here we go, Mr. Mei Li, goodbye. Shortly after going, Mary left West Lob Village. A roar resounded off the coast. Damn it, I must beat you up. Fight you 100 times. Luffy was covered in gauze, and he hammered the ground angrily and feebly. This time he was really angry. Nami is his chosen crew member. Navigators are very important. Although Nami has always been perfunctory, he believes that time will create bonds. After all, when I was a child, I was despised by Ace at first, so they still became brothers. My knife. Zoro's eyes dimmed a little, then he became determined and said seriously, disasters always follow. This is the common sense in the world. Luffy, did you hear it? Next time, I will never lose again. He doesn't want to say that he is not ready, careless, etc. If he loses, he loses. This little ordeal could not destroy his heart. Only Usopp was still shivering and couldn't help interrupting his blood. The boat has been robbed, how do we go to sea? Luffy. Advertisement Zoro, tired, destroy it. Sea. Really boring. Especially Bai Yu, who was a temporary boatman, listened to Nami's command to sail the boat even more boringly. Ah, are you a pig? Go over there, idiot, you have less strength, the rudder will be broken by you. Hey, you can't even sail, so kill yourself. Nami was like a demon possessed. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched wildly as he roared. It made Kaya, who was reading the book, couldn't stop laughing. Revenge. This is definitely revenge. Especially when he sneaked a glance at Bai Yu's expression before shouting, and then continued to yell, he couldn't stop. Do I need to do this all the time to start the boat? Bai Yu was helpless as he held the rudder. He couldn't even start the boat without people. Nami regained his confidence, akimbo in one hand, juice in the other, and shouted from a distance, you think the boat will move on its own? If you don't control the rudder, the direction will be chaotic. Chong. Bai Yu thought and drew his knife instantly. Nami was startled, and immediately hid behind Kaya. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you say everyone is family? You lied to me. Bai Yu ignored it. Insert the knife directly on the rudder and fix the direction, at least when the direction is not adjusted, just fix it. Nami was speechless when he discovered his blind spot. But he still couldn't help saying, you can only stay like this for a while, the sea is full of wind, and the direction will be chaotic at any time. I know. Bai Yu walked over and sat down, took a sip of the juice and said, since everyone is a family member, introduce yourself, name, age, hobbies, dreams, etc. Kaya comes first. Chapter 4, Invincible Murloc. Devil Fruit, begging for flowers? Kaya put down the medical book and smiled sweetly. My name is Kaya, I am 17 years old, I love reading, and my dream is to become a doctor. I hope to cure all patients and make all kind people healthy. Yes, I believe in Kaya. Bai Yu clapped his hands in encouragement, his eyes filled with tenderness, and Nami pouted as he watched. It's your turn, little sister Nami. Humph, Nami snorted and said casually. Nami, 18 years old, loves bees. Cough. When Kaya didn't know why, Nami hurriedly interrupted with a cough, and then said, I like to grow oranges, I also like to eat oranges, and my dream draws a map of the world. At the end, Nami lowered his head. When she thinks of the evil dragon pirates, does she still have a chance to realize her dream? Bai Yu glanced at the low Nami and said solemnly, Bai Yu, in terms of physical age, it should be 18 now, Wait a moment. Nami suddenly looked up and interrupted, and the corner of his mouth twitched. How old are you? How old are you? 8. Haha, I'm in July, I'm older than you, hurry up and call my sister, little brother Bai Yu. Nami was inexplicably excited, and even jumped up, his face full of confidence and pride. Kaya couldn't help laughing, sister Nami is so cute. Bai Yu has a black line, sorry, I said August as Kaya's, mine is January. Liar. You are from August. Nami didn't believe it at all, and puffed out his mouth angrily. Kaya raised her little hand. Sister Nami, I'm really August, Bai Yu never lies. Ah, you are helpless. Nami rubbed her hair in distress. Is it really good for such an innocent and kind little sister to come out as a pirate? Bai Yu ignored it and continued. Hobbies are normal men's hobbies, dreams, and become stronger than anyone else. Nami was a little confused. So, what exactly is a hobby? Please clarify. I know. Kaya raised her hand cutely and smiled. Brother Bai Yu said that a normal man has 5 hobbies: power, wealth, fame, strength, and beauty. If you don't have one, you're not a normal man. Seeing Bai Yu nodding, Nami complained, who doesn't want it, so what is your hobby? Bai Yu said word by word, I, all, want, advertisement. Nami was speechless. Kaya's delicate little face suddenly flushed red, thinking to herself, she should be considered a beauty, does brother Bai Yu want it? It feels so unreliable. Nami is a little tired, what kind of people have she met these days? A stupid-looking straw hat with Lu Kai, she will let her be a crew member when she opens her mouth and shut her mouth, and a long nose who doesn't have a word of truth to board the ship. This one is even more ruthless. If you don't get on the boat, you will kill people. With a cute girl who is soft and frail, can you get out of East Blue? Never mind. Throwing away his thoughts, Nami asked casually, you keep talking about going west. Where are you going? I'll make an accurate route. Cocoa West Village. Oh, I'm familiar with this, Having said that, Nami's expression was sluggish and he didn't recover for a long time. Looking at Bai Yu's serious appearance, Nami's voice trembled. Why go there? Bai Yu stared into Nami's eyes and said, listen, in the sea area of East Blue, except for a few people, any pirate group is not my opponent, even if evil dragon pirates. Boom, in one sentence, it exploded in Nami's mind. He knows everything. This was Nami's inner thoughts, and in Bai Yu's eyes, she felt that all her secrets were revealed, which made her overwhelmed. But no matter what, he couldn't suppress the fear of the dragon in his heart, and Nami couldn't help roaring. What do you know? Those are murlocs. They're born with 10 times the strength of humans, not to mention dozens of them. Don't go there, you will die, they're invincible. Talking and talking. Nami squatted helplessly on the ground, the memories of the past flashed through his mind one after another, and tears filled his face. Perhaps, there was an extravagant hope that someone could defeat the dragon. But, as time passed, the fear deepened, and the invincible posture of the dragon became more and more profound. No one can defeat the dragon, this is the truth that Nami has summed up over the years. Advertisement, Sister Nami. Seeing Nami like this, Kaido panicked. How could the big sister who even dared to scold Bai Yu just now became more vulnerable than her? Kaido couldn't help crouching down and hugged her. Sister Nami, don't be afraid, no matter what difficulties you have, brother Bai Yu and I will help you, we are family. Family. Family will die too. When it comes to family, Nami thinks of his mother and tears even more. See here. Bai Yu didn't say anything. No matter how strong his mouth was, he couldn't erase the fear in Nami's heart, which was the accumulation of 8 years. System, start the lottery. Ding, it is detected that host has seized Nami as a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery draw in the world begins. 6 major sections. The pointer stopped in the item column. Bai Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. All he needs now is to become stronger. It would be nice if he came to a time room or something. Go in and practice for 2 years, and at least become stronger by a large grade. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the item. Random Devil Fruit card 2. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, is it optimized? Devil Fruit. 2. Bai Yu couldn't help but rejoice. Kai's health has always been what he was worried about. He was frail and sickly since childhood, and accumulated over the years, resulting in a very poor health. There is no way to recover from exercise. Therefore, Bai Yu's first goal is to help Nami solve the problems afterward, find a doctor to heal Kai's body, even if it returns to a normal state. East Blue does not. Then go to the Grand Line. System, are the fruits of the lottery drawn in this world or set by you? Will the eaten ones appear? Will there be phoenix fruits? Bai Yu asked inwardly for a long time, but did not reply. Really a dead program. Chapter 5. The power to violate the realm of the gods? Optimize it. Ding, the optimization is successful. The devil fruit smoked has no side effects, and it is not afraid of seawater and sea stone. Bai Yu is satisfied, this is enough. Open 2 cards. Ding, the devil fruit card is now open. Ding, congratulations to host for getting devil fruit 2. Logia. Yun Yun fruit. Paramecia, restoration fruit. Yun Yun fruit. One Piece world specialty. Rare long-distance flight ability, can incarnate, create clouds, and create according to the characteristics of clouds. Sea clouds, island clouds, thunder clouds, etc. Restoration fruit. Crystallization of the outer worlds. Restore everything. Deep level development can involve concept restoration. Bai Yu was silent. The Yun Yun fruit is fine, but restoring the fruit is simple and terrifying. Or the crystallization of the outer world. Prove that the pirate world can't stop it. This reminds Bai Yu of a woman, the heroine of the Shinigami anime, Inoue or Hime. Vientiane rejection versus all things restoration. In someone's words, it cannot be explained by the degree of time restoration and space restoration, and it is a complete violation of the ability of the realm of God. After calming his heart, Bai Yu looked at Nami. The perennial fear makes you think that dragons are invincible, but in fact, in the Grand Line, except for a few murlocs, most murlocs and mermen are killed by human beings buy and sell bullying existences at will. They have no status in human society. The so-called power of 10 times that of ordinary people is only for ordinary people. It just so happens that the most important thing in this world is extraordinary people. And the dragons are just rubbish that fled from the Grand Line to East Blue to make a fortune. I can give you more power than a dragon, do you want it? Nami raised his head and looked at Bai Yu blankly. But he didn't speak, obviously he didn't believe it. Bai Yu flipped his hands over, and a strangely shaped fruit appeared in each. Kaido was surprised. This is devil fruit? The legendary devil fruit that sold at least 100 million? Nami stood up straight, his eyes were so bright that he even turned into the shape of berry. Advertisement mine. It's all mine. Before Nami could speak, Bai Yu handed over one of them. He didn't need to eat it, and the fusion crew's strength had no side effects. Seeing this scene, Nami couldn't believe it. Are you giving to me? It's worth. How much is it worth? Bai Yu stood up and walked over to Nami. Putting devil fruit in her hands, Bai Yu rubbed Nami's head lightly and said, in my eyes, you are priceless. For a moment, Kaya seemed to see that Nami's eyes turned even redder, and tears fell silently. Stop deceiving people. Nami didn't want to show her inner fragility in front of Bai Yu, so she quickly wiped away her tears, held devil fruit tightly, and said mercilessly, maybe it's fake, you big liar. Ah. Big B asterisk 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 D. Why do you say such touching words? The momentary touch in his heart made Nami unforgettable, and he suddenly wanted to hear a few more words. Bai Yu's voice suddenly floated. There are 2 kinds of priceless, one is worthless, and the other is immeasurable. Well, you are the first. Brush. The next second, Nami's furious fist slammed over. B asterisk 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 D, give me back my touch. Peeved. Kaya smiled beautifully. This little fist is really hard. Bai Yu couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the legendary, natural armed color? Okay, eat it. Don't think about selling it. Looking at Bai Yu's undeniable and threatening eyes, Nami's heart was bleeding. How much money he got in one bite. Enduring the pain, Nami took a bite. Ah, poo kkk. As soon as he took a bite, Nami's face turned blue, his eyes rolled, and he kept retching. What is this? Is it really edible? Kaya's little face was also pale. Because she saw Bai Yu handed over another devil fruit. Does she want to eat it too? Bai Yu squeezed Kaya's little face lightly and said softly, this one is different. Eat it, your body will be better, trust me. Kaya nodded earnestly. Advertisement without hesitation, she took a bite, and Kaya's big eyes suddenly lit up. Well, it's delicious. Seeing Kaya's expression, Bai Yu knew that the fruit of recovery from the crystallization of the outer world. Very sweet. Really, Kaya is so delicious that Nami doubts life. Bai Yu was looking forward to it. The second function of the system. Integrate all the strengths of the crew, subordinates, naturally including abilities. He just needs to blend, no need to eat. Does your body feel anything? Bai Yu said to Kaya, then looked at Nami who was rinsing his mouth, and his face suddenly turned pale. Don't throw it away, it will only be effective after eating. Do you think I'm an idiot? Nami stares at Bai Yu akimbo. Bai Yu didn't listen and said, although it is said that one bite is enough, but who knows whether it will affect whether you eat it or not, and if you don't want to have any defects in the future, just throw it away. Okay, I'll eat. Taking another bite, Nami rolled his eyes. But watching Kaya eat more and more deliciously and quickly finish it, Nami really suspects that her devil fruit has been manipulated. Ah, big liar. Fruits are divided into logia, paramecia, zone. Yes, logia can be elementalized. After explaining the characteristics of their respective abilities, watching Nami's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Bai Yu threw his fist over. This punch, feel it. Boom. Before Nami could react, the whole person was bombarded. Turned into a cloud. Kaya looked at this scene in amazement, it was amazing. Logia, no weaker than people. Bai Yu also felt amazing. Don't think that you can ignore logia with hockey, otherwise you will underestimate logia too much. Don't say anything else. Passive elementalization. Actively advance elementalization. Both of the above are different. Chapter 6. The magical recovery experiment. The combat power has increased dramatically. Ah, I can't control myself anymore. A cloud turned into Nami's appearance and fluttered everywhere in a panic. Okay, you go to the room to float first, and your lower body becomes a cloud and learns to fly before you come out to practice. Arma captures Nami, and Bai Yu sends her back to the room. Recovery. Recovery. Kaya casts her powers on a sip of an apple, and a magical scene happens. Apple is fully recovered, and it seems like a time lapse, but it is not. Even after drinking half of the juice, it returned to a full glass. Brother Bai Yu, this ability is amazing. I can treat anyone in the future, even if I break my hands and feet, I can recover immediately. Kaya trotted over, her face full of happiness and sweat. Bai Yu chuckled. Don't always care about others, you need to heal your own body first, and remove all your illnesses and accumulated problems. Looking at your sweat, ability will consume physical strength, and you will need to exercise hard to become stronger in the future. Kaya nodded obediently. Well, I want to develop the ability to restore physical strength. So smart. It's entirely possible. Bai Yu does not ask Kaya to become stronger, as long as he is happy, and the fruit is restored, Kaya will be absolutely free from injury and disease in the future to a certain extent. And many more. Thinking of something, Bai Yu stopped Kaya, pointed to the table and said, try, can you restore that? Ah, it should be. Can't be. Kaya was a little surprised, her eyes widened. Because Bai Yu is referring to devil fruit skin. The leftover peel of the two women, can this be recovered? Is recovery still possible? Okay, I'll try. Kaya also had some anticipation, and extended her abilities to the only remaining skin. Bai Yu watched carefully, when a light flickered. Yanyan fruit. Restored, from skin to whole fruit. Try. In Kaya's excitement, Bai Yu took out a fish from the fish tank, peeled a piece of yanyan fruit, and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. Then, squeeze hard. Bang, as the fish turned into a cloud, Kaya jumped up in exclamation, it's really possible. At the same time, what? There was an exclamation from the room, and Nami ran out in a panic. Ability, my ability is gone. Advertisement Kaya. Bai Yu, fish. The results are obvious. The fruit is restored, but the power is restored. Maybe the other one couldn't be recovered, or maybe Kaya's abilities weren't developed in depth. So, Kaya restored the fruit again. Let Nami eat again. Woo, it's so unpalatable, you all bully me. Nami ate the fruit with tears in her eyes. She said that she would never forget today, it was too unpalatable. And Bai Yu sees the future. Simple restoration, allowing the ability to recover. If the concept is developed, then it can definitely be replicated. Two women test abilities. Bai Yu also returned to the room. System, start fusion. Bai Yu took a deep breath and got ready. Ding, the crew, subordinates Nami and Kaya are detected, start the fusion of strengths. A halo appeared out of thin air, shrouding Bai Yu in it, and the rhythm of the layers above was very strange. Physique, spirit, will, potential, memory, ability, talent, wisdom, battle awareness, battle experience. The above and so on, everything related to strength and Bai Yu needs, began to integrate into Bai Yu himself. This feeling is intoxicating. The fusion process is also a process of taking the essence and removing the dross, such as memory. Bai Yu basically browses at the speed of watching a movie. Combat awareness and experience, only choose the most suitable. The same goes for others. After an hour, Bai Yu opened his eyes and murmured, these are only 2 weak women. If I had thousands of subordinates, would kneel down. Fusion is not a one-off. Meaning, Bai Yu can continuously fuse Nami Kaya's stronger strength, and if he dies, the fused one will not disappear. Host, Bai Yu. Physical fitness, Samsung. Spirit, 4 stars. Swordsmanship, Samsung. Arm color, elementary. Seeing and hearing color, intermediate. Conquerors, advanced. Innate ability, teleportation. Special abilities, Yin fruit, healing fruit. Advertisement number of draws, none. Basic combat power, Samsung, headquarters top rear admiral. Ability additional, 4.5 stars, admiral alternate. Note, base combat power does not count any superpowers. Admiral alternate. Bai Yu was surprised that teleportation and recovery abilities had blessed him too much. If any conceptual capabilities are developed, the combat power will have to increase sharply. Certainly, as the previous note, combat power does not equal destructive power. Bai Yu's damage is not enough. It's just that the combat power has arrived, and whether it can be beaten depends on who the opponent is. It is very important to generate and overcome each other. Crack. Bai Yu snapped his fingers fiercely. Restoration fruit activates. Injury heals. In an instant, Bai Yu's fingers recovered. Even if you have just acquired the ability. If you have broken hands and feet, you can recover. It's too strong. What if the fruit awakens? What is conceptual level restoration? Shaking his head, Bai Yu didn't think much about it. In short, if Bai Yu becomes stronger, as long as no one can kill Bai Yu in seconds, many people can be dragged to death. Physical strength, injury, hunger, fatigue, spirit, etc. The above is directly restored. If 10 days are not enough, then play 10 months, Bai Yu's staying power will reach the first place. Still working hard. Bai Yu is very clear. Ability is ability after all. Even if the ability is terrifying, even if you can control time and space, don't be too confident. The physique and hockey are fundamental. 3 days later. Brother Bai Yu, are we back now? Kaya looked at the house in the village of Shirobe with some surprises. Nami was also stunned. He was still floating on the sea 1 second, and returned to Shirobu village the next moment. Well, we'll come back later if we want. Bai Yu has just experimented with a teleport over range. After all, he left spatial coordinates in Xylab village. Experiment result. It did not consume much physical strength, maybe the distance is not far, and it will be tested another day. If he could teleport back directly from New World, then Bai Yu would leave spatial coordinates in the world, and he could go wherever he wanted in the future. Okay, let's go back. Reaching out and hugging the 2 girls, Bai Yu teleported. Back on the boat again. Chapter 7. Nami, a lavish funeral for you all. Another 4 days later, Coco West Village is a few hundred meters away. Bai Yu's hard work on deck to build strength, stamina and fatigue recovery has been developed. So, Bai Yu can keep exercising without stopping. Kaya is also working out, basic workouts, and Nami, who was flying around in midair, had completely freed Bai Yu, the temporary helmsman. Because, airplane mode. Nami created a small Shima cloud, towed the boat completely, and controlled Shima cloud to fly in midair. Alternative version. Sky Pirates. However, Nami is not strong enough and lacks physical strength, so he can only control Shima Yunfei for a few hours. But with Bai Yu and Kaya around, Nami's physical strength can be restored, so theoretically, Nami can travel around the world with a boat. Bai Yu praised. Nami, you did a great job, humph. Nami immediately puffed out his mouth and said fiercely, why don't you make Shimayan drag the boat and fly? You also have Yin fruit, I'm exhausted. Although the 2 women don't know why Bai Yu has their abilities, it's better this way. As Bai Yu was exercising, he said of course I'm exercising you, remember, you will solve the evil dragon. Hearing the dragon, Nami suddenly became serious. How strong can you get in a week? The basic combat power has not been increased, but Yin fruit has increased the combat power by leaps and bounds. Nami said that she could kill the dragon 100 times because she was too easy to develop Yin fruit. In other words, Yin fruit is a perfect fit for Nami. With strength, Nami has self-confidence, and his fear of evil dragons has been eliminated directly, and the rest is all hatred. Bai Yu continued. Also, don't keep your hands on the enemy, don't throw a party like an idiot. Got it, it's so long-winded. Nami pouted, listening to it 100 times a day. Just fight the dragon. How is this possible? It was her mother who died. If she didn't kill the dragon pirates, Nami felt that her heart was not smooth. Kaya, you go too. Well, I see, advertisement. Kaya clenched her small fist, her eyes firm. Bai Yu said, remember, this time you just need to sit on the clouds and see blood, you can't beat the Murlocs. Let Kaya meet the big scene. You go. Bai Yu directly seized Nami's control of Shimayan and floated the boat into the air of Kokoyashi village. Call. Nami took a deep breath. Continue to make various clouds in the air, and then make a small cloud to drag Kaya to fly, swooping down. Coco West Village. In an ordinary house, Nuo Kagao was watering the orange tree and glanced at the sky inadvertently. So, that's a boat. Nuo Chigao's eyes widened. The ship didn't fly very high. If you look up directly, you can only see a large cloud flying over. If you look at it from a distance, you can see the boat on the cloud. Nuokagao saw the ship, and also saw an orange figure flying from the sky. The figure was all too familiar. Nami, how could it be? Nuokagao was about to run out when he suddenly stopped because a figure appeared in front of him. Bai Yu waved his hand casually. Nami's sister, right? When we meet for the first time, I'm going to take you away. No one can see it, come and shout for help, Nuokagao. Now, inside the Dragon Park, dozens of murlocs are having a lively banquet. The octopus is cooked, everyone eat it. Xiao Balu danced with his hands and ran around. The murloc Arlong took the takoyaki, touched his jagged nose and laughed. Haha, count the time, should Nami come back? I don't know if this lowly human has enough money. Kruby smiled disdainfully. As expected of an inferior creature, I can believe any word. Boss Arlong, if we steal Nami's 100 million, what will she do if she commits suicide? What a navigator, the cadre tweeted and laughed. Suicide? Then let the whole village give her a funeral. Arlong's voice was full of coldness. Sure enough, Bai Yu said it well, you all should be damned. Advertisement. The crisp and cold drink that suddenly came from the air made the fish people below stunned, and they all froze when they looked up. Nami stood on a small cloud, his eyes glared down like never before, his fists clenched. Are you Nami? Arlong was stunned. Where did she get the courage? Wrong. The sharp-eyed little aide exclaimed, Brother Arlong, look, Nami's hand has turned into a cloud. Shut up, I see. Arlong's eyes were full of suffocation, watching Nami's hand above him turn into a cloud and linking to the sky, and shouted angrily. Okay, I said where did you come from to be so bold? It turned out to be eating devil fruit. Anger, envy, hatred. At this moment, Arlong understood Nami's fruit ability. Obviously Logia. For Logia, Arlong has a deep memory. Kizaru once chased and killed the Sun Pirates, and his gestures were earth-shattering. Just the aftermath made him unable to bear it. That is the existence he absolutely cannot resist now. It's impossible to even meet Nami, hateful. Arlong's jealous eyes turned red, and he shouted. Let's shoot together, hit the seawater in the pool, and drown her. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, the murlocs began to hit the water, or water droplets, water columns, or water balls hit the air one after another. The higher the power, the weaker the power. Ridiculous attack. Nami's expression became more and more indifferent, and when he waved his hand at will, a cloud wall blocked the flow of water. Listen now, dragon. You can feel the pain of these 8 years for yourself. I offer you a lavish funeral. Nami didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore. He directly controlled Shimoyan that had already been prepared, and smashed it down. Island cloud falls. The island cloud of dozens of meters has been compressed by Nami many times in the past few days, and it is extremely thick. Like a mountain, it fell rapidly. When the large shadows swayed, the atmosphere made a hissing sound, and Arlong and other murlocs were all shocked. They don't have the strength to break it. Chapter 8. Doubt the evil dragon of life, turn back time? Run, run to the sea. Arlong shouted in exasperation. Late. Nami gave a cold drink. The sky over the entire Cocoa West village darkened. Large swaths of dark clouds covered the sky, and slices of thunder were churning in the thunderclouds like a group of snakes. Thousands of thunders are coming. Nami waved his hand. Like the goddess of thunder, he directed Layan to release the thunder with all his strength. The villagers in Kokoyashi village were all stunned. This is like a scene of doomsday unfolding. Boom boom boom. The thunderbolts were denser than the hail of bullets, and they quickly passed through the island cloud, instantly turning the location of the evil dragon park into a sea of thunder. Buildings collapsed and collapsed. The screams were endless. The murlocs fell to the ground in pitch black. Without a strong arm color, without a strong physique, the creatures are unbearable for thunder. In particular, the thunder made by thunderclouds is like natural thunder and lightning, showing higher damage. Boom. With the fall of Shimoyan, it caused the final destructive blow to Evil Dragon Park. The entire building was in ruins. Nami looked down from a high altitude, making sure not to let any murloc escape the attack range. 1 minute. 3 minutes. When the villagers began to gather in the distance, and when the villagers watched Nami, who was like a goddess of war in midair, sluggish, there was finally movement in the ruins. Get out before you die. Nami gave a cold drink, removed Shimoyan, looked down coldly, and condensed a cloud gun in his hand. Cough cough. In the collapsed pool. First there was a long, jagged nose that was broken in half, and then 6 hands like octopus tentacles poked through the rubble. Big brother Arlong, puff cough cough. The dark little aide kept coughing blood, but still said, if you can survive. Cough, go back to the Fishman Island, I can't. Bang. The moment when Zauba's head fell, advertisement. There was an angry roar. Little aide, damn it, Nami, damn you, you're all going to die. Arlong roared in anger and grief, roaring up to the sky. Your pain? Not half as good as me. Nami chose to ignore it, and controlled the cloud gun in his hand to fly down like a bullet. Whoosh. Not only that, another island cloud over Nami turned into hundreds of cloud guns and scatters one after another. Whoosh whoosh. The cloud gun formed by the compressed island cloud was thick, sharp and firm, and the sound of cutting through the atmosphere made Arlong's body tremble. Run. Arlong ran towards the sea without looking back. Nami didn't seem to see it, and continued to make up for the knife at the murlocs below. Who knows if there are murlocs who choose to play dead there. Bayou's education is still useful, patching is important. Then, is that really Nami? The villagers in the distance couldn't believe it. How long has it been since I saw you? Why did Nami descend like a Valkyrie? Some villagers even had uncontrollable fear of Nami, which was awe of power. Nami. So strong. As the elder sister, Nuo Kagao was only happy, and then looked at Bayou strangely. Is it you? It must be you who helped Nami, right? Thank you. Bayou said directly. No matter how much you thank me, I still want to take you away, there is no chance to escape. Nuo Kagao. Such a strange man. Seeing that Nuo Kagao was indifferent, Bayou stepped forward and picked up Nuo Kagao with one hand and walked towards the villagers. Let me go, let me go. Being held by Bayou like this, Nuo Kagao blushed and struggled. Aren't you afraid that Nami will see it? Snapped. Bayou gave her pee-pee a slap. Stop moving, be honest. You are so rude, how can you ask me to marry someone in the future? Nuo Kagao was about to cry, how could he fight there? Kaya, who was sitting on the clouds, glanced at Bayou inadvertently, and couldn't help chuckling. Bayou brothers good or bad, why do you always grab women? Advertisement after speaking. Kaya looked at Arlong who was running away again, and clapped her hands together, a pale golden light bloomed. Location. Recovery. Arlong only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and then he felt a burst of pain, as if it had been pierced by something. When Arlong looked around, he was stunned. Time, backwards. How is this possible? Fake. It's all fake. Arlong clearly remembered that he was about to jump into the sea, a few hundred meters away from Evil Dragon Park. But he was still standing still, and it was penetrated by Nami's cloud gun. According to what Brother Bai Yu said, this should be called a life of doubt, right? Kaya on the cloud murmured. After a week of experimenting and researching abilities, Bai Yu and Kaya found that restoring ordinary items, as well as biological injuries and hunger, turned out to be the basic ability to restore fruits. And the physical exertion is small. Recovery? Developed in 3 hours. Restoring the position and state of other things is a little more difficult and developed in 3 days. For example, let Arlong return to the original position, can't run away. Another example. Ability recovery. For example, after a Kainu blasts the magma, the ability is activated, which can make a Kainu return to the state before the magma was blasted. Hockey restoration. For example, Garp uses a weapon color to bring him back to before he was useless. Move recovery. For example, after Hawkeye swings the knife, it can make him return to before he swings the knife, and even the slash is gone. It's like going back in time. Will the enemy become a living target? All of the above are classified as status restoration. Applied to the enemy. Of course, Bai Yu doesn't know what the restrictions are at the moment, and he has to find a top powerhouse to try it out. If there is no limit, then Bai Yu stood up straight. The enemy who fights doubts life. Chapter 9. Whose child is in Mikino's arms? Above. It's the resilience that Bai Yu and Kaya have figured out this week. It's already terrifying. It can be seen as a retrospective in time, going back to the previous state. But it can't be explained in terms of time restoration and space restoration. It completely violates the realm of God. Bai Yu was amazed. This kind of fruit ability, if there is no limit. It's so buggy, it is simply a combination of countless abilities, close to the law of causality. Kaya envisions a skill. Life restoration. Use it on centenarians and restore them directly to their peak state in their 30s and 40s. And unlike Aien's retrogressive fruit, Aien's ability to faint will disappear, but his life will be restored permanently. Or, death recovery, if successful. Even without relying on pure gold, immortality surgery, etc., Bai Yu and others can still live forever. I just don't know what the price will be. What if it just consumes a little stamina? But even so, there are still no deep concepts involved. This is Bai Yu's amazement at the ability of this fruit. All so strong. Can you develop deeper concepts? Bai Yu couldn't imagine how terrifying the deep concept development of resilience could be. Just a few days of ability development. Let Bai Yu's combat power skyrocket. The hard power is not enough, the ability to make up. Ho, in the ruins of Evil Dragon Park. When Arlong was sluggish, his body had been penetrated by more than a dozen cloud spears, and he fell into a pool of blood. Look at how pitiful you are, it's really funny. Nami fell down, his eyes a little dazed. Such a terrifying Arlong was solved so easily by himself? 8 years. How many 8 years are there in life? And the murder of the mother, from hope to despair again and again, Nami doesn't know how to persevere. Well, it's all over. Advertisement if someone said to her, don't kill, just fly away. Then, Nami must secretly hold a grudge for the rest of her life. Cough. Arlong's life is quite tenacious. He raised his bloody head and looked at Nami angrily. Why can't I work hard for so many years and you can't eat the fruit for dozens of days? I'm not convinced. Wrong. Nami raised a finger. To be precise, I only ate it for a week, are you satisfied? Puff. Arlong vomited blood, died on the spot. Lively P****** D off. Nami pouted. Hey, my mind is really small, but... Listen to the big liar Bai Yu and make up for it. Chi. More than a dozen cloud guns filled Arlong's body, and Nami didn't turn around until 2 cloud guns pierced through Arlong's head. Yuck, it was the first time I personally killed so many murlocs. Nami immediately vomited. Clap clap clap. Bai Yu clapped his hands and walked over, admiring. Awesome, Nami Valkyrie is really powerful, killing so many people in 1 second. HMPH, they're not human. Nami took a deep breath, and the moment she turned around, her eyes went straight. You. What did you do? Bai Yu stood calmly. There were 2 cloud locks behind him, which locked Nuokigao and floated. Ajian and the others who were not far away were angry and glared at Bai Yu. Bai Yu said casually. Obviously, I'm robbing people, and I also said that whoever dares to stop whoever will die. You. Nami couldn't help Bai Yu, and ran to Nuokigao's side to unlock the cloud lock for her. Sister, are you alright? He didn't bully you, did he? Nuoki blushed and did not speak. What can she say? Said Bai Yu was holding her to play PP. How can I meet people when I say it? Who knows the relationship between Nami and him? It's too difficult for me, sister. You listen. After sending Kaya down from the sky, Bai Yu looked at the villagers and said, first, the dragon pirates were all destroyed. It was Nami who solved it. She is a hero. Nami blushed too. Hero or something, I'm so embarrassed. Second, the treasures here are all divided equally, and Nami wants her hometown to be better. Nami's eyes got bigger. Advertisement, is this the Bayou she knew? Third, my name is Bayou, the captain of the Bayou pirates, Nuokigao. I stole it. Ajian and other villagers were at a loss. Nami's eyes suddenly became strange. Is Bayou addicted to stealing people, or is he interested in sister flowers? However, Nuokigao Nang followed and left. Nami was still relatively happy. She was worried that her sister was alone. After all, she felt safer by Bayou's side, at last. Bayou's voice changed, and he looked towards the sea. I killed these marines, call my name. Wan Lei. I don't know when the thunderclouds are rolling in the sky. Thunders poured down one after another, blasting the sea in front of them into waves. Several warships shattered in an instant. Colonel Mouse and other hundreds of marines, under the roar of thunder, none of them could survive. This scene once again suffocated the villagers, and Nami shouted, Bayou, you copied my moves, give me money. Bayou smiled and said, by the way, the shellfish you have saved over the years. Cough, cough, cough. Nami immediately leaned over and said softly, what did you say? My dear captain, those berries are all my personal, you know? Seemingly gentle, but in reality Kamui threatened. Bayou said, eat this set, hurry up and ask your sister to pack up and go. Bayou didn't want to hold any banquet here, it was boring. East Blue doesn't seem to have much plot beauty to grab, right? Makino. Bayou fell into deep thought. He crossed too early, only to see, the protagonist group started together, and the 2 emperors ended ridiculously. After more than 2 years, who is the baby in Makino's arms? But it doesn't matter, the baby more than 2 years later has nothing to do with the present. Nami, how far is it from Windmill Village? What village? Goa Kingdom. Oh, Shima Yunfei, let's go for a week. Well, I see. It's a bit far. Bayou squinted slightly, but it's fine. Chapter 10. Sengoku surprised. Garp grandson kneeled directly? After half an hour. Nokigao has nothing to do. Nami directly removed a few orange trees and flew into the sky amid the congratulations of the villagers. Nokigao, 20 years old, loves to cook, grows orange trees, dreams. I hope Nami is healthy and happy. Listening to Nuokigao's simple introduction, Bayou decided on the spot. Very good, you will be a chef in the future. Nami's cooking is too bad. Nami Akimbo crossed his eyebrows. What makes the food I cook unpalatable? Let's look down on people. Can you cook? Hey, stop for me. Watching Bayou enter the room without looking back, Nami jumped angrily. Damn, I'm so angry again. Nuokigao looked at this scene with amusing. It seems that Nami is having a good time, which is great. Kaya smiled sweetly. 2 sisters, let's exercise together. Okay. Bayou returning to the room. Of course it was a lottery. I hope there will be some items related to collective strengthening, such as the time room. Bayou looked forward to the lottery. Ding, it is detected that the snatching of Nuokigao has become a crew, subordinate, and the lottery of the world begins. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the item. Conqueror's Hockey Parsing Handbook. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, is it optimized? Can this also be optimized? Bayou confirmed immediately. Ding, optimization is complete. Hockey's true solution. The fastest awakening, improve the quality and skills of Conqueror's Hockey. When all Conqueror's Hockey are advanced to the top level, if the Hockey is complete, the fusion advancement can be opened to break this limit. Conquerors. Meditation, armed color, tempering method. Seeing and hearing color. The method of falling into a dream. After receiving this knowledge, Bayou was pleasantly surprised. Advertisement. The meditation enhancement method can not only enhance the conquerors through meditation, but also help people to enhance their spiritual will and mind, and awaken the conquerors to a certain extent. Full conquerors is not a dream. The tempering enhancement method is a way to give Bayou a faster way to strengthen his body, and falling asleep. Commonly known as sleep can also become stronger. Too comprehensive. The speed at which Bayou becomes stronger is increased many times, and there is a way for Conqueror's Hockey to continue to become stronger after reaching its peak. This is the most important. Give me time and I will surpass everyone. Well, only in Pirate World. Exercise, exercise. Bayou walked out of the room. Passed the foundation of hockey's true understanding to the 3 daughters. Cultivation well, you all strive to awaken conquerors as soon as possible, I'm looking forward to it. Bai Yu certainly looked forward to it. Although Conquerors is worthless in New World, when all the members of Conquerors appeared, it absolutely shocked the world. Kaido will cry if the whole team is harassing him. Foreseeing the future? Reading hearts? True or false? The special feeling of seeing and hearing made Nami look at Bai Yu in a strange way. Say, are you eavesdropping on my heart or reading my memory? Bai Yu tapped Nami's forehead. You think too much and foresee that it may be possible to cultivate in the future, but most of the things like reading heart sounds are born, and it is basically impossible. Nami squinted slightly. Others can't cultivate, you can definitely do it, right? Stop squinting. Bai Yu didn't deny it. To be honest, hockey's true understanding was too comprehensive, after all, it was optimized by the system. Read your heart. Terrifying indeed. Who doesn't have a few little secrets, even if it's a little secret that fathers, daughters, and husbands and wives have to hide, everyone has them. However, Bai Yu was very calm and continued. To be honest, I have read your memories long ago, don't ask how you did it, that's all. What? The three girls exclaimed in unison. I really can't get married. The deaths of Colonel Mouse and others were discovered by Marine after investigation and understanding. Advertisement shocked, Marine contacts Governor East Blue. After the governor heard it, he investigated and reported again. Reporting layer by layer. After seeing the information, Sengoku held the phone bug and couldn't help frowning. Is this news confirmed? The governor of East Blue on the other side returned. East Blue's black cat pirates have also been discovered. According to the Marine who investigated there, Kaya, the ship doctor of the Bayou pirates, is very famous in Shirobu village, and the news is basically true. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku looked at Garp, who was eating senbei, and couldn't help but say, B**************************************** don't eat in my office. I bought that. PFF'd, Sengoku, you're too stingy. Garp laughed indifferently, filling his mouth with senbei. Sengoku frowned slightly. Stop laughing, Monkey D. Luffy, what's it got to do with you? Of course it's my grandson. Garp smiled and felt that something was wrong, and suddenly said in surprise, huh. How do you know? Investigate me secretly. I will endure. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, East Blue West Lob Village, the Straw Hat Pirates defeated the remnants of the Black Cat Pirates and were killed by Bayou. The two led by Monkey D. Luffy were seriously injured and dying. The crew were robbed and are currently missing. Quote. Boom. A terrifying aura bloomed. The desks and chairs in the entire office were scattered, and the momentum continued to rise, and was directly held down by Sengoku. Calm me down. How can I calm down? That's my grandson. Garp was very angry, that B*********** D actually ran secretly to be a pirate. Moreover, just kneeling out of the sea. Sengoku calmly said. There is no news of death in the data, it can only be said that your grandson can run very well, and I don't know where he went. However, if you have a way to contact him, it's best to persuade him to go back before he is offered a reward. I don't like pirates. Luffy brat, I'll have to maim him when I find him. Garp's hair was smoking with anger. Sengoku snorted, he didn't believe Garp was willing. Immediately, Bai Yu's information was handed over. Is that him? Bai Yu. Chapter 11. It's sloppy, can I quit the Straw Hats now? Good boy. Seeing the black-haired, handsome and confident face in the photo, Garp raised his eyebrows slightly. He looks quite handsome, he's almost as good as when I was younger. Sengoku wants to scold her mother. Narcissism needs to have a limit, it's really an old man. Around 18 years old, suspected to be Logia Thunder Fruit, Jonao, conquerors shattering the ground. At least senior conquerors. Navigator Nami, 18 years old, Logia Union Fruit, kill all the East Blue Dragon pirates in 1 second. The ship Dr. Kaya, 17 years old, is suspected of transferring the fruit and transferring the escaped dragon back to its original position. Bai Yu snatches Nami's sister as a crew. Garp frowned more and more, is this still a rookie pirate group? These people are qualified to dominate even in the first half of the Grand Line, and Logia is not weak. Where did they get the resources to get 3 top devil fruits at once, or even more? 2 of them haven't performed before. Sengoku said solemnly. Especially Bai Yu, who has at least advanced conquerors as soon as he goes out to sea, it is very likely that he will also be armed and knowledgeable, as well as the suspected Thunder Fruit, and the level of Jonao, this cannot be cultivated by people from East Blue. Why not? Look down on East Blue. Garp expressed resentment. Phew, I'm not angry. Sengoku took a deep breath again and said, there is a question mark on Bai Yu's origin, there is currently no information from a year ago, the origin is unknown, and his potential is too great to stay. As soon as he saw the data on conquerors shattering the ground, Sengoku wanted to send Admiral over there to kill. 4 years ago, the red-haired Shanks became the 4 emperors, and in recent years, the title of the strongest conquerors in the world has been rumored. Sengoku is very sensitive to conquerors. High-level tyrants and top-level tyrants are 2 obvious differences. And Logia, 3 Admiral are all awe. I'll take a trip to East Blue. Garp picked up his coat, stood up, and took all the senbei. Sengoku shook his head and said, I advise you not to have too much hope. Their boats are floating in the sky, dragged by clouds, and no one knows where they are floating. Then I'll take a leave of absence and go back to East Blue. Garp was still worried about Luffy. Sengoku rarely quarreled, but asked, how much bounty do you think is appropriate for him? Advertisement. The more the better. It's better to just make it bigger. Garp buckled his nose and said, for someone with great potential like him, if there is less determination, he may cause trouble. If he is determined too much, it is not a good thing for a newcomer to have a high bounty. You set him 5 billion, and I promise he will be hammered to death by Kaido within 10 days. Sengoku nodded involuntarily, but 5 billion is an exaggeration. Many pirates are dissatisfied with the bounty and make trouble everywhere, and a high bounty can attract a lot of trouble to new pirates. Either go upstream, or die on the road. And a pirate like Bayou, who will become a big problem no matter how you look at it, should pay more attention. Thought here. Sengoku looked sharply. Young redhead. Young golden lion. If you're unlucky, you won't have a chance, boy. Some bounties and titles require strength to match, and now you are not qualified. Come on, issue a reward. 2 days later. East Blue. See Restaurant Barati. When several newspapers and bounties were bought, the whole restaurant boiled over. Hey, is it true? It's crazy. Are they really East Blue? So young, so scary. Quote. The whole restaurant was buzzing. It's really the content of the newspaper and the bounty. For East Blue, it's no different from the myth. And in the corner of the restaurant, Usopp shivered as he read the newspaper and the bounty, sinking into frightening memories. Zoro was stunned when he saw it. Luffy, who had just cleaned up, said curiously, huh? What's wrong with you? Is it my reward? Let me see. This guy, so familiar. 1, 10, 100. Wow, so many zeros, how many are there? I can't even count them. Advertisement. Luffy yelled. Sanji came over and said with a smoke ring, Luffy, from today onwards, don't make any more noise to let me on the boat, it's too noisy. No, I must get you on board. Luffy's voice was firm, and it was impossible for him to let him go. Sanji resisted the urge to kick people. I mean, I'm on the boat, please stop arguing. Ah, that's great. Luffy gave his signature smile. Both the navigator and the boat were robbed by Bai Yu, but the kind-hearted Mei Li gave Luffy another small one. After all, they helped everyone drive away the Black Cat's remnant. But there are no suitable navigators yet, and they need to spend a few more days in East Blue, otherwise they won't get very far. Came here 3 days ago. Because of the loss of a partner, Luffy desperately needed a new partner. After eating Sanji's meal, he stayed there from morning till night, even when Sanji slept. Been clamoring for him to get on the boat. Much fiercer than the original track. Before the Creek Pirates and Hawkeye came, Sanji couldn't take it anymore and was pulled aboard. Huh, this guy. Sanji glanced at Bai Yu's reward, and when he saw the number, the smoke fell from his mouth. Demon King. Bai Yu. 10 billion. Ah, it turned out to be a billion, that's a lot. Luffy suddenly realized. Zoro said solemnly, he is Bai Yu. Luffy looked puzzled. Who? Usopp trembled. Bai Yu. He almost hacked your monsters to death in Shirobu village. He also stole Nami and our boat. Maybe Nami and Kaya asked for mercy to let us go, or they would have died sooner. Bang. Luffy smashed the table with one punch and said angrily, it's him. Damn it, I'm going to knock him up. Sanji. Sloppy. Excuse me, is it too late to quit now? Chapter 12. Demon King Bai Yu, the world shakes, will Luffy win? The pirate group you choose will have to walk through the Grand Line on your knees. Sanji looked at the other bounties and couldn't help but envy, the crew members are all beautiful women. What an enviable B****************. D. This. Hiss. After reading the newspaper, Sanji couldn't help saying, if you have any grudges, I advise you to give up. There is no hope and no need. Impossible. Ha, since such a powerful opponent is waiting for me, then I have to become stronger. Luffy and Zoro spoke at the same time. This made Sanji look at it with admiration. This green algae head is very brave, and he is really not afraid of death. At the same time, newspapers and bounties fall all over the world. The world is watching. New World, on the Moby DK. When Marco lazily bought the newspaper and glanced lazily, his eyes widened. Dad, big news is coming. Goo la la la, is Garp dead, or is that old guy Sengoku abolished? The infused Whitebeard was still imposing, and ordinary people simply didn't have the courage to stand in front of him. Oh, this bounty is very rare among newcomers. After looking at the bounty, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper again, and couldn't help but look at it twice. Goo la la la, that old Shiki guy came out too. It's not like you at all. See news from the Golden Lion. Whitebeard suddenly fell into memory. Marco and others read the newspaper carefully, and from time to time there are voices of disdain, shock, or anger. The future is the strongest in the world. Why is he? That's right, Dad is the strongest in the world, this guy is not worthy of him. Let's talk about it when he has the ability to come here, maybe he will die in East Blue. Quote. Don't say anything else. The words, the strongest in the future, in the newspaper deeply hurt the eyes of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. It's taking away their pride. If Teach is still here, they will definitely spurn these crew members in secret. A group of gnawing old clans, vampires, trash. Advertisement. Ghost Island. Kaido was drinking and crying loudly. Bai Yu. Can he kill Lousy? Answer me. Absolutely not, he doesn't deserve it. The iron-headed Jack shouted loudly and was angry. Marine is getting more and more useless. How can a newcomer have a billion bounty? Am I Jack so clueless? Quinn didn't care. Jin, you be asterisk 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 D is getting more and more boring. Why did you call me here for such a trivial matter? Jin ignored Quinn, looked at Kaido and said, he is very important to us, and the Air Force needs him. Whether it's Thunder Fruit's air control, or Union Fruit's ability to tug boats and islands to fly, it's very useful. Really? Then go get them back, and Lousy will train them himself. Teacher Guy went online instantly. Boss Kaido, I'll go right now. Jack volunteered to turn around and run. Kaido and Quinn didn't care. Jin couldn't help but said in a deep voice, how do you catch it? Fly up to catch it. Jack paused. Brother Jin, I saw him being insulted and provoked directly. The newcomer can't stand this the most. Also know that mockery pulls hatred. The crowd was amazed. Teacher Guy made up his mind directly. Don't run around, you go to Sabayati Archipelago to wait for him. Yes, Boss Kaido. ... Cake Island. The ant is having S*X with someone at the moment, so she doesn't have time to read the newspaper. In broad daylight, really. Katakuri read the newspaper carefully. It seems that Marine has taken him seriously. What he will face is not something that a newcomer can bear. Let's talk about it when he can. New world. A snowy island somewhere. Red Hair Pirates is having a lively banquet. When the newspapers came, the banquet became more lively. When the redhead saw it, he was equally excited. Wow, what an amazing newcomer, he is still from East Blue. Speaking of this, the redhead looked over the straw hat in his mind, and said with anticipation, I'm with East Blue, maybe Luffy's friend, let's cheer for him. Beckman exhaled a ring of smoke and said suddenly, if it's the enemy, Luffy might not be able to get out of East Blue. The cheers just sounded. Advertisement. It came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked at each other. The redhead looked decadent. Beckman, don't say that, what if something happened to Luffy? Beckman added, I trust your vision, Luffy will definitely be able to walk in front of you as a strong man. Wow, cheers for Luffy. The redhead got excited again, much to Beckman's amusement. And the redhead really didn't worry much about Luffy. Because, the redhead believes more in Roger, and more in Luffy's devil fruit. Nika fruit. Eudemon species. The will is stored in zone, and it will choose the most suitable owner. The world government has been searching for 800 years, but it has been avoided by Nika fruit again and again. It ended up in Luffy's mouth. The first rubber fruit capable person was the legendary warrior who liberated the enslaved people and established a huge kingdom 800 years ago, and was respected by the world as Nika the sun god. Whether it's about things like Joey Boyle or Nika, Roger found the answer at Raftel. But Roger, it's too early. All the information gathered together to make a sentence. The next Nika fruit person is the hope of the world. The moment Luffy ate the Nika fruit, the redhead understood. Luffy, the one chosen by Nika. Luffy, the man Roger was waiting for. Luffy, the man the world waits for. Luffy, will be favored by all who know the answer. Red-haired for his broken arm, Rayleigh worked hard for 2 years to teach, and I don't know how many people are waiting for Luffy's growth. In this world, only Wong Luffy is the purest bloodline and the most correct inheritor of will. And the others, totally inappropriate. Bai Yu. Really, I'm starting to burn. Chapter 13. What the hell is Golden Lion? Crazy pull hatred. Over East Blue. Bai Yu looked at the newspaper and the bounty, frowning more and more. Wow, the bounty is $1 billion. Sister Nami's bounty is 100 million, and I am 30 million. Why even me? Are 200 million? The three girls were very lively. Bai Yu couldn't help but said, it's rare for a newcomer to have 100 million, let alone 1 billion. This is a typical flattery. Even Nuochigao has it. If you do get caught or killed, it's a huge blow. Marine is tough enough. Bai Yu's bounty is enough. How can there be $1 billion just out of the sea? Nuoki's high bounty is even more ridiculous, an ordinary girl, directly offering a reward of 200 million. This is to bring Nuochi to death, and it is also to drag their pirate group into the Great Uzumaki. The resourceful General Sengoku, you are mentally retarded. Seeing the information in the newspaper, Bai Yu was angry. Open black lens bracket the strongest rookie ever close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the future is the strongest in the world close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket if Roger is the pirate king who conquered the Grand Line, then Bai Yu will be the devil who brings darkness to the world close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Demon King Bai Yu is a sinner close black lens bracket. Above, Bai Yu looks pretty good. Although he hates it, he blows it well. Bai Yu likes it. But, open black lens bracket Bai Yu. Golden Lion Disciple. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion. Shichibukai is all garbage that my disciples solved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion. Bai Yu will surpass Roger. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion. Kaido is not worthy of Bai Yu's shoes. Close black lens bracket. Golden Lion. Charlotte is also worthy of being compared with my disciple. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion. Whitebeard kneels down to welcome my disciple. Close black lens bracket. Above, newspaper probably means Bai Yu, good guy. Really nice guy. Did Golden Lion know? Bai Yu was specially arranged by Sengoku to be a disciple of the Golden Lion. He even used the tone of the Golden Lion to give Bai Yu a wave of world-class hatred. Advertisement. Directly make enemies all over the world. Bai Yu. If Kaido and Auntie couldn't find the Golden Lion, Bai Yu would have to kill him anyway. Shichibukai is also definitely popular for jumping feet. It's so annoying. If nothing else, if Golden Lion sees it, it might kill him. Just look at Bai Yu's quality. Bai Yu, is Golden Lion really your teacher? Nami rolled his eyes and looked over. Kaya was also a little confused. Big brother Bai Yu, doesn't he have no relatives? Never seen it. Bai Yu directly denied it. By the way, you don't even know who the Golden Lion is, right? Bai Yu doubted this. A legend from decades ago, how could the three women have the heart to care about these things? Do not know. The three women shook their heads in unison. Don't ask if you don't know, it's boring. Bai Yu didn't explain anything, the Golden Lion was already in the past tense. However, his ability is good. Bai Yu said he wanted to. That's a real random flight plus air control map cannon, and it's so cool to overlook the world. Sincerely, Bai Yu felt that Shiki's ability was playing badly. It is said that shock fruit can destroy the world, but according to Bai Yu, lion fruit is more destructive. Except for life, it can control everything in the world that can be touched, such as islands, white clouds, and the sea. Was restrained by the storm. Touch the air controls, isn't that a storm? Free to split the island, free to fly. Undersea Uzumaki, the ship is broken on the spot. Space meteorite, Megatron world. Enel has flown to the moon to play, lion fruit can also fly into space to touch the boulders, and the meteorites will destroy everything. Kaya asked curiously, Brother Bai Yu, why did you suddenly decide to come to the Goya kingdom? Steal someone. Bai Yu spoke calmly. No matter who the child is in Makino's arms, at least Luffy was a big girl when she went to sea. The robbing system doesn't rob people when they see them, so what am I doing? Thinking of this, Bai Yu accelerated Shimon with all his strength, and took the usual 7-day voyage to the sky above Goa Kingdom in 2 days. Seeing this, Nami curled his lips. Who are you trying to snatch? Let you speed up your sailing so hard. Advertisement. I just don't want to waste time. Bai Yu said casually. In the future, we will have a lot of crew members. It is not enough for Nuauchi to be taller than a cook, so add another. Nami asked a sole question. After the crew, all women. The main ships are all women, and the affiliated pirates work for us. Bai Yu's goal is clear. You can't just rely on sisters to rule the world. The main ship keeps her sisters, and the toolmen can drive new ships as captains. Green hair, headscarf. When the three of them were talking, Nuo Chigao also looked down at the windmill village. Ah, I saw it, is that the one? Bai Yu also looked at it. A woman with short dark green hair, wearing a headscarf, and wearing a simple dress, was very gentle and cheerful, saying hello to the people around her and walking. Like a little sun. The smile warms the heart. At this moment, Nami suddenly got a little excited. Just grab it or what? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Bai Yu was surprised. Why was she suddenly excited? Until Kaya whispered. She is full of tenderness and reminds me of my mother. Bai Yu was taken aback. The 3 daughters are all orphans. Then it should be stolen. I'll return soon. Bai Yu teleported down directly. Below. Greeting the villagers, Makino was already looking forward to a simple and beautiful day today. She still had a newspaper and a reward in her hand, and murmured, it's about the same age as Luffy, and I don't know what happened to him, should. Makino murmured. Suddenly it felt dark, and when she looked up, she saw that there was a familiar man covering the sun and looking down at her. You, it's you. When Makino saw it clearly, he glanced at the newspaper and was startled. East Blue's strongest pirate, who said that Windmill Village is not afraid of pirates, even when the redheads first arrived, everyone was worried for a long time. If you are familiar with it, you will not be afraid. But the other pirates, who knows what temperament, the surrounding villagers have widened their eyes in horror. That young man. Hey, East Blue offers $1 billion reward. Quick, inform the village chief. Quote. Chapter 14. The explosion of character, the power of eternal life of the dog spell. 1 billion pirates. Even if the red-haired group was not so tall at the time, who wouldn't be afraid of ordinary people? Seeing this, Bai Yu waved his hand enthusiastically. Hello, I'll take Makino and become the cook. I'll take good care of her. Don't resist, do you have anything to clean up? Bai Yu ignored the villagers, glared and looked at the sluggish Makino. Can you hear me? Huh, sorry. Makino apologized subconsciously, and then her gentle big eyes dimmed for a bit. I have nothing to do, take me away. Really kind. Bai Yu understood what Makino meant. Sacrifice yourself, leave the windmill village as soon as possible, and don't hurt the innocent. You can come back anytime anyway. Bai Yu stepped forward and hugged Makino before disappearing. The village chief who ran from a distance jumped in anger. Too arrogant. Don't you know where this is? Give me the phone bug and let Garp catch him. Island cloud boat. In a blink of an eye, when Makino saw his surroundings again, he met 3 pairs of beautiful big eyes. Sister, introduce yourself, name, age, hobbies, and tell me your dreams. Kaya opened her mouth sweetly and softly. Nokigo and Nami also looked at Makino expectantly. Is this the pirates? Makino felt that this place was very different and ignored Bai Yu for a while. Looking at the three pretty girls, Makino smiled gently. Hello, I'm Makino, 29 years old this year. I like to make wine. I hope everyone can be happy. Wow, what a gentle big sister. The three Nami girls also ignored Bai Yu and started chatting enthusiastically around Makino. Bai Yu, forget it. Let's set sail. Brush, teleport beyond the range. Bai Yu took the island cloud and the boat, teleported directly, and returned to the sky above Kokoyashi village, which was the closest to the space coordinates left by Rog Town. Hey, are you back again? Noticing the hometown below, Nami was pleasantly surprised. Bai Yu, stop, I'll take Sister Makino for a walk, and I'll be back soon. The four daughters flew away in the island cloud. Advertisement. Bai Yu couldn't help shaking his head, grasping the knife and feeling the power of potential. After an hour, Nami bids farewell to the villagers and returns with the three Makino girls. Finished. Bai Yu opened his eyes and looked at Makino indifferently. You should have learned a lot in this hour, and you should know how to choose. I'll join you. After all, Makino has seen a lot of big people. He didn't panic, and his voice was still so gentle. Knowing from Nami and the others that Bai Yu can go back to where she has been in an instant, she has no choice. Bai Yu, you can cross the space to the windmill village at any time. And, she also left a space imprint on her body, and when she ran to the new world, she could get it back instantly. Wise choice. Seeing this, Bai Yu's indifferent face suddenly turned into a little sun, and said with a smile, then we will be family in the future. Don't be afraid, I will be good to my family. Makino smiled softly. She didn't know what to say, she always felt that this pirate was weird. Nami pouted. Apathy threatens to laugh again, a routine. Brother Bai Yu said time is power, this is the fastest way. Kaya assisted Bai Yu. Noki was speechless. Bai Yu didn't threaten her, just hit PP, it seems faster. Is there anything you need to clean up? I can take you back to Windmill Village right now, and report your safety by the way. Bai Yu suggested softly. Makino smiled awkwardly but politely. You decide. Not yet familiar with Bai Yu's true temperament, Makino couldn't say no, and only hoped that the Windmill Village would be safe. I'll return soon. Holding Makino in his arms, Bai Yu took her to the Windmill Village by jumping through space. At this time, the village chief was still swearing. Suddenly seeing the two of them appearing again, they rushed over with a cane. Damn pirates, return Makino. Makino waved his hand immediately. Grandpa Village Chief, Captain Bai Yu and I have known each other for a long time. I was joking before, so I decided to go to sea with him. Is that so? The village chief was stunned, and the villagers behind also looked at each other in dismay. Bai Yu is speechless. Makino's white lie, did you believe it directly? Boy, Makino is very kind, don't teach her badly, but take good care of her, you know. Advertisement. After communicating with Makino and confirming that everything was fine, the village chief shook his head. The child grows up and always yearns for the outside world, so I'll leave it to you. I'm going to call Garp to explain, or you're screwed. Bai Yu. A simple windmill village. There are too many guys who have turned the world upside down. After Makino was ready, she returned to the boat with her red eyes. Time will tell. Bai Yu didn't talk much with Makino, and asked Nami to take the boat to fly, and went straight back to the room. System. Lottery draw. Ding. It is detected that Makino has been grabbed to become a crew member subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding. Congratulations on winning the item. Dog charm. Bai Yu's eyes brightened. The dog spell of the 12 spells, the character has exploded, the top fetish. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding. Optimization is complete. Dog spell. The power of the spell is optimized to the power of immortality. Immortality. This moment, Bai Yu felt that his heart was beating rapidly, his talent was immortal. Click on information. Immortal 1. Youth is eternal, life is eternal. Immortal 2. Immune to any deadly attack, trigger the undead body. Immortal 3. The talent is immortal and cannot be used by others. It seems to be no different from the dog spell. It's just that the dog spell can be snatched away, but the innate ability can't be snatched away. Maybe it's better and stronger than the dog spell, it's optimized after all. Kings from afar. I want to kill you. But you immune to death me. Chapter 15. The Boiling Fighting Spirit, the world's largest swordsman. Immortal. That doesn't mean you won't get hurt. The immortality of the dog talisman is very simple. For example, Uncle Long was unscathed by a shot of dragon flame, while the Holy Master was injured by a shot. Because, Uncle Long suffered a fatal injury, triggering the body of immortality. And the Holy Master, the blood is too thick to be considered fatal, and it can only be restored with a horse spell. Fatal wounds only work. Immunity or immediate recovery once the attack is fatal. Mean. Except for the rules and even the causal ability beyond the dog charm, no lethal attack can kill Bai Yu directly. Injury has healing fruits. Fatal immunity plus injury recovery. When the two are combined, no matter who the top powerhouses appear at the moment, Bai Yu dares to go directly to them. I didn't expect the happiness of immortality to come so quickly. Bai Yu calmed down. It's a pity that I can't use it for Kaya and the others. Then, in the future, we need to think more about how to make the girls live forever. Happy together is true happiness. 2 days later. Sea Barati Restaurant. On the Sky Island Cloud Boat, Kaya was curious. Brother Bai Yu, you stopped here for a long time, what are you waiting for? I'm going to the Grand Line soon, and I'm waiting for an opponent to verify myself. Bai Yu was eager to fight at the moment, and then looked at Nami. By the way, take Nu Ouchigao and Makino down, go to the chef there to ask for some recipes, and learn some crafts by the way. Am I going down too? Nami hesitated. She saw that Luffy was still in the restaurant. Although there is no bond, but they are friends, but they must be very hostile to Bai Yu. And Makino looked down at Luffy in amazement, that kid was there too. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. What? They dare to take you away. Then throw it into the sea. I see, just a little bit. Nami made a playful face and flew down with the two girls. Bai Yu stroked Kaya's hair and said, how strong do you think the world's #1 swordsman is? It should be able to split our ship, right? Kaya thought for a while and gave an uncertain answer. After all, in Kaya's heart, Bai Yu is the strongest. Haha, almost. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing at this answer. Why is the world's largest swordsman? Advertisement. If not strong enough, that only proves that Zoro's dream is a joke. There are always people who think that Eagle Eye is not as good as the General Emperor, but in fact, there are countless swordsmen in the world, who can convince everyone to stand at the top, which is the top of the world itself. If not in the top row, then all swordsmen will be eliminated. If the world's largest swordsman is not the world's top powerhouse, then what's the use of me practicing swords? All the strongest swordsmen in the world are only second-rate powerhouses. Then all swordsmen should kill themselves. Such a simple truth is still debated. No doubt, Zoro's goal is to be the top of the world. Because hockey is also a compulsory course for swordsmen. And Hawkeye itself is one of the world's top powerhouses that can rival the Redhead. After all, if the strongest swordsmanship was second-rate, Whitebeard was not worthy to marvel at the battle between the two. Besides, the 4 emperors, it's getting harder and harder to look directly at them. This is Bai Yu's inner words. He used to see people saying that 4 emperors killed 3 admirals, and then leveled the emperor, and the emperor was a lot stronger. The 4 emperors that they had made were so powerful that they even raved about the conqueror's entanglement. Available is Big Mom and Kaido. Anyone can come up and kick, and hit anyone immune to death, it's hard to bear to look directly. 4 emperors buggy, are you afraid? If Big Mom and Kaido can kill anyone in the protagonist group, and then Luffy explodes again, then the 4 emperors might be able to hold on. Just a pity. The big move is scraping. Free teaching throughout. 2 dignified 4 emperors were beaten by a few newcomers who had been at sea for less than 3 years, for no reason. No matter how strong Kaido's performance is, he still loses. Mr. Guy, it's hard to say. Coming. Bai Yu, who was criticizing the 4 emperors for his incompetence, suddenly looked down. That man, here we come. And below, sea restaurants are also lively. Nami's sudden appearance surprises Luffy. Ah, Makino. But after seeing Makino, Luffy had a dull expression for the first time. How could that gentle big sister be here? Hallucination. Makino smiled softly. It's good to see that you're all right, I'm going to see too, with Nami. Advertisement. 1. Together. Luffy's head couldn't understand. But before Luffy could continue to speak, Nami shot directly. Cloud lock. Dozens of cloud locks directly locked the bewildered Luffy, and before he could react, Nami threw him out with force. Whoosh. Luffy flew straight out and fell into the sea. Nami, Usopp was stunned. Seeing the excited Sanji on the beautiful face, she also stopped abruptly. This woman is not easy to mess with. Huh, it's really troublesome. Zoro is a real man, throwing down his knife and jumping into the sea to save people. Don't panic everyone. Nami looked at everyone, smiled and said, my big brother is a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion yuan. My 2 sisters want to learn some cooking skills from the chef, and ask for some good recipes. May I ask you convenient? Yes, my big brother is watching from the sky. Zap. Sanji, is this a threat? This must be a threat. Such a cute little devil. Of course, Jep agreed, and he would never hide it, and it would be quick. At the same time, the Creek pirates, a group of defeated dogs fled in panic. A huge slash directly split the pirate ship. The whole place was silent. It's him. Zoro, who had just surfaced with Luffy in his arms, trembled throughout his body, which was an expression of excitement. In front of the sea is a small boat like a coffin board, with candles lit on the boat, and in the middle sits a very cold man with eagle eyes. Dracul Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, one of the top men in the world. Hawkeye ignored the crowd. In the perception of seeing and hearing, there was a will to overturn the world brewing in the sky, as if telling him, I am here. I didn't expect it, and there are surprises. Hawkeye opened his mouth coldly, and looked up slightly at the sky. I feel it. Your uncontrollable fighting intent is boiling. Are you waiting for me? The Demon King who shocked the world. Chapter 16. The frog at the bottom of the well, see how big the world is. Not in vain. Feeling Bai Yu's fighting spirit, Hawkeye's cold eyes suddenly brightened. In the newspaper, forget it. Sengoku's handwriting, blowing Bai Yu up in the sky and the earth, and pulling a wave of world-class hatred, it is difficult for people to forget. Hawkeye is naturally interested. Because Bai Yu on the bounty has a knife around his waist, that's enough. If you have the guts, come with me. Let me witness the power of the world's greatest swordsman. Not to be outdone, Bai Yu's voice fell from the sky, causing an uproar. The island cloud in the air quickly drifted into the distance. Hawkeye whispered 2 words, interesting. The next moment, Bai Yu's voice floated again. Need help. My family Kaya is very curious about how you sailed the boat. Did you use your black knife to paddle at night? Hawkeye, has it been found again? The Creek pirates were destroyed for this reason, and no one can see that my eagle eye is out of line. Damn, I have cut this demon king. Hawkeye looked around coldly for a week. No one in the restaurant on the sea dared to look at each other, and Nami lowered his head subconsciously. Yes, it is now. Paddle so fast that no one can see. Hawkeye quickly pulled out the black knife, inserted it into the sea, exhausted his strength, and was about to paddle. Zoro's excited voice sounded. The world's largest swordsman, I finally met you. Come on, let my name be heard in heaven. Luffy. Zoro, you put me up first, I'm so weak in the sea, and I'll take care of the guy who rowed the boat with a knife later. Hawkeye. There are 2 others who are not afraid of death. Hawkeye glanced at it. This is the straw hat that the redhead brags about every day. Zoro quickly threw Luffy into the dining room, then jumped onto the wreck of the Creek pirates, drew his knife and looked at Hawkeye. Draw a knife. Hawkeye was instantly incomparably cold. You sad weakling. If you are really a first-class swordsman, you will understand how far apart you are from me if you haven't fought against me. Dare to face me with a knife, should you say you have courage or ignorance? Zoro grinned. It's my ambition, and a promise with friends. Glancing at Shimayan, who was flying farther and farther, thinking of Bai Yu, who was designated as the Demon King, Hawkeye lost his patience for idle play, and he had the black knife in his hand. Frog at the bottom of the well. See how big the world is. Feel free to level A. Scoff. Advertisement. The atmosphere was torn apart. A blazing terrifying flying slash that was dozens of meters long came in a surprise attack from Zoro. Hide. Can't escape. As this the number 1 power in the world, never thought that the gap is so big. Facing this kind of slash, Zoro was horrified to find that his body could hardly move. It was incomprehensible, the instinctive feedback from the body, fear. Move, crash. In the end, Zoro almost avoided the slash by relying on his beast-like intuition and fighting consciousness. But the slashing slashes wiped off the sharp air waves entrained, and Zoro was still injured, and the air waves flew into the sea. Zoro. Luffy and a few people care about Zoro. While others looked away under the direct gaze of Hawkeye. It's now. The rowing begins. With a swish, Hawkeye disappeared. This made Nami sigh with emotion. As expected of the world's largest swordsman, he can row the boat so fast with a knife. If only he were our helmsman, he would definitely save trouble. Everyone was speechless. If Hawkeye hears it, don't cut it. 2 hours later. A deserted island coast. The island cloud fell on the sea, and the ship fell too. Standing on the bow of the boat, Bai Yu calmly looked at the eagle eyes coming from the boat, and said with a light smile, You are really interesting, how many opponents can you run into by boating like this? Why don't you get on my boat, I'll take you to fly. Hawkeye stood up on the coffin board and said coldly, You are not the first person to invite me on board, but you are the weakest one just based on your breath. You're weak, be careful if you cry. Miss Kaya couldn't help but stare at her, trying her best to maintain Bai Yu's majesty. Bai Yu grabbed Kaya and chuckled noncommittally, Can you tell me what kind of person can let you on board? Hawkeye didn't answer directly, jumped out of the boat and landed on a desert island. The voice followed, Like when I first went to sea, I was crushed by the world's top swordsman at will. Or, let me see the road ahead of Kendo. In order to become stronger, even if I kneel down and beg, I will still do it. Very round. Bai Yu understood. Simply put, using pure swordsmanship to crush Hawkeye, beyond his cognition are several levels. Then, in order to go further in the Kendo, even if you kneel, Hawkeye will still follow. Advertisement. Zoro, willing to kneel for Luffy. Hawkeye, only willing to kneel for Kendo. He is the purest swordsman. Purer than all. In my heart, apart from Kendo, I have nothing to ask for, and I have nothing to worry about. It is a pity that such a person was born in the world of pirates. I'm sorry, but my swordsmanship is very average now, and I'm not a pure swordsman, and I don't want to be a pure swordsman. Bai Yu clearly saw the disappointment in Hawkeye's eyes, but Bai Yu's voice changed. But, I can make you stronger. Maybe one day, I will suddenly beat you with swordsmanship, and use swordsmanship to crush you unreasonably. So, do you believe it? Make me stronger. One day swordsmanship crushed me. Hawkeye's eyes sharpened. He looked at Bai Yu seriously, looked directly into Bai Yu's eyes, and smiled suddenly. Young man, I hope that day will come as soon as possible. However, I hate lies the most. Come on, beat me. The apex position is so boring, I can't wait to see someone actually take my place. Having said this, Hawkeye sighed inwardly and became more serious. If you use your strength to prove you, maybe I will think about it and witness your growth with my own eyes. Otherwise, die. Bai Yu. Hello, are you serious? Bai Yu has some doubts. Is it because his mouth has been maxed out, and the system doesn't show it? Mouth escape level 999. This is Hawkeye. How can I get on the boat with a few words? Host. Bai Yu. Physical fitness. 3.5 stars. Spirit. 4 stars. Swordsmanship. 3.5 stars. Armed color. Elementary. Seeing and hearing color. Intermediate. Conquerors. Advanced bound. Innate ability. Teleportation, immortality. Special abilities. Union Fruit, Restoration Fruit. Basic combat power. 4-star, Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. Additional abilities. 5-star, General Level. Chapter 17. Bayou vs. Hawkeye, how long can you last? Good. Glancing at the personal information, Bayou instantly regained his spirits, and Bayou's basic strength did not improve much. Learn Conqueror's twisting on Hockey's true solution, at least advanced Conquerors are eligible to learn skills. However, in the development of the Restoration Fruit, Bayou's comprehensive combat power has been greatly improved. Restoration Fruit. Forever Drop God. Combat power does not equal destructive power. Bayou's destructive power is not enough, but it is enough to kill 90% of the top powerhouses. The enemy's state is restored. Coupled with the dog spell, let's fight. Okay, as you wish. Silently, Bayou came to the deserted island in an instant, a few dozen meters away from Hawkeye. Space capability. Hawkeye quickly analyzed Bayou's unreasonable movement speed, and then said coldly, if this is your reliance, then I will tell you clearly, your path, that's it. Is it? Bayou slowly drew his knife and said seriously, I also tell you very clearly that you will witness defeat today. Betting. Block each other's future. A good future for each other. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up with the knife. Young man, come on, your confidence is worthy of me using this knife. Dracul Mahawk, the world's strongest black knife knight. Bayou also stood sideways. Bayou, 21 jobs with big sharp knives, and 1 word with Dao. Scoff. Hawkeye took the lead, Bayou took a beat. Likewise, Kaya looked a little frightened and worried from a distance. It really looks like a huge difference. As soon as the eagle eye shot, the flaming crescent slash was like a crescent moon, and the mighty power of more than 100 meters was shocking. And Bayou, the slash that was just over 10 meters in size looked so pitiful and fragile. Boom. Hawkeye's slash strongly smashed Bayou's slash, and charged towards Bayou with unabated power. Brush. The next moment, just saw Bayou disappearing in place, and before he could catch Bayou, Hawkeye's fighting consciousness took the lead in capturing the crisis behind him. Armed possession. Clang. At the moment when the armed body was possessed, Bayou's knife slashed on Hawkeye's back, and the sound of steel intertwined sounded, causing a spark. Advertisement. Quote. Bayou was embarrassed for a moment. With a full blow, even Hawkeye's armed color didn't break, so how strong is Kaido? Brush. After Hawkeye turned around, Bayou disappeared again. Clang clang. The friction between the blade and the armed color, in just one breath, Bayou has already slashed Eagle Eye more than a dozen times. Ridiculous slash. Hawkeye was a little annoyed and even aggrieved. What's more, it's even more embarrassing than hitting Kizaru, let alone slashing Bayou, it's hard to capture what he sees and hears. Kizaru's movements are all linear. Bayou, on the other hand, teleports at will, without any trace. Commonly known as, I see it, but my body can't keep up. And Bayou, dozens of teleports in one breath. Boom. The swordsmanship and the armed color were released, and they shook Bayou strongly, and the eagle eye coldly shouted, young man, I have to admit, even if the knowledge and color can predict the future, it is difficult to hit you, after all, the physical reaction can't keep up. But this is your tactic. How long can you last? This foul teleportation, Hawkeye believes that the physical strength consumed is unimaginable. Bayou couldn't help shrugging. To tell the truth, I still have a lot of abilities, one of which is a bit special, that's a force from outside the world, so. It's okay to play for a few months. Hawkeye. What are you kidding? Do you want to kill my eagle eye? Outside the legendary world, that's why you have the confidence to invite me on board. Hawkeye's eyes brightened a little, and he even expected that this world was too boring. Huh, so interested. Jian Kai is really good to fool. Bayou coughed lightly. Yes, follow me and let you see the scenery of different worlds. After I beat you, no words are more powerful than actions. Well, it's time to open up. Infinite instant slash. When the body teleports with the heart, it cooperates with the recovery fruits to restore physical strength, fatigue, hunger, injuries, etc. When the two are combined, the ultimate power is displayed. That is, infinite instant slash. The enemy is undefeated and will never stop. Advertisement. Clang clang clang. The continuous sound of instant slashing sounded. When Hawkeye reacted, Bayou's attacks had already changed positions, and many of his attacks were slashing towards his hands. Almost instantly, Hawkeye suffered an all-round slash that was more violent and denser than the storm. There is no stagnation whatsoever. When Hawkeye burst out with swordsmanship and armed color trying to shake Bayou away, Bayou attacked again in the next instant. Hawkeye fell into a world where there were only slashes, and the endless slashes were numerous and dense, with no end in sight. Extremely just cut. After a few more breaths, Hawkeye, who had been slashed hundreds of times, exploded with all his power and blasted away Bayou, who appeared out of nowhere. Violent slash. The circular slash unfolded with Hawkeye at the center, cutting everything in smooth halves wherever it passed. PFF'd. A broken leg fell from the air. Bayou, who had a broken leg, also fell to the ground. An injury is a serious injury. Let's prove you. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye's movements did not stop at all. If Bayou died, it would only mean that the other party was nothing more than that. Everything is empty talk. Pole Storm. At the beginning of returning the salute, Eagle Eye also launched a violent slash at Bai Yu, who had a broken leg. The power was far stronger than Bai Yu's slash, and the terrifying storm was completely formed by the slash, and Bai Yu felt pain all over before it hit. The slash came like a tsunami. Boom. The slashing storm overwhelmed Bai Yu. And the deserted island in the rear was completely included in the attack range, and the whole island was shaking. The huge roar resounded more than 100 miles in a radius. Then, what is that? A warship happened to pass by and glanced at the deserted island from a distance, and the Marines couldn't help but be amazed. Great swordsman. A cute girl wearing glasses was very excited. That kind of attack can't go wrong, it's definitely the world's top swordsman. Right. Smoking man. Can you omit the bar? In the end is not awe. Chapter 18, Restoring the Super God. Can no one be stronger all the time? Colonel Smoker. Found an unknown pirate group, 12 nautical miles ahead. Unfamiliar pirate flag, observe the soldiers and report immediately. Then grab it and go to the deserted island to see it. Smoker frowned slightly. The recent East Blue was really not peaceful, big pirates appeared one by one. But, Tashigi looked at the soldiers and hesitated. The kind of attack on the island is not suitable for bringing troops there, and it is likely to cause unprovoked casualties. Then I'll go alone, you stay. Smoker's lower body became elemental and flew towards the ship where Kaya was. Colonel, Tashigi shouted, a little helpless. She is cute. But Smoker is just going its own way. Marine's new generation of mad dogs, the previous generation was Garp. And on a desert island. Quote. Hawkeye's movement stagnated, and for the first time there was a huge wave in his voice. Is this the so-called power outside the world? Yeah, very powerful. An intact Bai Yu appeared in front of Hawkeye. The broken leg seemed like it had never been cut off, if that wasn't a big deal. So, Hawkeye's slash disappeared immediately, making Hawkeye's heart agitated. It's not just a simple erasure, it's astonishing that it is presented in a way that looks back in time. Even his own Haki was back before it was cast, making Hawkeye incomprehensible. Injury recovery. Move back. Haki is back. Status restored. After breaking his leg, Bai Yu was in a trance for a moment because of the pain, and he ushered in a storm-like attack from Eagle Eye. Unfortunately, it's too far away. It also takes a while to slash and fly, which gives Bai Yu the opportunity to use his abilities. It seems that my combination skills still have shortcomings, and the resistance to pain is also very weak. The biggest disadvantage. I'm still not strong enough. Bai Yu quickly adjusted his state and said again, don't think about it, I don't need to explain my abilities to outsiders. Very wise not to explain. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, and frowned slightly. Since you can take back my armament and moves, that means you can cut my body directly, right? Advertisement. The hundreds of slashes just now, even if they are weak, are enough for you to slash me dozens of times. Correct. Hawkeye is not Big Mom and Kaido. Although the physique is strong, if there is no armed defense, it is really not enough for Bai Yu to cut. This is what Bai Yu marveled at the most about the restoration fruit. He originally thought that this restoration would have no effect on Hawkeye. But actually, the effect is very good. It seems that there is no power that can stop Bai Yu's recovery. He can easily make Hawkeye stand still on the ground and let Bai Yu cut. The moves and Haki are all recovered and retracted. Hawkeye is a living target, and his body is like scrap iron. It just so happens that Bai Yu can cut iron. That Eagle Eye is a piece of scrap iron that can't move. Bai Yu became inexplicably honest. I thought it would only be effective for the weak, but I didn't expect. Hawkeye's eyelids twitched wildly. Should he be proud, he has become an experiment. The experience of fighting with Bai Yu is really bad, but it feels a little weak. The ability to rule. For the time being, Hawkeye couldn't find a way to fight. Do you want to give up? Then you should admit defeat. Bai Yu teleported to midair and stepped on the white cloud. Actually, even if you don't allow you to experience a higher level of swordsmanship, as long as you follow me, you can still become stronger quickly. Up to 2 years, it will make you 20% stronger than you are now. This is Logia, Yun Yun fruit. Looking at the white clouds that Bai Yu stepped on, Hawkeye suddenly couldn't understand Bai Yu. The thunder fruit advertised in the newspapers was useless, instead it used the abilities of the crew Nami. There are so many teleportation, recovery and so on. Is this something one can have? Do you know what you're talking about? Hawkeye said seriously. Increase 20% of your strength in 2 years. It seems that your teacher, Golden Lion, didn't tell you that there is a limit to the strength of human beings. Especially after reaching the peak, it may take half your life to increase by 10%. No one can get stronger all the time. Fruit, wake up. Swordsmanship, the pinnacle of great swordsmen. Haki, 3-color top. Physique, Kaido and other levels. Advertisement. Physical skills, Garp and other levels. At most, add some special abilities. When any of these items reach the peak, ordinary people have little possibility of progress, and at most they will hone their skills and combat experience. The rest is left to time to sharpen. But because of injury and age, it's good not to go backwards, and Whitebeard is an obvious example. If someone in this era can go far beyond the peak in all aspects, then all the powerhouses in the sea are as ridiculous as playing a family. At least, Hawkeye has never seen it, nor has he heard of the powerhouses who break through these restrictions. Fight for more than a few days. Just because everyone is the same. If the difference is too much, there will be no fights for days and nights. Really? Bai Yu was noncommittal. First of all, I've never seen Golden Lion. Secondly, is your conqueror's haki reaching its peak? Your physique is already the same as Kaido's. Quote. Then have you heard of the road after conqueror's haki reaches its peak? Chop the wood, chop the iron, chop the sky, can you smash the red line with one knife? Quote. Since not, then continue to practice. It's very difficult to cultivate at your stage. Then I'll teach you. I have an easier way to become stronger. Quote. Are you the devil? Hawkeye had never seen a weakling like Bai Yu who questioned him so calmly. Yes, Hawkeye admits that Bai Yu is very powerful, but he is not strong. Oh, by the way, I haven't beat you yet, so you don't believe it, that's what it should be. Bai Yu teleported again, and the voice fell on the spot. Don't worry, I won't use that ability again, let's fight for a long time, I still need combat experience. Quote. Such a concession, it's a shame. Bai Yu's actions were like letting him operate with one hand and one foot. Hawkeye was angry, and his ability was amazing. Frog at the bottom of the well. Let you see how big the top world is. Boom. Chapter 19. Smoker Mask of Pain, Naval Headquarters Shake. Boom. Eagle Eye's strong counterattack made Bai Yu's self-binding ability somewhat difficult to approach, and the terrifying sword stance would tear his armament apart even if he approached. The body is even more unbearable. PFF'd. As soon as he got close, Bai Yu turned into a blood man, and waves of pain swept through his body. Cut. The strongest moves tend to use the simplest names. Hawkeye's blow made Bai Yu's consciousness stagnate for an instant. That's a different kind of psychic shock than Conqueror's. Boom. The extremely dazzling slash disappeared in a flash, and in an instant, it crossed most of the deserted island. With a huge roar, most of the deserted island was then cut open, and the remaining power was undiminished, and the slash split the sea for dozens of miles. The flying smoker didn't even have time to see Kaya, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out to be him, and Demon King Bai Yu. Smoker's face became heavy, and he never thought that the newcomer who had just been promoted to the Great Pirate would dare to meet Hawkeye on the deserted island. But seeing the other half of the deserted island, it seems that they have been fighting for a long time. Is this still a newcomer? Not dead. Smoker looked into the distance, and vaguely saw a half-crippled figure. Jump out of the sea. Disappeared instantly. Then appeared directly above Hawkeye, and then tangling instant slash. Bai Yu disappeared out of thin air, passing Hawkeye in an instant. This speed. Smoker was startled, his eyes couldn't keep up, not to mention his insensitive vision. Obviously, he will be killed in seconds. Damn, what have I been doing all these years? Thinking that he would be instantly killed by the rookie pirates, Smoker put on a mask of pain on his face. If it was in New World, he would be at least a lot stronger than he is now, so that the two-color hockey will not work at all times. PFF'd. Hawkeye, who was wielding a knife, had a ferocious knife wound on his body. Advertisement. Bai Yu's tyranny broke through Hawkeye's armed defense. Your knife is very good. Hawkeye felt very happy in his heart, and he hadn't been hurt for a long time. Quote. Huh, it's really powerful. Glancing at Smoker in the distance, Bai Yu said seriously, even if you try to dodge, you still get cut. Unfortunately, it is a fatal injury. Quote. Hawkeye said he didn't want to speak. That is the process, not the result. The result is that you have nothing to do with me, and you are still arguing with me here. However, since it was a fatal injury, why is Bai Yu still okay? Come on, go on. Bai Yu didn't talk nonsense anymore, he left aside some buggy abilities and rushed forward. He can't die anyway, it's very exciting. I can't even defeat a weakling with special abilities, so how can I be the strongest swordsman? Hawkeye adjusted his mentality more quickly, made big moves, and attacked Bai Yu's tyranny with the strongest stance. Boom. Boom. Bai Yu's infinite instant slash and Hawkeye's terrifying slash continued to unfold on this not very big desert island. With immortality and recovery, Bai Yu experienced the joy of fighting, and had a great time fighting with Hawkeye, who became more and more aggrieved. Impossible. What is his ability? Smoker became more and more alarmed, and even flew further away, took out the phone bug and dialed the headquarters. Kaya frowned slightly when she saw this scene, but she had no good way to stop it. You hit me too. Kaya also called the phone bug. Sister Nami, come back along the island cloud mark left by Big Brother Bai Yu, there are many marines here. Well, I'll be right back. Nami hung up the phone bug and waved his fist at Usopp. When Zoro brings Luffy out of the sea again, tell him that I have joined the Bayou pirates, don't come to me again, it will die. I see. Usopp wipes his sweat and nods. This woman is even more terrifying after gaining power. Luffy, you can have a snack. Our boat can't handle such a woman. Boom boom boom. Hawkeye and Bai Yu's battle continues. Bai Yu tried to recover more abilities and even reduce the number of teleports, but he was obviously weak. But it's all growth. Advertisement. What did you say? Teleport out of thin air. Recover very quickly. And Union Fruit. There are still some incomprehensible abilities. Hawkeye is also injured. Yes, that's what I saw, but I'm not sure. Sengoku's astonishment came from the phone bug, and Smoker didn't know what to say. The office was also silent. Until, while cutting his nails, Kizaru said with an exaggerated expression, "Ah, the young people today are so scary, they scared the old man to death." Everyone ignored the yin and yang monsters. Aokiji frowned. Teleportation and recovery, does this have to do with union fruit? Is it concept development, or is there a variety of fruit abilities, or some special fruits? Crane Vice Admiral said in a condensed voice. First of all, the Devil Fruit Pokédex was compiled by the world government, and some even concealed it from us Marine, but some people have fantasized about several fruit abilities, and it fits very well. The crowd looked over curiously. The fruit of the word spirit that speaks the law, the fruit of fantasy that creates and bestows everything, the fruit of fantasy that transforms dreams into reality, and so on. Everyone was speechless. This is too exaggerated. All in all, it is the fruit ability that permanently integrates many different types of abilities and uses them at the same time. It is a legend. Reporting to the marshal, you must have guessed wrong. I saw with my own eyes that Bai Yu, who fell into the sea, jumped out unscathed. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Smoker's dry voice came again. The crowd will be stunned. Not afraid of sea water, not fruit ability. The crane frowned slightly. It is not possible to directly deny the ability of fruit. Perhaps some ability repels or isolates the sea water. All explanations can only catch him. After this battle, the 5 elders will surely know, and there will be great interest. At that time, it was Marine and CP who acted together to capture Bai Yu. Come on then. Bai Yu deliberately ignored Smoker who was watching the battle. Immortality plus teleportation plus recovery, he needs to fight with more powerful people, otherwise he can only go to New World to fight. Moreover, it is impossible for the world government to send out all the CPs and admiral for a pirate who has just set out to sea, and kill 2 or 3 strong men to hunt them down, which is exactly what Bai Yu has in mind. Sengoku immediately said. Smoker, leave the battlefield immediately, stay away from there. No, Marshal, I must get more information from Bai Yu, sorry. Smoker just hung up the phone bug. Direct resistance. The crowd will be speechless. Aokiji helped his forehead helplessly. After all these years, Smoker was still stubborn. Still want to get promoted. In the officialdom, in addition to talent, the most important thing is the world. Chapter 20. Yu Tashigi held Nami's hands for 2 seconds. A few hours later, the battle continued unabated. Smoker's scalp went numb as he watched. This was not a battlefield he was qualified to insert. Look hard. And 10 miles away, Nami, who flew back with the 2 girls, looked down and smiled. Look, isn't that female Marine stupid and cute? The 2 women probed to look. On the deck of a Marine ship. Tashigi was wielding the knife with a straight face, then withdrew the knife, looking at the sea with his head tilted cutely and thinking about something. Then, showing a look of sudden realization, he continued to swing the knife, closed the knife, and was in a daze. Nu Aochigao couldn't help laughing. It's cute, but why do you care about Marine? Sister, have you forgotten how you got on the boat? Nami said, thinking of himself, he was cut down by Bai Yu, and then grabbed it by force. Nu Aochigao blushed inexplicably. She was too embarrassed to say it when it was snatched by Bai Yu. Nu Aochigao changed the subject. So what? So, sigh, Bai Yu is actually a very nice person, and he's also very good to us. It's okay to have some minor flaws. Nami recalled getting along these days, with a smile on his face. Bai Yu's hobbies are a bit special. He likes to grab beautiful women on board and spend all day with them. Guess what he will do in a few days? Makino smiled softly. Nu Aochigao was a little stunned, and her face turned even redder. She couldn't help posing as her sister. Little girl, what are you talking about? How old are you? Are you still looking forward to what Bai Yu will do to you? No, not. Nami quickly waved his hand and blushed. I mean, he is a normal man, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, I can't tell. Bai Yu. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Makino said softly. Nami is right, he'll touch it sooner or later, won't he? Nu Aochigao was completely stunned. Big sister speaks so directly. After all, I'm almost 30 years old, and I've been urged to get married recently. If I didn't get on the ship, I might have a child in 2 years. Makino feels like her life has been rewritten by Bai Yu, but she doesn't have a lover yet, so she has nothing to regret. Nami teased, are you waiting to give birth to my big brother? Makino was puzzled. Who is your big brother? It's Mr. Bai Yu. Nu Ochi raised her forehead, her younger sister was learning badly. Makino blushed. Advertisement. What's wrong with her age, but she's still a big girl after all. Forget it, none of that matters. The important thing is that Bai Yu has helped us a lot, and we have to give back some of it. Let's start with his hobbies. Speaking of this, Nami was a little bit excited, and controlled Bayun to fly down. Come on, let's go to the Marine fleet to grab beautiful women, and run after grabbing them, hee hee. Makino is a little curious, is this a pirate? It seems very interesting. Tashigi. Hey, am I dazzled? A white cloud floated over in the sky. It's getting closer, so interesting. Why does a human hand appear on the white cloud? It looks white and tender, is it a girl? Ah, the hands have turned into white clouds. No, Bayun has become a chain. Damn, my Tashigi was actually locked up by Bayun. Save. No voice came out. Tashigi's mouth was sealed by Bayun. Yunsuo pulled her and threw it on Shimayan, floating away. The whole thing. 2 seconds. The Marines were collectively sluggish. Tashigi was taken away. Quick, inform Colonel Smoker. Logia Union Fruit, Nami from the Bayou Pirates has appeared. Quote. This reaction. Great result protected by Smoker. If Nami was malicious, Tashigi would be cold. Woo. Tashigi kept struggling, but the cloud lock was getting tighter and tighter, full of curves. Shut up. Scream again. Kill you. Nami studied Bai Yu hard and looked fierce, but looked cute. Nuauchi raised a black line, and then tried to say coldly, don't move, or, feed the fish. You have to be good. Makino, who has been a good girl for 29 years, feels too exciting, as if opening the door to new world. Tashigi suddenly stopped moving. She doesn't want to make fearless sacrifices, at least she has to give a reason, why arrest her. Advertisement. The 4 rookies stared blankly. They are all first time and very inexperienced. The other end. Smoker, who received the news, also frowned, looking at Kaya on the boat not far away from time to time, his fists clenched constantly. Why did they arrest Tashigi? Is there anything special about her? She's obviously stupid. She is my subordinate after all. Smoker is ready to take Kaya, at least qualified to talk. He was about to fly over. Bai Yu's cold voice came. If you dare to touch her, I will kill all the Marines in East Blue, and I will do what I say. You. Damn. Smoker was fuming with smoke, gritted his teeth and said, what a despicable pirate, isn't the life of other people not life in your eyes? Bai Yu was disdainful. Oh, I'm sorry, in my eyes, other than my own people, not people. Hawkeye. Ah. Got offended. No, offended already, you're fighting with me, and still thinking about wrangling with Marine. Let's take an intermission. Buffering the feeling of suffocation fighting Bai Yu, Hawkeye closed his sword slightly and said coldly, your growth rate is very fast. If you continue like this, within 10 years, the basic strength of your abilities may catch up with me. 10 years. Bai Yu was stunned. I'll be 30 years old in 10 years. It's too slow. I plan to take 2 years at most. Smoker, who was about to continue roaring, froze. Self-esteem is greatly trampled. Hawkeye, who was about to continue pretending, lost his composure again, and couldn't help shouting, I doubt that we are from 2 worlds. Many of your perceptions are completely different from mine. 30 years old. Many talents begin to cultivate. 50s is the real peak of a strong person. Do you want to reach the peak at the age of 20, and what do you want to surpass this world in the future? It is a must. Bai Yu has a big heart. Even if the combat power of the original anime is a bit broken in the later period. But this is the real world. From the moment he arrives, the world will move because of him. Chapter 21. So, my innate abilities are all rule-based. Throwing away his thoughts, Bai Yu replied, my goal is to conquer the world, transcend the world, and finally, enter. New world. Seeing what Smoker wanted to say, Bai Yu snorted coldly, Smoke man shut up, the new world I'm talking about is not the grand line new world you think, indigenous. I'm sorry, I said it from my heart. Why indigenous? Haven't seen the frog at the bottom of the well. Hawkeye was lost in thought. Why is Bai Yu determined to new world? And his abilities outside of that world are really terrifying. Chong. Hawkeye closed the knife and turned around. Bai Yu froze for a moment. Why didn't you fight? I believe your words, and I am defeated. Although Hawkeye is cold, he is very calm. You are far inferior to me in basic strength, but I am far inferior to you in overall strength. After all, your ability. Forget it, I'm tired. For the first time, Hawkeye knew that some abilities were truly unlimited. Such as the ability to make his haki and moves back. It just doesn't make sense, and there is absolutely no chance to resist. Also, Bai Yu ignored several mortal attacks. So what? Bai Yu expressed his expectation. He seemed to feel his prime was coming. Swordsman, do what you say. Eagle-eyed sharp eyes looked at Bai Yu for a few seconds, but now you, regardless of your abilities, are too weak. I will come back to you in 2 years. Someone blocked one hand in the new era, then. I blocked all futures in the new era. Red hair. Hiss. Smoker felt like his brain was going to explode when he saw such an incredible scene. Hawkeye, planning to join the group. Although they didn't enter now, but they made an agreement with each other. How can that be? My mouth is full. Bai Yu was also in a trance. He seriously doubted that his mouth escaped beyond the world, and he forgot how he fooled Hawkeye. Confused. Although 2 years. But if Bai Yu opens a few more links, he might catch up with Hawkeye in a few months. After all, Luffy has been leveling up several times in a few days, so it's not too much for Bai Yu to level up dozens of levels in a few months. I have seen the power beyond the world from you, and only in you can I see the possibility beyond everything. Hawkeye gave Bai Yu an explanation. Bai Yu suddenly realized. Advertisement. Hawkeye, don't ask for anything else, all promises of benefits are invalid for him. Only by letting him see the hope of progress can he have the opportunity to join the team. Red hair. There is no chance after the break. Other people. Hawkeye has only 2 words. Ha ha. Only Bai Yu. He saw. Out of the world. Something is going to happen. Smoker realized the seriousness of the matter, and he didn't understand the conversation between the two at all. But, something really happened. He seemed to see a force that turned the world upside down, nurturing and starting to set sail in East Blue. Bai Yu, we're back. Hee, look at what this is a gift I brought back to you, you will definitely like it. Kojima cloud flew over, and Nami floated over happily carrying something. When he saw the thing locked by the cloud, Bai Yu looked at Nami with admiration, what are you robbing her for? What? Nami was stunned. Didn't Bai Yu like it? I feel your sincerity. I like your attitude, but return the person. Bai Yu said, removed the cloud lock that locked Tashigi, and then said to the overwhelmed cute girl, go back quickly. You see Smoker is in a hurry, go back now. Huh, oh. Tashigi hasn't regained his senses yet, and walked towards Smoker in a daze, his mind blank. Hawkeye watched grimly, Nami's head buzzed, and Smoker frowned. And when Tashigi walked up to Smoker. Next moment. Bai Yu shouted loudly, Beauty Marine in front, it is officially announced that you were robbed by me. Swipe. Bai Yu blinked twice, flashed to Tashigi and flashed back with her. Only then did Bai Yu smile with satisfaction. Let's go, set off for the Grand Line. Hawkeye, Smoker, Tashigi. Oh, I see. Seeing this, Nami suddenly realized, and then said speechlessly, isn't it right that someone else grabs it? What kind of hobby are you? You have to grab it yourself to be happy, right? Yes, I'll be happy. Bai Yu didn't explain anything, turned his head to look at Smoker. I took her away. I'm in a good mood today to spare your life. If you don't want to die, get out. Brush. Advertisement. The next moment, Bai Yu teleported back to the ship with Hawkeye, Nami and Tashigi, and dragged Nochigao and Makino back. Island Cloud, get up. Bai Yu controls Shimayan. Blink and disappear. At this time, Smoker came back to his senses, and was really shocked by Bai Yu's sassy actions, and suddenly roared angrily. Return Tashigi. But looking at Shimayan flying far away, Smoker is a little weak, what can he do if he catches up? Hawkeye why in the end, it's really going to happen. ... Island Cloud's boat. Looking at the whole ship, Hawkeye said coolly, you just teleported up with me. Yup. Bai Yu nodded casually. Not only that, as long as I've been to places, I can even teleport people and ships there. So, it's absolutely safe here. There's nothing to hide. Yesterday, Bai Yu took the 4 daughters and went home to see them one by one. Hawkeye still stared at Bai Yu coolly. It seems that you don't understand what I mean, you forced me to teleport here. I resisted. No, what? Bai Yu was a little surprised. Is his ability so unreasonable, completely ignoring the difference in strength? Bai Yu was not embarrassed, and said calmly, to be honest, I didn't realize until today that many of my abilities, others are irresistible, and they are all close to the rules. I originally thought that it could only be useful to my peers. Hawkeye didn't know what to say. Is this the so-called blessing of God? As far as the few Bai Yu abilities that Hawkeye knows so far, he can already make him invincible, and it is even possible to kill or exhaust the rest of the generals. What did he not understand? Thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel that Bai Yu's future is incalculable, and it may really open up a new era. If that's the case, even if you can't go to the new world, you can be considered to have experienced the peak of the great era together. The beginning of a truly new era. Red hair. You're betting on the future of the straw hat. I bet all on Bai Yu's future. Let's compare. Put me down at sea. This is the pointer of the island where I am. If you are ready, come to me. Chapter 22. Once again, the Myriad Realms Lottery, the storage ring is standard. Give. Hawkeye handed over a permanent pointer and phone bug. He was still used to being alone. Anyway, it was easy for Bai Yu to find him, and there was no difference between here and in his home. Otaku rarely go out. Nami, do your research, you need to know the permanent pointer when you go to the Grand Line. Oh, here I am. After Nami took it, Bai Yu looked at Hawkeye again and said. Wait for me for 3 minutes. Bai Yu came to where Tashigi was. She is still bound by cloud locks, and her curves are good. Seeing Bai Yu's arrival, Tashigi immediately glared. Let go of me, what are you trying to do? I won't give in to the pirates. But when he saw the knife in Bai Yu's hands, Tashigi felt a little pain. My knife is in the hands of a big pirate like you, so I must be crying. And Hawkeye's knight, Whitebeard's cloud cut, Redhead Griffin, Roger's ace. These knives that were taken away by the wicked, I will take them back sooner or later. You are brave, not to mention Roger's ace. Other knives, I don't know how much Tashigi has to open to do it, maybe rely on others. Bai Yu said directly. If you want to get the knife back, first, defeat me, and second, join me. Impossible. Tashigi shook his head fiercely, and his slightly cute face became firm. I died here today, being bullied by you, and it is impossible for me to join you. Really? I'll think about it then. Bai Yu fell silent a little. The air was suddenly quiet, and Tashigi glanced at Bai Yu, then at her knife, looking back and forth, as if thinking, how to kill. But Tashigi looked at it for a long time, and then started stunned again. Oh, right. Bai Yu's words startled Tashigi. Tashigi suddenly became more courageous, and said resolutely, have you figured out how to insult me? Come on, if I call out, I don't deserve to be called a swordsman. Done. Bai Yu saw her and rolled over and lay down. Question mark. She's so stupid. It's that simple. Bai Yu said casually. I made an agreement with Hawkeye that within 2 years, it is very likely that he will be allowed to board the ship. Tashigi immediately sat up and glared at Bai Yu. What did you say to Hawkeye? No, what the hell are you going to do? Bai Yu whispered. Shish, don't yell, it's not good for your skin, and it's not good for kendo. Ah, really? Thanks for the reminder. Tashigi was obviously taken aback, then thanked. Bai Yu. Advertisement. Did I stole a cute thing back? Well, since I'm a big pirate, it must be a huge danger. Your refusal to join is nothing more than death, and death is worthless. Bayou kept inducing. So, why don't you agree on the surface? Then secretly act as Marine's spy, or stop me in time when I make a mistake. Then aren't you boundless? Tashigi froze. It seems, makes sense. Sacrifice one me and save thousands of civilians, why didn't I think of it before? Bai Yu chuckled. Come on board, my companion. Tashigi nodded subconsciously. Bai Yu handed the knife over. We are family from today on, if I make a big mistake, please guide me in time, thank you in advance, dear Ms. Tashigi. No. You're welcome. Tashigi stood up and returned the salute. But when she looked up, she found that Bai Yu had disappeared. No, how did I join the pirates? Tashigi felt his head dizzy, a little overwhelmed, and his face turned red and white. Tashigi rubbed his swollen head and said distressed-edly, since there is no escape, this is the only way to do it. I hope it can lead him to the path of justice. Mother said that when you have a headache, you can just sleep. Yes, sleep now. Tashigi fell asleep. 3 seconds to fall asleep. ... Ding, congratulations to the host for robbing Tashigi to become a crew member, subordinate and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Is it a lottery? Let's start. Ding, congratulations to host for drawing an item. Advanced Na Ring 100. 100 nativity rings. This familiar and unfamiliar word instantly pulled Bai Yu's memory into a world of fire. It's the space storage ring. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, is it optimized? Optimization. Ding, optimization is complete. Advanced Na Ji. 100,000 cubic meters of space. Sturdy. Indestructible and can withstand space cuts. Collection. Consume a small amount of physical strength, and each time you collect items, you must not exceed your own strength. Range. According to strength, at least 1 meter. Recycling. Host can be reclaimed across space remotely. Very simple, Bai Yu is basically satisfied. Advertisement. 100, enough for the girls to share in the future. But for sure, Miss Nami must be very happy, but she has been distressed for a long time and her money has nowhere to hide. Time room, experience card physique Dan or something will do. What Bai Yu is worried about now is the strength of the girls. After all, he can't be by their side all the time. Even if the spatial coordinates are left, it is sometimes difficult to support, because it is not known when something happened. When Bai Yu walked out of the room, Tashigi, who had slept for dozens of seconds, also came out. It's a benefit. Bai Yu took out a book and handed it to Hawkeye. Welfare. Hawkeye was a little interested, took a look at it, and there were 4 words on the cover. Hockey really understands. Hockey cheats. Hawkeye's expression is slightly strange. I know you've seen too many hockey training techniques, but this one is different. Makes you stronger faster. Like this hockey real solution, Bai Yu will give the younger brothers who will work in the future, the stronger the strength, the better the part-time work. As for the ring and the like, they are all for the girls. Bai Yu said, don't spread rumors. Well, take me down. Hawkeye's pace quickened a bit. He didn't look at it now, and when he was bored rowing and flipping through the sea, his expression management went out of control. Bai Yu manipulated Shimayan and dragged Hawkeye and his boat down to the sea. Hawkeye shouted. Although I haven't joined yet, but in order to make you grow faster, so. Wait and read the newspaper. Bai Yu, so what? Brother, what do you mean? Don't fool me like Sengoku. Bai Yu feels something is wrong. Hawkeye should stop hating him. Although he is not afraid, there are always a few people he wants to make friends with. For example, Ming brother. Brother Ming, I see that the sisters of your family are destined to me, how about making friends? For example, the Queen. Big sister, Daughter Island will be our common home in the future, and we will guard it together. Especially, Mr. Guy. The number 1 teacher in the pirate world is none other than my teacher Guy, and Bai Yu is still thinking about upgrading in the past. Watching Hawkeye leave, Bai Yu couldn't help but guess. Eagle Eye, the 6th child, looks like he has big eyebrows and big eyes. Maybe he is thinking about how to train me. Chapter 23. Bai Yu. Nami, wait for me at 10 o'clock in the evening. Wait for Hawkeye to leave. Bai Yu took out an extremely delicate ring and looked at the girls. Nami, Kaya, Nuauchigao, Makino, and Tashigi all looked over, looking at this scene in amazement. Bai Yu held the ring and watched what they were going to do. Thinking of something beautiful, Kaya's face immediately flushed red. Brother Bai Yu. Do you have a ring in your hand? Right. Seeing what the girls had misunderstood, Bai Yu chuckled and briefly introduced the role of Naji. Before he could finish speaking, Nami rushed over, but he was empty. I also want. Brother Bai Yu, do you have mine? Please give me one by all means, thank you. Quote. This kind of storage ring surprised the girls, and they were eager to ask for it. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu was ready to enjoy the life of the emperor. Bai Yu big brother. Nami blinked, twisted his waist, pulled Changyan to lean over, hugged Bai Yu's arm and said, for others, they want to, accept the ring. Bai Yu's eyes brightened and he whispered, look at your performance. Quote. How do you behave? Nami glanced at Kaya and the others, and whispered. Looking at Kaya and Nuauchigao who are eager to try not far away, and Tashigi who was cute, Bai Yu was upright. Look what you look like now. Have you exercised today? Are you lazy again? And you guys? Hey, sane. Nami pouted and turned around. Then Bai Yu's words came in a low voice. At 10 o'clock, the room will wait for me. What? The three girls exclaimed when they saw Nami, and then ran away with a blushing face. Bai Yu smiled, walked over to Kaya and handed a ring. Yours and I have already prepared, this is the most special one, there are good things in it. Thank you, big brother Bai Yu. Kaya's big eyes turned into crescents with a smile. Gently pinching Kaya's pretty face, Bai Yu looked at Nuachigao and Makino who were expecting. Advertisement. You can't do it if you don't practice. You are the weakest here. It will last for 10 days. I want to see your efforts. Bai Yu is also a last resort. Kaya knows that they have worked hard, but Nuachigao and Makino have no sense of crisis. What should they do if they are in danger? Well, I see. Nuachigao and Makino are not lost, they are motivated by goals. Makino integrated into the group much faster than Bai Yu thought. The good girl has been doing it for a long time, who knows if there is a little devil in her heart. You too. Not even hockey. You're too weak, you know. For Tashigi, Bai Yu wants to spur. She looks like Kuina, not to mention all of Kuina's talents, at least half of it. Yes, sir, Tashigi replied subconsciously, then a little embarrassed. Bai Yu expressed his satisfaction. I don't need to stick to the title of captain. I like different titles. It's okay to call me a marshal. Tashigi. It is rumored that Marshal Sengoku will definitely give me a bounty of 1 billion. After arranging several girls, controlling Shimayan to fly towards the upside-down mountain, Bai Yu also started his daily practice. First, practice the practice method. Try to train your body first like teacher Guy. Night. Kaya room. When he opened the ring and saw the so-called good things prepared by Bai Yu inside. Kaya blushed all over. Maid outfit, nurse outfit. There are also a lot of clothes, piled up like a hill, and Kaya is not well. Brother Bai Yu, when did he buy it? Kaya was shy and fell into doubt. Shirobu village should not sell it, right? When exactly? The other side. Nami room. Advertisement. Nervousness, apprehension, anticipation, panic and other emotions intertwined on Nami's face, waiting in the room. It's 9 o'clock. Ah, it's 10 past 9. Wow, it's half past 9. Huh, it's 9:40. Whirring. Nami fell asleep nervously. When Bai Yu came in and looked at Nami who was asleep, he was a little stunned. How could this night owl go to bed so early? It wasn't intentional, was it? Little lazy cat, little stupid cat. Lightly pinching Nami's nose, looking at Nami who was unresponsive, Bai Yu suddenly smiled. Although you haven't gotten much stronger, but you've already pinched your nose, and it's a shame if you don't wake up. HMPH, big liar. Nami habitually addressed him, opened his eyes and wrinkled his nose and said, why don't you secretly just treat me as asleep? I'm nervous. What are you nervous about? Bai Yu made a surprised expression. I came to your room to give the ring, you. Big liar. Nami stood up suddenly. At this moment, Thin was dropped. Bai Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances. The little girl was very well prepared, and she was so angry. Seeing Nami exclaiming and hiding back under the quilt, Bai Yu chuckled. What are you hiding? I saw everything, and I came in too. Bai Yu, have you washed it yet? I just came here after washing. Don't worry, I understand. What do you understand? Who do you understand? Don't change the subject, look at your ring. It's you who are changing the subject. I'll accept the ring first. Who do you understand? Kaya hasn't, I know. Kaya's still telling you this. She's still young. That, I asked for a long time after grinding. Okay, even Kaya is bullying, watch me help Kaya get bullied back, 100 times faster. The night is beautiful tonight. A meteor streaks across the night sky, as if shining the whole world. Beauty is performing. Chapter 24. Pirate Shield. The 6 eagle eyes begin to perform. The next day, in the confusion of Kaya's 3 daughters, Miss Nami did not come to breakfast for the first time. And Tashigi has consciously started to exercise. Asking Kaya, Bai Yu said casually, are you ill? Kaya, you go and see, just restore her body, just, before 10 o'clock last night. Nami. Big liar is so bad. Obviously so painful. Do you want her to do it again? If you use your power like this, you will cry. Watching Kaya leave, Nuauchi said, according to Nami's plan, if the direction is right, at the speed of Shimayan, it will probably be upside down the mountain tomorrow. Do you want to stop? Upside down mountain. Bai Yu thought about it, there was nothing to see there. Take a look at it from a high altitude, and Bai Yu can leave a space coordinate by the way. No, take Kaya to study medicine. Stop there for a while, and choose the middle one of the 7 routes. This route is quite interesting. When Nami wakes up, go straight to Whiskey Peak and buy a permanent alabasta pointer. What little garden? Drum Island. If you have the opportunity to go shopping in the future, if it happens to drift by, then leave the space coordinates by the way. The main thing is to keep the coordinates. Bai Yu hopes that the coordinates of the space will be kept all over the world, where he wants to go. Bai Yu suddenly looked up into the distance. Nuauchigao asked curiously, what's wrong? I seem to hear someone discussing me. The sky is empty. No, it seems very far away, maybe it's an illusion. Well, I'll make you a cup of coffee. At the same time. Marineford, office of the Marshal. Sengoku looked at the generals currently in the headquarters with a solemn expression, and said solemnly, today's important meeting, the first theme, capture Bai Yu alive. Generals. A small group of Vice Admiral are curious, who is Bai Yu? Advertisement. After all, Bai Yu has only been famous for a day or two, and there are many generals who are so busy that they can't take care of eating. It's normal that no one knows him. This is the task explained above. Cooperate with CP. The task requirements must be completed. Multiple abilities, not afraid of sea water. It's very interesting up there. As Sengoku's words fell, the pot exploded. The last time this absolutely necessary task of cooperating with CP seemed to be destroying Ohara. It's scary, Kizaru said casually. This time it should be none of his business. No one cares for a few words, right? But Sengoku looked over with sharp eyes. The request above requires your cooperation, Pulsalino. Can't I do it alone? Kizaru chose to go ahead and retreat. But this time Sengoku is very firm. We have let go of the unknown number of big pirates entering New World. If we can solve it sooner, there will be less hidden dangers. It used to be all kinds of uncertainty, which led to the growth of the big pirates one by one. But this time, I can tell you for sure that Bai Yu, who was once dubbed the Demon King by me, definitely has the potential to become a king. It's even grown. This time, there is no room for loss. Seeing Sengoku so resolute, Kizaru suddenly showed a bitter face. During a good vacation, he had to come over to join in the fun. He really wanted to slap himself. Have you read it all? After everyone read Bai Yu's profile, facing everyone's gaze, Sengoku said, those can only prove his potential and future, but one thing has already proved his qualifications as a powerhouse. Morgans just spoke to me, someone contacted him in person last night to release the news, and the paper has already been published. The world's greatest swordsman, Shichibukai, Mahawk, is officially confirmed. Join the Bayou pirates. Occupation. Shield. Bayou. The sixth. Whoa, there was an uproar. Even Kizaru put down his nail clippers, no longer terrifying one bite, but a dignified light in his eyes. What is a shield? You are not strong enough to qualify. You are not loyal enough to qualify. You are not qualified to sacrifice your life for the captain. Otherwise, you are the object of ridicule of all pirates. Advertisement. Just like the strongest shield in CP0, there has never been any precedent for betrayal. The strongest shield is not the CP0 squad leader or something. For decades, only a few other pirate groups have appeared with shields. They are all top powerhouses. But they all died for the captain. Therefore, sometimes the shield is the honor of some pirates, but not many people can bear it. Chong. As a rare female great swordsman, Vice Admiral Gion, the beauty codenamed Momosugi subconsciously drew her sword. What a shield. Is it by you? What qualifications do you have to make the world's largest swordsman work for you? Momosugi's tone contained disapproval. Of course, it's more of a curiosity. She really didn't know Bai Yu before, and Momosugi was still digesting the sudden bombardment of information. Another big news came suddenly. That's the number one in the world. If you don't forcefully crush and defeat it in the field he is good at, how can you make the number one in the world admire? But if even Hawkeye can be overcome by strength, then he is not worthy of the title of the strongest swordsman, which represents absolute rather than bending. Bai Yu must have something that Hawkeye wants to get or see after giving everything for it. What is it? Momosugi's words were heard by everyone. An unknown creature named Jaji subconsciously buttoned his nose and said casually, maybe Bai Yu is his son. Suddenly the air was silent. Noticing everyone's eyes, Jaji Chato didn't care. Why are they looking at me, am I right? If no one is trained, how can Bai Yu have such strength at this age? Anyone has a growth experience, even if the strong are hidden in the folk, we all have backups, don't we? But Bai Yu doesn't have it, and the CP can't find it. That's secret cultivation. Since Golden Lion is fake, then Hawkeye may be real. Makes sense. What the FK? Well known. There is no woman in the eagle eye's eyes, there is no woman in the heart, and the sword is drawn naturally. Unless someone is drugged, it is difficult for Hawkeye to think about offspring. Chapter 25. The world shakes, is it Brother Ming? I am Bai Yu. Realize this. Jaji changed his mouth and said, Teacher, when the disciple grows up, it becomes the teacher's hope. It is normal to fight for the disciple. Sengoku didn't retort. Everything is possible, even the golden lion I made up is possible, after all, there is no news of him. So, catching Bai Yu alive, plus the accident of Hawkeye, has greatly increased the difficulty. The above is mainly about Bai Yu's various abilities and origins, but we can't let Bai Yu escape for this so-called curiosity. So, when necessary, be sure to kill. In addition to Kizaru, Momosugi, you will also go, and Garp who is coming to East Blue will join you. Everyone was stunned again. The battle against Bai Yu is too big, and there are CPs to cooperate, shouldn't it be Chen Kang's sneak attack on the 4 emperors? Just this lineup. Going to a wave of 4 emperors is completely fine. Sengoku understands everyone's stunned, but the more he thinks about Bai Yu's various abilities and potentials, the more he feels like a threat. Sometimes, the ones with great potential are more threatening than the strong ones in their current years. Such as the former Roger. Garp. It was sent to the town, saving him from running around. Crane Vice Admiral asked, do you need to increase the bounty for Bai Yu's group? Sengoku thought for a moment and gave up. The time interval was too short, and Sengoku didn't think Bai Yu could last long. As soon as Bai Yu's route is determined, act immediately. Yes, Marshal. Well, on to the next topic. Changes to some regulations in Shichibukai. Blue sky and white clouds. The news bird, which started in the morning, has been sold all over the world and started to cause a sensation around the world. And when Bai Yu dragged the island cloud, stopping over the upside-down mountain, when the girls exclaimed for the upside-down mountain, a news bird passed by. What? 500 berry. Why don't you go grab it? Nami angrily bargained with the news bird, but the news bird's eyes showed a small look of whether he wanted to buy it or not. Very well, I remember you. Nami paid for the newspaper with a little heartache, turned around and ran to Bai Yu's side. When Bai Yu glanced at the newspaper, helplessly sighed. It was a wrong payment after all. Hawkeye, you old sixth. The newspaper is clearly an exclusive report from Eagle Eye. The world's largest swordsman is very good, no matter what major forces, will be interested to take a second look. This look. Advertisement. The world is frying. Ant. Well, Auntie is still having S**x. This day, she was either eating or sleeping, or she was having S**x, and Kaoru and the others didn't have time to inform her. And on the island of ghosts. Since Kaido didn't know where to go to commit suicide, Jin looked at the newspaper and fell into deep thought. The tone was a little more serious. Notify Jack. Don't wait for Bai Yu at Sabayati, let him come back, immediately. Quinn rarely quarreled with Jin, but sighed with emotion. The newcomers are so unreasonable, aren't they posing as Hawkeye? Jin didn't care. He suddenly felt that the big time was coming. Moby DK. The same silence. As a swordsman, Beasta kept touching the knife and murmured, You are Hawkeye. You are Hawkeye. The strongest swordsman in the world. Beasta is convinced. But now, I suddenly feel a little angry. An 18-year-old kid actually made you bend over for him, what do you want the other swordsmen to think? Beasta's anger was indisputable, which attracted Marco's comfort. Don't think about it, there are too many hard-to-prevent abilities in the world, maybe Hawkeye is deceived, controlled and trapped. Gu. Children, the world of the strong always only looks at the result, not the process. Seeing his sons talking, Whitebeard took the opportunity to take a sip of wine, and then laughed. No matter how that young man did it, but it turned out like this, we can't underestimate him anymore. Seeing each other for a day is like every 3 autumns. The first time Bai Yu became famous all over the world, many people were dissatisfied, and the second time, it shocked many people. Many bounty hunters who were preparing to form a group to brush Bai Yu stopped for it. And at Red Hair Pirates. That's a complete frying pan. For Hawkeye, the whole group is very familiar with each other. After all, Hawkeye often comes to drink together, and everyone has a good relationship. There are also many swordsmen who have been instructed by Eagle Eye. And the redhead, every time Hawkeye came, he had to invite him to board the ship again, and he never gave up. But this time, when the red hair was puzzled, horrified, shocked, and angry, he called Hawkeye to the queen. Hawkeye replied coolly, You once said that you gambled your left arm on a new era. Then, I bet my future on the new era. Red hair. Does Bai Yu have Nika fruit? Is Bai Yu the one in the prophecy? Are Bai Yu and Joey Boy related? The redhead wanted to refute, but he didn't know where to start, so he could only say bitterly, Alas, it seems that the more I mess up, the worse I get, even a newcomer can't compare, can you still come out for a drink in the future? Hawkeye said directly, Send me the location, I'll go over now. Advertisement. Hey, is it so free? HMPH, I'm Hawkeye. Quote. Hey, I can give you freedom too. The redhead is envious and jealous. Bai Yu, I remember you. Open black lens bracket Hawkeye joins the Bai Yu pirates. Serving the shield. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Admiral 4 Emperors. Pray for them not to meet Bai Yu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Other Shichibukai. There is no chance of a death battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Those who are not afraid of death, come and challenge Bai Yu. Close black lens bracket. My eagle eye would like to call the Demon King Bai Yu the strongest. Close black lens bracket. Above, the information condensed by Bai Yu. Hawkeye, you know how to play. Are you looking for some excitement for me? If you haven't joined, you're just playing wildly. Bai Yu was convinced and hated him again. After the last time the world was the enemy. This time, the whole world is the enemy. The side provocation again and again, maybe Whitebeard has a small notebook in Bai Yu's heart. Huh, Bai Yu, my concubine remembers you, ha ha ha, if you have the guts, come find Lousy in the desert. He, come on, I'll make you the most perfect zombie. If you want to travel, where would Bai Yu want to go? Now, Dressrosa. Inside the magnificent palace hall. Sweep, slap, slap. Looking at the newspaper and the collected information on Bai Yu, Doflamingo walked in the hall and laughed loudly. Multiple abilities in one, not afraid of sea water. What secret is there on you? I'm more and more interested in you, Yang Yang. The eagle-eyed guy looked serious. Dover restrained his smile and fell into contemplation. He naturally understood Hawkeye, a top-level powerhouse who was extremely cold and uninterested in everything. How many people have asked him to come aboard? Go and play. If he is not tied to the boat when he is weak, then when he grows up, there is no chance at all. Blue, Blue. The phone worm rang, the unfamiliar number. Dover raised his eyebrows slightly, and answered the channel. Which one? Is that Brother Ming? I'm Bai Yu. Chapter 26. Beloved siblings, 3 legendary fruits. Demon King Bai Yu. The air in the hall was quiet. Toripal, Pika, Diamante and the others were a little stunned. They just discussed Bai Yu. Did you find it by yourself? Yang. I've heard the name for a long time, this sudden connection really scared me. Doflamingo's expression was uncertain, he really didn't know Bai Yu's character. Bai Yu's voice came again. I asked for your contact information from Hawkeye, nothing else. Doflamingo listened quietly, at least Bai Yu's tone was very easygoing, only to hear Bai Yu continue. Brother Ming, make a friend. Dover was startled for a moment, then laughed loudly. Hey, I like to make friends with others, especially a big pirate like you. No, Brother Ming, you have pointed out the direction for many pirates. You are my senior. Foo, I dare not be your senior, Your Excellency the Demon King. Don't say that, just call me Bai Yu, I really want to make friends with you. Quote. Dover frowned slightly. Wouldn't it be too polite for this big pirate demon king who reached 1 billion for the first time? When things go wrong, there must be demons. Dover has been in the underground world for decades, but he doesn't believe in the truth, the good and the beautiful, let alone any friends. Bai Yu's voice came. Since it's a friend, can you please, send me some good fruits? Deliver. Sure enough. Is this a threat? Thought Dover. Bai Yu. Don't get me wrong, pay with one hand and deliver with the other, but my requirements are a bit high. Hey, I thought you were going to grab it, my friend. When it came to the fruit, Dover was full of confidence. What kind of fruit do you want? I happen to have a few here. Come on, a few logias, you demons, please. Dover almost didn't scold. There are only a few elements in nature, how many more do you want? If I hadn't you demons, would it be your turn? Then let me tell you, dark fruit, time fruit, sand fruit, thunder fruit, lion fruit, door fruit, momo fruit, soul fruit, 9-tails fox, bat, and... Stop, are you serious? Dover was a little angry. Some of them are owned. How do you ask him to find them? Advertisement Bai Yu said calmly. Except for a few people who need to be found, as long as I kill the master, won't I have it? Dover's pupils shrank. Diamante and others were shocked. Not to mention other things, just say soul fruit, momo fruit, one is the 4 emperors, and the other is impelled down. And lion fruit, the legendary pirate, Brother Ming, you just need to find it and leave the rest to me. Fu yang. Doflamingo couldn't stop laughing for a while. As long as you can do it, when I find it, I will give it to you in person. Not to mention whether Bai Yu is joking. Just for this confidence, Dover was convinced. Once upon a time, Dover was also in high spirits and did not take everything seriously, but he has experienced too many social beatings. Alas, I'm in tears when I say more. Brother Ming, keep in touch when you're okay, my friend. Yang. I look forward to your growth, my friend. Watching Bai Yu hang up the phone, Dover couldn't help but walk to the window, overlooking Dressrosa. Yang. Did you see it? The times are smiling. Above the island cloud, after Bai Yu hangs up the phone bug. Nami leaned over and pouted. There are several devil fruits at every turn. Do you have the money to buy them? Bai Yu was puzzled. Why buy it? Nami was shocked. Don't you think? You're too bad, he's your friend. Yeah, he's my friend. Bai Yu took a sip of the juice and said of course, since he is a friend, as my dearest sibling, he will give me the fruit as a gift, isn't it right? 5 girls. All right, they thought Bai Yu was going to grab it. After all, Bai Yu is pretty good to friends. Dover. Okay, Nami takes control of Shimayan. I'll take Kaya to Twin Points for a while. Twin Points. Advertisement inside Laboon, arranged as blue sky and white clouds. Ku Carlos looked at the newspaper leisurely, and kept making a tisk. In any case, this Bai Yu can't be underestimated if Hawkeye can make such an evaluation. I met the Lombard pirates 50 years ago, and promised the captain of the Lombard pirates, Pattern, Yankee, to take care of the young Laboon. 26 years ago, I met the Roger pirates and was invited to be a ship doctor, so I temporarily left Laboon and boarded Roger's pirate ship, and treated Roger's illness to ensure that he could complete the journey of the Grand Line. Since Crocus also wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the Rumba pirates on the Grand Line, he agreed to board the ship. After 2 or 3 years as a ship doctor, it was dissolved. But still haven't met the Rumba pirates. You guard the lighthouse at Twin Points every day, spend your days leisurely reading newspapers, and accompany the whale Laboon to wait for the Rumba pirates. So, want to know about Brook? Huh? Someone is coming. The sudden voice didn't make Ku Carlos panic, he had nothing to be afraid of at his age. But, it turned out to be you. Looking at the sudden appearance of Bai Yu and Kaya, Ku Carlos showed interested eyes. This way of appearing. Space type. If it is a complete space fruit. That is one of the 3 legendary fruits. What? What about the other 2? Bai Yu also took an interest. The fruit of time is definitely there. I didn't expect that even the space fruit might exist. It's a bit confusing. The space is too terrifying. What about the other one? Don't be Nika fruit. Ku Carlos didn't say much, but stood up and asked curiously, you actually know Brook, is he still alive? Boom. The whole room began to vibrate. This is what alarmed Laboon. Be honest with me, if you want to know about Brook. Bayou's conquerors is gone in a flash. Laboon's body trembled slightly. Immediately be honest. Ku Carlos couldn't help but exclaimed. What just flashed, it won't be an illusion. At least advanced, rare in the world. The Rumba pirates are wiped out in the magic triangle, including Brook. But he came back to life. Chapter 27, Princess Vivi, you will be the devil's woman from now on. Because of eating Wangshen fruit before his death, when his soul walked out of Wangshen and was about to return to his body, he was lost for a year, his body had turned into a skeleton, and his hair exploded, and he spent decades alone. Then Moria came and cut off his shadow, completely unable to sail, unable to see the sun. Every time he heard Bayou's words, Ku Carlos was amazed and excited at the end. It's good not to die. Laboon also made a surprise tweet. Thank you, it seems that my years of waiting have not been wasted. Ku Carlos thanked him solemnly, and then apologized. You wait a moment, I will repay you. Bai Yu said nothing. Take Kaya to spin inside Laboon. After a while, the voice of Ku Carlos came. Hey, are you dead? Can you still use a knife? I found the Rumba pirates, but only one is left alive. Brook is trapped in the magic triangle by Moria. I'll go with you in a few days. I don't need to go. Do you want to be active? You are in Subordinate land, then you bring Brook and we meet halfway. Bai Yu. Is this someone's benefit? Just a phone call will solve it. He also has to find a younger brother. Opposite, is that Rayleigh? After Ku Carlos came over, his mood was obviously much better, and he said cheerfully, Young man, there is no free lunch in the world, what do you want me to do? Except for letting me on board, everything else is negotiable, let's talk. Bai Yu is also very direct. My family Kaya is a ship doctor. Although her ability is very good, she doesn't know much about medicine. Do you have any medical books? Oh, such a cute girl is still a ship doctor. Is it convenient to show her abilities? But when Ku Carlos saw that Kaya had finished showing off his abilities, he was silent for a moment. Then, Library Carlos is excited, it's just. Ku Carlos couldn't find words to describe Kaya's ability, and couldn't wait to say, come on, show more, these medical books are all yours. This is my number, you can ask me if you don't understand it in the future, and never keep it secret. Kaya said obediently, well, thank you, Grandpa Ku Carlos. Ku Carlos danced happily. Ha ha ha, yes, you will be my granddaughter in the future, whoever dares to bully you, I will ask someone to bury him. Bai Yu. Then I will really thank you. 3 days passed. Advertisement. The discussion about Bai Yu has intensified, but there is no news about Bai Yu's location. It's best not to show up for a lifetime. Bai Yu didn't show up, and Kizaru was happy too. And at Whiskey Peak. It seems to be a town that welcomes pirates, but the truth is that it is a gathering place for bounty hunters. It is also a subordinate branch of the secret criminal organization Baroque Walker. In fact, they gathered together because of the bounty of the pirates going to the Grand Line. There are many young and inexperienced pirates who have become their dishes, and Laosha is making a lot of money. Now, somewhere, a girl with long blue hair that crossed the waist, heavy makeup, dressed like the little sister, had a serious look on her face. Let me go to Twin Points. If I don't make any contribution, I have no chance to reach the top at all. No, it's too dangerous. For Mr. Wednesday, he wants to go to Twin Points to find pirates, and then bring them to Whiskey Peak for slaughter, so as to make a contribution to the top. Mr. 8 sternly refused. Miss Wednesday, also known as Mr. Wednesday, is Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Mr. 8. Kingdom Guard Captain Ecolem. Both are undercover Baroque workers, secretly investigating everything about Baroque workers in order to overthrow it. Since the day I chose to go undercover, I have forgotten my life and death. As long as the country is fine, I am willing to give everything for it. Vivi's small face with heavy makeup is full of stubbornness and bravery, and sadness for what a difficult kingdom. Ecolem was very heartbroken. This princess who should have grown up happily, I don't know how long she hasn't laughed. She is only 16 now. Are you sure you are willing to give everything for your country? Certainly. Vivi nodded subconsciously. But the sudden voice startled Ecolem. He quickly blocked Vivi behind him, drew his knife and said solemnly. Who is it? Come out. Vivi also came back to his senses, a little nervous and worried. No, won't you be discovered? You saw it when you came out. The dull voice came again, and the two were at a loss, so they had to bite the bullet and walked out. When walking out of the room and looking forward, both Vivi and Ecolem widened their eyes. They are. The orange-haired girl controlled the thundercloud to release the lightning. The cute girl swung the knife repeatedly. The pale yellow-haired girl raised her hand far away. The blue-haired and green-haired woman. The two women held long knives, closed their eyes and inserted the knives, which were locked by the cloud, on the person. 5 women suppressed hundreds of people? Correct? Tashiji's eyesight has recovered, and he has taken off his glasses, which is fine. Advertisement. This makes Bai Yu inexplicably think of Kuina. And Bai Yu, sitting not far away drinking juice, said casually, Nu Okagao, Makino, if you kill someone, why close your eyes? Nami, don't mess around when you think it's Logia, get into the habit of being active. Tashigi, don't keep your hands. Kaya, so cute. As soon as the words fell, Nami rolled his eyes, too partial. Demon. Demon King. Bai Yu, Vivi and Ecolem were really frightened. They thought it was the Baroque workers who found them, and they were ready to fight desperately. But facing Bai Yu, what are they resisting? A princess from Alabasta. Bai Yu's first sentence made Vivi a little panicked. You are obviously very beautiful, although it is to hide your identity, but this heavy makeup, this dress is really too hot. Let's go, I'll take you to change your clothes. Talking. Bai Yu stood up. The two were shocked. Their identities were completely exposed, but they shouldn't. What reason would the other party have to investigate them specially? Ikalem stood in front of Vivi and said in a trembling voice, "No. Don't come here, Her Royal Highness, run." "It's useless, Ikalem." Vivi's voice was bitter, but she summoned up her courage. "If you want to do something, don't hurt Ikalem, I'll go with you." "Your Highness." Ikalem burst into tears. In an instant, the 5 girls looked over. "What are you looking at? Don't stop until you finish." Bai Yu turned his head hard and spoke. The 5 girls were speechless. Is Bai Yu going to rob someone again? Or the princess of the kingdom? At this moment, Bai Yu looked at Ikalem and said calmly, "I took this princess, do you have any opinion?" "It's useless to have an opinion." Boom. Chapter 28. Undead Prison. Start learning teacher guide today. Boom. Conquerors skipped Vivi, flashed past Ikalem. Puff. With Ikalem comatose, Vivi was stunned, and immediately wanted to check whether Ikalem was dead or not. "He's not dead, you come with me." Hearing Bai Yu's unquestionable voice, Vivi held back her tears and walked like a puppet. Nami in the distance pouted. "Can't you be gentle with girls? Be careful someone stabs you in the middle of the night in the future. You talk nonsense to me again, and I'll stab you at night." Bai Yu's reply made Nami's pre-face flush. "This poke, is it serious?" Brush. The teleportation field opened. Bai Yu took Vivi back to the ship, and Vivi stared at the island clouds around the ship, like a dream. Bai Yu made a gesture of Vivi's height, then took out a white dress from Najia, and said, "Go into the second room on the left, take off your makeup, take a shower and change into clothes." Where did he get it from? No, how does he have women's clothes? Vivi shook off his thoughts, then didn't know what to think. His big eyes were a little redder, but he still mustered up his courage. If you can save my country, then I will go now." "Can you talk to me about the terms?" Bai Yu was noncommittal, then softened his tone. "As long as you join my regiment, then you are my family, and I save your country, that is to do things for my family, willingly." "I'll join." Vivi didn't hesitate. Now Vivi can't see any hope. As long as there is any hope, she will seize it. As she said, for the country, she, the princess, is willing to give everything. Bai Yu waved his hand and said, "Then go take a shower." Vivi blushed. Didn't he agree with his family? Did he lie to me and still need? "What are you thinking? Look at your heavy makeup and clothes, it's so ugly." Vivi got angry and wanted to kick Bai Yu, but in the end he could only snort and ran to the room. She has to take off her makeup and change her clothes. When he came out, he was amazed at this big pirate B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* beauties a warm home. It's not easy. The world misunderstands me too deeply. Bai Yu secretly sighed. System, lottery draw, ding, it has been detected that Vivi has become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery draw is starting. Ding, congratulations to host for drawing an item. Undead prison, question mark question mark question mark. A. Prison, what is the use of this thing? Bai Yu checked. Undead prison. It exists in the void in a different space, and the host can bring powerless resistance to enter. Function 1. You can customize the different space style, it must be a prison. Function 2. Prisoners will not die in any situation. If the host starts, they can choose to be resurrected after death. Function 3. In the prison, prisoners do not need to eat, drink, and sleep. Function 4. Customize various punishments that do not exceed your own strength, and punish the prisoners. Remarks. Please customize the settings for other functions. Detainees must be incapable of resisting, seriously injured and dying, incapacitated in a coma, etc. Can't resist. Can't take Kaya and the others in. So, what's the use? If it's just a pure different space, Bayou can still let the girls live in it. It is stipulated that you can only enter if you can't resist, or is it still a prison style? Do you want to play cosplay together? How to use it? Bayou thought deeply. Ding, there it is. Bayou thought of Teacher Guy. Mr. Guy likes talents very much, and the process. Defeat, imprison, and conquer. However, there are too many top irons, resulting in little gain for Mr. Guy, so he is troubled by this. But undead prison is different. The most important point. Bayou can be revived even if killed. Dissatisfied, right, kill you 100 times and say it again. Coupled with other settings, Bayou believes that, except for a very few, he can use the immortal prison to achieve the goal of subduing many stubborn and tough boys. Well, find someone to try first. Old Shaw, it seems that this area can only be you. Advertisement. Just when Bayou was analyzing the role of the undead prison. After an hour, the 5 women have finished cleaning up Whiskey Peak and are sorting out all kinds of supplies on the island. And Vivi came out. After Bayou looked at it, his eyes suddenly lit up. The visitor was very beautiful. The blue waist-length hair is matched with a white dress. Vivi, who removes makeup, shows a delicate and sweet face. The cultivation of the royal family also makes Vivi have a different temperament. Nefeltari Vivi, known as the most beautiful princess 2 years later, although it is a bit suspicious of Shirahoshi's popularity. But undeniably it is. Compared with the crying Shirahoshi, the strong and brave Vivi also adds a lot of color to her beauty. Humph. Seeing Bai Yu looking at himself, Vivi snorted lightly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Women love beauty, especially after Bai Yu said her makeup was ugly. Vivi remembered it. Bai Yu's face turned pale. Come here for me. Vivi hurriedly lowered her head and walked in small steps, her hands intertwined, very nervous. But, to her surprise, Vivi thought Bai Yu was going to bully her, but Bai Yu's voice was gentle. Since it's a family member, then I need to understand your difficulties and help you. How do you want me to help? What? Vivi's little face was stunned and red, and it was very cute. Don't be stunned, sit down and say. Bai Yu handed over a glass of juice and listened attentively. After making sure Bai Yu wasn't joking, Vivi took a deep breath and said, fight away the Baroque Work Club. Bai Yu nodded and continued to listen. But after waiting for 2 minutes, Vivi just looked at Bai Yu with hopeful eyes and said nothing. Bai Yu was stunned. Is it gone? What else? Vivi is puzzled. For the remaining problems, his father should be able to solve it. Vivi, although you are kind-hearted, strong and brave, and beautiful. But, Vivi, who was praised so much by Bai Yu, was happy, but when he saw Bai Yu's idiot-like eyes, he was suddenly unhappy. You are too naive. Chapter 29. Crocodile, the king of the world comes and dies. Too naive. Bai Yu's rude comment. It's not just you, your father is also very naive and childish, even ridiculous. The king, the inner saint and the outer king. But Cobra, no matter how much he is loved by the people, it can't change his weakness. Oh, sorry, who made your country so weak that a single Shichibukai can't solve it? Quote. Vivi bit her lip. She didn't know how to refute because they were really too weak. Alabasta, a superpower that belongs to the first half of the Grand Line. What is a superpower? Huge area, large population and developed economy. But even so, a sand crocodile gave the people a hard life in just a few years, and there was chaos everywhere. In the final analysis, it is strength. This is the world of the strong, and the weak have no right to speak. However, Vivi still caught Bai Yu's key words and asked back, why do you want to deal with Shichibukai? Crocodile is a hero who protects the country. Cough. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. Since he is a hero, he will let the Baroque work society disrupt the country he guards and remain indifferent. You're so cute, haven't you thought about why? Yes, why? Vivi froze for a moment. Since Crocodile came to Alabasta, he has spared no effort to fight the incoming pirates. Before the pirates started to make trouble, they were solved. The Baroque Work Club that had been in chaos for many years was ignored by Crocodile. This simply doesn't make sense, could it be? Vivi thought of something, and her tender and pretty face instantly turned white. Bai Yu said directly, yes, the president of the Baroque Work Club is Crocodile, who took Alabasta as a national hero. As for Pluton or something, Bai Yu has nothing to say. After the royal family collapsed, then Crocodile did what he wanted. Tick. Tick. Vivi wept silently. The truth is too cruel, making it difficult for this kind little princess to accept. Advertisement, help me, please help my country. Looking at Bai Yu, Vivi got up and prepared to kneel, but was dragged by Bai Yu. I'm not saying this because I want to get something from you, just because. You are my family. Bai Yu's gentle words came as they said. Tell me, how do you want him to die? One time is not enough, then die 100 times, as long as it makes you happy, Vivi. Looking at the serious Bai Yu, Vivi, who felt a sense of security, suddenly laughed. People can only die once, how can it be possible to die 100 times? No, Vivi suddenly became worried. He's Shichibukai. You can't kill him, just shoot him. Bai Yu. I get angry when I hear, flying, the hatred of Kaya's parents, a year of bitter hatred, the Straw Hat said, just fly. Nami's revenge for killing his mother, 8 years of pain, Straw Hat thinks. It's good to fly. There are many, many more. It's not because of anything, but Bai Yu felt that if he was just flying, he might as well be a marine. This is the world of pirates, Nami Kaya's pain must be blood for blood. But Vivi was worried about him after all. Bai Yu said, it's fine. In short, the sand crocodile has to die a few times before it will be more honest. The face is threatening, gentle and moving. Bai Yu got it right, and Bai Yu worked very hard in order to have an extra family. Just when he saw Nami floating up, Bai Yu said, it's time to go, let's start Alabasta. Your Highness. Nami also brought Akalem up. Ignoring Akalem, who was talking to Vivi, Bai Yu said excitedly when he saw Nami. Bai Yu, you know we rob. Bah, how much money do we make? 200 million. A full 200 million. There are still a lot of babies, we are really developed. Looking at Nami whose eyes turned into berry, and the 3 daughters who were equally happy except for the calm Kaya, Bai Yu was speechless. Except for Miss Baifume Kaya, this has never been seen in the world. Bai Yu said casually. Another day, I will show you the land of gold, where there are at least hundreds of billions of gold waiting for us. Really? Nami felt like he was going to faint. Quick, immediately, let's go now? Bai Yu smiled. Go to Alabasta first and deal with the sand crocodile. Ah! What sand crocodile? You are finished. I want to turn you into a dead crocodile. Delay my mother's money. Advertisement rain. Alabasta's dream city is the only capital city not affected by drought and civil strife, where the kingdom's largest casino, Rain Feast, is located. Sand Crocodile's headquarters is also in the Rain. The rainy land is not only prosperous, but also not very far from the desert, which is the home of sand crocodiles. Now, inside the rain headquarters, Crocodile with a big back, a cigar, and a black coat is playing with a small crocodile and listening to something. The news came from Whiskey Peak that all the staff disappeared. There are traces of lightning strikes on the ground, and there are many knife marks. According to analysis, 3 people should have shot, and Mr. 8 and Mr. disappeared on Wednesday. There is no information about the docking of the ship. A tall, intellectual beauty wearing a sun hat is reporting calmly. According to various intelligence analysis, it should be the Bayou pirates who made the white clouds that can drag the ships away from the sky. Crack. The little crocodile's neck was broken. Crocodile's expression was uncertain, but extremely gloomy. Bayou, what a demon king. Can end the small branch today, might be here tomorrow. Because Whiskey Peak and Alabasta are root, there is no way to hide. Seeing the fearful light flashing in Crocodile's eyes, Robin's eyes flashed slightly, and he said calmly, if he arrives in Alabasta, do I need to send someone to negotiate? The world's largest swordsman should be one of the world's top powerhouses, right? Judging from his ability to win Hawkeye, his strength should not be weaker than that of the General Emperor. Robin's tone seemed flat. In fact, thoughts began to spread. Bayou is about to arrive, maybe the two of them will meet. Robin doesn't think this boss can hold up. Looks like it's time to change bosses. It's just a pity that the historical text has not been found. Crocodile's eyes were sharp. What do you mean? Let Lousy be soft on him. Don't say whether he has that kind of strength, so what if he has? Look outside. The desert is my home ground. Don't let Lousy take a step back when Whitebeard comes. Just because he is called the Demon King? The king of the world must die too. Chapter 30. Robin. This Demon King's eyes are weird. He is the king of the desert. Although Sand Crocodile survived here after losing to Whitebeard, his ego was still not lost. Boom. Suddenly a roar sounded. Crocodile frowned slightly. Go and see what's going on. Yes, boss. Robin turned to leave, and in the rain, the largest casino rain banquet. Nami put one hand on his hips and the cloud gun in the other, and said, are you unreasonable? Why can't we take it away because we win money by our ability? Since it was causing trouble for Sand Crocodile, Vivi quickly said, yes, even the casino has to obey the rules and let your boss come out. When it comes to rain, before Bayou went to find Sand Crocodile, Nami was excited after hearing that Vivi said there was a casino here. So Bayou can only open, seeing, hearing, and coloring. The people here don't say whether there are any, at least no one is better than Bayou. 1 million berry became nearly 1 billion in 10 minutes, but the casino couldn't take it out. Moreover, people do not want to take it, a staff member just said, you can't take this money. Nami directly fried the hair. The wall was directly smashed by the cloud gun. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? A guy who looked like a rock singer came over with his nose clasped. After understanding the situation a little, he looked at Nami. They're right, you can't take these berries away, so keep all the nonsense here. Ha ha, Nami's anger is instantly full. Everything else is easy to discuss, but on the matter of berry, it is impossible to discuss with Nami at all. Cloudlock. Dozens of cloudlocks quickly flew towards the nose-picking man. Seeing this scene, he was startled, and quickly pulled out his booger and shot towards Yunsuo. You. Nami was even more startled. No, I was disgusted, and I retracted the cloudlock subconsciously. Cloud wall. Fortunately, Bayou shot. A cloud wall blocked the booger. Boom. The cloud wall is fine. Kaya also frowned. How can there be such a person? The lovely Kaya is too embarrassed to say the word, disgusting. Mr. 5, who has the ability to explode fruit, often uses booger explosions to attack others. Advertisement exploding fruit, at least it's a good fruit, it's a waste of him to use it like this. And Bayou is exuding thoughts, sand fruit plus exploding fruit. My goodness. Infinite blast, randomly exploding like billions of shells. If you can add armed color, who can resist this? However, in Bayou's conception, flower fruit plus childlike fruit is the most inexplicable. Certainly, time plus space equals really invincible, he is working towards both goals. Cut. Bayou drew his knife instantly. Mr. 5 fell to the ground with serious injuries. Instead of killing him, he was thrown directly into the undead prison. There is no need to subdue it, but when there is an item that deprives it of power, it is necessary to explode the fruit. Have you seen enough? Robin. What? Nico Robin, who was eavesdropping on the stairs, was startled, and he turned around and ran away without thinking. Run, you continue. Looking at the man who appeared in front of her out of thin air, Nico Robin couldn't help but smile bitterly. This speed, she couldn't escape. Seeing this, Nami curled his lips and said, Vivi, look at it, he will definitely threaten that beauty for a while, and then he will be gentle again after grabbing onto the boat. It's an old routine. Kaya whispered. Nami, you have misunderstood brother Bayou, he has always been very gentle. Toshigi. Nokagao. Makino. Vivi also nodded. All the indifference is a disguise of Bayou big brother, it's the world that's wrong. Nami. Okay, even the big brother called. The next second, Kaya said happily, look, big brother Bayou is very gentle. Nami turned his head in disbelief. I saw that Bayou looked at Robin very tenderly and said, you have been fleeing since you were 8 years old. After experiencing betrayal again and again, your heart has long been cold. A woman like you is really distressing. Bai Yu stretched out his hand, put it on Robin's shoulder, and said softly, I'm here, don't be afraid anymore, I'll take care of you. Even with the greatest darkness, I'll bring you light too. Advertisement. Robin was startled. As a woman who has seen too much darkness, she can see clearly, Bai Yu's eyes are full of light. He is serious. That kind of distressed, loving eyes, she has only seen from one person's eyes. That was the look in her mother's eyes, but this is ridiculous. He had never seen her, and he didn't know her very well, so how could he have such eyes? Even if her intuition tells her, Bai Yu is serious. But after years of betrayal, Robin didn't trust anyone. Clap clap clap. Applause came from the corridor. Bai Yu turned his head to look and saw Crocodile with a cigar in his mouth, going downstairs like a gangster. Sand. Crocodile sneered. It's so good, Lousy is so moved to cry, keep talking. Bai Yu said, Nami, take Kaya and the others away, so as not to be splashed with crocodile blood. Nami immediately took the girls away. Before leaving, he wrapped all the berry present in the cloud and put them in the ring. Where to fight? Desert. I heard that there is your home court, and even Whitebeard is not afraid there. If I beat you there, you have nothing to say, right? Bai Yu's random bullshit made Crocodile instantly angry. Before he could speak, Bai Yu said again, listen, I took Robin, and your Pluton dream will be void. Both Robin and Sand Crocodile were surprised at the same time. How did Bai Yu know? But after being shocked, Crocodile got even more angry. Who do you think Lousy is? Give me death. Arc Moon. Sand Dunes. Crocodile slashed Bai Yu's arm with a crescent-shaped sand blade. Once it was slashed by the sand blade, it would absorb all the water and turn into a mummy. Boom. The slash was empty. Bai Yu and Robin disappeared. Only the voice drifted far away. Are you good at hitting? You're good at hitting a fart. Little s asterisk asterisk t. Come on to the desert battle. What? Crocodile froze, obviously not understanding, but he was still panting angrily. He had never seen such an arrogant newcomer. Very good. The so-called weakness is a sin. Goo ha ha ha, it's time for the newcomers to see the horror of the Desert King. Feel the wrath of Lousy. If I lose to you, Lousy's name is written upside down. Chapter 31. Sorry, this crocodile can block me for a second at most. Boom. The entire casino shattered, and the furious crocodile turned into sand and flew towards the desert. Mid-air. On the boat on the island cloud. Vivi was a little worried. Sister Nami, will Bai Yu big brother be okay? What a Bai Yu big brother. I think I only call Nami twice in the middle of the night. Nami didn't care. Instead of worrying about him, you might as well inform your father and let him lead someone to clean up the mess, and I'm starting to prepare. Thank you, Miss Nami. Hearing the preparation, Vivi cheered up with gratitude in his eyes. Yen fruit. It's not easy to create a heavy rain with clouds. It's just that Alabasta is too big, and Nami needs Kaya to recover and take longer to prepare. The most important thing is to disperse the dancing fans, and let the weather in Alabasta return to normal. And in the desert. You? So fast. Robin looked at Bai Yu in a trance. This is the fastest man she has ever seen, it's too fast. I don't know if it stopped in between. However, as soon as Robin opened his eyes, he found that the two had come to the desert more than 10 miles away, as if in an instant. Bai Yu chuckled. You said, if I took you and crippled Crocodile in the desert, would he cry? I'm sorry for being a burden. Robin smiled awkwardly but politely. But, Robin said elegantly, in a field where a person is most confident and conceited, crushing him strongly and defeating him will probably slump. Bai Yu smiled and said, teach you a word to doubt life. Precisely. Robin can only cooperate with the opening. She didn't know Bai Yu's character at all. After all, some people seem to be gentle, but they are more brutal behind their backs. Bai Yu said calmly, you don't need to be careful when you talk to me. I know everything about you. Do you need me to tell you? Robin frowned for a moment and then stretched. She didn't believe it. But from the moment Bai Yu called out, Nico Robin, directly, Robin was puzzled. She was eavesdropping on the stairs, but did not show up and did not use the ability to eavesdrop. And Bai Yu, who accurately said her without anyone seeing it, how did she do it? Simple. Seeing, hearing and color perception. A woman who is 1.88 meters tall, hiding at the entrance of the stairs. Although I haven't seen anyone, I haven't sensed Robin's breath, but this height is directly confirmed. Monster Robin, 8-year-old doctor, found the giant, spent 5 days together, Kuzan let go. Advertisement, you. Calm. Robin couldn't hold back. Because almost everything Bai Yu said was impossible for even CP to investigate. No one cares whether a little girl is treated as a monster, and it is not clear that Robin has passed the doctoral examination, only that it is an archaeologist, or little Robin exposes himself. The giant Saul froze to death on the spot. How would anyone know that it was Robin who discovered Saul and how long they spent together? Kuzan let her go, and there was no one around. Robin flinched, subconsciously covering his chest. She doubted now that Bai Yu could read minds. Bai Yu shrugged and said, just assume that I can read your mind. Although it will make you feel uneasy and afraid, at least I know you very well and will not betray you. Robin smiled wryly. Bai Yu was the most difficult person she had ever met, and her actions and words had no logic at all. But Robin is not an ordinary person. After cleaning up, he looked forward to it. Then, can you read the historical text? If not, then look at my heart more. Talking. Robin opened his arms. I hope that Bai Yu can see through her heart and learn the historical text, so that she will not be alone. Bai Yu. This action really surprised Bai Yu. It is good. Bai Yu nodded slightly, then in Robin's sluggishness, he opened his arms and embraced her in his arms. Robin, from now on, you won't be alone. I didn't mean that. Well, I know you want me to hug you, otherwise why open your hands, don't be shy. You win. Robin couldn't help but feel helpless. This man is really unpredictable, but when she looked up and saw Crocodile flying over from a distance, she said faintly, "How long do you want to hug? Will you die with me?" Bai Yu said indifferently, "Just that, Crocodile. Let's practice for another few hundred years." Robin struggled, and after finding it useless, he could only remind, "He's down, he's going to make a move, you will die if you don't let go." "It's okay, let the moves fly for a while, maybe it's better to die." When Robin saw the sandstorm hit, she couldn't help but close her eyes and sighed, she was really tired all these years. Boom. A violent roar exploded. Robin only felt the harshness of the voice, but no pain, only Bai Yu's warm embrace. Take the girl to teleport away. Advertisement, goo ha ha ha, lousy is really p******** d off. Seeing Bai Yu flirting with Robin in his arms, Crocodile's forehead burst with blue veins, which is too contemptible. Heavy Shalon. Crocodile's right hand began to condense the sandstorm, and he was about to smash Bai Yu to pieces. Too slow. If you wait for you to condense, the sun will go down. Bai Yu released Robin and turned to draw his knife. While Crocodile was still gathering dust storms, it had disappeared in place. Ability Restoration, armed. Infinite instant slash. Brush. From a distance, Robin only felt a flower in front of him, and then he was embraced by Bai Yu again. As if Bai Yu never left, only some afterimages faded away. Ended. With Bai Yu's voice falling, before Robin could react, the scene in front of him made Robin open his mouth in astonishment. Peef chi. A bloodline. Splattered from Crocodile's hands and feet, as if someone had slashed his hands and feet. In an instant, the dust storm dissipated. Break your hands, break your feet. Peefed. When hands and feet fall, when Crocodile's body also fell to the ground, he still didn't react, and it was the pain in his whole body that reminded him. Ah! Crocodile roared in uncontrollable pain as the pain ripped through his body. Whoa! How is that possible? Pain, his scalp was numb from the pain. The pain was unbelievable and unacceptable. He didn't even react, and he was completely defeated, and he didn't even see the process clearly. In an instant. Broken hands and feet, this also completely cut off all his hopes. Chapter 32. Even the marshal doesn't dare to scold you, what kind of pirate are you? I'm so defeated. Crocodile, who was screaming in pain, gradually ceased, and those eyes that were once arrogant instantly dimmed. Bai Yu looked at him indifferently. This crocodile, if it does not experience the ultimate despair, will not learn to behave. Ha 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 ha. Goo ha 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 ha. So easily defeated, Crocodile in agony laughed hysterically, as if mocking himself. Teenager, famous in the sea, 20 years old, battled bullet, undefeated. Rise to fame and become Shichibukai, just checked, it appeared so early. In the same year, challenged Whitebeard and failed miserably. Then, witnessed the execution of Roger. After that, he, who was once high-spirited, was immersed in the world of Pluton, stealing chickens and dogs. 44 years old this year. The first half of my life was brilliant. The rest of his life is full of depravity. At this moment, Crocodile looked back on his life, only to realize that all his goals had not been accomplished. Call it, nothing. Kill me. Hope died, and Crocodile's dull eyes closed. Robin also regained his senses and stared at Bai Yu in a daze, unable to calm down for a while. That is one of Shichibukai. No matter how embarrassing it is, I can still have a fight with the 4 emperors, but I was instantly killed by Bai Yu. Doesn't that mean? Don't think too much, I'm not invincible. I just hit him by surprise. Although he did nothing to prepare, he could at least hold me back. For a second, no more. Bai Yu's honest words made Crocodile vomit blood again. Co-authoring with my sand crocodile, in your eyes, it is just a piece of garbage that can be killed in seconds, right? Looking at Robin's dazed and cute appearance, Bai Yu smiled and said, you can understand. Anyone with weak defense and recovery and no special abilities will not be my opponents, and most of them are instant kills. Status Restore. Infinite Flash. With the improvement of Bai Yu's swordsmanship and armament, the attack power will only become more and more terrifying. Let you predict the future, Mao is useless. That's why Kaido and Auntie give the current Bai Yu a headache. Advertisement. Robin nodded with a smile. Yes, after all, you are the man who conquered Hawkeye, Your Excellency the Demon King. Stop mentioning him to me, I don't know him. Bai Yu held his forehead, the old 6th. Robin was surprised. What's the situation? What a mysterious man, making people curious. Have you finished talking? Kill if you want to. Don't talk about love there and insult lousy. Crocodile growled. This feeling of being ignored is better than being killed. Too much nonsense. Come in you. In Robin's astonishment, Bai Yu broke open an alien black hole in front of him, and a white cloud directly locked Crocodile in his limbs and threw it in. Undead prison, entertain. It's done, let's go. Bai Yu took Robin's hand, paused, and looked at Robin with a straight face. From now on, get on my boat, do you understand? Why are you suddenly sullen? Robin was in a trance for a moment, and said softly, this is a request I can't refuse, Mr. Captain. Ah, very good. Bai Yu smiled suddenly. Go, I'll show you the historical text, my secretary. Robin's beautiful eyes brightened. The other side. Marine also received news that Bai Yu was in Alabasta, and Kizaru reluctantly set out with Momosagi. Garp also crossed Upside Down Mountain. The trio and a few CP members rushed to Alabasta together. Sengoku dropped the phone to Crocodile. Blue. Bai Yu, who was about to teleport away with Robin, heard the voice of the phone bug and turned to look. Phone bugs lay dead in the desert. Bai Yu went over curiously and picked it up, and after connecting directly, he watched the phone bug simulation change. Crocodile, I've officially informed you that I will bring someone to hold Bai Yu immediately. This is an order. Who are you? The frog glasses. Oh, Marine carrying the handle. Advertisement looking at the simulated appearance of the phone bug. Bai Yu suddenly smiled. What are you holding me back? Will you invite me to dinner? Sengoku was silent. Good you Crocodile, how long has it been, kneeling so soon, trash? He is dead? Sengoku asked with suppressed anger. Bai Yu said casually. I cut off his hands and feet. I plan to take him as a younger brother. Is there any problem? Robin. Sengoku. Never seen such a madman. If you cut off someone's hands and feet, and make someone a younger brother, it's not bad if you don't hack to death. Oh, by the way, you want the sand crocodile to hold me down. Bai Yu glanced at Robin and affirmed. So, you sent someone to arrest me? Let me think about it, the Hawkeye guy is talking nonsense, so you must not only send Vice Admiral here. One Admiral, at least two Vice Admiral, maybe even Garp sent over, maybe someone from CP will cooperate, right? What do you think of me, the strongest 4 emperors? Marine Admiral is so idle. You'd better pray it's not Kizaru, who doesn't even pay overtime, can you count on him to help? Sengoku was startled. The other generals in the office were also stunned and couldn't believe it. How did Bai Yu know, and know so much about Kizaru Admiral? Bai Yu. I'm just kidding. No more to say? Then for me, the title of Demon King is still alive, but the bounty is too low, let's say 3 billion less. When Bai Yu said this, he was used to pinching Kaya and habitually pinched Robin's preface, and then said, I know, you can't add a bounty for no reason, I'll give you a reason, so listen up. Sengoku, you mentally retarded, brain dead, idiot, bad old man. You can't catch me in your life, not to mention other places, I will definitely stop at Sabadi, there's a kind of person who comes, you will be a waste if you don't come. Just hang up, so cool, Bai Yu looked at the sluggish Robin with a chuckle. How about it, exciting? You should also scold you. You've already scolded me. At this moment, Robin's eyes are as gorgeous as the Milky Way. The way Bai Yu scolded Marshal Marine just now was really handsome in her heart. Chapter 33. Young people are arrogant and domineering, how can Pluton have the fragrance of Poseidon? Office of the Marshal, it's like space freezes. All the generals did not dare to take a breath. Even the languid Aokiji sat up straight, but did not dare to look at Sengoku. Crane Vice Admiral is also helpless. Today's young people are still so arrogant. Crack. Sengoku broke the corner of the table with force, his eyes were red with anger, and he growled furiously. Good devil, good Bai Yu, leave Kizaru to investigate, now, immediately, let Garp and the others come back. The generals were stunned. Sengoku shouted angrily, notify Marine at Sabadi, give me a strict inspection of the coast and sky, and immediately report to Bai Yu, the old man will go and catch it. Marshal, calm down, the generals spoke immediately. Sengoku glanced at the week. I'll use the vacation I've accumulated over the past few decades for a day of freedom, okay? The crowd will be speechless. Of course. Marine is not a robot, even Marshal Sengoku has to take a vacation. Vacation, go wherever you want. But seeing Rear Admiral's lead, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, this is not the old man's angry words, we must pay more attention to him, I don't want to hear that New World has another 5th emperor one day. Also, inform the above that it's time for Shichibukai to be replaced, a bunch of rubbish. Sengoku is angry though, but as a marshal, reason will always support him in making choices. Bai Yu knew that if Admiral went to Alabasta to catch him, he would run, but he would never catch him. Therefore, it is best for Garp and others to retreat and not waste their troops. Leave Kizaru to investigate. And Bai Yu's position is erratic, unlike other pirate groups who honestly pass by island, they can only go to Sabadi to rest. Young people are arrogant and domineering. You can't bear the anger of this old man at your age. Sengoku felt like he couldn't eat for a few days, even if Kaido and Whitebeard never scolded him like that. Bai Yu took Robin directly. Entering the funeral hall, I saw the historical text that recorded the location of Pluton. Robin is watching. But Bai Yu is remembering. He remembered that Alabasta had 2 pieces, one here, and one in a mysterious pit in the desert. But the desert is so big. Advertisement crocodile is hard to find, so I gave up temporarily. After all, the truth of everything is in Raftel. And Bai Yu, who happens to have no interest in history, only the victors are qualified to write history. And the historical text seems like a history of losers, boring. Bai Yu stepped forward and touched the historical text. It's nothing to see, but it's just where Pluton is located. What if there is it? Robin stared. Are you really not interested? She suspected that Bai Yu was rhetoric. The wariness she had developed over the years. Then let me ask you, is it strong to kill an island with one shot? I'll ask you again, can Pluton hit me? Finally ask you, is the legendary Pluton a beauty? Bai Yu's soul asked 3 times, making Robin amused. This guy, the last question is making her laugh, she admits she did. Because Bai Yu is really not interested. Garbage Pluton, how delicious Poseidon is. We'll see when we get back to the ship. Bai Yu directly put the historical text into the ring. Although he is not interested, he must be the only one who has it. Afterwards, Bai Yu took out another ring and took Robin's hand. Seriously put a ring on her. Robin stared blankly at the ring in his hand. After a long time, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. This is it? Bai Yu said seriously. Time will tell you the answer. Robin. Inexplicable, would like to know. However, Robin clenched his hand subconsciously and touched the ring lightly. It should be important, right? Bai Yu, where are you? Come back quickly. I can't hold it anymore. Nami's shouts washed down the clouds and spread throughout the capital of Alabasta. Over the capital. The boat was on the island cloud, and Vivi and the girls were watching Nami's continuous condensing thunderclouds. And below, the civil and military ministers headed by Cobra watched with anticipation. The thundercloud is centered on the capital and continues to spread to the entire Alabasta. Although there is Kaya to restore physical strength. Advertisement, but the bigger the thundercloud, the harder it is for Nami to control, and his strength is not enough. The voice just fell. Bai Yu teleported to the ship with Robin. Thank you for your hard work, leave it to me. Taking over from Nami's thundercloud, Bai Yu gave it his all. Boom. Crackling. The thunderclouds got bigger and bigger, and gradually spread to the whole country as Bai Yu kept recovering his strength regardless of his physical strength. Directly washed the dance powder. Crash. Majestic torrential rain poured across the country. At this moment, the whole country was in tears. Toshigi supported Vivi, who was moved to tears, and stared blankly at this scene, murmured, which one is you, Bai Yu? Is this justice? If Bai Yu knew what Toshigi was thinking. Despised for sure. What Bai Yu is most disgusted with is, in the name of pirates, he has been doing so-called heroic acts. Because, if pirates are heroes, then it will mislead countless children to worship pirates, thus taking the road of pirates and making the world more chaotic. He's just a thief right now. Murder and set fire to the end, I don't want to be a hero. Heavy rain continued for an hour, mainly for scouring dance powder. Rebels, it's very capable, and he actually pulled up 1,000,000 sentenced army? When Bai Yu stepped on the white clouds and came to the sky above the rebels, he couldn't help but marvel at the dense crowd. Alabasta has a permanent garrison of 600,000 troops, while the rebels are casually in the millions. According to the proportion of young adults, the country's population is at least nearly 100 million. After all, this place is not ancient, and it will not go to war. But in fact, original testimonial, 10 million. Alabasta, a superpower much larger than the Fishmen Island with a population of 5 million, has only 10 million people. Verify my gauge. Conqueror's full release. Black and red lightning flashed all over Bai Yu's body, and his terrifying aura instantly rushed towards the rebel army below. Puff, puff. Chapter 34. Cobra. What should I do if my daughter is about to be arched? Puff, puff. The crowd is like the low weeds blown by the wind, and like the cut down wheat. The sound of falling to the ground continued. People farther away were horrified, and several reporters were so excited that they couldn't help themselves and took pictures. Big news. This is really big news. Stunning hundreds of thousands of people with one's own power. Is this the legendary conquerors? Well, this reporter still has some insight, certainly not in an instant. Bai Yu's conquerors continued release, driving Shamayan to run over all the rebels. There were some who were stubborn and didn't fall to the ground, but were shaken over and over again by Bai Yu, and then fell. Finally, millions of rebels, all kneel, call. It feels so cool. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand, when Bai Yu saw with his own eyes the millions of people who were stunned and collapsed by himself. That feeling of contempt for heaven and earth, in an instant, his conquerors were condensed a lot. Really, the stronger the heart, the stronger the conquerors. He has a faint urge to break through to the top. That night, Cobra invited everyone to dinner, but Bai Yu did not refuse. And when he heard that Vivi joined Bai Yu, Cobra's worried expression couldn't be concealed at all. Can the little cabbage at home be a pirate? Bai Yu said directly, I'm a pirate. Why did the person who robbed him return back? You can cry and report it, and let Marine come to catch me. What can Cobra say? Toast again and again. Bai Yu looked at Vivi and smiled. Vivi is so beautiful, I can't bear to let it go. Quote. Vivi blushed. Quote. Seeing his blushing daughter and listening to Bai Yu's ambiguous words, Cobra's heart was broken instantly. His daughter is going to be arched. I lost my appetite for a while. So that's how it is. What an unlovable little brother. Robin also understood the role of Najia, and was both amazed and helpless, and secretly confessed to Bai Yu. Advertisement. Isn't it a storage ring? The elder sister who made it like an engagement ring is insane. Where is Bai Yu? Suddenly there was a loud shout. A tall, muscular man with a monk's head broke in. Glancing at it, Bai Yu said, King Cobra, your guards here are too bad. Cobra was a little embarrassed, it was a fact after all. Robin glanced at him and said, he is one of the very few Mr. One who knows the identity of the president, Daz Bonus, who is very loyal to Crocodile. Bai Yu nodded slightly. It's not without reason that he wants to subdue Crocodile. After all, it can't be just him and a group of girls. At least have a bunch of captains. The captain also has a younger brother, right? Bonus still has potential, at least the fruit ability is very good, but it is a little weak. Tashigi, it's over to you. Bai Yu looked at the cute girl. He has the ability to cut fruit quickly, and he claims that no swordsman can hurt him. As long as you defeat him, you can be called a swordsman. Slashing iron, the foundation of swordsmanship. The cute Tashigi became serious in an instant, and immediately drew his knife. There is nothing that a swordsman can cut constantly, and I will. Too much nonsense, just rush up and chop. Bai Yu let out a low drink, and Tashigi's momentum dissipated. Glancing at Bai Yu angrily, Tashigi rushed up again. Clang clang. Vast hall. After dinner, martial arts started. Less than a minute, Tashigi was covered in wounds and blood, but those big eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Another 2 minutes. Tashigi, powerless, fell into a pool of blood. Vivi was startled. Sister Tashigi. It's okay, Vivi. Kaya crossed her arms and a light shone in the distance. And Nami also took the opportunity to use the cloud wall to intercept Bonus who wanted to kill him. The light dissipated. The cloud wall dissipated. Injury recovery. Advertisement. Physical recovery. Tashigi revived with full blood and charged up again. Bonus. Quote. Cobra shocked at 10,000 years. And Robin glanced at Kaya, full of amazement. What a terrifying ability. Another few minutes. Tashigi fell again. Nami blocks. Kaya heals. When Tashigi was revived with full blood again, Bonus shouted angrily, Bai Yu. You are hiding behind a woman. I don't believe it was you who defeated the boss. Bai Yu said lightly. When you lose, you will see that dead crocodile. Ah, Bonus, who heard the dead crocodile and thought that crocodile died, seemed to have a tendency to explode. Strongly crushed Tashigi. Sure enough, Tashigi is not the protagonist, so far I haven't exploded. Bai Yu watched a play while eating and drinking. Until more than 2 hours later. The dinner tables were evacuated. Tashigi didn't know how many times he was resurrected with full blood, and finally split Bonus's body. Breath of all things, comprehension. The two fell down together. But Tashigi endured the pain and stood up again, stabbed Bonus a few times, and only breathed a sigh of relief. I won. Tashigi looked at Bai Yu and murmured, and fell down. You don't have to restore her. Preventing Kaya from recovering, Bai Yu supported Tashigi and said, let her wake up naturally and recover slowly. After the wounds are scarred, the scars and dark wounds can be healed. Pain can make people grow faster. I look forward to her growth. Cobra secretly stunned, worried again for his lovely daughter. Cobra, I will take care of your daughter. Vivi, let's go. Bai Yu waved his sleeves, and after throwing Bonus into the undead prison, he teleported away with the girls. People leave. Cobra looked at Vivi who was leaving and sighed, it seems that you have really grown up, and your eyes have always been on Bai Yu. Do you want to marry someone? I hope you are safe and happy. Chapter 35. Kizaru. This is different from the Admiral I know. A mortal prison. Looking at the endless wilderness, it is like a huge cage, and the whole world is dark, empty, and dead. And Crocodile was sitting on the ground blankly. No handcuffs, no cages. The moment you come in, Crocodile found that his hands and feet had recovered, and the left hand with the golden hook had also recovered. Physically abled. Incredible. Where the hell is this? Bai Yu, come out. But Crocodile ran for a long time, shouted for a long time, there was no one, only silence. And a booger man, always on the verge of death, Bai Yu kept looking for opportunities to peel off the fruit. No matter how damaged, the ground will recover directly. There is no end to the sky. All I could see was blood pools and torture instruments. Except for the prison, there was nothing else. He doesn't seem to be tired, thirsty, hungry, or sleepy, making him dreaming. PFF'd. When Bonus fell, the body recovers directly. Crocodile's eyes brightened when he saw Bonus. Bony, how did you get in? Boss. Before he could be astonished at the recovery of his injuries, Bonus immediately said respectfully and decadently, I was defeated by a female swordsman under Bai Yu, so I am disappointed. It's okay. Everyone fails sometimes, even if I. Crocodile was suddenly silent. He likes to fool his opponents with a laugh, but at this moment, he also looks down on himself now. It's too weak. Mr. 3, are they caught? Sand Crocodile asked. Bonus. I don't know. Crocodile. Bai Yu's voice suddenly came, and the two looked up to see Bai Yu walking lazily. Bonus was furious again, but was stopped by Crocodile and snorted coldly, are you here to laugh at me? Bai Yu said to himself. Here, you don't need to eat and drink, you won't be tired, you won't be sleepy, and you won't die. Even if I kill you, I can revive you and kill you again. Advertisement. The two couldn't help frowning. Where is this place? My purpose is very simple, come and follow me. Impossible. After Bai Yu finished speaking, Crocodile got angry, who do you think you are? Lousy will not be anyone's younger brother. Bai Yu ignored it and continued. Your strength is too weak, here, this is the Conqueror's hockey secret. I'll let you out when you're qualified, otherwise. As long as I can live, you have to be locked up. Endless emptiness. Maybe you can be the boss here, blaze your own path, and be the prison king. Ha. Watching the falling hockey really understand. Crocodile really wanted to tear it apart, but no matter how angry he was, he couldn't be angry with his strength. Just keep humming. Sand Crocodile's arrogant face. Are you still doing anything? Weak, sad, not seeing the sun all day long, what a pitiful self-esteem. The Pluton you are after, I disdain it. Bai Yu could clearly see the black face of the sand crocodile. Once Rock's pirate, Crew Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, etc., which one is better than you? It is not shameful to choose to follow the strong. That's all. The words fall. Bai Yu disappeared. Crocodile was silent, holding Hockey's true solution tightly, and his gums were bitten. Bonus worried. Boss, I'm fine. Crocodile took a deep breath. I lost completely. Try to become stronger. Bonus, without strength, all dreams are jokes. Sand Crocodile came to his senses. Bai Yu. The people in the anime are so foolish. Mouth escape +1, and Bai Yu just came out of the prison of immortality, and suddenly felt dazzling, and couldn't help squinting. Oh, where did this come from? Another dimension. An uncle with a yellow body was standing on the bow of the boat with an exaggerated expression and exclaimed, "You really have the ability to space, it's really scary, Demon King Bai Yu." Advertisement. Bai Yu, he appeared suddenly. Nami stared at the man tightly. Ah, the damn oppression. Vivi, Kaya and Nuauchigao and the 4 daughters of Makino were also on guard. As for Tashigi, who had just woken up, the stunned sword almost fell to the ground. Robin shuddered. He's Admiral Kizaru, Marine Admiral. The girls were stunned. And then, it feels weird. This Admiral, why does it feel very unreliable? Only Tashigi lowered her head and didn't dare to look at it. She felt a little ashamed, but also a little relieved. The visitor was Kizaru, who was investigating. He glanced at Robin and said, "Ah, this beautiful lady, you are very familiar, where have you seen it?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Kizaru stretched the sound for a long time. For a moment he didn't think of Robin. He is not like Aokiji, who often pays attention to Robin's growth, and it feels good to be familiar. It's really you who came. Bai Yu motioned to Nami to take the girls away, and then looked at Kizaru with a pretense of nonchalance. Did Sengoku pay you overtime? Kizaru was surprised. Huh. It doesn't seem to be. Bai Yu shook his head. Then you are really pitiful. You don't have much salary, and you work overtime every day. Ah, my salary should really go up. Kizaru touched his chin and shrugged again. Brother Bai Yu, in order not to cause trouble for each other, can you please give up your resistance? No, Sengoku will definitely kill me then. No, just in jail. Definitely, I scolded Sengoku once before, and I'm about to scold my mother. Ah, then you're really not afraid of death. Tell me easily, how did you scold? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Quote. What is this god unfolding? Vivi and other women in the distance were stunned. Are you not Admiral? Then you are on. Even Tashigi, who respects Admiral the most, feels that Admiral's image, the whole paragraph is broken. Isn't this a wretched uncle? Chapter 36. Light speed kick, new January for support, thanks. Ah, no, it's very late, I have to go to bed earlier. Kizaru changed the subject, glanced at the moon, and then at Bai Yu. Little brother, speed is power, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? The words did not fall. Kizaru just disappeared. The next moment, it came to the sky above Bai Yu, and the long legs turned into photons and kicked Bai Yu fiercely. Light speed kick, an attack that is enough to break the mountain and break the sea. Kizaru started, without the slightest mercy towards the supernova in Sabayati in the future. Incredibly harsh. Because he is afraid of showing mercy, he will only hurt himself. What? The foot hasn't completely dropped yet. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and Bai Yu instantly disappeared from his field of vision without warning. Such speed. An intuitive crisis came, and Kizaru's hair exploded, and he directly took the initiative to element. Boom. Kizaru's light speed kick couldn't stop instantly. So after the active elementalization, his attack did not stop. He even smashed through the deck with his feet, smashed through Shimayan, and slammed down. And Bai Yu, split empty. Passive elementalization. Active elementalization. The two are very different, more troublesome than armed defense. Bai Yu recalled the attack just now. Ah, the ship is broken. Nami was heartbroken. How much will this cost to fix? Kaya understood and comforted. Sister Nami, I can recover directly, don't worry. Oh, yes. Nami regained his senses, then looked at Bai Yu and said, come on, let's get over that wretched uncle. Bai Yu didn't speak, and looked down. Tashigi worried. Mr. Bai Yu, Admiral is the monster standing at the top, be careful. Rare, Tashigi would say that. Admiral, of course they're all monsters. Robin's eyes widened, suddenly thinking of Aokiji. The same monster. Can Bai Yu be defeated? Vivi clasped his hands. Bai Yu big brother will be fine. Nami, take the boat and leave, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Advertisement. Bai Yu disappeared directly. Nami could only put aside his worries, decisively sent the ship to the highest altitude, and accelerated away. Bai Yu stepped on the small island cloud and fell down. A dazzling golden light rose into the sky, condensing Kizaru's body, with an exaggerated expression. Almost died, you are so scary. Hey, what a pretend. Bai Yu disdainfully looked into the distance. Don't try to chase them. Although your movements are fast, you have pre-movements. I am faster than you. I can get back to the boat in an instant. So, call me. Seeing Bai Yu lead the way, Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly. As Bai Yu said, Photonization moves very fast, but the process of photonization is obvious, especially for something like an 8-foot mirror, which requires a premise. All gave the strong man time to react. Not like Bai Yu. Any movement without warning. So, Kizaru had a headache. The first time I met someone faster than me, it's scary. No, this time I have to raise my salary, at least I have to pay overtime. Glancing at Bai Yu's direction, and at the direction where the girls were leaving, Kizaru gave up chasing the girls. Back on the boat in an instant. True or not, Kizaru was too lazy to try. Feel free to try 2 tricks with Bai Yu, confirm the information, and let everyone go back to their respective houses happily. That is it. Kizaru got lazy again, and shouted, by the way, slow down a little, don't you know how to take care of the elderly uncle? It's not cute. Bai Yu, really, it was a mistake for Sengoku to send Admiral Kizaru. If the opponent is weak, Kizaru will definitely get it with 1 kick. Of course, it also depends on the background. Those who can't afford it, lift their feet and sleep for a while. In a word, only a few $100s a month, what the hell am I doing, Kizaru? A few minutes later, in the desert. Kizaru was amazed. Ah, I haven't been to the desert at night, I didn't expect it to be so cool. By the way, what about the crocodile? Bai Yu said flatly, I'm educating. Oh, are you still planning to accept a younger brother? That's Shichibukai, I got to just after going to sea. Kizaru had a terrifying look on his face, and then suggested, do you need me to offer you another Shichibukai position? In other words, I don't like this title very much. Bai Yu obeyed. You do this, Sengoku no. Advertisement. Kizaru spread his hands and said, does this have anything to do with me? Obviously you did it, who would believe what you said? Geez, talent. To be honest, although Kizaru likes to paddle, Bai Yu still admires him. This guy is very interesting. Haki recovers. Restoration of power. Armed instant slash. Bai Yu disappeared out of thin air. And after arriving in the desert, Kizaru, who has been turning on the sight and hearing, suddenly cursed inwardly. Really, seeing and hearing color doesn't work. It's not that it doesn't work, but Kizaru found that even if Bai Yu was caught, he couldn't react. For example, Bai Yu suddenly came behind him. Kizaru needs seeing, hearing, color capture, neural response, body response, turning around, determining orientation, raising hand, condensing energy, attacking. This series of processes, Bai Yu had already cut it off. The most important thing is that the sight and sound can't keep up with Bai Yu's speed. Because he finally started to fight back, Bai Yu changed positions again, which was a headache. Maybe something like gravity can restrain Bai Yu. What? Kizaru's pupils shrank. He was horrified to find that the active elementalization disappeared. No, it was back to before it was useless. No, I also inexplicably retracted the knowledge and color. Has the time been reversed? At this moment, became a target. Hey, Bai Yu and Kizaru passed by misplaced. There is no active elementalization. No armed defense. Kizaru's body, Bai Yu can cut it. A ferocious stab wound appeared from Kizaru's left shoulder to his lower right abdomen, and blood spurted out. Kizaru immediately pulled away, his eyes were solemn, and his heart lingered. What have you done? Chapter 37. I am not interested in One Piece, New January for support, thanks. Is it really the power of time? Kizaru looked at his wound with a terrified expression on his face. Bai Yu didn't speak, how could he tell the enemy about his abilities, that would be too far-fetched. Infinite instant cut. While Kizaru was still in shock, Bai Yu attacked. Don't underestimate Admiral. Kizaru's eyes widened. Light burst. The photon energy is condensed in the body, and when the enemy approaches, it bursts out instantly. It is a true all-round flash energy burst without dead ends. In an instant, it was so dazzling that Bai Yu felt like his eyes were going to go blind. He didn't expect Kizaru to have such a skill. A near-death crisis took him by surprise. Fatal attack. That's really sorry. Direct trigger. The dog spell is immortal, immune to fatal attacks. Boom. A terrifying explosion of light exploded around, directly setting off a mushroom cloud that spanned more than 10 miles in the desert. The violent air waves rolled up a piece of sandstorm in the desert. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After the dust has cleared. Kizaru lost his voice completely. Because Bai Yu was light and cloudless, he fell to the ground unscathed. What kind of ability? He definitely didn't dodge just now, but his breath was not weak at all. Kizaru was shocked inside. Bai Yu's brilliance was endured directly, no matter how he looked at it, it shouldn't be able to withstand his aura level. This means that the fatal attack just now was directly ignored by Bai Yu. PFF'd. A knife in the stomach. Bai Yu's sudden move injured Kizaru in shock again. Brush. Bai Yu distanced himself. I suffered your fatal attack head-on, and I short-circuited your brain when I was unscathed, right? Advertisement. I didn't expect you to have a light explosion, and I thought you could only shoot lasers. You reminded me again that there must be no carelessness. Bai Yu's words silenced Kizaru. Why in the end, even if you have the ability to recover from the injury, you can't recover the fatal injury in an instant, right? Kizaru couldn't understand anything. Teleport at will. Rewind time. Ignore attacks. Demon Lord Bai Yu, you are really scary. Covering his bleeding abdomen, Kizaru said in a deep voice for the first time, and your future makes me shudder even more. Give you time, and you will surpass everyone. So what? Bai Yu was noncommittal, he was just a little weak in hard power, and the rest were bugs. So, don't fight, the old man admits defeat. Kizaru grinned and said, it hurts. 5 years, 10 years, or so many years. I don't know how many years I haven't suffered such a serious injury. Is this also called serious injury? It can only be said that Kizaru is too fast. And it is very good at paddling, and after having the ability, there is basically no injury. This should be replaced by Akainu. Bayou believes, that guy must fight Bayou to the end. The main thing, Kizaru said a little ashamed. You can pierce my heart with a knife, but you deliberately chose the abdomen, I need to thank you. Bayou said he understood, but he really ignored it. But it doesn't matter. He had no intention of killing Kizaru. That's right, what are you doing for a few $100s a month? How about messing with me? Bayou asked Kizaru expectantly. Kizaru shrugged and said, I don't want to toss when I'm old, and I don't like the name thief either. Mouth escape failed, Bayou said flatly. Although it is an enemy, the world still needs marine, especially admiral. Pelusaruno, sooner or later, we will coexist peacefully. Kizaru smiled wryly. Such a truth, even being said by a pirate, he has been a little neglected these years. After you go back, overtime, 2 minutes. After all, I have heard a lot of big truths, and Kizaru won't change his personality just because of a word or two. Only, peaceful coexistence. Is that to be in the same force together? Let me go. In that case, if there is a chance. Advertisement. Kizaru took a deep look at Bayou, didn't continue to speak, and left directly. The talents I like can't escape the palm of my hand, at most a few years. Bayou retracted his gaze and once again proved one thing. When his state recovered, Kizaru couldn't stop it. Also, there is no consumption. Restore the fruit, forever drop God. Bayou, are you back? Brother Bayou, are you alright? Bayou, drink a glass of milk to replenish. Mr. Bayou, here, wipe the sweat. Quote. As soon as Bayou came back, he felt the enthusiasm of the girls, full of gentleness. Robin, who was not far away, looked at this scene and smiled inexplicably. He never thought that there was such a pirate group. It feels so good to be at home. Nami asked curiously, Bayou, where's that Uncle Flash? Did you beat him away? The girls are also looking forward to watching. I'm so kind. Bayou regained his energy in an instant, and said calmly, just 2 stabs will kill him. He knelt down and cried and begged to be spared, saying that there are 80-year-old mothers and 8-year-old children, and 880-year-olds who are in a vegetative state. Wife Jin, what is your name, Auntie? I'm so pitiful, I'll let him go. Kizaru. Kaya is full of admiration. Wow, that's amazing. Nuauchi nodded repeatedly, as expected of Bayou. Bayou big brother is invincible. Little sister Vivi's eyes were full of love. Makino murmured, this is the legendary sense of security. Mr. Bayou is already so strong, I have to work hard. Tashigi held the knife tightly. Robin murmured softly, it always feels like something is wrong, it's Marine Admiral after all. What are you saying? Bayou's death looked straight into the past. This girl is too smart, she just can't be fooled. Robin showed a smile. I'm saying that the Demon King Bayou is the strongest in the world and will become the Pirate King sooner or later. I'm not interested in this. Bayou waved his hand, looked at the curiosity of the girls, and continued, if whoever finds Raftel is the One Piece, what's the difference between the King of Adventure, the King of Luck, and the King of Adventure? I think that only when you forcefully crush everyone, suppress everyone, beat everyone to their knees, and beat everyone to dare not say no, can you be qualified to be king. One Piece Roger, can you beat any top pirate with strength? The girls were stunned, didn't they? Chapter 38. Talent Transfer, New January, ask for support, thank you. Right, and Robin nodded gracefully with a smile. As far as I know, it's true. It's too long ago to be unclear, but in the years before he became king. There are at least 2 pirates who are comparable to Roger, and they are not beaten. And Roger was king, only the first to find Raftel, the so-called conquest of the Grand Line. Well, the Marine headquarters is on the Grand Line. The girls suddenly realized. Kaya raised her hand cutely. But I heard that Roger has wealth, fame, power, and everything in the world. This Bayou is familiar. One Piece anime, this sentence starts every time, making Roger like the king of the world. But this is too much. Bayou chuckled. The reputation does exist, but, how much treasure does he have? Where does the power come from a boat? Everything is just empty talk. What else is there besides strength? Obviously so strong, he can't even take care of his own wife and children. As a man, I look down on him. Question mark. The girls widened their eyes, wives and children. Not to mention the rest, but Bayou expressed his deep contempt for Roger's poor protection of Rouge's mother and son. Give it to Garp's DK. Arrange whatever you want. Why not let Rouge suffocate? With just this black spot, Roger will never get clean. Use Rouge as a tool. Robin thought deeply again and murmured inwardly, you seem to know everything. New member Robin. I quickly became acquainted with a few girls. The intelligent and beautiful big sister managed to get a few girls in just a few words. And Bayou. Back to the room. System. Draw a lottery. Ding. It was detected that Robin was robbed and became a crew member subordinate, and the lottery of the world begins. Ding. Congratulations to host for winning the ability class. Innate ability. Transfer. Bai Yu couldn't help but light up. Talent ability. Such as teleportation, a completely unreasonable near rule. Click to view. Transfer. Consumes physical strength, can develop concept. One word, absolutely. Bai Yu's spirit was shaken. Advertisement. He had never seen such a simple and direct introduction. There is a saying that the simpler things are, the less simple they are, but they may also be parallel imports. How to develop transfer. Space transfer. Injury transfer. Mind transfer. Attack transfer. Life transfer. Energy transfer. Bai Yu thought for a moment and activated his ability at a water cup, which was directly transferred to other places. Just this one. Bai Yu should be able to directly transfer the capable person to 10,000 meters in the deep sea. Except for a very few. Those who have the ability are in seconds. What about concept development? First reaction. Fruit power transfer. Even the side effects are transferred. Second reaction. Physical and mental energy transfer. Third reaction. Hockey energy transfer and more. And fusion. If nothing else, just the above three, if any one can be achieved, it is good. Do it or not, just try it. The upper limit, lower limit, conditions, etc., all need to go through a lot of experiments before Bai Yu dares to use it for his own people. The introduction is too simple. This annoyed Bai Yu. Yes, the troubles of happiness. Time passed slowly, hundreds of nautical miles away from Alabasta. Several warships sailed slowly, as if waiting for something. Ha ha ha, little Gion, I'm not too late. There was laughter from a distance, making Momosegi's head black. Not too late yet. If Bai Yu was really contained today, Bai Yu would have disappeared long ago. Momosegi crossed his hips and said, "What's so funny? I can't stand you, little Garp." PFF'd. Haha, it's still the most interesting name of Gion. Garp jumped to Momosegi and almost overturned the whole boat, which made Momosegi very helpless. Little Garp. Nothing else. Just Garp's personality. Like a child, of course he has to have a good relationship with Garp. Advertisement. Hina's name. Brother Garp. Huh, it's so dazzling. Garp suddenly covered his eyes, watching the light fall from the sky, and quickly condensed into a figure. His eyes glared out. You are not dead, are you? Pelusalino. Cough cough cough. Almost. The old man almost died. Kizaru lay on the ground, letting the blood stay, posing as if he was dying with only one breath left. I'm dying. No salary increase. Hiss. Marines such as Momosegi were shocked. I don't know if Kizaru is really dying from serious injuries, but the 2 wounds on his body can't be faked. Knife cuts. Knife holes pierce wounds. It was attacked twice. Garp squatted down and touched it, then buttoned his nose. It looks heavy, but that's just for ordinary people, actually. Hey, Mr. Garp, I'm seriously hurt. Kizaru hurriedly interrupted Garp's, talking the truth, and put on an expression of extreme pain. Ah. It hurts. I'm dying. Quick. This old man can save me. Everyone. Hee. You won. Ignoring the possession of Kizaru, Momosegi frowned. What the hell is going on? Bai Yu and Hawkeye team up. Mention Bai Yu. Garp also looked over. His grandson was not found, but a bounty was placed, proving it was all right. That pair of Bai Yu is full of interest. Kizaru tried his best to maintain his pained expression, and said solemnly, Ah, Bai Yu, he really didn't have the wrong title. He is really as terrifying as the Demon King. I didn't see Hawkeye. Garp and Momosegi looked at each other in astonishment. At Kizaru's speed, as long as he wanted to, few people could hurt him, let alone twice in a row. If it weren't for me running fast. Probably. I will die. This time Kizaru wasn't kidding. Don't talk about teleportation, it's just unreasonable restoration of active elementalization in hockey. It can make him become a target and be hacked to death, and even to death, he can't figure out how he died. Kizaru guesses. You can't even escape. After all, hockey can go back in time, so he should also be pulled back. Hiss. Kizaru was full of fear. As long as there is a chance, Kizaru must be eliminated. Secretly swore. I will never take any Bai Yu tasks in the future. Chapter 39. Target Sky Island, New January. Ask for support, thank you. Are you serious? Momosegi Gion did not understand. Do I have to make fun of my life? Kizaru became serious. Gion. If you meet Bai Yu, if he gets serious, you may be killed in seconds. My old man, I only played with him for less than a minute. Quote. Kizaru's rare earnestness. But this sentence makes Garp and Momosegi difficult to accept. Bai Yu why? Garp wondered. Is he better than Whitebeard? Ah. That, it's hard to say. Space movement, ignoring lethal attacks, and the ability to rewind time, etc. It's really scary. Kizaru doesn't know what to say. Hard power is poor, but he's not sure if Bai Yu's resilience will work for Whitebeard. No, it definitely works. Kizaru can be a target. So why can't you Whitebeard be a target? You still prepare a report, explain it to the marshal, don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Momosegi turned around and went back to the room. Kizaru's Sekal made her really unacceptable. After all, a woman became an admiral candidate, and she didn't know how much effort and sweat she had put in. I do not believe. Demon King Bai Yu. Kill me in seconds. Die. Seeing Bai Yu's reward in his hand, Momosegi pulled out the Jinpyra and chopped it into pieces, which made him feel a lot better. No, not enough. After Momoshiki fell asleep, killed Bai Yu hundreds of times in a dream. Woke up the next day in good spirits. Amazing. Bai Yu. Sailing at sea is extremely boring. The original trajectory, the Straw Hats arrived at Sabayati in 3 months, and nearly 70% of their time at sea. Only available on board. Fortunately, Shimayan dragged the boat and flew in the sky, and the feeling of overlooking the world was still very good. After waking up the next day. Wrong. Advertisement. Suddenly remembering something, Bai Yu patted his forehead. Why did you suddenly forget them? Baroque works. Mr. 2. Bentham. Clone fruit ability. This ability is very useful. Miss. Valentine, Makita, a person with light lion fruit ability. Miss. Golden Week, a little lowly who controls other people's emotions through paint. Miss. Double Finger, Zala, thorn fruit ability. The next one is great. The legendary Emperor. 4 Emperor's deputy Mr. 3. Mr. 3, wax fruit capable, he is the legendary man who assisted Buggy all the way to the top of the 4 Emperors. How could he be forgotten? Am I influenced by Buggy's lucky color hockey? Bai Yu made a joke, but it still feels a little pity, at least clone fruit is pretty good. Go back this time. It must be late, it is estimated that they all ran away early. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It is also because it is not important that Bai Yu ignores sexual forgetting. Bai Yu shook off his thoughts and worked hard to train his body and hockey. Hard power must come first. Please work hard. After lunch. You don't need to stop in the middle, go directly to Gaia Island, and Sky Island is on it. Watching Nami draw on the map, Bai Yu just opened his mouth when he saw Nami's eyes turned into berry. Sky Island. Is that the one you said before? Here Sky Island. All the girls were interested. Robin whispered elegantly. There should be quite a few Sky Islands. As far as I know, through ordinary routes, you will encounter several Sky Islands along the way from the top of the western sky. Yes, the top of the western sky is the safest way. The other is some sky currents, which are very dangerous. Bai Yu nodded slightly. One must go. One is the small sky island Visalia, the only sky island that can go to Qinghai freely, the most complete weather science island in the world, with unique weather specialties, suitable for Nami. And this. Nami's eyes lit up. After entering the Grand Line, I often feel that my knowledge is lacking and I need to recharge. The other one, Shandola, the land of gold. That, isn't it a legend? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Robin was a little puzzled and recalled. Norlando, a navigator from North Blue, once visited the complete island of Gaia and said that he found the land of gold, but he can go again, the whole island is disconnected, the gold the hometown has also disappeared. The world's largest talker was born. Advertisement. Bai Yu nodded. So we're going to Sky Island above Gaia Island. You mean? Robin's eyes also brightened, an ancient city should have a lot of history. Yes, soaring to the sky and ocean currents. Bai Yu chuckled. Half the island, including the land of gold, was washed up into the sky and landed on the white sea formed by special white clouds 10,000 meters high. Wow, several little girls exclaimed. Vivi said brightly. The city of gold, it's a miracle. Eyes were opened, and Nami is even more interested. Besides the land of gold, is there Beibaihai, which stays in the sky forever? How did you do it? If both Nami and Bai Yu could make this kind of cloud, they can also build a city in the sky. It's still the one that won't lose control and cause it to fall. It's safer than lion fruit. Bai Yu, speed up. Nami shouted. With a light smile, Bai Yu controlled Shimayan with all his strength and flew towards the sky over Gaia Island. The other side. After Sengoku learned the specific situation from Kizaru, he directly raised Bai Yu's danger to the highest level. But, brainstorm. Everyone still couldn't understand clearly what Kizaru meant by active elementalization, which meant that Bai Yu's abilities were still unknown. But for sure, as we all know, any ability has limitations and certain shortcomings, it is impossible to be perfect. The strongest heritage of world government on the bright side, all kinds of devil fruit. Because the fruit illustrations are compiled by them. God knows how much has been hidden, or how much has been accumulated for 800 years, there must be a lot of bug capabilities. Kind of like a fun fruit. There must be bug fruit. Otherwise, it's too stretched. Sengoku still hasn't raised the bounty for Bai Yu, he still has to wait after Sabayati. But, Sand Crocodile Incident, still in the newspaper. Open black lens bracket Shichibukai crocodile loses. Nowhere to be found. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Demon King Bai Yu. Conqueror stuns millions of rebels. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the strongest supernova in the new era, target Shichibukai. Close black lens bracket. Hawkeye. Disembark temporarily if something happens, go and challenge him. Open black lens bracket Bai Yu. New people, your king is here. Close black lens bracket chapter 40. The excitement of Morgans, the discovery of Shandora, the land of gold. Bai Yu makes headlines again. Attract the world's attention. Especially the photo of Bai Yu. Standing on the sky above the clouds on the Sky Island, black and red thunder flashes all over the body, overlooking the earth indifferently, countless figures fall to the ground. Many pirates were amazed. Yes, Conquerors is really like a crucian carp crossing the river in New World. But high-level and even top-level Conquerors are absolutely rare in the world. This time, Kaido gave him a rare second look. This kid Bai Yu, lousy is surprised every time he sees news about him, is conquerors entangled. The black and red lightning around Bai Yu's body, Kaido can see clearly, this is the ability of the world's top tyrants. It can be said, conquerors advanced and above, only the ability to be qualified to learn but not necessarily able to learn is tyrannical. This is far more powerful than the armed color entanglement, of course, except for the armed color of some people. The vast majority of conquerors' owners are only beginners and intermediates in their entire lives, and at most they can control the range and direction. As this a newcomer, the presence of Bai Yu shocked the scalps of other pirates of the same period. Oh my god, what is conquerors? What can this man do? Kid wanted to make 2 sentences, but he choked in his throat for a while, and finally roared, check. Check it for me. 3 minutes, I want to know everything about conquerors. He can have it, I can have it too. Kira. I believe in you. He knew that Kid was envious. Because every time Bai Yu makes a headline, Kid has to yell at him, full of dissatisfaction. Why can't I, Kid, be on the headlines and show my face? Wow, this guy is amazing. Luffy first exclaimed when he saw the photo, how many people are a million people? It's more than the people in my village. Sanji has a black line. Did he forget Bai Yu's appearance again? He suspected that he was on the wrong boat. The real man Zoro just glanced at him casually and went to practice silently. He knew that no matter what he said, it was useless, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger, and he had to work harder. The world's greatest swordsman. If even he followed Bai Yu, then even if I become the strongest swordsman one day, wouldn't I still be inferior to Bai Yu? Thinking of this possibility, Zoro sank for a moment, then full of energy. Effort, struggle, practice hard. ... Advertisement. A few days passed. Except for Bai Yu's news, there is no big news in the world. It's just that a few rookie pirates appeared in the newspaper, occupied a small piece, and mentioned it casually. Why? Because the newspapers, especially Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News, were not interested. The major events in the first half are only major events related to Shichibukai and even Eni's lobby and Impel Down. Bai Yu Mingzu is in front. What can you expect Morgan's to be interested in with the other slapstick newcomers? After all, Bai Yu is also a newcomer. Morgan's wouldn't even bother to watch if the others didn't beat Shichibukai, or invaded Impel Down and overturned the Eni's lobby. If it wasn't for Bai Yu who hadn't even gone to New World, and the crew members only had a few girls, Morgan's would definitely blow it up, for example, the birth of the 5th emperor. Pity. It's hard for Morgan's to track down Bai Yu's trail, otherwise it would definitely follow the report. It's finally here. Morgan's contacted Hawkeye many times and wanted Bai Yu's contact information, but Hawkeye ignored it. Asked about other Shichibukai, the queen didn't even answer the phone, and she either scolded or didn't know, until she contacted Doflamingo. Foo, you want to get big news from him, then you really found the right person. Haha, I happen to think so too, thank you. To get the number, Morgan's hung up the phone bug. In the form of bird fruit albatross, he happily flew around the office. Expect the dial-up bug. Which one? Hi Morgan's, I'm. Oh, I know, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. It's, my good friend, the contact information that Brother Ming gave you, right? Yes, he wishes you a smooth journey and an early trip to New World, and I want to interview you. No need, but, Bai Yu looked at the endless Bai in front of him, and chuckled, have you heard of Shandola, the land of gold? Morgan's heart skipped a beat. Hey, is it? Yes, it's right in front of my eyes. My god. Morgan's was shocked for a moment, and jumped up excitedly. Big news. This is the real most sensational big news. In the world, only the monstrous wealth is the most curious. After all, when you tell ordinary people how strong Whitebeard is, they simply can't understand and even suspect that you are talking nonsense. But a city of gold is laid out. Needless to say, most people couldn't walk and just stared blankly. Excuse me, please. Morgan's was so excited that he couldn't help himself, and it took a long time to calm down. Can I look at the photos or something? Do you have a video phone bug, and faxes are fine? I'll send it to you later. Advertisement. Bai Yu didn't refuse, he wanted to make headlines. For nothing but stimulation. Until now, I haven't encountered a few people looking for trouble, which makes Bai Yu's daily life very boring. Are you afraid that I am too strong? Are you afraid that Hawkeye is also there? When the monstrous wealth is in front of you, a few pirates can stand it, absolutely crazy. Pirates. Come down. Well, Bai Yu didn't think about it at all, many pirates were looking for him, but couldn't find him. After all, the ability to fly is very rare. Ah. Nami screamed with excitement. It was so lucky that they had just reached Beibaihi when they met. Shandola. Should say, it was Bai Yu who was in control of Shimayan and accidentally knocked over the giant twigs that buried Shandora on Apayado. Apayado. The island inhabited by the gods, known as the Sanctuary, is part of Gaia Island that was washed up on Sky Island by upwelling currents over 400 years. The land of gold is here. And, Shandora was right under their noses. Not to mention Nami, Kaya, and even Bai Yu were stunned, it was amazing. This is not anime. Bai Yu was amazed when the real land of gold was in front of him. It's all made of gold. Nu Aochigao couldn't believe how much there was here. Makino's mind goes blank. This gold can buy a lot of countries. My country. Vivi didn't say much, she felt that her family was very poor. Tashigi suddenly felt that his knife was not so fragrant. And Kaya exclaimed. It's much, 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 much better than the gold in my house. Bai Yu suddenly laughed. Miss Kaya is so cute. This is an ancient city 800 years ago. Only Robin is concerned only with the age of the city. Front. Most of the golden country is covered with dense tree roots and leaves, but the golden buildings displayed in various places shine brightly in the sun. The ground, walls, houses, bell towers, etc. are all made of gold, it is obvious. View from afar. The whole land of gold. Can't take your eyes off. Chapter 41. God. Roll me down, New January, ask for support. Come on, everyone, take pictures. Bai Yu motioned for the girls to stand on a high platform in Chandola, and then locked the camera phone bug with a wisp of white cloud. Shot from above. All-round display of the charm from Chandora. Crack. After Bai Yu took a dozen pictures, Nami and Vivi ran away, while Kaya, Tashigi and Nokigao and Makino happily wandered around. That is, after Robin glanced again. Attracted by a huge golden bell, it is really too big, tens of meters high, the bracket and the base are also tens of meters, and they are completely made of gold. Bai Yu also looked over. Very eye-catching. 1 cubic meter of gold. About 20 tons. The so-called 1 cubic meter is only 1 meter long, wide and high. Even if it is 10*10*10, it is only 1,000 cubic meters. Then, such a large golden bell as a whole is definitely no less than tens of thousands of tons. Counting the whole golden country, Bai Yu suddenly thought of a suffocating number. That is a figure that can amaze the golden emperor Tezzolo, and even bring a huge impact on the gold market. Will Kaido and Ant come to kill him? Can Whitebeard hold back? He has to help his hometown. Sengoku is going crazy. After all, with a land of gold, Marine doesn't need to think about military spending for at least 10 years. When I think of the kind of scene that is really the enemy of the world. Bai Yu started to burn. Immediately, I sent Morgan's photos and some data, and asked for a full-page headline. This is big news. Morgan's flew around excitedly. Everyone knows that the Golden Emperor Tezzolo is rich, but he is very knowledgeable, and the major forces have served very well, so everyone is very respectful. Bai Yu, however, is different. He didn't want to give anyone face. Robin, how do you think I should move this ancient city away? Bai Yu walked over to Robin, who was deciphering the historical text, looked at Robin indifferently, and said, Isn't that where Poseidon is? What's there to see? Oh, yes, and Roger's message. You, as expected. Robin, who had just read it, was shocked. Then, Robin was very happy. You really saw through my heart and learned the text of history. It's good to have you. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched and he didn't explain anything. When I move the whole city, you have time to see. How do I move? You must have a way. I believe in you. Robin big sister smiled gracefully. Bai Yu has a headache. A ring would definitely not work, 100 of them would be unbearable, and they would be dismantled. Although not interested in history. Advertisement. But Bai Yu doesn't want to dismantle this civilized collection. At most sell small parts. Undead prison. It can be used as a storage space, but there is still the problem, how to ensure that it is moved without dismantling. This is a city. It's just that most of it is covered with vines. By the way, transfer. Bai Yu was thinking about how to use the transfer ability to use it here. Suddenly feeling the crisis, Bai Yu hugged Robin without thinking, and teleported away from the place. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell, directly splitting the golden floor of the ground, melting part of it. Not far away, Robin came back to his senses and was surprised. Thunder and lightning. Yes, Logia. Bai Yu saw color perception and looked at the sky. Thinking only about Chandora, I almost forgot about Enel, the voyeuristic demon. Robin exclaimed. Thunder fruit. Even among the many devil fruits, it is enough to be called an almost invincible ability. Bai Yu was noncommittal. Lightning speed, destructive power, ultra-high temperature, explosive power, strike range, and electromagnetic fields, etc. That's really comprehensive and powerful. Thunder, in many worlds, has been called the power of God since ancient times. But on Enel, Bai Yu almost laughed, a dumb thunder who couldn't even split rubber. Can't blame Enel for appearing early. Who made Wong Luffy the sun god? Are you afraid of thunder? Crackling. A flash of lightning flashed, condensing a figure of incomparable arrogance, as if despising all living beings. Yeah, haha, are they all mortals from Shanghai? Enel laughed wildly and glanced at Bai Yu with contempt, then looked at Chandola. I didn't expect that there is such a city hidden here, it is indeed the residence of the god. God. Robin is surprised, is he serious? Bai Yu said. This. God. I'm sorry, this city is mine now. Enel glanced over and laughed disdainfully. Yeah ha ha ha, stupid mortal, are you talking to this god? For Enel, after he awakened divine power, the whole world should be his. But he yearns for the infinite land, so he has no interest in Shanghai, which is full of mortals. Otherwise, they will experience social beating sooner rather than later. I like your abilities. Bai Yu looked at the incoming Enel with burning eyes. Advertisement. If nothing else, the effect of increasing the range of sight, hearing and color is enough to increase Bai Yu's teleportation range. Lightning increases Bai Yu's destructive power. Seeing Bai Yu's inexplicable eyes, Enel felt offended and laughed angrily. Yeah ha ha ha, this god doesn't like your eyes. Witness the power of God. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel beat the drums on both shoulders, and showed the thunderbolt he made from the drums, and then formed a huge thunderbird to rush towards Bai Yu. Brush. In an instant, Bai Yu took Robin away from here. Brush. The next moment, Bai Yu was back to where he was. In Enel's eyes, it was only Robin's disappearance, which surprised him for an instant. Attack. Transfer. When used against an enemy for the first time, Bai Yu's abilities burst out. What is innate ability? Bai Yu understands. It is born, like an arm swing. Obviously just acquired it not long ago, Bai Yu is like a grandmaster for many years, easy to use. In Enel's astonishment, his thunder dragon, which belonged to God's power, turned abruptly in the middle of the road. Attacked himself. How is this going? Enel ignored the thunder dragon attack at all, and instead looked at Bai Yu with a slight frown. Boom. Crackling. Enel was blasted open by the thunder dragon, and soon recondensed and formed unscathed. Yeah ha ha ha, although I don't know how you did it, you proved yourself. Standing on the high platform, Enel spoke arrogantly, and said without doubt, then, this god has given you the status of a priest, and you will follow this god to the infinite land in the future. Is it? Bai Yu was indifferent and raised his head slightly. I don't like someone standing on a high place and looking down at me. Get off me. Boom. P.S. Enel didn't find the Golden Bell, so he didn't find the Golden Town. His ship is small, not as big as the Golden Bell, and the gold is very small, and that gold is not as much as scraps in the land of gold. Click the upper right corner of the screen to view the picture. Robin stood in front of the Golden Bell and Nami in front of the spaceship. In addition, Chapter 13 about the younger brother said that there are only girls on the main ship. Finally, the theme of this book is to grab a girl's lottery, and strength and power are incidental. If you have any questions, please leave a message. Chapter 42. The Crocodile opens 5-5 New January, ask for support. Conquerors broke out. The terrifying momentum suddenly rose into the sky, and passed directly through Enel with lightning speed. In an instant, Enel's mind went blank. The unprecedented shock from the mental and willpower level made Enel's legs go soft. The whole person fell from a height. Space. Transfer. When Bai Yu's abilities were activated, he drew his knife in his hand and stabbed him fiercely in front of him. Enel was moved out of thin air into Bai Yu's eyes, right in the direction of his blade's attack. It can be understood as the upgraded version of Tianshuli. Move enemies around at will. PFF'd. The knife wrapped in armed color directly pierced through Enel's abdomen, and Bai Yu picked it hard. The so-called god. At this moment, Bai Yu picked him up with a knife in one hand. The pain from his body restored Enel's consciousness, which had been temporarily stagnated by the conqueror's impact, and could not help roaring in pain. This roars. Earth-shattering. Robin and the girls were dumbfounded. Nami's expression exaggerated. Wow. Is this a god? It's so scary. Sister Nami, where did you seem to have seen your expression and tone? Vivi recalled. Tashigi couldn't hold back. It's Kizaru Admiral. Looks like you learned. Nu Aochigao and Makino chuckled. Kaya couldn't stop laughing too. Robin sighed again in his heart. It seems that any opponent, in front of Bai Yu, is not a threat. It's no wonder that several women worship Bai Yu blindly. Cough cough cough. Enel's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and he vomited blood one after another. It has been 7 or 8 years since his awakening of divine power, and he has never suffered any injuries. Such pain. In an instant, his memory was pulled back to the past. Advertisement. Burka Island. Since I was a child, I have been beaten every day because I don't have wings, I don't have enough food and clothing. Ruined Burka Island. Enel admits he regrets it. Because just destroying it is enough, and destroying it 100 times will not make up for the pain it has caused. Crackling. After regaining consciousness, Enel turned into lightning and pulled away, half knelt on the ground, raised his head and looked at Bai Yu coldly. Okay. Very good. You are the only mortal who can hurt this god. Just now, it was all because of the carelessness of the god, and there was no Flash. Flash your sister. If it wasn't for Bai Yu's desire to experiment with new abilities, this so-called god would have been crippled and thrown into the prison of immortality. Come on. Go on. Bai Yu waved gently. Suddenly thinking of something, Bai Yu waved his hand slightly. Enel couldn't understand, and a Uzumaki-like black hole appeared in the void in front of him. Crocodile, deal with him. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Crocodile, who was working hard in the undead prison, looked at the hole and listened to the sound, and instantly became angry. What do you mean? Do you really consider Lousy your little brother? But out of yearning for freedom, Crocodile still jumped out of his heart. Ah, sunshine. Ah, the green woods. Ah, the high-altitude air is too thin to almost fall. Crocodile couldn't help but feel a little helpless, trying to adapt to the air of Beibai. B****************, D, what is this? The thin air made him feel uncomfortable all over, but when Crocodile glanced around, he was immediately stunned. Yellow. Gold. Crocodile felt like he was going blind at the moment. Don't say anything else, just say that the bright golden bell is too dazzling. Bai Yu was disdainful. No promise. Crocodile ignored it and looked greedily at the endless golden land ahead. He didn't like money, but he liked this whole city of gold. Yeah ha ha ha, you really annoyed this god. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't intend to do any more, he actually called his younger brother to come, and Enel's anger was instantly full. God's punishment. Advertisement. Enel's wrist turned into lightning, forming a huge pillar of thunder from the sky, slashing towards Bai Yu. Brush. Bai Yu disappeared. Boom. The powerful destructive force blasted the golden floor, and the blast of air and thunder and lightning directly woke up Crocodile, who was looking at the land of gold. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** exhibitionist condensing lightning in his hands. Logia. Crocodile was secretly startled, but not afraid at all, and sneered. Guhahaha, the legendary thunder fruit, what a lucky guy. Stupid mortal, are you laughing at this god? The thunder in Enel's hand was a little bigger. What the hell, mortal, god, Crocodile laughed angrily in an instant. Ha ha ha, ridiculous guy, don't you even know devil fruit, let lousy wake you up. I don't want to contribute to Bayou. But this idiot-like guy actually called him stupid. Crocodile rushed up very heartily. King Kong Desert Sword. Go to hell. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Not to be outdone, Enel attacked violently. 2 Logia showdown. The girls who were watching from a distance were stunned, and Kaya wondered, brother Bayou, that crocodile isn't dead. Robin's expression was the odd one. She just talked to the new boss, but what happened to the old boss, so obedient? Bayou nodded and said, in the future, we are going to build a big power, and we need a lot of people to work for us. Then who will win? Nami was eager to try, feeling that neither of them were very strong. Looking at the 2 people fighting in the distance, Bayou touched his chin and said, first of all, the sand crocodile has been silent for many years, and even Haki is deserted, but he has more experience in fighting than that god. The other, although he has no knowledge, his physical skills are poor, and he has no combat experience, but his knowledge is not weak and his speed is very fast. The main thing is that the 2 are more arrogant and conceited than the other, and the psychological factor is very important. It depends on who is smarter. Bayou is also difficult to evaluate. Sand Crocodile, the man who almost killed the protagonist twice, was defeated because of plot kills and arrogance, also known as Crocodile 5 and 5. The name of the 5-5 Kai is broad and profound. No one can beat it, and no one can beat it. Chapter 43. Is he handsome? New January, please support. Go and play. Looking at the 2 people who were fighting more and more, Bayou directly moved the space between them. In an instant, the 2 moved away from Shandora. Bayou raised his brows slightly. Space transfer, is it also within the range of perception? It's all right. It will be further and further away. This guy. Seeing himself and the madman suddenly shifted so far, Crocodile's heart was heavier. Why does it feel like the gap is getting bigger and bigger? Is Bayou still human? He didn't even have any chance to resist just now. And Enel was also shocked, full of disbelief. Impossible, how could he control the god to fly so far? What kind of god is he? Is he handsome? It's all fake. The god doesn't believe it. Quote. Crocodile was speechless. Sure enough, are the island natives. There was a white ocean in the distance. Although he had never been to other sky islands, he had guessed where it was. Sky Island. Really? It's just that the people here are not normal. Die for me. Enel is going to kill the crocodile first, and then kill the new god, Bayou. The other side. Bayou ignored the fight between the 2. After walking around Shandora, Bayou found that he couldn't transfer the entire city at once. He can only transfer things within the range of perception that his own strength can bear, while Shandora is a bit big. Nami, stop giggling. Find some more small parts and put them in the ring, and cover the rest with island clouds. Bayou still decided to seal this place first. I'll talk about it someday when I have the ability to completely remove Shandora, such as gravity, and fluttering. Bayou clapped his hands. Don't look at it, we will take it away sooner or later. Go grab a female angel and bring it back. Female angel. Kaya flashed big eyes. There are still angels here. Is there a god there? Bayou was speechless. What a strange world, with Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus, etc., all in the name of the gods. The finale may be the battle of the gods, so Bayou has to be careful. Bayou explained. It's just people with little white wings that can't fly long ago, like decorations. Advertisement. The girls were disappointed. While the battle between Crocodile and Enel continued, Bayou ignored it. Bayou was on the 2 of them, leaving a space imprint. The 2 cannot escape. Golden Lion Shiki. Recalling the plot, Bayou thought. According to the theatrical version, the Golden Lion appears over the sea between the Magic Triangle and Sabayati. Because, Brook is on board. And not 2 years later, so pretty sure. But, this is the real world, coupled with the accident of Bayou, the butterfly effect is terrifying. If any day, Bayou was not surprised when the straw hats were wiped out. Like meeting Teacher Guy in advance. 1 thunder, 8 trigrams, wouldn't even the people and the ship be smashed into slag, and of course it could be awakened in 1 hit. Bayou big brother, is this the life of a pirate? After Chandora took a turn, Vivi's excitement couldn't stop, and she was looking forward to the life of a pirate. Bayou tapped her forehead. I think too much, you can't imagine the darkness of pirates, and most of them are at sea, very boring. Anytime, we'll die on the road. Vivi was startled. Just when Vivi was about to worry about something, Bayou smiled. That's the other pirates, me, and you guys, they won't die, you have to believe this. Vivi believed Bayou very much, made a face to Bayou, and ran towards the girls again to play. Bai Yu smiled. It's amazing to transfer a cloud of Beibaihi and start to study it. Robin walked over and asked curiously, you're not interested in Pluton, what about Poseidon? Bai Yu asked back. Since you know from the Golden Bell that Poseidon is on the Fishman Island, do you know what Poseidon is? Robin smiled and listened. Bai Yu said. That is the biggest mermaid, the most beautiful and most crying princess in the world. Mermaid princess. Robin parsed the vocabulary and was a little surprised. Poseidon is a creature. Amazing news. Gradually, Robin trusted Bai Yu. However, Robin suddenly said again, that means, Poseidon, you are going to take it, right? For Bai Yu's little hobby. Robin is also dumbfounded, but he can understand that it's not a bad hobby after all. Advertisement. Yeah, and, the Fishman Island is Whitebeard's territory, but he's running out of time. Bai Yu doesn't care about that. Robin nodded, thinking that she didn't have much time, because she felt that Whitebeard was really too old. Stop talking about this, go grab the angel first and then talk about it. Bai Yu started to make the island, slowly covered the whole Shandora, and it was done. Nami, you take them to Angel Island. Bai Yu rushed to the battlefield. Go to jail and fight. Moreover, the constant roaring here has already attracted the attention of the priest, the previous god Ganfer, and the people of Shandia. He has no interest in Sky Island. Ring the golden bell at most to end the war and suppress a few iron-headed people, so as not to disturb Shandora. Status is restored. Space transfer. Armed instant slash. Bai Yu's ultimate is instant cast. All the abilities and moves of Enel and Sand Crocodile were withdrawn and transferred to Bai Yu out of thin air. Bai Yu shot hard. Puff chi chi. In an instant, Bai Yu chopped off Enel's limbs, then turned to look at Crocodile with shrunken pupils. You and I. Looking at Crocodile who couldn't say anything, Bai Yu spread his hands and said, no way, that prison can only bring in people who can't resist, it's more convenient to cut you down, so. See you sir. Crocodile threw a piece of sand to Bai Yu, turned around and ran, he didn't want to be crippled again. Running too slow. Another set of Bai Yu's ultimate moves. Crocodile cut off his limbs without any resistance, fell to the ground and screamed in pain. You can only enter if you can't resist, so can't you knock lousy out? Why should I listen to you? Bai Yu refused, cutting off his hands and feet was the best way, and he could recover as soon as he entered. It can also make prisoners remember this fear, so as not to be arrogant. Come in, you guys. Throwing the two together with their limbs into the undead prison, Bai Yu leisurely took the knife and left. Miss Angel, here I come. Chapter 44. Born to see the color, New January, ask for support. Immortal prison. Enel. Ah, Sand Crocodile. Noisy. Enel. Ah, Sand Crocodile. You recovered as soon as you came in, shut up lousy. Enel. Ah, yeah. My god's limbs have recovered. Yeah, ha ha ha, this god is the strongest. Crocodile. Damn mental retardation. The thought of being with such a white dementia in the future made Crocodile want to die. Lousy served it. Is it okay to take it? Let me out. Unfortunately, Bai Yu didn't have time to talk to Crocodile and was looking for Miss Angel who could be snatched away. So many angels. Kaya didn't know how to comment, but they all had little white wings anyway. And everything here is fresh, all kinds of amazing shellfish. However, some Angel Island residents are very enthusiastic, while others run away when they see it, for fear of causing disaster. The girls didn't care either. Jung. Sudden. There is a melodious sound of the piano from a distance, an indescribable charm, which makes people feel comfortable. Beautiful piano sound. The girls couldn't help being intoxicated. Robin listened, smiled and said, it's a beautiful piano sound. Although there is some sadness in it, the person who plays the piano must be a beautiful woman. Vivi blinked. Sister Robin, how did you know? Of course I guessed. Robin smiled and pointed to Bai Yu not far away. The girls looked. It dawned on me. Bai Yu looked at the sound of the chin, and they didn't believe that Bai Yu liked the chin. There must be something appealing to him. What is the purpose of coming here? Obviously, Bai Yu found the angel he wanted to take away. Let's go and see. Nami dragged a few girls with white clouds and flew over first. Advertisement. Bai Yu looked away, not in a hurry to grab people, but to deal with the civil unrest in Sky Island. Don't disturb his yaxing. Since a Payado was brought to Beibaihi by the Sky Current, the people of Sky Island, who had never seen the land, regarded it as a holy place, and occupied a Payado and renamed it the Island of Gods. The expelled Shandians fought a 400-year war with the Sky Islanders in order to regain their homeland and ring the Golden Bell again to complete the agreement with Norlando. 400 years have passed. The battle between the two sides came to an abrupt end because of the sudden arrival of Enel. Conflict transfer. Enel occupied the Island of God, then the goal of the Shandians became Enel, but it was even more difficult to defeat. He can only occasionally attack, and usually lives in the Cloud Shinobi village. The previous battle between Enel and Crocodile, the two major Logias, attracted the Shandians. Now, although I don't know how Enel disappeared, the priests who were determined to be okay with him were facing off against the Sandia warriors led by the war ghost Weber. And the original god Gone Fewer, took the people of Sky Island to watch the play. God will be back soon, I advise you to leave and get out of here. The priests glared at Weber and the others. But Weber ignored it and looked at one of the little girls instead. The 10-year-old girl looked like she was barefoot and carrying a small white bag. She raised her head and said cutely, Brother Weber, I didn't find him. Sure enough, Weber's eyes flickered slightly. I've come here for a few sneak attacks, but every time I haven't succeeded, but this time I'm almost rushing to the island of God, and Enel doesn't respond at all. It may not be there, or something has happened. After the little girl's judgment, Weber was even more sure of this. Little girl. Elsa. Natural knowledge, high level. This kind of natural sight, which is much rarer than conquerors, has mostly stood at the top since childhood. Such as Red Earl Rider, Princess Otahime. Moreover, they all have special abilities that other people have spent their entire lives and cannot acquire through cultivating knowledge, and S**X. Read your mind and read your memory. Convey the will, mind affecting, the ability to change minds and more. Special abilities are innate. Boom. Just as Weber was about to seize the opportunity and wanted to issue an order to take down the island of God, the sky suddenly exploded. Looking up, everyone was shocked. I saw the sky above the Bayou. Suddenly there was a large sea of clouds, the clouds were dense, and the thunder was rolling. Advertisement. God. God is back. You all wait to die. Several priests knelt down excitedly. Weber and the others were horrified, while Xiao Aisha's eyes widened. How could? He's obviously not on the island. I believe you. Weber spoke in a deep voice, but if it wasn't for Enel, what would have happened? Bayou's voice washed away from the sky. You can actually perceive the whole island. It's an enviable talent, just a little smaller. Only 10 years old. If it was taken away, Bayou would not know how the girls were thinking. Weber exclaimed, who are you? Enel is defeated. Except for the part of the island covered by the island cloud, the rest of the island of God will be divided equally between the two of you. Bayou's figure flashed and landed on a high platform, overlooking the crowd. He was not interested in the island of God, and to put it bluntly, it was nothing but a small island. This is my order. Bayou raised his hand slightly, and the thunderclouds in the sky immediately burst into countless thunder that terrified everyone. Boom. Thousands of thunder roared. One after another terrifying thunder and lightning fell on the Bayou not far away, and everyone's scalp was numb. Brush. Next moment, Bayou came to Xiao Aisha, looked at Weber and Lackey and said, I stole this girl, do you have any opinions? Weber was about to speak, but was stopped by Lackey, stared at Bayou and said, excuse me. What did you take Elsa for? She's still a child. Her talent is very good, it's a waste to stay here. Bayou said concisely. Lackey, who regarded Elsa as her own sister, breathed a sigh of relief. We have no problem, I hope you can take good care of Elsa, and thank you for your gift. Weber kept his mouth shut, and he could see that Bayou had no interest in the island of God, so don't make trouble. And you? Bayou looked at Ganfer with a dull expression. I will take Aisha from Shandia, and I will also take one from Angel Island. In order not to make them sad, if you fight again, I will directly destroy the island of God. Exterminate you. The Golden Bell, it's time to ring. Chapter 45. 10,000 Realms Lucky Draw Luxury Ship, is I am a male or female? Transfer. A stone was directly transferred by Bayou and rushed to where Shandola was. The stone instantly broke the island cloud and hit the Golden Bell. When the impact starts, boom, the majestic and beautiful bell rang in the ears of everyone in an instant. The bell rang through the Bayou. It rushed out of the sky, echoed the sky, and washed down, making Gaia Island and everyone around it even more dazed. And the final commander of the Tsuruyama allied army on Gaia Island, Kuli Gai, a descendant of Nolendo, looked at the sky dully, and wept with joy. The legendary bell. It turned out to be in the sky, not a liar, my ancestors were not liars. Bayou. Sloppy. The sound of the bell definitely reached the sea, and he deliberately smashed it lightly with a stone, but he didn't expect the sound to be so loud. I took Elsa. Bayou dodged and disappeared with Aisha. Appear the next moment. When he came to Nami and others, he saw a girl with small white wings looking at him blankly. The girl's blonde hair is tied in 2 braids, wearing a short skirt, holding a cloud fox in one hand and a harp in the other. Seeing Bayou, Kaya chuckled lightly. Brother Bayou, Canis was playing the piano just now, it's beautiful. Canis. Bayou recalled the name. A very upright and kind girl, is she beautiful? Of course she is beautiful. Nami looked at Xiao Aisha and pouted, you want to grab such a young girl. Her talent for seeing S**X far exceeds all of you. Knowing that he would say that, Bayou looked at Xiao Aisha and smiled slightly. In the future, you will be my crew member, understand? Little Aisha is still confused. Bayou looked at Canis, stretched out his hand and smiled. Hello, I'm Bayou. You. Hello, I'm Canis. Canis blushed slightly, and the other party smiled very kindly. What is the etiquette for shaking hands? The moment Canis's hand was held by Bayou teleported with Canis to the eyes of the Sky Islanders such as Ganfer. It's her, I stole it. Advertisement. Ganfer and the others just saw clearly that Bayou disappeared with Canis again. Question mark. Canis was confused. She just met a few beautiful big sisters and little sisters, and the men they said were very nice, they robbed her in front of the villagers and elders. This man is so strange. When Bayou returned with Canis again, he said with a serious expression, listen, immediately agree to be my crew member, or you will see the thunder just now. Here again. Robin and the girls watched Bayou, domineering and bullying, with joy, and they were also drunk inside. I promise. Canis turned pale. Seeing this, Bayou smiled. That's it, we will be family in the future, I will not bully you. Canis. Can't keep up with Bayou's rhythm at all. Nami crossed his hips and hummed, next time you just laugh, we're in a hurry, oops. Bayou gave Nami a forehead shot, you talk more. Okay, Sky Island is not small, you can get familiar with it and play for 2 days. I'll go to practice. Bayou dodged back to the room. Ding, it is detected that the host has robbed Aisha and Canis has become a crew member. Will there be a lottery in the world? Start. Bayou was exhausted for the lottery. Because his boat couldn't hold it, he had to go to the 7 waters for a bigger one. First set a large ship, 100 people. Creature, item, ability, information, concept, energy. The first pointer stops at the item class. Ding, congratulations on winning the item category. Luxury Spaceship Special Edition. Quote. Just wanted to change the boat, came here. Bayou felt that he had missed 100 million yuan. What is the use of the boat, he could buy it himself. Click on the information to view. Spaceship. The deck can accommodate 1,000 people, including 72 luxury suites, and has a variety of living and leisure places, as well as practice and training places. Advertisement. Driving. With advanced artificial intelligence assistance, it can start and fly automatically. Maintenance. Comes with hundreds of female robots with special characteristics, cleaning, transforming, and repairing spaceships. Energy. Controllable nuclear fusion, no need to worry about energy. Defense. The energy shield can be turned on, ignoring the physical attack of tens of millions of tons of equivalent nuclear strikes. Stealth. The ship can turn on stealth mode. Radar. Scan things at a range of 4,000 kilometers. Attack 1. Laser cannon, 108 muzzles all over the spaceship, long-range locking attack, range of 2,000 kilometers, destroying the ship with each shot. Attack 2. Gathering pulse, locking the target, destroying the island destructive power. As expected of a trait. What can Bayou say? He doesn't want Pluton, but a ship with a better quality than Pluton came. Well, it smells so good. Bayou chuckled lightly. Not to mention other things, just say that to build a good ship, you have to waste a lot of time is power. Save yourself the trouble. The second pointer, for the first time, stayed in the information column. Ding, congratulations to host for winning the information data of this world. Ding, host can specify to obtain any information that anyone in this world wants to know, and it can be reserved for use. Bayou's eyes lit up. If you say that the most interesting things in the pirate world are nothing more than those few. Raftel, devil fruit, the 3 major weapons, 800 years ago. Joey Boy, Helios, rocks, and, the finale, and more. And Bayou is easy. He is very interested in beautiful women. I really want to know all the information about Im's gender, appearance, body shape, etc. After all, his system is bad. So, Bayou spoke inwardly. System, I want to know about the pirate world. The exact location of pure gold. Chapter 46. Time will prove everything, New January, ask for support. Pure gold. Although Bayou is interested in the above information, he will know sooner or later that it will be more fun to investigate by himself. And where the pure gold is. It's just luck. The world government searched for so many years and couldn't find it. Bayou didn't think he could meet such a few people. Ding, the information is finished. Ding, congratulations to host for getting Mishia Assie's life card. When the system sound falls, a white card appeared in Bayou's hand, which was invincible. Mishia Assier is the scientist who accidentally produced enough pure gold to buy the whole world more than 200 years ago. That's right, it still lives on a small island in the stomach of a supergiant lanternfish. More than 200 years. So many years have passed, and because of the pure gold, Mishia Assier is not old at all, and his daughter is also alive, still a child, as if 200 years were the same day. The ability of pure gold to prolong life is beyond imagination. Millennium. 10,000 years. In short, Bayou wanted this before healing fruit developed the ability to restore life and death. The power of the optimized version of the dog spell, he has long been immortal. But the girls haven't, especially after having a bond. Living alone is very lonely, but when a group of people live, the happiness in it cannot be imagined by others. System. Start strength fusion. Ding, the crew, subordinates Nuauchigao, Makino, Tashigi, Robin, Vivi, Aisha, Canis have been detected, and the fusion of strengths is in progress. Light enveloped Bayou. The current girls, except for Robin's fruit ability, have very low strengths. But can enhance his potential and so on. Moreover, the strength is continuously integrated. If several women have the ability or become stronger, then Bayou will also be stronger. Physique, spirit, will, potential, memory, ability, talent, wisdom, battle awareness, battle experience. The above and so on, everything related to strength and Bayou needs, began to integrate into Bayou himself. Take the essence and get rid of the dross. Advertisement. 2 hours later, Bayou took a deep breath. Host. Bayou. Physical fitness. 4 stars. Spirit. 4.5 stars. Swordsmanship. 3.5 stars. Physique. Samsung. Armed color. Intermediate external. Seeing and hearing colors. High level, super range accurate perception, completely covering and shielding low level seeing and hearing colors, born Aisha. Conquerors. Advanced bound. Innate ability. Teleportation, immortality, transfer. Special abilities. Union Fruit, Restoration Fruit, Flower Fruit. Basic Combat Power. 4-star Top Vice Admiral of the Headquarters. Additional abilities. 5-star Top General Emperor. Nice ability. Looking at the column of knowledge and color, Bayou couldn't help but admire. Born to see, hear, and look, he is really the darling of the world, and he has a unique ability that other people can't learn. Over-range coverage, similar to Thunder Fruit's blessing, but covering low-level knowledge. All enemies who are not as good as me in the future will be really blind. It's only been a few days, Bayou's physique and sword skills are insufficient, and Haki has only learned some skills. But coupled with the development and cooperation of the three major capabilities of teleportation, transfer, and recovery, Bayou is still not very strong except for his destructive power, but his combat power is not weak. 2 days. Nami, Vivi and others had a great time playing on Sky Island. The Shandians also all moved to the Island of God and began to live peacefully with the people of Sky Island. And at 10 o'clock at night, when Bai Yu was about to go to the undead prison, he suddenly felt someone outside the door and was surprised. How could it be her? Don't wait for someone to knock on the door. Bai Yu opened it directly, and without waiting for the visitor to say anything, he took him into his arms with a light smile. I was approached by someone in the middle of the night. I didn't expect you to be so daring. I'm not. I mean, Makino blushed. She felt that Bai Yu had misunderstood something. I know you want to. Just so, I also want to. Let's go together. Bai Yu took Makino back to the room and closed the door. Makino is embarrassed, but Bai Yu doesn't feel embarrassed. Thin-skinned men only deserve to eat dirt. The moment Bai Yu lowered his head, Makino looked a little dazed. She was really passing by and wanted to ask a few questions by the way. Advertisement. But this moment, Makino sighed inwardly. He will be 30 years old next year. If he is still in Windmill Village, he may have had many blind dates or even married, and he may have a child in the year afterward, and everything will be so dull. Thinking of this, Makino struggled slightly, took a deep breath and asked a question that an ordinary woman would ask. Bai Yu, will you always be nice to me in the future? Bai Yu nodded. I don't like to make promises, let time tell. This is enough. Bai Yu's words made Makino feel the truth and closed his eyes gently. Demon King Claw. Full of fragrance. Under the sultry moonlight, a more sultry humming sounded. The next day, Makino didn't come for breakfast. Kaya blinked and asked, is Sister Makino also suddenly ill? Vivi was surprised. Suddenly. What's wrong? Who else is sick? Nami. It's me, Bai Yu said indifferently. Yes, so, Kaya, go to Makino and restore her to before 10 o'clock last night. Kaya nodded obediently. Nami complained inwardly. Just like me, I came back to this set again. I recovered to be on time and on time. My body recovered. Bai Yu was too good at playing. Interesting. Sister Robin smiled. Bai Yu didn't know what she was laughing at, so he teased Aisha and Kanis, and then taught Tashigi and Nuachigao. Noon. Bai Yu came to the undead prison and began to experiment with abilities. Bai Yu, I think. Just play. Seeing Bai Yu appear, Crocodile came over to say something, but was kicked away by Bai Yu. Hateful. You will regret this. Crocodile roared from a distance, but he finally got ready to bow his proud head. But Bai Yu's attitude. I sand Crocodile don't have face. Seeing this, Enel laughed disdainfully. Yeah haha, stupid mortal, are you trying to laugh at this god? God your mother. 2 trillion Chapter 47. Ability Transfer Experiment, New January, ask for support. Don't talk to lousy. Crocodile cursed angrily, really too lazy to deal with this idiot. Just been locked up for 2 days. Crocodile felt like he was going crazy, and he kept listening to this arrogant god, he wanted to die. You can't die in prison. Turn out to be. The strong world of Qinghai people, is that big? Although Enel is arrogant, he is not really an idiot. He keeps harassing Crocodile and Bonus, and basically understands what Qinghai is. The power is devil fruit, he didn't even think so. Bai Yu, the person who killed him at will, was just a newcomer who had just stepped out of the weakest sea. Then, Enel almost shut himself out. Could it be that this god can't even beat any little pirate in Qinghai? But when Enel knew that Crocodile was one of the big men of one of the big forces in Qinghai, confidence came again in an instant. It's not that this god is too weak. That man is too strong. Enel consoled himself, but he was still a lot more honest in the face of Bai Yu. It's really scary here. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life here. Thinking of this, Enel felt uncomfortable. This god can't be trapped here. This god is going to Qinghai, and after suppressing there, go to the infinite land. Think so. Glancing at Bai Yu who didn't know what to do in the distance, Enel flickered beside Crocodile. Hey, let me ask you a question. Lousy has a name. Crocodile glanced at Enel angrily, then came to harass him again. With this time, it is better to practice the hockey cheats given by Bai Yu. Enel still said arrogantly. Tell this god, how to get out of here. Hey, aren't you a god? Crocodile was full of sarcasm. Sir God, you can use your divine power to smash this place and go out. Phew, this god is not angry. Enel suppressed his anger and whispered. Tell this god, or don't even think about practicing. Your mother asterisk. Crocodile scolded for a few minutes, then sneered. Guhahaha, go and find Bai Yu. Then kneel down. crying and crying, kneeling down and begging without dignity. Maybe he will be able to throw your trash out. Of course Enel knew. Advertisement Bai Yu didn't kill them, his intention was obvious, to recruit younger brothers. But my brother has dignity too. If they did as Crocodile said, let alone Bai Yu, they would look down on themselves. The issue is how to join calmly without losing the backbone to appreciate the outside world. Bonus, who has been working hard all the time, said suddenly, since we all think so, he may have known it long ago. When the time comes, he will let us out, try to become stronger, boss. Sand Crocodile and Enel looked at each other, making sense. Co-authoring is because we are too weak. Bai Yu is afraid that we will be embarrassed when we go out, so he put him here to practice with peace of mind? Then practice. Hey, what hockey cheats did that Bai Yu give you? Let's take a look. Lousy doesn't call hello. Yeah ha ha ha, in the eyes of this god, you don't deserve a name. Goo ha ha ha, you are so mad at Lousy, go die. Here we go again. Bonus was silent. The two were prouder than the other, as if they were born to be enemies, and they would do it if they disagreed. Interesting. Bai Yu glanced at it and didn't care. He is now working on developing a new ability to transfer talent. Subject: Boogerman Mr. 5 with the ability to explode fruit. As well as Prisoners at Sky Island Prison, Experiment 1. Fruit ability transfer. Host status, in good condition. Bai Yu restored Mr. 5, who had been dying, to his injuries, and then took out an apple. Scanning. Bai Yu mobilized the power of transfer to cover Mr. 5, scanning the devil fruit's energy. Nothing was scanned. Bai Yu was completely unable to accurately perceive and scan the devil fruit energy from Mr. 5. Maybe it's too scattered, maybe Bai Yu's development isn't enough, etc. Crack. Bai Yu stepped on Mr. 5 with one foot and was severely injured. Advertisement, scanning. Bai Yu concentrated his attention and tried his best to investigate the seriously injured Mr. 5. 1 minute, 3 minutes, half an hour passed. Bai Yu lightly kicked Mr. 5 several times until he had only one breath left, and suddenly, Bai Yu scanned something. That's one share. Hidden and invisible, it seems to be condensed at any time, thus preparing to leave the special energy of Mr. 5. Crack. Bai Yu decisively kicked Mr. 5 to death. In an instant, Bai Yu's transfer force scanned the special energy that was instantly condensed to leave. Run. You run. Bai Yu lost his mind for a while, letting the energy leave, but thinking that this is a different dimension, he felt relieved. You can't escape through space, here, he is the master. Got you. Although Bai Yu's perception can't cover the entire undead prison, as a master, he doesn't need to be too troublesome. Direct and precise positioning, energy transfer. Holding an apple in his hand, Bai Yu instantly came to the vicinity of the energy and activated the power of transfer. When the energy was transferred into apple, it seemed to have found a home and stayed, and then began to upgrade. Ordinary apples. It becomes larger directly, with dense patterns and full of mysterious colors. Devil fruit, out. Hey, how is that possible, that kind of fruit? Boss, don't think about it, let's just kneel. At some point, the eyes of the trio who started peeping at what Bai Yu was doing from a distance glared out. They discovered the Bai Yu secret. A big secret that is enough to shock the world and make countless people crazy. I don't care what the trio thinks. Bai Yu frowned slightly, not satisfied at the moment. If the transfer can only be performed by killing the capable person, what is the difference between that and Blackbeard? Continue. Chapter 48. Enel is really convinced. New January, please support. Not enough. What Bai Yu wants is to transfer abilities, even to his subordinates, without killing or even hurting. After all, the ability of subordinates is Bai Yu's. The abilities of some crew members must be poor, and it is difficult for them to become stronger, and they cannot bring anything to Bai Yu. Experiment 2. Transfer without killing. Bai Yu fed the explosive fruit to a Sky Island prisoner to start the experiment again. 2 hours later, under the dull gazes of the three of Crocodile, Bai Yu recondensed the explosive fruits again, and fed them again and again. This scene, creepy, because they think of themselves. The trio are not too young. Currently, Sand Crocodile is 44, Enel and Redhead are the same age, 37, and Bonus is 29. Wouldn't it be better to kill them and hand over their abilities to younger and more potential people? Instead, they certainly do. Thinking of this, the trio's heart is extremely depressed, and they are not afraid of death, but no one will be willing to die when they are deprived of everything in this way. If Bai Yu knows, there are only 5 words: you think too much. The original characters have a special sense of conquest for Bai Yu. Therefore, unless it is really worthless or very hard-headed, Bai Yu doesn't want to kill randomly. Give me a job. The experiment. Success. After more than a dozen experiments in a row, Bai Yu temporarily stopped. Final test result. Severely wounded and dying people can transfer abilities without causing death. For now, Bai Yu can only do this, and it has to be done in an immortal prison. Second experiment. Side effect transfer. Bai Yu took out the Seastone handcuffs. This is one of Crocodile's possessions. Robin leads the way, Nami's home, Kaya's reckoning, Vivi's gate. When Bai Yu scans, silence. Scanning energy is hard, and the so-called side effects are too difficult. According to the scientific statement of the world of pirates, the reason why people with ability are afraid of seawater is because it contains pyrobuon, an active ingredient containing seastone. Pyrobuan is what the able-bodied fears. Seawater. It only makes the ability person powerless, but the ability can be used. Sea stone. Not only powerlessness but also ability to seal. Unscientific statement. Side effects are a valid concept. It involves concept development. For now, Bayou can't do it. Advertisement. Transfer of hockey, spirit, body energy, etc. Experience transfer such as swordsmanship, and even lifespan transfer. The above experiments, etc., Bayou thought well, but still not developed enough. Just give up the experiment. The recovery experiment begins. Experiment 1. Age. Bayou unleashes his recovery abilities, shrouding a Sky Island prisoner. Life restoration. The intention is to permanently restore a person's physical state and age to a youthful period. Buzz. Bayou is constantly releasing his abilities and constantly experiencing the miracles of life. 1 hour. 2 hours. Another few hours passed. Life is restored. Bayou's experiment is still going on, and the trio are all numb. What experiment is he doing, scientist? Year. Younger. Enel, who was staring at him, suddenly trembled. Crocodile and Bonus lost their voices in disbelief. The prisoner who passed out at Bayou's feet was originally a guy with a shaggy beard in his 40s or 50s. Now, 30 years old, 20 years old, teenagers. The trio was horrified as they watched the guy get younger, smaller, and turned into a child. The shock cannot be added. Look at the results. Bayou took back the ability and looked forward to it. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. It wasn't until half an hour later that Bayou was disappointed because the younger prisoners were aging at an accelerated rate. Expected. 10 hours. In other words, Bayou's current life recovery can only keep people around 10 hours younger. Maybe different constitutions lead to different times, but for sure, the permanence that Bayou envisioned is not currently available. It's still not developed enough. Bayou wasn't much disappointed. He has time to develop, after all. The restoration fruit is clearly introduced. Concept development. Advertisement. The last experiment. Experiment. Death recovery. Goal. Resurrect the dead. The ultimate goal. No matter how long they die, as long as there is a trace left, anyone can be resurrected. When Bayou's hand turned to a dead prisoner, the trio was completely frightened and ran over quickly. What are you going to do? Crocodile's expression was very heavy, and his voice trembled slightly. What are you doing to a dead person? Isn't it obvious? Bayou said casually. Enel's expression management was completely out of control, and he exclaimed. This is something a human can do? Are you a god? Right. You are my god. Enel looked at Bayou, and suddenly there was an indescribable admiration and awe in his eyes. What a god. After a few minutes, Bayou withdrew his hand. There is no movement, and the development is not enough. The trio was shocked. Just not enough development? After that, the development has been enough. Seeing that Bayou is not disappointed, I know that I must be confident. Crocodile held his hands tightly. What kind of ability is this? Bayou glanced at it and said, talent. It can be understood as an innate ability. Yes, that's for sure. Enel suddenly twisted his body in place like a fool, shouting madly and frantically. God does not gather. God does not plot. God does not depend on others. This is the real God. God was a perfect being from the beginning. The three Bayou were stunned. What are you saying? Ignoring the crazy Enel, Bayou said plainly, cultivation hard, wait for me to reign on the supreme throne, and give you the supreme glory. Brush. Bayou disappeared. The undead prison is quiet. The trio looked at each other and were instantly full of energy. God or not, they did anyway. Chapter 49. The world shakes. Lovely thinks how to win Bayou. 2 days later, Bayou found the giant snake, the lord of the sky, Nolan. This giant snake is said to be hundreds of years old, and Bayou didn't kill it. He induced vomiting and spit out the gold. Then after a few meals, let it guard Shandola, don't eat it secretly. Incidentally changed the name. Wan Snake. Pack up Enel's possessions, including a spaceship. Nami glanced at it. This is also called the Golden Ship. The hole is not as big as the Golden Bell, and a little gold is added to the cabin. This god is very poor. Bayou applauds. Nami's vision has improved, and he doesn't look down on the gold on Enel's ship. Bayou left Sky Island with the girls and continued sailing. Shandola, the land of gold? Blocked by Nami with various clouds, he left with tears in his eyes. Listening to Bayou, Nami came back to life after Lion Fruit was able to move the island at will. Try to find the golden lion, and in these days, Qinghai exploded again. Open black lens bracket the land of gold is here. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the city of miracles with more wealth than Raftel. Shandora, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the legend of 400 years has become reality. Close black lens bracket. Demon King Bayou, the legend begins. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket the richest man in the world. Demon King Bayou, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. The marshal is seriously ill in bed. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket shocking. The 4 emperors are all crazy. Close black lens bracket. During the few days when Bayou was away from Qinghai, Morgans kept up with the hot spots, adding various vivid descriptions to the photos posted by Bayou and sending them to the world. The world, once again sensational. The sensation this time is more lively and continuous than all the big news in the past 10 years. Wealth is always hot. Nothing can compare to the sight of a whole city of gold in front of them, which is more shocking to ordinary people. The former world's richest man Tetsulo said in an interview, "Yes, I am no longer the richest man, the devil Bai Yu is." Turn around. Advertisement Tetsulo burst into tears. His boat was 10,000 meters long and looked like it was made of gold from a distance, but it wasn't. After all, even if the golden fruit is awakened, it cannot become gold forever. 20% of the world's wealth. Cash flow is king. In addition to the city of gold, Tetsulo has industries all over the world, but it is difficult to piece together the gold of a city. With cash, more wealth can be created, and the gold owned by Bayou is the envy of Tetsulo. Is that the kid? Looking at the photos of Bayou and the golden township surrounded by beautiful women in the newspaper, the eyes of an old man with white hair and glasses flashed. Little 8. Think of a dead Murloc. I thought of the ship doctor's request again. It really gave him a headache. The old man couldn't help but patted his forehead again. Why forgot Sky Island? Just go up and deduct $2. The old man will not have no money to buy wine. Newspapers are slightly exaggerated, but after seeing the newspaper, Marshal Sengoku really couldn't eat for several days, full of envy and hatred. Military spending, Marines shackles. Whitebeard stopped his sons from making a fuss, mainly because Ace's safety was more of a concern to him. Lin only knew Bai Yu's existence for the first time. After reading all the newspapers, he laughed. Well, the tea party is about to start. Who can invite him to my mother? My children? The confident cracker said immediately, Mom, let me go. It's dangerous for you to go alone, Ka said very directly. Charlotte Lin didn't take it seriously. Let Cracker go, invite that kid to dinner, he will not refuse. He is likely to refuse, Katakuri said inwardly, but did not dare to refute anything. Lin's words are the imperial edict, and the aunt looked at Bayou's photo and drooled unconsciously. So young and so strong, I really want to take him back. Bayou. Tick, tick. Shanks wept silently from the first sight of Shandora at Bayou's feet in the newspaper photo. Beckman said calmly, You're not a wealthy person, can you tell me why you're crying? Advertisement feel sorry. I'm red hair pirates, super poor. Shanks, as long as you give me a word, we'll go grab it right away. It's nothing, just remember the days when I was with the captain and Buggy. Shanks wiped away his tears, then laughed. If Buggy saw Shandora was taken by Bayou, he would definitely cry to death, ha 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 ha. Buggy did cry. I have been crying for days. How could he forget Shandora, how could he forget it? Cluck, cluck. Kaido of Onishima, for some reason, laughed for days. Quinn wondered. What's the situation? Did you find a way to commit suicide? Jin shook his head. The boss is looking at Bayou's photo and laughing. Isn't this normal? Bayou has so much gold, the boss must think that it's all his. Quinn said as a matter of course, he had already fantasized about how the big money was spent. No, I'm not looking at Shandora at Bayou's feet, but at Bayou. What? What did you say? Quinn's eyes protruded. Kaido boss is happy. Papa, look, you're looking at that kid. What is fright? This is so frightening. Quinn moved away unconsciously, after all, he is also super handsome. Jin glanced at Quinn speechlessly and said, Boss Kaido, do you want Bayou to join us? Certainly, Kaido nodded subconsciously, then shook his head, took a gulp of wine and said, but he is a real tyrant and won't surrender, but he has brought a sensation to the world again and again. Lousy admires him very much. The more I think about it recently, the more wrong it is. Since we are going to start a top-level war, there are too few of us. Especially the top powerhouses, speaking of which. Kaido's voice changed. But the strong are arrogant and unable to subdue them, but there are few strong people, and they can't start the top war, which is very contradictory. But now, if nothing else, it's just how to win Bayou. Lousy figured out a way. The perfect way. Chapter 50. Teacher Guy. Lousy, the father-in-law, is set. Good idea? Jin and Quinn are looking forward to it. Don't look at Kaido's rude appearance, but he is actually very shrewd. Kaido laughed loudly. Well, if you want to bring together the top powerhouses, you don't have to be subdued. Fetters, interests, morality, etc., can also pull the strong over. Bayou, you can also win over. How to pull, benefit, Bayou is too much gold. Fetters, go and worship him. Moral, this is more troublesome, at least save Bayou once. Jin and Quinn thought hard, after all, Bayou is not alone, he still has eagle eyes, which is more worth winning. Can't you think of it? Looking at the two of them thinking hard, Kaido felt the sense of superiority from the crushing of IQ, and laughed. Well, giggling, if there is a chance, I will naturally save him, that is morality. But this is too slow. Lousy has sons. No, he has daughters. Female. Daughter? Jin and Quinn were sluggish, what does Boss Kaido mean? Kaido nodded. Yes, they are all the same generation of tyrants. Lousy has seen the new era, and only the boy Bayou is worthy of Yamato. But here it is. The crybaby is so cute, and suddenly burst into tears. Wow, but Yamato doesn't recognize Lousy. It makes Lousy so sad, damn Odin. Jin, Quinn. Boss, you still know. Kaido beats Yamato frequently, is also imprisoned without food, and even wears bomb handcuffs. The two do not know what father and daughter need to repair their relationship. Quinn frowned. Boss, Mr. Yamato. Cough, Miss Yamato won't be obedient to Mary, right? Is this the problem? Kaido held back his tears and felt very strange. Yamato is not weak, but she is still a woman. If Bai Yu can't even take Yamato, Laozi will kill him directly. That's it. Find someone for his contact information and tell Bai Yu that Laozi is the father-in-law. Bai Yu. Picking up a wife for nothing. No, you put Yamato there, I'll grab it myself. High in the air. A strange white cloud was flying rapidly in the sky. On the ship. The girls were amazed. In fact, everything about the spaceship is very fresh and special, as if it is not a product of this world. Attacks, defenses, equipment, rooms, etc., all made the girls exclaimed. Like steel. Advertisement and can you fly? Just to exercise yin fruit, Bai Yu did not turn on the flight function. The most surprising girl. The 100 female robots that came with the spaceship are only 1 meter tall and all white metal. Although they can only understand some abilities such as cleaning and repairing the spaceship, they look cute and cute. Well received by several women. This is Pluton? Robin thought for a long time before he was unsure. Pluton doesn't deserve it. Bai Yu doesn't think Pluton is better than his spaceship, it's too old. No wonder you're not interested in Pluton. Robin looked at Bai Yu again. Turns out there are better ones. Bai Yu didn't explain much, looked at Nami and said, how long will it take? About a few minutes. Nami said a little puzzled. Our boat is so good, why do we still go to the capital of 7 waters? You can't stay in the sky all the time. It's a famous check-in spot, and there are a lot of talents. Bai Yu instantly thought of CP9. Especially Lu Chi, who was abandoned for 5 years and ate a rotten fruit. After 2 years of cultivation, he became the captain of CP0. Although the captain and the strongest shield are not the same level, they are still not weak. A bunch of intelligence talent. For these talents, Bai Yu decided to coerce and lure them and never let them go. I went first. When the ship arrives there will be a stir, and Bai Yu decides to go over there first. The other side. City of 7 waters. One of the most lively islands in the first half, Pluton was built here 800 years ago. There are countless pirate ships coming and going here every day, repairing and building better ships and continuing to set sail. Dock 1. The boatman Laoka and the Samo Lao Luo, the two of them worked hard here as usual. Another wasted day. Lao Ka couldn't help but sighed as he watched the sun begin to set. Hearing this, Lao Luo snorted coldly. Pay attention to your identity. You should be very happy and looking forward to it at this moment, because you are about to get off work and rest. The old card twitched the corners of his eyes. Then why haven't I seen you laugh? Well, you have a big fist and you were justified, but when it was time to get off work, Lao Ka and Lao Luo had no happy expressions on their faces and left in a hurry. Along the way, noticing that there was no one around, Lao Ka said in a low voice, really, the old man's legs are going to rust. That's not what you should say. The ruthless Lao Luo subconsciously clenched his fist, but finally let it go. 5 years. 5 years, do you know how I spent these 5 years? Every day. Advertisement Lao Luo even wanted to kill that trash-like boss and wasted his talent and time. It's obviously in the stage of explosive growth, but you can only do things that ordinary people can do every day. It's very painful, right? A figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the two, I was full of emotion. 5 years, there are several 5 years in life, and there is no increase in strength, and it even begins to be eliminated by the times. You guys, don't you hate it? Lao Luo and Lao Ka's pupils shrank, and even subconsciously used shave to distance themselves. Demon King. Bai Yu. With his obvious identity exposed, Lao Luo was tense all over, and his heart was full of horror. Appeared without warning. Most likely, they have no chance of resisting. Rob Lucci and Kaku, I appreciate you all. Bai Yu said frankly. Identity exposed. The plan failed. You should know what it means. The two were bitter. This is the ruthless system of the CP organization, and few can survive a failure. In particular, their rubbish boss will definitely push all the responsibilities to them, and even offer a reward. The two of them were not reconciled at all when they thought that they had been wasted for 5 years, but in exchange for such a result. Just when the two of them decided what to do, Bai Yu said, by the way, there are no people around, you can try to kill me in seconds, kill the surrounding area as soon as possible, and clean up the traces, and no one will know that you are exposed. The two were speechless. Well, they just really thought about it for a moment and then gave up. But, why nonsense? War, in an instant. Lu Chi has become the strongest orc form, and Kaku has not returned to Ini's lobby, so he has not eaten the giraffe fruit and attacked first. Tempest Kick Chaos. Kaku's Tempest Kick extension technique, slashing towards Bai Yu in a wide range. In this way, my mouth escape cultivation base is not enough. However, you don't want to run, but attack. Stupid choice. Bai Yu directly drew his knife and disappeared, leaving a few words. Ended. Armed instant slash. Lu Chi, who was ready to drive at any time, suddenly saw a scene that he could not accept. It was a bloody scene. Boom. Puchichi. Chapter 51. Please note that Aokiji has 10 minutes to reach the battlefield. Boom. Puchichi. Lu Chi didn't see Bai Yu's movements clearly. When Bai Yu fell in the distance, Kaku's attack and the sound of blood splashes sounded at the same time. Kaku, who fell to the ground with all his limbs broken, silenced the ruthless Lu Chi for a moment, and then shot in a rage. 6 Styles' biggest wheels King guns. Lu Chi gathered all his strength and rushed towards Bai Yu suddenly, releasing a huge shockwave. Brush. Bai Yu disappeared instantly, came behind Lu Chi, and slashed Lu Chi with a knife. Peefed. Broken legs. But under inertia, Lu Chi, who rushed over, swooped dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Peefed. Bai Yu chased after him and stabbed the arm-colored knife into Lu Chi's body, 13 knives in a blink of an eye. After all, the vitality of zone fruit is very tenacious. When Bai Yu put away the knife, Lu Chi's head was still on the ground and fell in a pool of blood. It's done. Just killing 2 small CPs in 1 second, Bai Yu's heart is not disturbed. The 2 were thrown into the undead prison, and the moment they fell into the prison, the 2 recovered immediately, and then became sluggish. New inmate, Crocodile and Enel looked at each other, and the Saris were raging, and they rushed over to test the quality of the 2. Here are the 2 Logias. Lao Luo and Lao Ka were shocked. The roar of the street naturally attracted the attention of many people. Bai Yu didn't care, picked up Lu Chi's phone bug, and walked towards the tavern. There seemed to be only 4 CP9s here, none of the others. Bai Yu perceives the whole island, and several others may be in Eni's lobby. It doesn't matter. When Bai Yu came to the tavern, he happened to bump into Bluno, who was hurriedly preparing to go out, so he stopped him. Let me. It's you. As he was in a hurry to go out, Bluno, who had just drank angrily, turned his head and was suddenly in shock, sweating profusely. Sorry, I. Stop pretending, CP9. Bai Yu chuckled. Bai Yu liked the ability of the other party. Door fruit. You can open the door anywhere to enter and exit freely, including in the air, on the flames, on the human body, etc., and everything can open the door. And it has its own refuge space. It can also move in space. Bai Yu doesn't need it, but New Okagawa, Vivi, Konas, Aisha, etc. are all quite weak, and this ability is enough to protect themselves. But, advertisement, it still depends on Bluno's choice. After all, girls have many choices. The air opens. The moment he heard CP9, and after thinking about Bai Yu's strength, Bluno turned around and was about to open the door and escape. A very wise choice, unlike Lu Chi and Kaku, who are unable to struggle. Bai Yu's words made Bluno's movements stagnate, but even if he didn't stop, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to escape. Armed instant slash. The door fruit had just opened halfway, when Bai Yu's fierce attack slashed across Bluno's limbs. Come in you. Throwing it into the undead prison, Bai Yu turned around, full of indifference. The residents and pirates around the tavern all looked at Bai Yu blankly. Demon Lord Bai Yu. For a moment of horror, many pirates became excited. The richest man in the world. The land of gold. The land of gold is out. It directly eliminated 99% of the pirates' fear of Bai Yu's strength, because it was a monstrous wealth. Greed is greater than awe at this moment. Just him. Kill. The treasure is ours. Ha ha ha. FK your Raftel, Shandora is the truth. Quote. One by one, the pirates rushed towards Bai Yu like crazy with excitement. There is so much waste at sea. Bai Yu looked at the past, and the pirates who heard the sound from a distance were also killing him. The pirates on the whole island were all excited at this moment. Then, kill the world upside down. Bai Yu smiled coldly, and one person competed against the whole island, which was really exciting. Hockey, recovery, teleportation, transfer and other abilities beyond the standard, Bai Yu retains all. Only with swordsmanship. Start the most primitive battle. Clang clang. Boom boom boom. A gorgeous killing feast unfolded, and Bai Yu was excited. One word, war. The girls who had just arrived in the sky glanced at each other. How did Bai Yu's fighting style become so rough? Isn't it all in a flash, and then it ends gracefully and gracefully? Sometimes I really don't understand him. Nami muttered, not choosing to drop the boat. Advertisement. Instead, he brought a few girls and sat on the small island of Yun towards the Seven Waters and flew down. Report, sir. Demon King Bai Yu appeared in the Seven Waters city, asking for instructions. Report to the marshal. The Demon King is currently in the capital of Seven Waters, ask for instructions. Marine soon discovers Bai Yu. After the speed is reported layer by layer. Did he just attack the pirates and ignore Marine? I see. Sengoku directly communicated with Chief Marine in the Seven Waters, and asked him to start the live broadcast of the video phone bug. After a few minutes, the image phone bug opens. Sengoku will soon call in the high-level generals who are still at headquarters to watch the live broadcast. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Chado Jaji imitated Kizaru and made an exaggerated expression. Demon King Bai Yu. Is his strength not right? On the screen, Bai Yu fought against the endless stream of pirates one by one, slashing Cyclonus. But, the strength does not match the rumors. Everyone looked at Kizaru, who was lying flat in gauze for some reason. What's the matter? Cough. Kizaru hurriedly put on a weak look. The old man's injury was not healed, so he was pulled over. It was very painful and uncomfortable. Everyone was speechless. This little injury can be regarded as allowing you to find the correct way to be lazy. Garp ate the senbei and said casually. Without any haki or any ability, he is honing his fighting consciousness and swordsmanship. Momosugi held the knife tightly and stared at Bai Yu on the screen. It means that Bai Yu is not very strong, but he can kill me instantly with his ability, right? Kizaru's eyelids twitched. Since Kizaru said, Sekal, Momosugi kept these two words on his lips and seemed to be questioning him all the time. T-Dolphin suddenly became angry. Just rely on this kid. Shut up. Momoshiki glared at Chigu, looked at Kizaru, and waited for an answer. Kizaru couldn't help but surrender. I'm sorry, the old man is wrong, but his abilities are really terrifying. You must be careful when you encounter them in the future. The crowd could not help but feel helpless. After a while, space and time are immortal. How many abilities are there? But Kizaru just couldn't tell, because he didn't figure it out himself. Crane said calmly. Bai Yu is immersed in the battle at the moment, do you need to send someone to arrest the other crew members? Sengoku thought for a moment and said, there are no high-ranking generals near the Seven Waters. Although the Eni's lobby is close, it is not qualified. By the way, where is Aokiji? Soon. Reply came. Report to the Marshal, Aokiji Admiral is currently near the capital of the Seven Waters, and is expected to dock in 10 minutes. Chapter 52. Khalifa wants to cry but no tears, are you all devils? Aokiji Admiral. The generals also came to the spirit. It would be great to see Bai Yu fighting Admiral on stream. Sengoku hurriedly contacted Aokiji. Go to the island as soon as possible, first catch the crew of the Bayou pirates, hand them over to Marine, and then fight against Bayou. It's best to go to the sea and let Marine live remotely. Aokiji. What's going on? Sengoku said a few more words, and after figuring it out, Aokiji couldn't help scratching his head. Allah, it feels so troublesome, I will try my best. Put away your laziness, this mission is very important, understand? Yes, Marshal. Aokiji had a headache. Kizaru's tragic situation is vivid in my eyes, I hope he won't overturn. Quote. Brother, come on. Kizaru thought to himself, and he didn't want anything to happen to Aokiji either. Demon King Bayou, a real monster. Now. When Aokiji was carrying his bicycle, he accelerated towards the capital of Seven Waters. The other side, there was a figure that moved quickly, flickering like an afterimage, rushing towards Bayou's location. Exactly. Go to the pub there. Problem occurs. I can't even get in touch. Did the Demon King do it? How could it be so fast? Khalifa was anxious in her heart. She just heard two beeps and looked at the gathering pirates from a height. It was only after I got down that I found out that the Demon King Bayou was here. However, none of Lu Chi and the others answered the phone bug, it was very abnormal. Cloud wall. A light drink sounded. Khalifa only felt that she had hit a very solid wall, her eyes blinked, and she couldn't help but retreat. After stabilizing her body, Khalifa saw several beautiful girls looking at her. Nami chuckled. I can see you from a distance. You are moving very fast. It seems that you are not weak. Be careful, it's the Grand Line after all. Robin reminded. Nami nodded slightly. Logia is not invincible. Bayou's words kept echoing in his ears, and Nami naturally wouldn't be careless. Advertisement. Whoosh. Nami controls an island cloud and keeps Makino, Vivi, Kanis, Aisha, and Noki away. Only Nami, Robin, Tashigi, and the firm-eyed Kaya remained. It's you. Khalifa stared at Nami and Kaya, not recognizing Robin for a moment. Nami's eyes lit up. It seems that I will have to go down and walk around in the future, maybe there are fans. The once timid Nami. As his strength became stronger, he gradually gained a little more calm and self-confidence. At least not afraid of bounty orders. Why stop me? Do we have any grudges? Khalifa was worried about the safety of Lu Chi and others, while guarding several women. Robin smiled and said, our captain should appreciate a powerful woman like you. You are sexual harassment. Khalifa is very angry, can that devil be a good person, why should women embarrass women? Kaya vetoed. You misunderstood, we want to invite you on board. I don't know how to be a pirate, please get out of the way. After Khalifa finished speaking, it felt as if the whole world had turned white. Cloud World. Nami's special ability developed by combining the island cloud and the special cloud of the Shiraishikai. With a large range of clouds, the enemy is surrounded by a world that only belongs to the cloud, and the cloud is controlled to attack in all directions. The cloud world is very thick and hard. Logia. Looking at the sky and the ground full of white clouds, Khalifa's heart sank. She hasn't returned to the Eni's lobby yet, and like Kaku, she hasn't eaten the fruit yet. Even if he eats it, he can't fight against Logia. Khalifa tries to make himself a little weaker. I'm the mayor's secretary, and my family is here. I don't want to be a pirate, please. Quote. Nami. Three girls did not speak. Robin smiled and said, does the current mayor's secretary have such high requirements, and does he need to have extraordinary strength? The words just fell. Khalifa moves. Shave. Khalifa hurried to Robin's side, she recognized Robin, so take the one she knows best first. Finger pistol. Position recovery. Kaya, who had been prepared since the formation of the cloud world, did not see the movement of Khalifa, but when she stopped, she immediately activated her ability. In an instant. Advertisement. Khalifa's finger pistol failed. Looking at Robin, who was far away, she was in a trance, she came back. Cloudlock. Nami, who was also prepared, mobilized Bayun when Khalifa was absent. Dozens of cloud locks wrap around Khalifa from the surrounding cloud wall. 12 flowers locked. Robin crossed his arms, and 12 arms emerged from Khalifa's body, locking him into a deadlock. Look at the net. Kaya waved her lil hand. A huge iron net was thrown out of the ring and landed on the restrained Khalifa. The grids of the iron net are inlaid with sea stone, one of the sand crocodile properties. Kaya holds guns in both hands. The fighting method Bai Yu planned for Kaya. Restore the various states of the enemy and solve them with guns at a distance. Double gun Kaya is online. Tashigi didn't know what to do, her knife hurt a lot. Nami. It's not safe, she might break free and get stabbed twice. Kaya. I have a gun, do I need to shoot 10 and recover? Robin. It's not safe, just cut off your hands and feet and just take a breath. Tashigi. I see, I'll cut off her limbs. Khalifa. Who I am? Where am I? Are you all devils? I'm just a small CP9, not the strongest shield of CP, so don't be so troublesome. Notify Bai Yu. Nami suddenly shouted, then broke through the cloud world and flew out. Just a moment. She felt that the island cloud under her control was broken, and it was very likely that someone would attack, so Bai Yu was the most stable. Kaya decisively contacted Bai Yu. Tashigi was on guard with a knife, Robin bloomed in various circles, and Khalifa passed out. And around the number 1 dock, Bai Yu was surrounded by corpses, blood red all over the ground, and stared coldly at the frightened pirates. What kind of pirates are you afraid of dying? Bai Yu looked indifferently at the pirates who were getting more and more afraid and started to flee, but did not see a single supernova. All too weak and inexperienced. Boom. There was a roar in the sky. Chapter 53. The spaceship appears. Bai Yu targets the Eni's lobby. Boom. In an instant. Bai Yu prepared with various abilities and looked up at the sky. This is Nami, who had just rushed out of the cloud world, was also stunned. Next to Nami, New Okagawa on Kojima Cloud was surprised. Is someone attacking the spaceship? The ship will be fine, right? Konas likes the ship very much, and her room is big and beautiful, and there are all kinds of Qinghai musical instruments. Bai Yu said that unless he has special abilities, even attacking the Emperor's physical and energy is not enough. After Nami breathed a sigh of relief, he quickly gathered everyone together and flew towards Bai Yu. Brush. Bai Yu teleported to Nami and the girls, and looked at Khalifa, who was unconscious and bound, in surprise, and then said, She is. Forget it, go back to the boat first. Brush. Bai Yu took the girls and teleported directly through the spaceship's energy shield to return to the ship. Aokiji. Sloppy. Wrong target chosen. Aokiji, who had not landed before, saw the huge spaceship dragging on the island cloud from a distance. Thinking back to Sengoku's words, take down the crew first, and Aokiji did. If you destroy Bai Yu's ship first, you will buy more time. So, Aokiji stepped on Moonwalk very quickly, and just started to see what he saw and prepared to investigate. He was stunned in the air. 100 female robots with a height of 1 meter and a whole body of white metal stand on the deck in a uniform manner. So many robots? Aokiji was confused on the spot. However, Aokiji had seen the big world after all. After perceiving it, he didn't notice anyone, so he decided to freeze the ship and destroy it before looking for someone. Ice Age. Aokiji opened directly. After the island cloud was frozen, the cold air quickly froze towards the spaceship. Who knows? As soon as the cold air touched the bottom of the spaceship, a light blue energy shield enveloped the entire spaceship, isolating the cold air. Is there a barrier? Aokiji froze for a moment, and the tentative icicles collided with the shield and roared, attracting Bai Yu in a few seconds. Also saw Nico Robin. Aokiji was a little tired. One wrong step. Now that Bai Yu came back with someone, the first step was cancelled. And at Marine headquarters, seeing Bai Yu disappear in the picture, Sengoku smiled and nodded slightly. Aokiji is very efficient, maybe he has caught the crew, and then we will see how Bai Yu chooses. It shouldn't be that simple. Kizaru always felt a little bad. Will it be too soon? Advertisement? What is that? After the picture was rotated back and forth, it was frozen, and it could be seen that it was a picture of the sky being shot upwards, and the generals watched closely. The other side. Just when Aokiji was about to say something, Nami looked at Bai Yu. Has the flight mode started? Seeing Bai Yu nodded, Nami waved his little hand. Come down, you damn little thief. Boom. Nami directly shattered the island cloud under Aokiji's feet, and with the sound of ice cubes breaking, the bottom of Aokiji's feet was instantly empty. Moonwalk. Aokiji stomps in the air. Athena, fire at him, the laser cannon will do. Nami gave a light drink, and an illusory figure appeared on a round platform on the deck. Yes, Ms. Nami. Advanced AI Athena, locate the target. Laser cannon ready. Buzz. The 15-gun muzzles directly in front of the spaceship began to accumulate energy, causing Aokiji to frown slightly. This is an energy cannon? Aokiji quickly distanced himself, his hands overflowing with cold air. Emission. Falling with the voice of Athena. 15 blue beams shot out, all targeting Aokiji. Ice wall. Aokiji's subconscious defense. Boom. The ice wall shattered instantly, and Yu Wei smashed through Aokiji unabated, blasting a piece of ice in the sky. Fragments fell from the sky. Hiss, the 7 waters were silent. With the disappearance of the island cloud, the spaceship in flight mode was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. A huge spherical energy shield completely enveloped the spaceship hundreds of meters in size. But in the sun, the unique metallic luster of the spaceship makes people unable to take their eyes off it. Gorgeous and noble. This ship, Frankie on the island widened his eyes. No, it won't. Besides, it's all made of metal. And is it a laser cannon just now? It's So cool, not just Frankie. All the boatmen on the island looked at the spaceship with expressions of amazement. Amazing work. Too dreamy for boaters. Advertisement. Trouble. Looking at the live broadcast, Sengoku was obviously stunned. The scene of the ship flying in the sky reminded him of the Golden Lion. The main thing is, with the spaceship, what will Aokiji do to fight Bai Yu and moonwalk to chase? The battle plan failed. The reporters on the island took pictures frantically. They smelled the big news and had meat to eat with Bai Yu. Don't be afraid, I'm here. On the spaceship, Bai Yu ignored Aokiji, turned around and hugged Robin, who couldn't control his fear. Aokiji let go of young Robin. For Robin, it's complicated. The scene where Aokiji froze Sol brought a lot of fear to Robin. Especially behind Aokiji, the strongest force that makes her breathless, world government. Why don't you hug me normally? After Robin calmed down, he suddenly said this. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Isn't it afraid of you being shy? Besides, I'm also a serious man. Bah, prudish. Robin didn't believe it. Nami in the left room, Makino in the right room, and the voices of the two girls in the middle of the night kept her awake. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the spacecraft is very good. Bai Yu whispered. Are you still afraid, or I will destroy the world government? You go. Robin left Bai Yu's embrace and said with a smile. Bai Yu also smiled. Take your time, slow death is the most cruel, understand? Is that right? Robin big sister rolled her eyes beautifully. But you can ask for a debt first. Bai Yu looked at Athena and said, radar scans, surrounded by iron fences, 3 islands are connected, and the island with a huge portal is located. Mark the Eni's lobby and move forward quickly. Yes, master. Athena began to scan. The spacecraft's radar scan range was 4,000 kilometers, and the Eni's lobby was nearby. Whoosh! The spaceship flew fast, but disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Allah, why did it suddenly fly away without saying a word? When it falls into the sea, it freezes, and Aokiji stands up from the ice, confused. So, leave me alone? The spaceship disappeared from the live broadcast, and Sengoku quickly contacted, target direction? Marine of the Seven Waters wiped his sweat and said, see, Eni's lobby. Bang! Sengoku directly smashed the table and roared, too arrogant. Kizaru, you stop him immediately, and Aokiji will come too. Sengoku was full of anger. I know he's fast, but what about his crew? Listen to me, if the 2 admirals can't even catch a crew member together, the 2 of you will wait for the confinement. Going right now. Chapter 54. The Cold Robin is charming, Spandam is dead. Almost forgot someone. On the spaceship, Bai Yu suddenly remembered a person and then disappeared. City of Seven Waters, there were discussions everywhere. After seeing the spaceship, Frankie, who was full of inspiration, hurried back to his residence, but he felt that his mind was blank in the middle of the journey. Peeved. Looking at the unconscious Frankie, Bai Yu tapped on him. The switch was quickly found, and when it was turned on, Bai Yu saw a drawing. Pluton design drawing. Whether it's true or not, this one is sure to get your hands on it. Although not interested. But I must have. Some things still have to be controlled in his own hands. Bai Yu took the blueprint, turned off the switch, turned around and disappeared. After Bai Yu returned to the boat, he handed the drawing to Robin. It's all ancient texts, you can see if it's true or not. This is. After taking a glance, he found that it was all the ship's structure diagram, and there were some special words. Robin guessed something and sighed. You are amazing, as if all the good things are yours. Bai Yu said, are you too? Are you scolding me? Robin asked back with a graceful smile. Bai Yu looked slightly embarrassed. Good stuff, bad stuff, it's not a good thing anyway. The one just now is Admiral Aokiji, how do you guys feel? Bai Yu looked at Nami and the girls. He's Admiral too? Nami was shocked, she bombarded Admiral? Vivi hugged little Aisha and said, his hair is a bit like a chicken coop. He looked like he didn't wake up, Kaya recalled. Makino said seriously, I will try my best to adapt to the outside world. Nuoki took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. I'll try to get stronger. Tashiji's eyesight was restored, and he looked more and more like Kuina without glasses. Konas was a little nervous and whispered, I didn't see it clearly, and I also want to be stronger. You 3, bad reviews, said Nami, Kaya and Vivi. Bai Yu looked at Nuoki's 5th daughter. I will supervise your training, but we are family, don't be afraid to hurt each other, we are both young, work hard together. Teacher Bai's small class has started. Not everyone yearns for the strong world, but Bai Yu needs girls to at least learn to protect themselves. If he is not motivated at all, then Bai Yu will go to the girls' room and have a good education. Bai Yu glanced at the corner. Looks like she slept soundly. Second Secretary Khalifa. Advertisement currently in a coma. Eni's lobby. There is no night, it is day all year round, also known as the island that never sleeps. Permanent army, 10,000 people. Although it is a court, it actually acts only on the will of the world government. Those who are detained in the Eni's lobby will definitely be convicted of criminals. In its 800-year history, no acquittal has ever been handed down. Commonly known as, whoever comes is a sin. Now, Spandam panicked. Damn, how could Bai Yu come here? Marine made a mistake. Are Lucci and the others dead? They can't be contacted, what a bunch of trash. After hearing from Sengoku that Bai Yu was coming, Spandam almost paralyzed. Demon King Bai Yu. He had heard that the news that Admiral Kizaru was severely injured on the couch was not beaten by Bai Yu. Spandam was terrified. What did he do to resist him? He hurriedly called, "Dad, help me, Bai Yu is coming to kill me." "Don't panic, make it clear what happened, forget it, you can leave the gate of justice first," the opposite Spandane said calmly. His son, like him, is just as rubbish as his family genes, can't do anything about it. Clap. Suddenly there was no sound on the other side, and Spandane jumped inwardly. Soon the sound came again. Spandane, right, it was a very elegant and beautiful voice, and Spandane guessed that it must be a beautiful woman. "No, now is the time to think about this." Spandane's expression turned cold. "Who are you? Where is my son?" The other side was silent for a moment. "Nico Robin, I don't think you will forget, after all, you got a promotion for investigating my hometown." Quote. Spandane's face was ashen. He never dreamed that the little girl who used to live to this day even found his son. Spandane took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. "I'm sorry about your matter. I'm also listening to orders. There are things to discuss, as long as you let my son go." "I'm sorry, I'm just following orders." Robin clenched his fists tightly, glanced at Spandam who was trampled by Bayou like a dead dog, and said coldly, "When your son is dead, you are next." Crack. Robin crushed the phone bug directly. Bayou was stunned when he saw it. Robin, who was aloof and cold, was very attractive. "Gollum." Spandam trembled all over and said in a trembling voice. Please let me go, I have a lot of treasure, Advertisement, say. Where is it?" Nami came over immediately. Spandam froze for a moment, then quickly pointed somewhere. It's all there. 30 round flowers, die. Robin shot decisively, and 3 hands grabbed Spandam's neck, arms, and feet, directly breaking and twisting. He made a decisive move, and Bayou praised it. Vivi glanced around Eni's lobby. "Bayou big brother, are you going to destroy this place?" "You'll know in a while." Bayou still thought about where he belongs in the future, and continued. "But it can't be in vain, you guys go and remove all the good things here, and I'll arrest a few people." Eni's lobby is very close to the Seven Waters, so the ship arrives quickly. Bai Yu had brought the girls directly to the office of Spandam, the Tower of Justice. Currently, the entire Eni's lobby is still on alert for the ships in the sky. Even the chief was dead. Brush. Bai Yu appeared high up, looking down. "Oimo, Cassie, your leaders Dory and Brogy have been dueling in the prehistoric island Little Garden for 100 years, and they're still there, so you've been deceived." The two giants widened their eyes. The world government lied that the leader was arrested, and the two were willing to guard the gate. There are times, places, and characters. The two giants directly believed Bai Yu's words. Although they were true, they were indeed pure and loyal. Even giants live long. But the two of them have honestly guarded the gate for 50 years. If no one explains it, it will take 100 years to know the truth. "Thank you for your notice." Oimo and Casey were full of thanks, then roared angrily, unleashing their anger at the Eni's lobby. "Giants." Bai Yu thought deeply. The giant is too simple, his mouth escape should be useful. Quickly. Bai Yu threw the severely injured and weak 3 CP9s Jabra, Quoto, and Fukuru into the prison of immortality. 10 minutes later. While the Eni's lobby was in a mess, the girls packed up all the good things on the island. A golden light illuminated the sky. We meet again. Brother Bai Yu. Chapter 55. Double Admiral Siege. This man is really too fast. Golden light spreads. Bai Yu couldn't help squinting. It's too slow, Paluzolino. Obviously the headquarters is nearby. I'm the wounded. Kizaru fell to the ground and made a pained expression. The old man is dying. The wound has recurred. Then you must ask Sengoku for more salary. Bai Yu watched Kizaru's performance quietly. Kizaru was a little distressed. I said it 2 days ago, but I didn't agree. Heard. Bai Yu suggested again. Just hang out with me, you know the land of gold, take your pick. Kizaru's eyes lit up. Your treatment here is really good, Allah, I seem to have heard something extraordinary. Not far away, Aokiji stepped on the ice and exhaled a cold breath. The sea ahead is frozen. You guys are. Aokiji glanced at Kizaru with a weird look, and we started talking? I ran here desperately and was about to do a big fight. Why, you guys want to beat me up? Cough, that. The land of gold will be discussed later. Kizaru coughed dryly, and his expression became serious. Brother Bai Yu, the two of us joined forces, it's terrible. Bai Yu was noncommittal. The 4 emperor's aunts were both defeated by the 2 newcomers, let alone Admiral. The premise is, don't paddle. Are you going to join forces to kill me? Bai Yu stood up, just when the air was about to condense. Bai Yu raised his hand slightly. Space shift. Kizaru and Aokiji were stunned. In an instant. The girls teleported back to the ship in an instant, and opened the energy shield, and the ship quickly left in the distance. Really, too fast. Kizaru was envious. How could there be such a fast man? Not only fast, and make everyone else just as fast. Aokiji took a deep breath and said, it's up to you, Pulsolino, chase after you and break the barrier to catch the crew, and I'll intercept Bai Yu. Hey, the old man is a wounded man, he really suffered a great sin. Advertisement. Kizaru groaned, but he still flew into the air, and his whole body seemed to have turned into light. Bai Yu ignored it. Aokiji couldn't help raising his eyebrows. When we first met, are you calm enough to ignore your women? That kind of energy barrier, Aokiji doesn't think it can resist Kizaru's ultimate move, unless Kizaru takes the opportunity to paddle. Admiral Kuzan, you often pay attention to Robin's growth but don't catch it. Have you ever thought about betraying the world government? Bayou slowly drew his knife and walked towards Aokiji step by step. Aokiji glanced at the direction of the spaceship and said plainly, "Don't try to influence me with words, I have my own justice." Really, you used to uphold burning justice, but now, regardless of world affairs, lazy justice. Bai Yu had already walked more than 10 meters from Aokiji, and he still walked unhurriedly. You must be full of confusion now. Frozen time capsule. Suddenly, Aokiji made a strong shot. Senbai's cold air swept toward Bai Yu like a shockwave, and everything froze wherever it passed. A suggestion that can make you lose your laziness and be a little less confused. In Aokiji's pupils, Bai Yu in front disappeared out of thin air, and a voice sounded from the sky. Then let's talk about it. As he said, Aokiji raised his hand and released the cold air again towards the sky. Ice, pheasant mouth. The cold air turned into a huge iceberg, freezing the atmosphere all the way and rushing high into the sky. At the same time, Kizaru caught up with the spaceship, looked at Nuada's energy shield, and a few girls on the deck, full of deep thought. How about this old man lift his feet and sleep for a while? Well, the marshal will definitely scold the old man to death. Sorry, girls. Kizaru seemed to have turned into a small sun at this moment, his whole body was dazzling, and terrifying energy was condensed in his hands. Exit Marine Kuzan. Bai Yu raised his hand slightly. Trust me, after you quit Marine, your mind will be freed like never before. Space transfer. Hum. At the moment when Kizaru was about to explode his ultimate move, the whole person disappeared above the spaceship. Immediately above Aokiji. Bachi Changhu Yu. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and the energy that could be condensed had turned into a sky-filled light bullet and fell towards Aokiji. What? The sudden appearance of Kizaru made Aokiji startled and immediately entered into active elementalization. Boom boom boom. With a terrifying roar, the frozen sea instantly turned into pieces. Advertisement, what happened? Kizaru was shocked and stupefied for a moment, and quickly withdrew his energy, seeing and hearing the color unfolding, and suddenly aware of the crisis. I didn't want to take the initiative to elementalize and prepare to avoid it, but it was too late. Peeved. Behind Kizaru, Bai Yu pierced Kizaru's body with a long knife. Status is restored. Blade slash, after a knife. Bai Yu didn't stop at all, and directly reversed Kizaru's ability and hockey like a time lapse, wrapping conquerors and slashing towards Kizaru. Ice Age. Aokiji, who quickly condensed his body, decisively zoomed in, and the terrifying cold burst out, and Bai Yu felt icy cold before it arrived. Boom. The sudden chill caused Bai Yu's attack to deflect a bit, but he still slashed at Kizaru. Boom bang. Boom. Kizaru flew upside down like a streamer, smashing many buildings in the Eni's lobby along the way, and smashed into the ruins. Brush. Bai Yu escaped the cold air and stepped on the island cloud to overlook Aokiji. What's my proposal? Quit Marine? That's a ridiculous proposal, to be a pirate with you? Aokiji replied indifferently, but he was shocked and incomprehensible. Kizaru just came back in an instant, is that the way to transfer the crew? Then Kizaru was attacked without resistance just now, is it the so-called rewinding time? For a time, Aokiji felt extremely tricky. Bai Yu's ability was too foul in his opinion. Not at all about the world balance of power law, it's troublesome. Aokiji glanced at the spaceship that had disappeared far away, and suddenly smiled bitterly inwardly. They must not be scolded to death by Marshal Sengoku when they go back. Bai Yu suddenly laughed. Do you think Kizaru is dead now? Impossible. Aokiji spoke immediately, his face darkened immediately, and he cursed inwardly, that B****************, D, why didn't you come out? You won't take the opportunity to paddle, will you? Chapter 56. Prehistoric Island Little Garden, Guns of Elbaf. Feel it for yourself. Bai Yu instantly disappeared out of thin air. Aokiji was extremely alert, and the color of seeing and hearing went to the limit. Caught. No, it's changed again. Aokiji caught Bai Yu's position and just turned to attack, when he found that Bai Yu had changed positions and was about to turn around again. No, you can change positions at will, so it's hard to hit him, what should I do? Several times in a row, Aokiji scolded Kizaru dozens of times in his heart, and a terrifying cold suddenly broke out. Kakaka. The cold air, centered on Aokiji, erupted in all directions like a tsunami, and the void froze. Next moment, Aokiji was shocked to find out. The cold air he released was like turning back time. There was only one thought left in my heart. It turns out that Kizaru said that time is back. Is this feeling of powerlessness? Peeved. Taking advantage of the moment of recovery and Aokiji's sluggishness, Bai Yu came behind him and shot 3 times in a flash. Whoosh. Just at the 4th knife, a laser flashed from afar, and Bai Yu instantly changed his position. Kizaru came from the ruins and landed next to Aokiji. Looking at him with blood on his belly, he exclaimed. Kuzan, are you alright? Quick, this old man will take you to the doctor, you can't die? No, the old man is also seriously injured, doctor, the old man can still save it. Aokiji's face darkened. Are you trying to take the opportunity to run away? The double admiral runs away against the newcomer. Kuzan, can't afford to lose this person. Blue. Just when Bai Yu wanted to experience the battle, the phone worm rang. Glancing at Admiral, Bai Yu connected, and Vivi's voice came. Bai Yu big brother, Athena's radar scan detected a warship rushing towards Eni's lobby, and Vice Admiral Garp appeared on the radar broadcast screen. I see, I'll go back in a while, you don't have to worry. Bai Yu hung up the phone and looked at Aokiji and Kizaru, who were exchanging small glances. Have we discussed how to take me down? Or should we wait for Garp and the others to come and join us? Bai Yu said casually. Kizaru immediately covered his wound and said, is Mr. Garp here too? It's great, this old man needs medical treatment. Pulsalino. Aokiji's face turned black. Isn't there a stab wound on my body? I was stabbed 3 times and didn't speak. Kizaru suddenly smiled bitterly. That knife wound around conquerors, it's hard to recover, I'm really seriously injured. You this. Advertisement the speech is not over. Aokiji's cold air burst out, twice as fast as before, blasting towards Bai Yu in a huge range. And Kizaru rushed into the sky and released his ultimate move again, glittering gold. Arguing and talking to divert my attention, and then sneak attack. Bai Yu stared at the two of them, but this attack speed can surpass my thoughts. Space transfer. In an instant. Aokiji was moved to the Eni's lobby, Kizaru was moved to the sky above the Eni's lobby, and the two of them fell down. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the Eni's lobby froze and was bombarded by Kizaru again. Shock. Double Admiral attack on Eni's lobby, what is the twist of human nature? Tomorrow's headlines will be. Aokiji, in a few months at most, you'll quit Marine. I will prepare a lot of new ships, and you will lead one, bear my name, and set sail again. Goodbye, you too. Seeing that the Eni's lobby was destroyed by the two, Bai Yu left behind a prophecy, waved his sleeves, turned around and disappeared. Bai Yu didn't care about Garp's arrival, he left whenever he wanted. But, the spaceship's energy shield is not safe, and Bai Yu doesn't want the girls to suffer the 1/10,000th accident. Kizaru smiled wryly. He's really scary, using us to destroy Eni's lobby, killing people and killing them. And a boat of people can leave if they want, and it will be more difficult to catch them in the future. In fact, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief, he really didn't want to face Bai Yu at all, it was too dangerous. Aokiji was silent. The best way is to put Bai Yu in the new world and toss with the 4 emperors. But, why does he assert that Aokiji will quit Marine and join his pirate group? Impossible. If I, Kuzan, jumped into the sea from here, even if I died here, I wouldn't be able to join the Bai Yu pirates. Aokiji solemnly swears. Immediately, Aokiji scratched his hair. Allah, it's troublesome, just wait to be scolded. Kizaru looked embarrassed. Not only Sengoku, but if Akainu finds out, he will have to scold him. Alas, headache. Also at this time, Bai Yu suddenly reappeared. Aokiji and Kizaru were on guard, but Bai Yu ignored them and disappeared again. Disappeared at the same time. Advertisement. There are also 2 giants. Kizaru was surprised. He wouldn't want to form a giant army, would he? Those giants worship power, but care more about grace. Aokiji thought for a while, then gave up. Bai Yu didn't bring the 2 giants back to the ship, but teleported directly out of range and brought them to Little Garden. Although he never stopped at Little Garden, Bai Yu still left spatial coordinates when he passed by at a high altitude. Nami, why don't you spend a few days on this prehistoric island? After bringing the 2 giants, Bai Yu returned to the ship and brought Robin and the others, and stayed here for a few days. As for the ship, the autopilot continues to drive on the road, and then teleports back directly. This can also avoid wasting time on the road, time is power. He has another purpose. Learn new skills, guns of Elbaf, Hakoku, Mighty Kingdom. Who says only giants can use it? It's just that the giant is big and powerful, so it leads to a larger attack range and looks more powerful. Hockey skills to add strength skills are something Bai Yu wants to learn. After you learn it, you can refine it to the one that suits you best. Look, gun of Elbaf, Hakoku. Quote. Watching the huge shock wave from the 2 giants of the Blue Ogre, Bai Yu fell silent. Why join forces? Do you want to change the dual sword flow? Bai Yu asked. Does Hakoku have to be 2 people joining forces? Will you be powerful? Ha ha ha, you misunderstood my friend. Brigitte laughed loudly. The 2 are stronger together to show you the power of Elbaf's gun. Dory also smiled and said, as for Wio, this one is simpler except that it requires a lot of power. There are other things, do you want to learn? We will teach you. That's good. Bai Yu began to ask for advice. Not to mention whether it can be learned in a short time, at least one of the skills is a gift. The reason why the 2 are willing to teach. Just because Bai Yu brought back Oimo and Casey, I was moved to tears. The giant is too simple, so Bai Yu wants to run to Elbaf to cast the strongest mouth escape. See if you can fool around. Ah, no, I went to the strongest country and hired dozens of giants to work. Chapter 57. How could my devil Bai Yu have bad thoughts? The week went by in a hurry. The spaceship is sailing automatically. This week, the girls played with dinosaurs on Prehistoric Island, while Bai Yu kept learning and fighting. Wio. Bai Yu's sword-wielding attack turned into a huge slashing shock wave, with an extremely wide range and extremely fast speed. Boom. With the roar, Bai Yu on the coast took a deep breath and retracted the knife, looking at the blasting sea. Clap clap clap. Dory and Brigitte came with Oimo and Casey to applaud. You have basically mastered all kinds of skills, and you have mastered some of them, and the rest are combat training. Speaking of this, Brigitte was a little puzzled. But your power is obviously not as good as ours, why does your power seem stronger? The discussions these days. They could see Bai Yu's weakness, lack of physique, lack of swordsmanship, and lack of combat experience. But, when Dory said that it is more effective to fight to the death, and it is better to use all his strength, the two were beaten. Bai Yu's abilities are too strong. I joined Conqueror's Entanglement, which is a special technique. Bai Yu's current strength is naturally incomparable to that of a giant, but his strengths complement his weaknesses. Dory suddenly realized, but it was a pity that they couldn't learn. Friends, thank you for your teaching, I'm leaving. Speaking of this, Bai Yu's voice became a little louder. The wave of the big era is about to begin. There are too many giants waiting for you to return. Don't let the giants be bullied again. Boom. At the last sentence, Dory and Brigitte attacked the ground angrily. Advertisement. The encounter between Oimo and Casey made them very angry. The world government actually deceived their brother. It was still found. What about the others that haven't been found? Thinking of this, Dory and Brigitte put down the fight, and they are going to set sail to the sea and recreate the glory of the giant pirates. I can send you directly to the Seven Waters, where you can build giant ships. Saying that, Bai Yu took out a lot of gold from the ring and said seriously, help people to the end, my friends. Wow, what a noble kindness, brother Bai Yu, you will be our friend forever. The four giants burst into tears. They had never seen such a benevolent and righteous human friend, and they were so moved. It's too simple, if it goes on like this, I really want to run to Elbaf now. Bai Yu acts decisively. Take the girls back to the spaceship first. Then he teleported to the space imprint of the Seven Waters City with the four giants, and after leaving a large amount of gold, he left after another touching exchange. After Bai Yu returns to the ship, only then did I realize that all the girls looked at me with strange expressions. Bai Yu puzzled. What's the matter, is there something on my face? Nami's expression changed. Tell me, how much gold did you give them? It's not like you, Mr. Demon King, what's the plan? Robin said with a smile. Makino said softly and playfully, it's an interesting act. Kanis is bewildered, and Nokigao just sighs and doesn't seem to say anything, as if he's saying anything again. Tashigi is still cute. Kaya and Vivi argued, what kind of bad thoughts can Big Brother Bai Yu have? We can't doubt him. You still understand me. Advertisement. Bai Yu couldn't help hugging Kaya and Vivi and kissing each forehead. The two women's little faces suddenly turned red. Nami said he understood Bai Yu very well. You must be thinking about how to trick them into being younger brothers, but I have known each other for too short time, so I am embarrassed to speak. This is a strategic mistake. Robin looked at it more thoroughly. Because I have been taught, I don't want to use a tough method, and can only take a soft approach. If you use tough tactics from the beginning, no matter how soft, maybe they will have followed in a new boat. Quote. Very good, I remember you too. Taking a deep look at the two women, Bai Yu said calmly, it's hard for you to understand what backbone is, you can only be convinced, but cannot be interrupted. Giants, unless there is some kind of threat of national subjugation and genocide, they will not be beaten and kneeled, nothing more than one death. A group of simple giants. Bound by grace and righteousness, and then show strength, then everything is easy to say. Bai Yu would not treat them badly anyway. Ah, I'm thinking too much right now. Where? Bai Yu asked. When we left, the spaceship kept flying automatically, and now we're going to the magic triangle. Saying that, Nami had a bit of a bitter face. We are going too fast, it's only been a few days, we're going to the end of the first half of the Sabayati land, and I feel that my knowledge is not enough. She is a navigator. A lot of things haven't been figured out yet, and then with the spaceship, her role is a little less. This annoyed Nami. Bai Yu couldn't help comforting. When we settle down, I will arrange for you to learn more. Besides, your dream is to draw a map of the world, isn't it? Chapter 58. Only going to sea in January. Why don't you go and win the position of the four emperors first? Nami nodded again and again. That's right, being a navigator is just to help fulfill your dreams, not that you can only do this. But still have to learn more and try to keep up with Bai Yu's pace. Then how long have we sailed in total? Bai Yu recalled. Their speed is really too fast, and I don't know if the Straw Hats have left East Blue at this moment. There has been no news in the newspapers lately. The original trajectory, the Straw Hats arrived at Sabayati 3 months before Ace began to be sentenced. Currently, it has not been reported. Even if you add this week of study, it's less than a month. Nami calculated a little. Just under a month. Bai Yu calculated the time, and if nothing else, it would be at least 2 months before the Summit War. This time is enough for Bai Yu to collect a few more younger brothers, and then go to the New World to win a 4 emperors. Shocked. The new 4 emperors are terrifying, a supernova with one kick. Shock. The new 4 emperors Bai Yu, coming to Summit War. Bai Yu touched his chin, which seemed to be interesting. Kaya raised her hand and said, I'm going to look through the sailing diary, I wrote it. Bai Yu said directly. Who is a serious person who writes a diary, do you write it? The girls. Sorry, we all write. Bai Yu felt out of place. Co-authoring is not serious, I am a serious person, that's great. We are not serious together another day. Bai Yu remembered something and looked at the girls. Where's the blonde secretary? Advertisement. Quote. The girls were stunned. This week in Little Garden, Bayou didn't take her there. With the self-flying spaceship, always on the spaceship. Bayou really forgot, all the girls on the deck were there at that time, and Bayou didn't think much about it. In the room, Bayou felt it. Khalifa couldn't run away from the spacecraft, the shield was on, and Athena was watching, and couldn't run away. After learning about it from Athena, Bayou realized that Khalifa stayed in his room and never went anywhere else on the ship except during mealtime. Really smart. However, Khalifa didn't snatch it back. What should I do? Next time, stop robbing people. It will not affect you well. Why should women embarrass women? I will do it myself. Bayou had to say this. The girls don't know what to say, it's a strange hobby. Bayou went to Khalifa. Dong dong dong. Knock on the door and wait. When the door slowly opened, Khalifa watched Bayou outside the door vigilantly, full of alertness. You don't want to be sexually harassed. See Bayou. Khalifa is very uneasy in her heart. No matter what, it is a billion pirates, who knows what Bayou wants to do. All right. Khalifa admitted that she was afraid, mainly because the 4 daughters of Nami were too cruel, and they thought about breaking their hands and feet at every turn. The female crew members are all devils, so isn't the captain called the Devil King a devil? Oh, advertisement. Hearing this sentence, Bayou became interested and glanced at Khalifa with admiration. I take the liberty to ask, what is sexual harassment? Huh, Khalifa was visibly stunned. Immediately Khalifa said resolutely, if you want to kill me, give me a knife. I won't kill you. Bayou remembered that Khalifa's father belonged to CP9. Because she was born with aptitude and strength, and after hard training in her childhood, she joined CP9 with strength. Her role is not small for the girls on the ship, at least she can teach them to practice. By the way, do you want to know how your companions are doing? Bayou asked again. Khalifa's eyes lit up, and then collapsed to the ground decadently. The mission failed, everything is over. Reward, chase, death, this is our future life. Thinking of this, Khalifa couldn't help but look gloomy. Years of allegiance turned into a criminal, who would be willing? Seeing this, Bayou whispered, you will be mine in the future. If you want to kill you, you must first step over my body. Khalifa was shocked and looked up at Bayou in disbelief. What are you talking about? Sorry, that's in the future. You're not mine now. If you're in a bad mood, then go to sleep first. Bayou said, and shot in an instant. Bang. A swipe to the neck is effective. Khalifa fell into a coma in his arms and entered a state of inability to resist. That's it. Those who are powerless to resist can be brought into the prison of immortality, and Bayou can only do this, and immediately takes her into the prison of immortality. Boom boom boom. As soon as Bayou came in, he heard a roar. CP96 vs Enel. Chapter 59. Gothic Lowly. Perona, Nami vs Moria. Yeah, haha, haven't you eaten? Oh, no, there's no need to eat here, but you are too weak, the gods haven't worked hard yet. Enel still laughed arrogantly. Good guy, the 6 attacked so hard at first that Enel was startled. As a result, no armed color. Enel suddenly stiffened, and he mocked Lucci and the others for nothing. Lucci and the others were too lazy to pay attention to Enel, they were really fed up with this megalomaniac idiot. Tempest Kick. Kaku, Quotu, Fukuro, Jabra, Bluno released Tempest Kick together. Seeing this, Enel was still laughing, and even Lucci didn't even bother to rush in. 6 styles 6 king guns. Lucci slammed his fists on Enel fiercely. Bang. Enel's eyeballs popped, and the whole person was attacked and flew out. 35. Lucci looked at the armed color that appeared in his hand, but he was not happy at all. Although I practiced for a week through the hockey cheat book left by Bayou, I initially learned hockey, which is sometimes ineffective and sometimes ineffective. But that doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't mean how powerful the talent is. It can only show that his physique has already reached the standard, and he has long been able to awaken hockey, but he was stuck to death by spandom. But because of that, Lucci was even more unwilling in his heart. If it weren't for the waste of 5 years, he believed that he had entered CP0 early, and even became the team leader, looking forward to the strongest shield. It's not like hitting an idiot, depends on the other party's carelessness, and only accidentally ran into it by sneak attack. At this moment, Bayou exploded in a cold voice. Is that why you were sent flying? Enel, 99. Demon King Bayou. Bayou's sudden appearance made everyone's movement stagnate, and his words made the air suddenly congeal. Khalifa. Seeing the unconscious Khalifa in Bayou's arms, Lucci and the others froze. They were wiped out. Brush. Enel dodged back, lowered his head, and suddenly did not dare to look at Bayou. Ego, arrogance, ignorance and arrogance are all your faults. Bayou looked at Crocodile, who was mocking in secret, and drank again. And you, there is always a sense of self-confidence, who gave you the courage. 5. The redheads who are the same age as you or even younger have already become 4 emperors, and you can only survive here, don't you feel ashamed? 99. What are you arrogant about? 99. Enel and Crocodile gritted their teeth and were brought to the point of pain. But they could not refute. Especially in the last experiment, the two gradually developed a deep respect for Bayou. So, Bayou is right. Is this the boss? The 6 Lucci were in a trance. Those 2 guys, they've had a hard time this week, they all look like they're the boss of the world, and maybe they don't even care about Whitebeard. But what about now? Like a cute cat, make them wonder if they are wrong. I'll be arriving at Sabayati land soon, and then on to New World. 1 or 2 months at most, one of the 4 emperors will be captured. 995. Bai Yu didn't care about everyone's shock and continued. I don't need you, I'm enough, but I'll give you a chance, within a month or 2, I want to see your growth, understand? Do not let me down. Otherwise, living is a waste of air, chop it up and feed the fish. 35. The sound is deafening. Enel and Sand Crocodile made up their minds to become stronger by death. As for you, Bai Yu looked at Lu Chi and the others, and said lightly, Spandam is dead, if you show up, you will definitely become criminals, or you can choose to die. The 6 Lu Chi were speechless. Going out, he will surely be held accountable by the angry Spandane, who is more sinister and vicious than his son Spandam. After all, the 5 elders don't care about a few small CPs, don't they let Spandane add fuel to it? Mean. They have been abandoned by the world government since a week ago. Die, or have no choice. But loyalty to the world government has been engraved in their bones since childhood, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Bai Yu took out the video phone bug. Come on, shout to me again. Celestial dragons are trash, celestial dragons are trash and scum, of course you can don't shout, try and die. 35. The 6 Lu Chi were stunned. What's your gangster style? But seeing Bai Yu's face getting colder and colder, the group of 6 had no choice but to bite the bullet. But after shouting, crack, as if some kind of shackles on their bodies were broken, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. This is the spiritual breakthrough. Bai Yu is very satisfied. In the future, you will understand how honored it is to follow me. The 6 were speechless. They just want to live now. I have your information, including Khalifa's family, and it will be arranged to a safe place. 35. Bai Yu added. I stole Khalifa and became my second secretary, just like that, you continue to practice. Question mark question mark question mark. Watching Bai Yu disappear with Khalifa, Kaku was a little puzzled. What did he say, Rob? It's wrong. 5. Lu Chi was also puzzled. Advertisement. Maybe the man made a mistake, he should have taken it away. But is it so polite, and he came over to talk to them on purpose? Weakness is the original sin. 59. Practice. Magic triangle. The first half of the Grand Line is in a dense foggy sea area near Subayati Land, where there is no sunlight all year round and visibility is extremely low. Once, although many pirates entered and lost their way, there were also many pirates who left unharmed. Can start about 10 years ago. There are fewer and fewer rookie pirates coming out of the Magic Triangle. Since then, it has become a place of terror. Hearing Robin's statement, Tashigi said solemnly, because Shichibukai Moria entered here about 10 years ago, and has hardly come out. Is he a fool? Nami was puzzled. The environment here is eerie, only ghosts like it. Bai Yu smiled. You're right, only ghosts like it, maybe there are ghosts here. The girls were stunned. Is Bai Yu serious? After the radar scanned the huge island, Bai Yu made a small island cloud and flew down with the girls. Thriller bark. One of the largest ships in the world, like an island hidden in thick fog. Hey, it's too dark. 35. As soon as they landed on the island, before the girls had time to sigh that the boat was so big, goosebumps all over the body caused by the atmosphere here. There are tombstones everywhere, and even the plants and buildings here are abnormal, like a cemetery. Only Robin was interested in this place, especially when he saw a few ugly little animals jumping over his eyes, he exclaimed, so cute. Bai Yu almost suspected that there was something wrong with Robin's aesthetics. But she just likes small animals, after all, no one played with her when she was a child. Boom. 35. Bai Yu kicked suddenly. In the eyes of the women, a guy who was neither human nor beast appeared out of thin air and flew out. Ridiculous sneak attack. 35. Bai Yu glanced coldly. Absalom, the transparent man, has been transformed by Hogbark and has various characteristics of lion, elephant, bear and orangutan. Totally messy. Worthless. PFF'd. Bai Yu cut off Absalom's limbs and was thrown into the prison of immortality. Unique value. Transparent fruit. There will be a lot of zombies here after a while. Bai Yu looked at the girls and said, except for Tashigi and Nami, Robin, Vivi, you all have to shoot, let alone keep it, understand? 35. Zombies are something. It sounds scary, but the girls mustered up their courage, they can't be vases all the time. In that direction, about 500 meters away, there is your opponent. Bai Yu looked at Tashigi and pointed in a direction. Ryoma's shadow should not be Brooks, Rayleigh must have been there. There are still some amazing slashes left here, those of the great swordsman. This knife is given to you, leave your opponent's knife to me. 35. Handing the word Hidao to Tashigi, and looking at her who looks more like Kuina without glasses, Bai Yu thinks it is, return to the original owner. Ah, give it to me. Tashigi was a little overwhelmed, after all, this knife was too precious, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Take it for you. 35. Bai Yu doesn't like double swords, and Longma's black swords are definitely more suitable for him than Hidaoyi. Looking at Nami again, Bai Yu pointed in one direction and said, that's where Moria is, you go and try his strength. He's Shichibukai. Nami thinks Bai Yu thinks of her too much, is she so strong? It's just for you to fight, not for you to defeat him, of course, if you defeat him, I won't be surprised. What does Moria say? Bai Yu felt that it was not without reason that he was ashamed of being Shichibukai. More than 20 years ago, the West Blue hero went to the New World in high spirits, but was defeated by Kaido in Wano Kuni. Understand the crooked truth. Because you live, you will lose. That's it. Passionate about playing with zombies. West Blue Hero. Become history. When the power of heart is lost, Moria will be completely useless, her body will become bloated, her strength will not be as good as a year, and maybe she will even forget what hockey is. Other than Zombie Oz, and the Shadow Rendezvous, Bai Yu doesn't think Moria will cause Nami any trouble. Bai Yu suggested. Nami, your physical skills are not enough, just long-range bombing, pay attention to the distribution of physical strength. I'll watch you. 35. Since Bai Yu said so. The girls also perform tasks separately. And Bai Yu. Of course, he worked hard for the lottery, and after spreading the sights and hearings all over the island, Bai Yu disappeared. There are many castles on the island ship. But there is one castle that is very special, just after the largest castle, it seems to be the most protected. This castle is very dark. In a more dark princess room, several transparent ghosts floated back and forth. That old man actually defeated Lord Moria, it's abominable. 35. I kept myself locked in my room, and I don't know if Moria-sama's injury is healed. The petite girl with pink double ponytails, wearing a crown and playing with an umbrella in her hands is muttering. And she was half floating like a ghost. Gothic loli. Perona. It is even more legal loli, after all, she is 23 years old this year. Advertisement. One of the 3 weirdos of Thriller Bark, the commander of animal zombies and scary zombies. Perona was picked up by Moria since she was a child, and has always regarded Moria as her father and respected Moria very much. Looking at your appearance, who would have thought that you are already in your 20s? The sudden sound didn't frighten Perona, but blew her hair directly. It's really disrespectful to talk about a woman's age like that. Did the age care directly overwhelm the fear? Bai Yu flashed in front of the ghost Perona. You. After regaining her senses, Perona looked at Bai Yu who suddenly appeared, and she was too timid to speak. You. Have I seen you somewhere? No, this is my room, get me out. Quote. Okay, you're not going out, are you? Then I'll go out, bye. The ghost Perona finished speaking very quickly, and immediately prepared to run. What a little wit. Bai Yu suddenly laughed. The soul has run away, what about your body? Ghost fruit. It can separate the soul from the body, but the body will also become an unconscious body due to the loss of the soul, and the body is extremely vulnerable to attack. Legal lowly lying down. It is the Perona ontology. Hateful. The ghost Perona turned around quickly and saw Bai Yu's hand was about to fall on the main body's head. Stop it. I was wrong. I'm sorry. 35. I'm sorry for being human. Please let me go. Ghost Perona shouted. Her eyes were full of tears. Can ghosts cry? Really good ability. If it is paired with a transparent fruit, it should be difficult for the sight to perceive the transparent ghost. 35. Bai Yu exudes thoughts. Seeing, hearing, and coloring can sharpen the 5 senses, detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures, etc., and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Is the soul a living being? Bai Yu didn't perceive any specific aura from Perona's soul. HMPH, I was really bewitched by the cute me. Glancing at Bai Yu secretly, and finding that he was looking at himself in a trance, the ghost Perona was proud and shot at once. Negative ghost. 39. Since Bai Yu is right next to the main body, Perona does not dare to use the ghost bomb, which will hurt the main body. But Perona did her best. At one time, dozens of negative ghosts charged towards Bai Yu. Get on your knees, you rude B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Himbo shouted triumphantly, as if she had seen Bai Yu kneeling on the ground. Bai Yu was speechless. Legal loli are so well protected by Moria that they won't make up for it. If in the original book, Perona has a passive ghost in one hand and a broadsword in the other, there is no such thing as the Straw Hats. Boom. 95. Conquerors burst. The power of spirit and will powerfully overwhelmed the incoming ghost and swept away the ghost Perona. Quote. Quote. Ghost Perona's eyes widened, rolled her eyes, and fell to the ground. Whoosh. The ghost Perona turned into a streamer and returned to the main body to continue in a coma. Too dangerous. Looking at the dissipated ghost of negativity, Bayou didn't want to try. Theoretically speaking, armed color can compete with all fruit abilities. After all, the world pays attention to balance. But everything is possible. Moreover, Bayou's armed color is not strong. If he is hit, then Bayou will not be able to raise his head in front of Perona in the future, and he will definitely be laughed at for the rest of his life. Legal loli, sleep more. Bayou gently picked up the unconscious Perona, walked around the castle, and left. Boom. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the ground was full of angry roars. You hateful woman, I must kill you. Looking at the ruined castle, Moria looked at the sky angrily, and lost several pounds in an instant. 10 days ago, Moria was slashed by the old man and knelt down directly, but he did not dare to take revenge. It was Pluton Rayleigh after all. But now, a little girl dares to challenge his majesty. You look so special. Nami, who was floating high in the sky, couldn't help but sighed. Onion head, devil face, long neck, ghost claws, penguin belly, short legs, Nami shows a long knowledge. Lao Su is a special race. 39. Moria instantly mobilized the shadow in a large area in anger. Oh, so you're not human. Nami suddenly realized. He, you're really mad at me, I'm going to chop you into pieces and sew it up again. Angrily, Moria shot in anger. Shadow gun. Turning the shadow into a spear, it stretched for hundreds of meters in an instant, and attacked Nami in the sky. Cloud wall. After releasing the cloud wall, Nami flew to a higher altitude. Boom. The shadow gun shattered most of the cloud wall. Moria saw Nami flying higher, and shouted angrily, "Don't think it's great to be able to fly, you can't run away. Scatter the bats." The extended shadow gun shattered directly, turning into a large number of bat-shaped shadows that quickly caught up with Nami. After being surrounded, bite the past. Get out of here, Lao Su. 35. Nami. 9. Chapter 60. Provoking Sengoku, Garp. What fruits do you want? Question mark question mark question mark. Moria was stunned as soon as she finished speaking. The shadow didn't feel touching anyone, and there was no blood in the sky. Ah, scared me to death. Turning into a cloud, the recondensed Nami looked down at the stunned Moria. So you don't know how to be armed, so why, how can you fight me? Who says I can't? Moria was sluggish for a moment when he finished speaking. No, he forgot how many years he hadn't practiced hockey. The main problem is, his hockey is much more grandmaster to be able to wrap his head around the shadow and attack. That's too hard for him. So, the current situation is that Moria's shadow cannot attack Nami. And Nami listened to Bai Yu's words very much and would never attack melee'ly, but would attack from a distance in the sky. Ah, damn Logia. Damn Pluton Rayleigh. Thinking of Rayleigh, Moria was angry and scared, and all the shadows he had saved over the years were all thrown away by Rayleigh. Moria couldn't figure out why Rayleigh came to him. Without a lot of shadows, Moria won't be able to use her ultimate, Shadow Gathering Ground, let alone Nami. The overall disadvantage can only be beaten. After realizing this, Moria turned around and left. You wait for Lao Su, you are dead. It's not clear if Perona's abilities can attack Logia, but it's always good to ask the boys to help. Too late. Why do you think I'm talking so much nonsense with you? Nami floated in the sky, and the thunderclouds above had been superimposed layer after layer, draining most of his physical strength. Procrastination. One move to solve you. Hiss. Moria looked up again, only to see that the already gloomy sky was covered with thunder, making his scalp tingle. Not good. Shadow Warrior. Moria and Shadow switched places, and Nami couldn't help but be surprised. Because Moria on the ground suddenly appeared in the sky and threw a fist at him. The Shadow Warrior can switch positions with the shadow, and the shadow that flew to the sky before has not recovered, giving Moria a chance. But, Nami immediately took the initiative to elementalize, and it turned into a cloud and dissipated, leaving only a crisp cold drink. Thousands of thunders are coming. The thunderclouds rolled, and the innumerable thunderbolts suddenly fell. Ah, 11 as if falling into a sea of thunder, electricity was flowing in her body, and Moria fell from the sky with a roar. Boom. With Moria falling to the ground. The thunder blasted incessantly on the ground, and the entire terrifying sailboat that was flickering with thunder light lit up. Moria-sama. Inside a castle, Hogbuck was trembling all over, except that the thunder was Moria's roar, and he didn't even have the courage to walk out of the castle. Hogbuck. Bai Yu has no interest. So I ignored him, just held Perona in the distance and watched from a distance. Moria-sama. Perona, who was awakened by the thunder, had no time to fear anything, and saw Moria, who was rolling in pain in the thunder. Stop it. Stop it. Perona yelled, whoever you are. Please stop hurting Lord Moria. Not born and raised. No return. Raised by Moria, Perona couldn't accept this scene at all. To shut up. Bai Yu knocked out Perona directly. Taking out the camera phone bug, Bai Yu took a few pictures from a distance to commemorate Nami's battle. The thundercloud slowly dissipated, and Moria lay convulsing on the ground. Nami floated over and was very excited. Did you see it? I defeated Shichibukai. I didn't expect that I was so strong. 5. Quote. I didn't expect it either. Bai Yu didn't know what to say. The shadow gathering place, the ancient demon Oz, these big moves, Moria was solved without letting go. Moria had no effective countermeasures against Nami in the sky, and could only fail. Nami is the best. Complimenting Nami, Bai Yu said solemnly, your thundercloud doesn't look weak, but it's useless to the strong, and, you put on a thundercloud and you're sweating profusely, and your body is too bad. Point 35. Nami muttered. Not one, but many thunderclouds superimposed. Bai Yu can be seen squinting. Nami immediately stuck out his tongue in embarrassment and grimaced again. In the end, Moria hasn't lost yet, she has challenged Kaido anyway. In Nami's surprise, Bai Yu said and led her to the ruins. Shadow Box. 35. The moment Bai Yu landed, the large shadows turned into scattered bats, rushing towards Bai Yu and the two of them. Brush. Bai Yu and Nami disappear. The scattered bat did not touch Bai Yu, nor did it stop, and flew forward for a while. Shadow Warrior. Moria, who was lying on the corpse, immediately switched shadow positions, and came to the distance and half knelt on the ground. Cough cough. Moria, who was covered in darkness, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and raised her head with bloodshot eyes. Only then did she see clearly. It's actually you. I should have thought that that woman is your crew member. Damn. Why do you want to beat me? Moria is not reconciled. Advertisement. He was slashed by Rayleigh, and he was almost electrocuted before the wound was healed. What did he do wrong? Why, the former West Blue hero, don't you understand such a simple truth? This is the world of the strong, the weak is the original sin, and you. Too weak. Bai Yu glanced at Moria and felt very disappointed. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a mentally retarded question. Moria has all degenerated over the years except for the fat growth. Why didn't you kill him? Nami whispered. Are you going to take him as a younger brother? You don't want to take all Shichibukai, do you? 35. The first question. Bai Yu shook his head subconsciously. After all, he felt that Moria was too useless. But the second question comes up. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Take all Shichibukai. That is a very difficult thing to do. First of all, it is impossible for bears, and any coercion is ineffective against bears. But, the more difficult it is and the more against the world government, Bai Yu has the energy. Bai Yu said happily. Nami, your proposal is good, I will try my best. Nami felt inexplicable. How did Bai Yu suddenly get excited? He, do you think I don't exist? Seeing the two of them chatting without anyone else, Moria laughed angrily, and then shouted angrily, put down the Perona in your hand, that's. Perona, I stole it. Before Moria could finish speaking, Bai Yu came over in an instant, a cloud blade condensed in his hand, and the armed instant slashed through Moria's limbs. You can only be sent to an immortal prison if you are seriously injured and unable to resist, so it is best to be disabled. Bai Yu touched his chin. I don't like that transparent person, and I'm going to kill him by peeling off the fruit. Shouldn't Moria have an opinion? 5. Nami rolled her cute eyes. Killed his subordinates, but still want to subdue him. Why? The hard mode is not enough, and you want to challenge the hell mode. Anyway, Nami is not optimistic. Bai Yu said that it doesn't matter. There is a trash left and right. If you don't agree, then you can be a jailer in the prison. Brother Bai Yu. Kaya shouted and ran over, followed by Robin, Kanis, Nuauchigao, Makino, and Bibi also held Xiao Aisha. Bai Yu glanced at it. Khalifa was still in a coma in the room, and the seventh daughter was not injured. Maybe Kaya recovered, and the battle was over. Well, you guys are doing well. Caressing Kaya's hair, Bai Yu said, this island should have many treasures, or. Whoosh. The words did not fall. Nami flew away. Seeing Bai Yu's black line, the girls couldn't help but chuckle. You go too, maybe you can find something you are interested in, and leave in 2 hours. 35. After Bai Yu finished speaking, the girls went to various castles together or separately. Space. Transfer. Bai Yu's ability was activated, and the shivering hogback in a castle was transferred. One more kick into the sea, so as not to disturb the yaxing of the girls. Bai Yu was not interested here, so he sat down and meditated. Immortal prison. Looking at the huge fat figure that fell, everyone was startled and pulled away. But when you see clearly. Enel smiled disdainfully. Yeah ha, is this also from Shanghai? The fat one is like a pig. 35. It turned out to be this guy. Crocodile glanced at it, and suddenly lost interest. With this time, it is better to practice. Lu Chi and Kaku were silent. Where the hell is this? Does Bai Yu want to turn this place into an impel down eternal hell? He has captured so many big guys. The body is restored when it hits the ground. But Moria glanced around and saw the crowd, but said nothing. His heart was completely dead. Seeing Moria lying dead like the walking dead, Enel, who wanted to train the newcomer, felt bored and couldn't help sneering. Crushed, killed, or beaten. You can't do it with just this. You don't even have the courage to stand up again. What a waste. Enel spat and looked at Lu Chi. Little leopard over there, come and fight with this god, this god. Armed tempest kick. Lu Chi attacked directly. Rumble. The collision of the attacks, as well as the disdainful ridicule, made Moria's heart gradually come alive, and she stood up and shouted angrily. You also deserve to look down on Lao Su. Give me death. Oh shit. Noisy. Using Bai Yu's meditation method, and thinking about awakening the crocodile of conquerors, suddenly became very angry. Quickly. A melee begins. Outside world. Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he turned his head, Bai Yu saw Tashigi holding 3 knives and guarding him obediently. Mr. Bai Yu. 99. Seeing Bai Yu open his eyes, Tashigi took out a dao with a little excitement, and handed it over with both hands. I defeated that zombie. This is his knife. It is heavier than any famous knife I have ever touched. 35. Bai Yu doesn't know what to say. You have only touched a few famous knives. When Bai Yu took the black knife and autumn water, he only felt a little cold in the palm of his hand. Chong. 99. Advertisement. Autumn water emerges. The cold light on it overflowed, as if it contained an endless edge, which made Bai Yu praise. Good knife. Tashigi nodded. Yeah, this is a rare black knife in the world. Under armament hockey's continuous cultivation and sharpening, the tools held by swordsmen may become black knives. But, it's too hard. That is the dream of countless swordsmen. As long as you work hard, your knife will become a black knife sooner or later. Bai Yu encouraged Tashigi. This girl is getting more and more imposing, and this is the joy of cultivation. Bai Yu noticed something, and said with a chuckle, have your sense of sight awakened? Yes, my armed color has also reached the brink of awakening. Having said this, Tashigi sincerely thanked. Thank you for your cultivation. If it weren't for your hockey's true understanding and teaching, I don't know how long it would take to become stronger. 99. Bai Yu tapped Tashigi's forehead. It's useless if you don't work hard, so don't be so polite, we are family. Tashigi smiled naively. Seeing this, Bai Yu got up and said, since you and I have both obtained new knives, draw the knives, don't be afraid of hurting me, and use all your strength. 5. Yes, sir. Tashigi opened his mouth subconsciously, his cheeks flushed, and he drew his knife. Brush. He Daoyi is in hand. The momentum came out. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Good momentum, it seems that this knife is very compatible with you, let's make a move. Clang clang. 99. Tashigi rushed over, quickly swung the knife, and collided with the black knife Chushui. As time flows, Bai Yu taught Tashigi while experiencing the new sword, and didn't stop until Robin's children returned. After watching it for a while, Nami said with emotion, thinking of the first time I met Tashigi, and now she is still alone, but I don't feel like I'm alone. Nuo Chigao also nodded. The difference in temperament is too great. Vivi held Xiao Aisha and said, Brother Bai Yu has great expectations for Sister Tashigi. Amazing. Makino and Kanis looked at the awe-inspiring Tashigi and kept mumbling. Since Tashigi took off her glasses, she has been practicing hard and feels the same day by day. After Kaya finished speaking, 383 looked to the side in surprise. Sister Robin, can you read books like this? Spooky environment. The roar of battle. But Robin picked up a book and read it with relish. I haven't read this type of book yet, it's quite interesting. 99. Robin chuckled. There are a lot of love stories in it. 55. Brush 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 brush. All the girls came together, and even Tashigi, who was fighting with Bai Yu, froze. Romance novel. 35. Bai Yu's eyelids jumped, and he withdrew his knife. Let's go back to the boat. Back to the ship with the children. Once on deck, Bai Yu took out Crocodile's phone bug and dialed Sengoku. Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug. Speak. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Bai Yu said casually. It's nothing, Moria was taken away by me, I will let you know and make you happy, can you send me the location of other Shichibukai if it is convenient? Are you provoking the old man? Sengoku expressed that he was very angry. Bai Yu was provoking him again and again. He was too arrogant. Bai Yu took a sip of the juice from Nuaochigao. No, I'm helping you, you don't like Shichibukai anyway, right? PFF'd haha, that's really interesting, Sengoku, just promise that kid. There was a different kind of laughter from the other side. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it Garp Vice Admiral, do you know if your grandson is still alive? It's not enough for you kid to provoke Sengoku, do you still want to provoke the old man? Garp grabbed the phone bug and yelled, don't let the old man see you, or go to impel down and sleep. Quote, so loud. Bai Yu took the phone away, and after Garp finished shouting, he also shouted, Pelusolino, can you hear me? I've figured it out. As long as you quit Marine and stop being an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, then I am willing to join you and let us overthrow the world government together. Come on. Done. Just hang up. Kizaru. Garp. Sengoku. Until evening, Bai Yu seemed to hear the abuse and roar from Kizaru, and then happily ate dinner with the girls. Stand for what? Sit. 99. Looking at the trembling Perona and Khalifa, Bai Yu said in surprise, no way. You don't want to join my group, right? 35. No, I'm joining. Khalifa and Perona hurriedly shook their heads. Just for a moment, they saw Bai Yu began to draw a knife, so scary. Well, fine, sit down. Bai Yu took the knife back and said with a smile, everyone welcomes the new members to join us. From now on, we will all be family members. If there is anything, we will say it, and if we have any mistakes, we will make corrections, so as to create a harmonious fleet. By the way, what fruits do you all want? Bai Yu looked at Nokigao, Kanis, Makino, and Khalifa, Vivi, and little Aisha. 6 women are incompetent. Khalifa's bubble fruit was found by Nami in the small warehouse of Spandam, and then was placed in a ring by Bai Yu to eat ashes. Bubble fruit is too rotten. Change it. Chapter 61. Doflamingo gets excited, Bai Yu vs Rayleigh. Here Bai Yu asked. Nuauchi whispered. As long as I can help everyone, it's fine. I'll eat whatever you give me. Kanis's voice was even lower. Makino said gently. If you can protect yourself, you won't cause trouble for everyone. Well, the 3 girls have no idea, or they also know that devil fruit is hard to come by. It's not about saying anything. Xiao Aisha was still in a daze, and Vivi said sweetly, Brother Bai Yu, I want to help you too. And Khalifa clenched her hands, raised her head and said seriously, I want powerful fruits, if I can. Khalifa understands the importance of strength better than all the women present, and pursues strength more. I see. Bai Yu nodded slightly. When Bai Yu developed the ability to transfer the ability of the fruit, it was destined that there are many people with ability in this world to become his target. There are too many good fruits waiting for Bai Yu to hunt. Don't say anything else. Impel down, as well as the world government warehouse, must contain a lot of fruit. Go for a spin another day. Bai Yu is still very interested in the Holy Land, but it is better to be cautious. After hearing the space fruit blurted out by Kukaros, Bai Yu became more wary of other unknown abilities. After all, there are all the fruits of time, so there are a lot of conceptual abilities. Everyone eat. Have a break after eating and exercise together, only strength can make our life better. The women nodded, full of energy. 2 days later. Sabayati Land. The whole island consists of 79 trees, the ground is the root of the tree, people call the archipelago composed of these 79 islands, Sabayati Archipelago. Each island has a number and is divided into multiple areas. It is the most famous and prosperous archipelago in the first half. The old man sitting on a branch and drinking a little wine, suddenly looked up at the sky in doubt, his expression uncertain. This scale. Golden lion. Just look at the sky. Ordinary people can't see anything. But in the old man's perception, there was a giant ship several hundred meters long in the sky, quietly parked in the air. Just invisible. It's not him. The old man sensed a few breaths, none of which were familiar, and none of them were very strong. But, the old man frowned slightly. It's obviously not very strong. But why is there a sense of danger? And it's extremely dangerous. He trusted his instincts. Therefore, the old man quickly retracted his knowledge and continued to drink. No, spaceship. The old man lightly adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming. That kid's spaceship published in the newspaper is really a guy who keeps talking about it. City of Seven Waters. Bayou still made the headlines with the news of the spaceship and laser cannon attacking Admiral Aokiji. There is also the news that Bayou attacked Eni's lobby, killed the CP9 chief, wounded the double admiral and retreated calmly. These news. It was just sent by Morgans 2 days ago, and it was suppressed for a week. Either way, again, the world is silent. At the same time, the pirates, except for a straw hat still shouting to fly Bayou, others such as the craziest kid were silent. Special. Let's compare Bayou with what? Bayou has already gone to heaven. Only 1 month after he went to sea, Bayou even made headlines, making the whole world talk about it every day, and countless people remember this strange year. And on the ship, Bayou is also reading the newspaper. Isn't my bounty updated? I finally see you, Straw Hat Boy. Bayou ignored the various descriptions of him in the newspapers, and instead saw the news of the Straw Hat Pirates in a small corner. It says, the Straw Hat Pirates defeated a lost dog who returned from New World. Bayou asked, Nami, where is Klein Island? The first island on the second route is, what's wrong? Nami blurted out. It's all right. 99. Bayou thought for a moment. The Straw Hats have just entered the Grand Line, so it will take at least 2 months to reach Subordinate land. Or, Bayou can no longer calculate the timeline based on the voyage of the Straw Hats, and should be calculated based on other pirates of the same period. After all, without Nami, Bayou didn't know whether the Straw Hats would speed up or slow down. The world, finally, it's because of me that I set off more butterfly wings. Bayou has nothing to care about. If nothing changes when he comes to the world, then what is he doing here? Nami, do you still remember the old Murloc little 8 backquote? Crack. Nami, who was drawing a picture, had his pen cut off. Nami was puzzled. Why do you ask this? Bayou calmly said. That Murloc, who rescued Rayleigh who was killed when he was a child, is the deputy captain of the Roger pirate ship. What? All the girls stopped and looked over. Nami is even more unbelievable. Xiaoba is Pluton Rayleigh's benefactor. Then what should we do? Bayou is very calm. What should I do? Repaying kindness and revenge. It is normal, and those who go out to sea must be moral. 35. Advertisement. If nothing else, he has noticed us, in the Subordinate archipelago. Rayleigh's perception is very fine, and his control over what he sees is impeccable. At least the current Bayou didn't notice anything, but he could guess. Rayleigh is in Subordinate land. Is he going to prepare for battle? Robin became serious. The other party was no small person. Nami took a deep breath and said angrily, why? Xiaoba and the others have bullied our village for 8 years and he doesn't care. Why should Xiaoba be avenged when he dies? Look at the angry Nami. Bayou didn't say anything in exchange for what he would do. After all, in his eyes, he is a human being, and it doesn't matter to other people. So Bayou comforted. Don't think about it. If you are unhappy, Athena will blow up Subordinate. 35. No. Nami hurriedly shook his head, very distressed. How much berry would have to be blown up? What a waste. Bayou and the girls were speechless. Pirates also need to be righteous. He is right, and so are we. Bayou stood up and picked up the black knife Chushui, but in the world of the strong, whoever is stronger is the truth. Wait for me to go shopping together. Brush. Bayou disappeared. Seeing this, Perona hugged the puppet and exclaimed, is he crazy? That's Pluton Rayleigh. The word legend. Even Nami and the others who believed in Bayou couldn't help but worry a little. Vivi encouraged. It's okay. Brother Bayou has fought against Admiral, we have to be confident. Kaya looked at the corner calmly and said, Athena, monitor the battle. If there is an accident, immediately lock on the hostile target of Big Brother Bayou, turn on the island destroyer level energy cannon, and start to lift off now to store energy. The power of the energy gathering pulse is too great. May I ask, is Ms. Kaya sure, and do the other ladies agree? The illusory Athena asked. The setting given by Bayou is that, except for him, the island-destroying energy pulse must be launched with the consent of more than half of the crew. Agree. 99. Seconded. I have no opinion. Let's start to lift off and store energy. Watch this scene. The new arrivals Perona and Khalifa are a little confused. Are they ready to destroy the island? Glancing at the two women, Tashigi said, don't worry about Mr. Bayou, he will come back the moment he launches. Perona and Khalifa didn't know what to say, they just felt a little too scary. Robin chuckled lightly. Kaya just now has the style of a hostess. Ah, no. Miss Kaya blushed instantly. Immediately, Kaya changed the subject. Athena, can the radar scan the broadcast screen? Let's see. Please wait a moment, Ms. Kaya. Subordinate land. Rayleigh had been drinking. And the expression kept changing, and finally he sighed very tangled. Kukaros, what do you think the old man should do? Little 8 is dead, he should avenge his benefactor. But Kukaros also asked him to take care of Bayou and others. Not knowing it before, Rayleigh agreed, but it's been a headache these days. Never mind, go and see that kid first. 35. Rayleigh finished his drink and was about to get up, his movement stagnant. In front of you, someone. Looking at Bayou who appeared out of thin air, Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then said condensedly, is this the spatial ability that Kukaros speaks of? It's scary enough. Rayleigh is sure, if Bayou wasn't standing in front of him, but suddenly slashed with a knife, he wouldn't necessarily have come and reacted. After all, no one would keep seeing and hearing color on all the time, he had put it away before. So, Bayou said indifferently, I spared your life from the beginning, didn't I? A legend from the old times. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark. Rayleigh was a little confused. Good boy, crazy enough. Rayleigh didn't like to hear these words, and narrowed his eyes slightly. If you sneak attack, it will hurt me at most, and it will not be worth the grudge of my life. Really? Let's fight then. 35. Bayou turned around and left. I'll be shopping at Soap Bubble Park in a while, and I'll be waiting for you in Area 16. Don't be too slow, old man, so as not to waste everyone's time. Brush. Bayou disappeared. Rayleigh was in a trance, then looked around angrily. This old man has never seen such an arrogant young man before, what about the knife? You are the one. Seeing a pirate passing by with a knife, Rayleigh passed him by. Go along with the knife. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. What about this young master's knife? Cavendish, who came back from New World on purpose to find Bayou, stared blankly at Durandal, the famous sword that disappeared from his waist, dumbfounded. Looking around quickly, Cavendish saw a shadow quickly leaving from a distance, and suddenly said angrily, damn thief, return this young master's knife. Ah, you are doomed. 35. Area 16. Named. Outlaw Zone. As the name suggests, this is also the most chaotic place in Subordinate, and no ordinary people are willing to come. 99% are pirates, villains, and underground forces. In the surrounding area, most of them are human trafficking shops and human auctions. Bayou teleported in the perception range while looking at the scenery, and a flicker came to the lawless zone. Brother Ming, my friend, how have you been recently? Advertisement. After dialing the phone bug, Bayou spoke. Dover on the opposite side smiled and said, now, the newspapers are all about you recently, do you need me to help with anything, my friend? Bayou said casually. I made an appointment with Pluton Rayleigh to fight in the 16th area of Subordinate land, and it will start soon. There was silence on the other side. Doflamingo said with a smile. Sigh, I will withdraw people, including the surrounding area, I wish you victory in advance. Well, the result of winning is not important, I have another very important thing. Bayou's voice became low. Dover also restrained his smile, looked around, walked to the window and said, I hope it won't scare me. If it's convenient, can you tell me what celestial dragons are coming to Subordinate in the last few days? What? Hearing Bayou's words, Dover was stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank. You mean? Bayou nodded. No way, you know, young people are very arrogant, I am also a young man, if I don't do something, I always feel very boring. Yeah, they're all arrogant. Dover nodded subconsciously, and then burst into an uncontrollable laugh. Young people should be like this, but I still want to remind you that it is very dangerous and will kill people. To be honest, watching Bayou make so much big news, Dover realized that a real new era was coming. And Bayou, there is no doubt that it is the top monster of the new era. If it suddenly fell, it would be too regrettable and boring. Bayou calmly said, my friend, just tell me the information, and leave the rest to me. 55. Quote. $7. Dover couldn't refuse. Isn't this what he wanted most, but it was too sudden. After a few minutes, Bayou was surprised. Is it there at noon? What a coincidence. Giving a thumbs up to Brother Ming, Bayou said, I admire your efficiency, and invite you to dinner another day, my friend. Bobo, it's my honor to be able to eat the meal you invited. After saying that, after seeing Bayou's death, Doflamingo's laugh was even more difficult to restrain. Boiling, have you seen it? 5. I've waited for this day, I've waited too long. The smile of the times has finally begun. 2 hours later, with a knife in one hand and a jug in the other, Rayleigh came to Area 16 leisurely. He deliberately slowed down. Why is Bayou saying a word? The old man is going to chase after him desperately. I, Rayleigh, don't want to lose face. But Rayleigh saw it. It is indeed a blood-stained land, with corpses everywhere, and not far away, there are pirates in fear. And Bayou stood with a knife, no blood on his body, and looked around coldly. Since you chose to attack me because of greed, what are you doing looking at me with fear? I thought that the pirates who could come to Subordinate land are very strong, but all I see are trash. The land of gold is in my hands, come on, go on. Rayleigh looked puzzled. Did you not see the old man coming, or did you even beat him? Bayou, good money, good look to the side again, and you? You will arrive at noon soon, are you in a hurry for dinner, Pluton Rayleigh? Wow, a word exploded. The surrounding pirates, villains, etc., all looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, MMP. Is this to make the old man famous? The old man doesn't need it. B asterisk 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 D. Hateful. Cavendish, who ran out of breath, was about to beat the old man and grab the knife when he saw such a scene that made him powerless. Pluten Rayleigh. Then why did you steal my knife? Finally see you. Cavendish looked at Bai Yu with a complicated look in an instant. He entered New World a year ago, and recently came back on purpose, just to block Bai Yu. Even in New World, everyone is talking about Bai Yu and Cavendish jealous. He does not allow the world to have a more high-profile existence than him. But, Bai Yu didn't look at him, Cavendish only had a wry smile on his face. Rayleigh calmed down and looked at Bai Yu. Why do you choose to fight here? Because you can't stand the darkness. Oh, what's the matter with me? Bai Yu pointed to the pirates around him. You can also see that most of the other areas are ordinary people and marines, only this area has the most pirates. So, in the name of the strongest in the new era, I will challenge the legends of the old era. Wow, the pirates were in an uproar. Today's young people are really. Many pirates can't find words to describe. He was admirable. Cavendish's eyes were dark. Such a man, what can he compare to? Handsome, the other side's handsome, more attractive in the sea than his handsome. Since it's your choice, eat. I hope you won't regret it, young people of the new era. In this way, Rayleigh also began to earnestly, and drew out Cavendish's saber, the legend of the old times. Even if the old man is old, it is not something you can despise too much. Let the old man witness. The so-called new era is the strongest. Boom. Chapter 62. An old-time legend that was abolished. Naval headquarters is shocked. Boom. The terrifying conquerors erupted from Rayleigh's body, and the monsoon was so ferocious that it woke up like a sleeping beast. The same moment, Bai Yu's conquerors broke out. Boom. When the two conquerors broke out together, an earth-shattering roar instantly exploded. The ground continued to tear, the atmosphere hissed, and patches of black-red lightning ravaged the audience. One after another terrifying storm swept in all directions, Cavendish and others felt their brains go blank, and then they were all shaken out. Hi, 99. Pa, conquerors. And in the distance, a pirate from New World stared wide-eyed. This is rare even in New World. Conquerors collision. This collision is terrifying. In particular, Bai Yu and Rayleigh's at least high-level conquerors collided, swept the entire island 16 in an instant, and spread to other areas. No one who came close could stand firm. Good boy. You really amaze me. Feeling the will of Bai Yu conquerors that seems to defy the whole world, Rayleigh can't help but be surprised. I feel it is the ambition to suppress everything, how firm. But, you are so tender now. Rayleigh's eyes were condensed, and the conquerors that had been accumulated for many years were released in an instant. Boom. Top conquerors broke out. Tear. A piece of the atmosphere was shattered by two momentums. Bai Yu was also shaken and took a few steps back. As this the top conquerors, it's really powerful. Feeling the ubiquitous depression, Bai Yu couldn't help grinning. It turns out that I'm still so far behind, it's really great. Come to fight. Bai Yu's cells were all excited. With the black knife and autumn water in hand, Conquerors was closed, black and red lightning burst out all over his body, and he jumped up suddenly. Blade slash. This is Bai Yu's own swordsmanship combined with Elbaf's spear powerful skills to entangle Conqueror's attack. Leap in the air. Bai Yu swooped down and slashed towards Rayleigh with the knife. As the new era the strongest. I Rayleigh approve of you. Seeing this, Rayleigh also entangled Conquerors and raised his knife to fight back. Thousands of meters away, many pirates looked out from afar and saw a terrifying scene. The moment the two attacked with knives, before they got close to colliding, an attack that shook the whole island broke out in the air. Boom. The air collision effect of the tyrannical entanglement is extremely expressive, making the scalps of the pirates who were looking away numb. The entire number 16 area was instantly reduced to ruins, suffocating. Just, what a joke. 99. Cavendish flew upside down, and after stabilizing his body, he looked at the terrifying Bai Yu unacceptably. Damn. I can't even stop the aftermath. How can there be such a terrifying newcomer? Is this the Demon King? Boom. The sky is suddenly torn apart. Bai Yu and Rayleigh collided, causing the surrounding area to collapse in a large area, followed by an afterimage flying backwards. Exclamation mark. Bai Yu, who was flying upside down, turned over in midair, slammed the knife into the ground, and glided for hundreds of meters. And on the battlefield, it's changing all the time. In the next instant, Bai Yu appeared intact and out of thin air not far away. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help sighing. I'm really not convinced. I can't even make you vomit blood with one move with all my strength. Bai Yu felt the boiling blood. In order to avoid killing you in seconds, I will only use swordsmanship and hockey. Ha, you boy. 35. Rayleigh was immediately annoyed with laughter. This old man is really knowledgeable. Since that's the case, don't blame the old man when you die. 35. Clang clang. In an instant, the two swords met. Rayleigh collided with Bai Yu's knives dozens of times, the two figures changed positions back and forth, and pieces were torn apart wherever they passed. Slash and slash. Hockey go wild. The onlookers retreated again. District 16 turned into ruins full of cracks, and the two hit other areas, causing the villains around the illegal zone to want to curse their mothers. Can't you go anywhere else to play? Some of the newcomers who watched from afar were stunned, and they were shocked for a lifetime just to see the sky split. For the pirates who have been to New World, it is even more shocking. There are really new people who can fight against old legends before entering New World. Fly farther, Slash is coming. The main body was lying in the room, and the ghost Perona was floating and screaming. Boom. A slash hit the energy shield, as if water dripped into the lake and rippled without any damage. Perona smiled awkwardly. Didn't I see you guys are too nervous, let's liven up the atmosphere. The girls did not speak. They all stared at the screen of Athena scanning and rebroadcasting, waiting for the result. Chang. Boom. After another knife to force Bai Yu back, Rayleigh took a deep breath. It seems that I can't agree with the old man. Next, the old man has to be serious. God cut. Boom. Rayleigh smashed the ground with one foot. He came to Bai Yu in an instant, swung the knife and fell, surpassing Bai Yu's rapid counterattack. That being the case, tear. Boom. With the roar, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel anxious. Young people these days are so unbelievable, what about your face? 95. Bai Yu, who teleported to the distance, shrugged slightly. I couldn't dodge the knife just now with my body, and I didn't have the chance to fight back, and I'm not stupid, of course I have to rely on my ability to dodge. Quote. Rayleigh laughed suddenly. Yes, it seems that you are not stupid at all. If you want to live long enough, you have to be thick-skinned. But just relying on hockey and swordsmanship, your fight with me is meaningless. Use your full strength. Advertisement. More and more people are watching. Rayleigh couldn't hold it anymore, or he would definitely be scolded to death by Shaki when he went back. As you wish. Bai Yu looked at the time, it was almost noon. I'm going to go. 99. The words did not fall. Bai Yu disappeared out of thin air. It's an exaggerated speed. Rayleigh scolded secretly as he caught Bai Yu coming behind him. Armed without thinking. Boom. The armament color like ocean waves, with Rayleigh as the center, is repulsed, and the atmosphere neighs wherever it passes. Armed color is really strong. Bai Yu was speechless, opened the distance in an instant, and teleported hundreds of meters away. Once again capturing Bai Yu's location, Rayleigh swung a knife from a distance. Tear. The majestic and condensed slashes pierced through the void and came swiftly. But attacking from a distance is what Bai Yu is least afraid of, changing his position again. Boy, don't run. Feeling that Bai Yu was running so fast, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel aggrieved and couldn't hit. With one breath, Bai Yu can change hundreds of positions, and he can't even react to seeing, hearing, or seeing. I'm verifying whether the legend of an older generation like you can hurt me who is infinitely teleported. Bai Yu whispered softly. Facts have once again proved that as long as Bai Yu doesn't die or is affected by special abilities, basically no one can hit him. As fast as he thinks, he will be as fast. Since you can't do it either. Then it's over. It was almost noon, and Bai Yu teleported behind Rayleigh again. Hockey is back. Movement recovery. Rayleigh was shocked at the moment. His conqueror's hockey, and the raised knife, all retracted. Back in time. No. But how terrifying. Armed slash. Bai Yu brushed past Rayleigh as he stagnated defenselessly in place. If I wanted to, you'd meet Roger the moment you first met. Bai Yu fell to the ground and stood up. Rayleigh got up in a trance, and said in a daze, I see. It's a terrifying ability beyond my cognition. PFF'd. 35. One after another, bloody arrows shot out of Rayleigh, staining the ground red. Look at your injury. Rayleigh was still speechless. It is like the power of time back, without any resistance. Space capabilities, time-like capabilities, and other unknowns. 9. Rayleigh was speechless. Did the things recorded by Raftel ignore people like Bai Yu? Or, was he an accident? This kind of existence, you let the Nika fruit ability take the head to block it. Hiss. The battle is not long. But the pirates who were watching from afar took a deep breath and were shocked. Pluton Rayleigh, lost. Blublu. Marine headquarters, Sengoku watched the constantly ringing phone bug, put down the file and connected. Marshal, Ming. Pluton Rayleigh appeared in Sabayati land to fight the demon Lord Bai Yu. Sengoku froze for a moment. The other side continued. The entire area of number 16 and the surrounding area has been in ruins, and it is still. What did you say? Hiss, Marshal, the battle is over. Pluton Rayleigh, injured and lost. What? Sengoku stood up instantly, stared at the generals in the office, and then said solemnly, I see, let the ordinary soldiers stay away, stare blankly. Sigh, Yuan, Marshal, 35. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, the voice on the other side trembled and said in disbelief, Cut off, hands and feet. Wow, the office was in an uproar. And far from the battlefield. All the onlookers opened their eyes wide, and they were all stunned. A few seconds ago, Bai Yu suddenly said, Rayleigh, there is a clear grievance between you and me. But since I met you, there is no reason to let it go. The fate of the loser is decided by the strong. Chong. In Rayleigh's astonishment, Bai Yu suddenly drew his knife, and the flashing edge was extremely dangerous. Not good. Rayleigh's heart trembled, his hair burst, and he just wanted to make a move. Status is restored. Armed instant slash. Bai Yu directly restored all the fighting states Rayleigh wanted to make, and slashed his legs fiercely. Cold light flashes. PFF'd. Under the shock of the onlookers from afar, Rayleigh's legs were all broken. Bai Yu doesn't stand still. 2 more knives, across Rayleigh's hands, backed away. PFF'd. His hands and feet were neatly slashed, and when the mutilated Rayleigh fell to the ground, the whole person was stunned. Young people, don't talk about martial arts. Advertisement. Katakana middle dot for flowers 0. Well said 1 second, so cruel the next. Humph. Rayleigh endured the pain, but still couldn't help groaning, looking up at the indifferent Bai Yu. Even so, there was no unwillingness or anger in Rayleigh's eyes either. To die in the sea, I was ready on the day I went to sea, but I didn't expect it to come so late. Rough enough. Decisive enough. With thick skin, you can definitely go further. 35. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, but then laughed proudly. The new era is really here. I won't have a chance to see Joey Boy for Roger, but it's good to live a few more decades. At least I saw you. 35. Roger, I saw something more miraculous than the bloodline of fate. He broke all prophecies. It's a miracle. Ha 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 ha. Noisy. Bayou threw Rayleigh directly into the undead prison, picked up his knife, and turned to look into the distance. A prison without death. Only those who are seriously injured and unable to resist can be sent in, the most suitable for maiming. Gollum noticed Bayou looking over. Everyone in the distance couldn't help but retreat in fear. Brush. Bayou flew thousands of meters. Looking at Bayou standing a few meters away, Cavendish's body trembled subconsciously, and his voice was difficult to stabilize. You. What do you want to do? I saw you chasing Rayleigh before, so this knife is yours. Bayou raised the famous knife Durandal. Of course it's mine. 35. Cavendish reached out his hand subconsciously, and saw a cold light flash. His hands were broken and he fell to the ground. Ah ah ah. Cavendish roared in pain, not daring to look at Bayou again, and hurriedly backed away from the pain, running away without looking back. This lunatic. The devil. Escape. Cavendish is full of psychological shadows on Bayou, even more ruthless than his second personality. Late. Space transfer. He directly transferred Cavendish who ran away, and he saw Bayou raise the knife expressionlessly. Stop. Before Cavendish finished speaking, he felt two cold lights flashing, and then even greater pain swept through his body. Legs, cut off, severely wounded, he was sent to prison. Ah! The devil. Cavendish and everyone who fled in panic thought so. He broke his hands and feet as soon as he disagreed, and as expected, he didn't have the wrong nickname, the devil who brought darkness to the world. Buzz. A black hole in space flashed by. Bayou threw the seriously injured Cavendish into the prison of immortality with a knife. Just a few breaths. Bayou looked at it, except for a few who were not afraid of death, all of them ran away. The few, all looking at Bayou with anticipation and admiration, obviously wanted to join, but were a little scared. The rest are a few reporters. It's noon. Bayou is also not interested in admirers who dare not even speak. Recalling the information given by Dover, Bayou took out the phone bug. Kaya, ready to start planning. Don't worry, I will be fine. Well, I see. Kaya nodded obediently. Immediately discuss with the girls and start a plan. Everyone fled, and Sabayati quickly exploded. Crack. In the ripping bar in the 13th area, Shaki crushed the cup, and his usually calm face was completely out of control at this moment. Rayleigh. How come? Shaki looked at the burning of more than half of the life card. It was difficult to understand Bayou's strength, and it was even more difficult to accept the result. What should she do? What can she do? And in the marshal's office. The atmosphere was equally tense. Marshal Sengoku said solemnly. The news is confirmed, Pluton and Rayleigh, and the White Horse Cavendish were abolished by Bayou, and they are suspected to be thrown into a different space. At present, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, it is uncertain whether he left or not, and no other crew members have been found. To make. The generals were stunned. Pluton and Rayleigh, was it so easy to be scrapped by a newcomer? Kizaru wiped his cold sweat secretly. The battle didn't last long, right? It seems that the first 2 times, the old man's life is really big. This time, the generals did not refute, but were extremely solemn. Momosuke murmured. So, the spike is real, but I don't want to believe it. Bang. Sengoku patted the table again and said solemnly, we need to know if Bayou is in Sabayati land, what else is he going to do? Where have the crew gone? Doing what? What can Sabayati do? The generals thought about it, until Garp clasped his nose and said, this kid has always been very courageous, will he go to Celestial Dragons? Boom. As if a thunderstorm exploded in his mind, Sengoku hurriedly dialed the phone and shouted, quick. Immediately investigate the Sabayati land and see if the Celestial Dragons are there. Immediately. But whoever thought of it, the other side immediately replied. Reporting to the Marshal, Roswald Saint stopped at the coast of Area 36 10 minutes ago and has now landed on the island. What? The generals felt bad. Who was the devil afraid of? Something big is going to happen. 9. Chapter 63. Celestial Dragon Smash. God-killing Demon King. Sabo was blown up. Is it really there? Sengoku noticed that something was wrong and couldn't help but jump in his heart. Send someone to protect immediately. No, notify the entourage of Saint Roswald, and tell Bayou that it is dangerous, pay attention, and go now. Hang up immediately. Something is really going to happen. Sengoku got up and looked at Kizaru. You rush to Sabayati land as soon as possible. Garp, don't eat. You and Momosuke and the others stay at the headquarters, and I and Aokiji also go. And Sengoku didn't forget the phrase, if you don't come, you're a waste. It's always close to the headquarters, and Sengoku doesn't want to let Bayou grow up anymore.
Not alone. Of course besieged. Garp was surprised. Are you really going? I'm not sure if Bayou is there or not, why don't I go? HMPH, you stay here. Sengoku was very skeptical that Garp would do his best, and since Roger died, he hadn't done anything seriously. Boom. Suddenly, a roar exploded at the Marine headquarters, surprising everyone. Boom. Another voice. The roar seemed to float from the sky, a little far, but it was amazing. The generals rushed out of the office and saw a deep pit the size of a boat in the middle of the square. A rear admiral in the distance shouted, "Report to the marshal, a laser came from a distance and did not find its target." Exclamation mark. Sengoku and the others glanced at the square, and then all looked up into the sky. To be precise, they were looking at the place of Mariejois, a sacred place on the red earth, land high above the ground. The T-Dolphin exclaimed, "Hey, someone attacked the Marine headquarters from a distance, and also attacked the Holy Land. This is so crazy." Garp's eyes narrowed. "Come on, it's another laser, but this laser is very familiar." Bai Yu's spaceship. Aokiji took the words and was shocked. Bai Yu was attacking the Holy Land. Whoosh. A laser pierced the sky and flew down from the pilgrimage site in the distance. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably fierce, majestic and condensed slash rose from the Holy Land, directly smashing the laser, and bursting in the sky. The top swordsman. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately said, "Kizaru, you immediately go to support the Holy Land." 35. Kizaru. It's hard work, but it's better than meeting Bai Yu at Sabayati. Seeing another laser cut through the sky, Sengoku got angry. "What a devil, Garp, Aokiji, you stay at the headquarters, I will go too." 11 Whoosh. Sengoku directly turned into a big Buddha, stepped on Moonwalk and rushed to Mariejois, which was even more dazzling than Kizaru. Seeing this, Crane Vice Admiral frowned. "Don't you think it's weird?" The generals were startled. Momosuke wondered, "Sister Crane, what's wrong?" Sengoku and Double Admiral have decided to go to Sabayati to contain Bai Yu who may attack celestial dragons. And now, Crane looked in the direction of Sabayati land. Sengoku and the two go to the Holy Land to support, we stay at the headquarters, then Sabayati land will let Bai Yu mess around. 35. Ah. The rookie pirates are so smart. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, divide it and attack it. PFF ha ha ha, what a smart kid, you're saying that his target has always been the celestial dragons who landed on the island, right? It's amazing. Garp laughed happily. Sengoku lost, this is a conspiracy, he has no other choice, and we can't do anything. Really no choice. There are only a few celestial dragons in Sabayati, and the Holy Land is the most important. And there must be someone at headquarters. Therefore, they can only watch here, unable to care what Bai Yu does. Good boy, come back. Garp glanced at the sky and saw several lasers attacking the headquarters from a distance. After blasting the laser, Crane Vice Admiral was also helpless. He wants to drag the remaining strong people to the headquarters, completely cutting off the possibility of strong people going to Sabayati. If I attack celestial dragons, do I still need to help? Aokiji scratched his hair in distress. What if you still tune out the tiger from the mountain? Transfer Sengoku and Kizaru, then transfer him, turn your head and attack the headquarters. Completely controlled by Bai Yu. Lose the initiative. Bai Yu's plan is simple. The ship moved away from Sabayati and stopped over Calm Belt. Turn on the spaceship attack mode, and attack the Marine headquarters in the Holy Land with ultra-long range. Totally disrupt Marine deployments. The current effect is very good. The ship was racing towards the Calm Belt, attacking Marineford and Mariejois as it flew. So amazing. The girls were amazed. Spaceship attack mode 1. Laser cannon, with 108 muzzles all over the spaceship, long-range locking attack, with a range of 2,000 kilometers, and each shot destroys the ship. 2,000 kilometers. Locked on by radar scans, Mariejois and Marineford were targeted within range. Attacks and harassment from time to time. Totally disrupt Marine deployments. According to Bai Yu's plan, we will attack the Holy Land 10 times at most, stop, and then evacuate to the sky above the Calm Belt to hide. Nami said, very puzzled. But why not attack the Holy Land from a distance, so that no one will go to Sabayati to block Bai Yu? Khalifa, who has the clearest awareness of the powerhouse, said in a complicated tone, he may still want to fight again. That's not the main reason. Robin looked at the girls and said seriously, don't underestimate the world government, and don't completely anger them if you're not fully prepared. 99. Bai Yu is not sure whether the world government will send space-type capable personnel to chase after us along the trajectory and attack us through the energy shield. The girls were stunned. Space class is very rare, but maybe there are. If you follow the trajectory of the laser cannon, it will be too passive. Stop in time. Hello and me too. Perona was terrified. So what is Bai Yu going to do? Go to Sabayati and catch celestial dragons. Advertisement. Maybe. Bai Yu didn't say anything. The girls can only wait. Several laser cannons in succession. Let Mariejois mess up, and the celestial dragons on it run around in terror. Seeing this, the 5 elders were very angry, not only angry that someone dared to attack the Holy Land, but also angry that a group of trash was too unbearable. And in the land of Sabayati. Soap Bubble Park. Bai Yu took the phone bug and walked away while talking. You are really well informed. Yes, Rayleigh was caught by me and happened to be interested in celestial dragons again. Hi. You. Morgan's on the opposite side was stunned, but at the same time he couldn't contain his excitement. This is big news, do I need to do something? Morgan's wanted to fly to Sabayati now, but he was too far away. Bayou pondered slightly. I originally wanted to live stream celestial dragons all over the world, but I thought about it carefully. It's not the time. Hiss. Morgan's scalp tingles. The Demon King of the new era is really crazy, even crazier than the previous Rocks pirate. After all, those people have never thought about what to broadcast live, and the difference is very big. Morgan swallowed and said, you will be in big trouble if you kill it, but if you live stream it, it will be a big trouble, it's really endless. Bai Yu nodded. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of those with bare feet, but not at all. But the girls on the boat, as well as the girls' hometowns, are all over. That's what I said. But, Bai Yu glanced forward, and his heart was suddenly shocked. He subconsciously crushed the phone bug, and even forgot to do something. It was the real darkness that he couldn't accept even if he had merged into it. Roswald Street. A few hundred meters in front, sat a huge slave, surrounded by a group of people slowly coming. Everyone on the street knelt down tremblingly. Ha ha ha. Lowly commoners, dare to look directly at this saint. Bang 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 bang. As for Saint Roswald, sitting on the slave, because one person looked up at him, he sneered with disdain, holding a gun and shooting indiscriminately, several people fell in a pool of blood. And a little girl, and a pregnant woman. Bai Yu was silent. From the first day he decided to become a pirate, he decided to protect only his own people, regardless of the life and death of others. But, no matter how bad the villain is, he is still a human being, and there must be a bottom line in being a human being. There is no bottom line. That's not a man, it's a devil. When the little girl and the pregnant woman fell in a pool of blood, Bai Yu's heart was still shocked. Oh, if I can endure this scene. Bai Yu's eyes gradually became cold, and uncontrollable anger was brewing. I will look down on myself. A bunch of chops. 35. Boom. When Bai Yu's conquerors broke out, he felt a spiritual breakthrough. Conquerors breakout. Top conquerors. Crack. 99. There are cracks in the ground that is more than a few hundred meters in front, and a terrifying storm is set off around it. Plop plop. All fell down one by one. Only a few members of the accompanying CP remained sluggish in place. Brush. Bai Yu came in a flash. Recovery. Resilience hangs over several dying people in pools of blood. Quickly. The little girl, the pregnant woman, and several other innocent civilians recovered. Space. Transfer. With a large-scale transfer, Bai Yu moved all the civilians who were kneeling before to the farthest range of perception. Until this time. Breakthrough. Bai Yu just murmured. So that's the case. Top conquerors, what you need is spiritual freedom. 5. Instead of looking ahead. With that said, Bai Yu looked at the unconscious celestial dragons. It seems that I have to thank you very much, Chop. The few CP members who were sluggish because of celestial dragons' coma also came back to their senses. It's a pirate. Not good. Hurry up, stop him. Watching Bai Yu walk towards Roswald Saint step by step, the CP members rushed up. Die. Bai Yu gave a cold drink. Slash. The slash that wrapped around conquerors slashed at the few remaining people in the air, smashing directly into a blood mist. Since no one has attacked celestial dragons for an unknown number of years, the entourage of Saint Roswald is not strong, and the original is obvious. Crack. Bai Yu is a kick when he goes up. He directly kicked and shattered the bubble mask worn by Saint Roswald, revealing a very ugly and disgusting face. Damn, so ugly. Bai Yu glanced at it and wanted to step on it, so as not to hurt his eyes. If you kill you directly, it will be too cheap for you. Advertisement. Bai Yu glanced at the people and reporters who began to gather and watch in the distance, but didn't care. Since it's done, then he is not afraid to spread it out, and the freedom of the soul is fearless. Bai Yu raised his hand and cut off Saint Roswald's right hand with a knife. This knife, you are too ugly. 39. 39. Saint Roswald, who had woken up because of the intense pain he had never felt before, suddenly let out a scream of killing a pig. Bai Yu struck again, breaking his left hand. This knife is still ugly. Ignoring Street Roswald's slaughtering call, Bai Yu cut off his left leg with another slash. This knife is so ugly. The last knife, your voice disgusts me. When Bai Yu cut off Saint Roswald's limbs, he passed out in pain, bleeding profusely. PFF'd. Another knife. Bai Yu stabbed Street Roswald's abdomen with a knife and picked it up with one hand. The screen seems to freeze. All held their breaths. Crack. The reporters subconsciously took this photo that is enough to be handed down to the world. The beginning of a truly new era. See it. This is the descendant of the so-called God, in the legend, ugly, dirty, weak and ridiculous. The awful in the rubbish. Bai Yu's voice soothed all directions, and all those who watched felt the shock of their hearts. This is celestial dragons. It seems that there is nothing to be afraid of. In other words, watching celestial dragons being arbitrarily killed by Bai Yu, and no admiral has come yet, makes many people think that celestial dragons is just like that. New Age. Joey boy. In the darkness, a man wearing a green cloak and a terrifying tattoo on his face whispered. No, he's just the Demon King who started a new era. Coming to Sabayati land is just a coincidence. But when I heard that the Demon King was coming, the tattooed man was also a little interested. After all, He was a newcomer in the same sea area for his son at the same time, and he almost killed his son by 387, which was a constant sensation in the world. So come take a look. But this time, something big happened. Beside, the young man with blonde hair and short hair is also murmured. He did what we have not done. The world is going to be in chaos. One left. The girl with short orange hair in a cloak, her body began to tremble slightly, and tears fell. How dare, that is celestial dragons, how dare he. Seeing the girl weeping, the tattooed man and the blonde youth fell silent. Our painful memories awakened. Poor girl. The two watched silently. Bai Yu. Miss, don't you need comfort? Two dead straight men. In front of Bai Yu, an incomparably dark space black hole opened. There seems to be some kind of horror in it, which makes people feel extremely palpitated. The tattooed man stared at it. Teleportation plus different space, it won't really be the fruit of space. No, this fruit is. Bai Yu looked around, seemingly found something interesting, his gaze stopped in a corner. The blonde young man in a cloak whispered, "No, I was discovered." He was inexplicably nervous. After all, Bai Yu is the demon king who destroyed the legend and celestial dragons at one word. But when he thought that the leader was beside him, the blonde young man breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly said, "This is the first time I met a peer who made me feel suffocated, and the sense of oppression is too strong." But when he saw him, he also immediately reminded, "Don't look at him casually. He is the devil, he will. Such a feat, even if he is the real demon king, so what?" The orange short-haired girl raised her head, looked directly at Bai Yu in the distance, and looked at each other. The two stared at each other. It was as if time had stood still. Freeze into a picture. Until, Bai Yu suddenly smiled and waved at the orange-haired girl, making a mouth shape that made her puzzled. Turn around. Step into the undead prison. Bai Yu, as well as the mutilated Roswald saint, disappeared. Wow. Until this time, all the talents around let out all kinds of exclamations and exploded the pot. The orange-haired girl didn't know why. What did he just say to me? He actually smiled and said to you. Damn, he is so shameless. The blonde youth is inexplicably angry. Say what? The girl is full of curiosity. The blonde youth was hard to say, but under the threat of the girl, he gritted his teeth and hesitated. He said that you will be his sooner or later. Damn. How could he who dared to take a shot at celestial dragons said this, you give me death. 5. The orange-haired girl blushed instantly, and kicked the youth away with an embarrassed kick. The tattooed man also twitched his eyelids and secretly said, that young man really doesn't take me seriously. Dare to kill the gods, Demon King. Can you dodge the chase? The tattooed man said, the world is going to be in complete chaos, let's go. A breeze blows. The three disappeared. Chapter 64. The world shakes. Kaido, Yamato, come and see your man. Are you there too, Rayleigh? After the three of Dorag left, Shaki secretly recalled the scene when Bai Yu walked into a different space just now. And the life card in his hand turned around and it stopped moving. Rayleigh's life card started to burn for a while before, and then most of it burned, and then, there was no movement, which made Shaki very worried. Shaki didn't understand why the life card was invalid before, but now I know. Turn out to be, not in one space. But, Shaki is still puzzled. But why, the moment the other dimension appeared, the life card suddenly recovered, did Rayleigh recover? The complete life card quietly stayed in Shaki's hands. Finally, Shaki can only sigh. It's good to live. A mortal prison. When Bai Yu came in, he saw a very surprising scene. A bad old man sat on the ground. Enel, Crocodile, Bonus, Lucky Six, Moria, and the decadent Cavendish. All around Rayleigh. And Rayleigh, what he was talking about. Yes, that guy Roger is AB asterisk 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 D and a liar. He knows how to make trouble every day. Younger brother Nyen, if you talk too much, you will be in tears. 5. So how strong is he? Cavendish asked, staring closely at Rayleigh. Rayleigh burst out laughing. Although he is AB asterisk 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 D, he is a powerful force that neither of you can resist. Crocodile murmured, can he beat Whitebeard? The two are at the same level. If you want to decide the winner, there are too many factors. Rayleigh didn't answer directly, and the two forces were not mortal enemies. Every time they fought for a few days, it was a tie. It can only be said that he is not strong enough. Enel felt very disappointed and said abruptly, what kind of King Roger, can he defeat Bai Yu? It's Roger, not Wong Roger. Forget it, is there any wine here? Rayleigh decisively changed the subject, and when Bai Yu was mentioned, he felt pain in his limbs. If such a terrifying demon king was of the same age as them, he believed that Roger would definitely run away with them, without saying a word or looking back, only to fight Bai Yu when he was ill. Are you so busy? Brush 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 brush. When Bai Yu's voice sounded, Enel and the others stood up in an instant, left the place one after another, and started exercising. Rayleigh, Moria. 5. Cavendish. The devil. Boom. Bai Yu threw Saint Roswald on the ground and said casually, 387 inches this celestial dragons is handed over to you, and I will beat it to death every day. When my spirit breaks down, chop it up and feed it to the fish. Crowd. 35. Ruthless man. Looking at celestial dragons, whose limbs were cut off, Rayleigh was also speechless, and the outside world was in chaos. We'll talk about it later. Seeing what Rayleigh and the others wanted to say, Bayou said a word and came to Absalom's cell where he was being held alone and still unconscious. Seeing this scene, Moria's expression changed slightly, and she finally gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Come on, one of the powers of the gods. Enel held his breath. Crocodile took a deep breath. Every time I think about it, it's amazing, it's just his simplest ability. Energy. Transfer. 99. Bai Yu directly began to transfer the fruit energy into the apple. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the apple grew bigger and turned into devil fruit. Transparent fruit. Recovery completed. Bai Yu turned around and said indifferently, as you can see, he is not dead yet, and if he is not satisfied with his own fruit ability, or what he wants, as long as he performs well, you can choose. 99. Lu Chi's eyes lit up. His fruit, the normal zone, cat fruit, panther form. Are you saying this suits him? Shit, Lu Chi wants to scold the mother. No matter how suitable it is only a common species. Except for the enhancement of recovery after awakening, there are a few more shortcomings for no reason. For Lu Chi, the harm is far greater than the benefit. Die. Bai Yu squeezed his hands at will. With everyone holding their breath, Absalom turned into dust, leaving no trace behind. Bai Yu could easily wipe out any living thing in the undead prison. And this silent destruction, even Rayleigh felt his scalp go numb, and he didn't understand Bai Yu's hands at all, it was too scary. Looking at Moria with a ferocious expression, Bai Yu said lightly, I will take care of Perona in the future, do you have anything else to say? I do not have. Hearing her adopted daughter Perona, Moria was relieved and instantly forgot about Absalom. The new era has come, try to be stronger, I don't like trash that only screams. 99. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. It's hard not to drink. And Rayleigh chose to lie in the corpse. The old man is so old, what he says is useless, and can't be stronger. 99. At Rayleigh's age, there's really nothing to pursue or fear. Whoosh. Crocodile threw a book at random and snorted coldly. Look at the secret book Bai Yu gave, and then teach me, otherwise you don't want to be pure. 99. Everyone's eyes lit up. Rayleigh, be Boj legend, how can anyone teach them fast when they practice blindly? So the crowd gathered around again. Good guy. With eyes full of desire and menace, Rayleigh understood in an instant. Advertisement. Bai Yu made him a teacher. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really arranged by that kid. But, Bai Yu's secret. Rayleigh came interested and picked up to see at first glance, hockey's true solution. Isn't that the way of hockey's cultivation, and a bad name? Rayleigh murmured, opened his eyes and looked at it, then froze, then stayed where he was, and finally exclaimed, conquerors can also practice. What a joke. After turning over, meditate, exercise, dream. The three major cultivation methods correspond to the three major hockeys, making Rayleigh silent. The unimaginable perfection, the secret recipe beyond his imagination, is incredible. Looking at the crowd, Rayleigh said, okay, I teach. The undead prison thing. Bai Yu didn't care, he was really caught in the mentality of letting Rayleigh be a teacher. Although I can't compare with Teacher Kai, but it is very suitable to be an enlightenment teacher. When Bai Yu returned to the spaceship, he immediately welcomed the enthusiasm and tenderness of the young ladies and sisters. Gentle Township, Hero Tomb. After Bai Yu said what he had done, he continued, next, I need to settle you and send all your relatives to Sky Island. Definitely. The 5 elders are going crazy. He wasn't afraid at all, but it was better that the girls didn't show up in a short time. The main thing, they are too weak, Bai Yu needs them to immerse themselves in training for a while, and then set sail. The girls nodded involuntarily. Robin said, what about you? Me, fighting is the fastest way to become stronger, so. Gently stroked Kaya's hair beside him, Bai Yu said, put you in a safe place to practice, I will go to New World first. 5. The girls were silent. Seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I will build our own territory in New World as quickly as possible, and practice together in the future. After Bai Yu's comfort, the girls also adjusted their mood, and Nami asked curiously, where do we go to practice, Sky Island? 35. Bai Yu pointed down. Sky Island has limited conditions, calm belt, there is the most suitable place for you. Normal girl, there is no better place than that. And that island, right at calm belt. 2 days later. The world shook again. The shock this time has not only a large scope of influence, but also a great significance. In a real sense, the supreme authority of celestial dragons whitewash is torn apart. Open black lens bracket God killing demon king, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Pluton Rayleigh fiasco, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. Demon Lord Bai Yu bombards Marine headquarters, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. Demon Lord Bai Yu bombards Holy Land Mariejois, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Bai Yu, celestial dragons. Ugly, filthy, weak and ridiculous chops, close black lens bracket. Hey, something happened. So the celestial dragons are so ugly and weak. Funny God, I will kill a few and see. Ah, Lord Bai Yu. A headline that shocked countless people was displayed in the newspaper. Especially that picture. Bathed in the sun, Bai Yu held a knife in one hand and picked up Saint Roswald, who was completely broken. Surrounded by comatose people, and the cracked earth. This photo. Enough to go down in history, because it marks the beginning of a new era. There were discussions all over the world, and even the Revolutionary Army helped to spread the news further, and the whole world seemed to be boiling. Red hair. As the person I chose a good one. On a small island, Hawkeye has wine in one hand and newspaper in the other. Hawkeye is not surprised by Bai Yu's performance, he is now analyzing how much Bai Yu's basic strength has become stronger. Really good. The redhead's voice was slightly deep, not only that it was good, but it was too exaggerated. No matter how old Uncle Rayleigh is, even if it is replaced by him, it is difficult to achieve such a result, let alone such a short time. The stern Hawkeye put down the newspaper and said coolly, "Do you need to restore your hand? I can ask someone to restore it for you." Usopp and others' eyes lit up. What becomes stronger after a broken hand is all bullshit. After traveling all over the world, it took Red Hair Pirates 6 years to reach the top of the New World, especially Shanks, who had broken his hand, grew a little more difficult, and only then cultivated a stronger will. Without one hand, there is a lack of balance and means. Is my hand okay too? Shanks touched his left hand subconsciously, then glanced at Bai Yu's photo, shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's so troublesome, and I'm used to it." Hawkeye said coldly, "Stupid reason, are you rejecting Bai Yu's help because he abolished Rayleigh?" The air suddenly fell silent. The redhead was silent for a moment, and then laughed. "How come? Miss Shaki contacted me, Uncle Rayleigh's life card has recovered, maybe they are drinking together now." 99. That's because of him, right? Advertisement. Hawkeye looked to the other side, it was a reward for a boy wearing a straw hat. Bounty. 50 million berry. The pirates who were in the same period as Bai Yu, basically only entered the Grand Line, and the Straw Hat Boy is still a high bounty. Almost. The redhead nodded calmly without saying anything else. "I hope you won't regret it." Hawkeye didn't say much, and continued to drink with everyone. On the Moby DK. Whitebeard glanced at the newspaper, and was amazed at Bai Yu again in his heart, and then he looked worried. Ace still refuses to come back. He said Teach would never come back until he was caught. Marco smiled wryly. Ace's temper is too stubborn, and no one can pull back what has been decided. Whitebeard was also helpless. Moreover, he always had a bad feeling, but he couldn't explain it clearly. Cake Island. Andy finds a man to have S**x every day, and once again misses the newspaper news perfectly. And Katakuri called immediately. "Come back, Cracker, you should understand why." Quote. I see. Cracker, who went out to find Bai Yu, was also sweating. Bai Yu was crazy. Cracker expressed fear. Ghost Island. This guy Bai Yu did a great job. Kaido laughed non-stop, then threw the newspaper down. "Come and see, the man I found for you is strong and handsome, from today onwards, you are free." Really? Yamato was very pleasantly surprised. "Hurry up and prepare the boat for me, I'm going to sea." 35. Kaido snorted coldly. "By freedom, I mean that you can take off your handcuffs, but you can only move around on the island of ghosts, and you can't go anywhere." "No, I'm going to sea, live as free as Odin." Yamato shouted unwillingly. Kaido clenched his fists and released them again. "Odin again. This time I won't hit you, but we can make an agreement, as long as you can do it, I'll take you wherever you want." True or false? Yamato wondered. This Minotaur changed. But Yamato soon expects the excitement. "Tell me, I can definitely do it." 35. Kaido looked indifferent. "First, remember all the information on Bai Yu, and I will send it to you." 99. No problem. Yamato nodded immediately. Kaido continued. "Second, defeat Bai Yu." Yamato nodded. But after waiting for a while, Kaido didn't speak. Yamato wondered and surprised. "That's all? Is it gone? You're not lying to me again, are you?" "I will never break my word. HMPH, you have broken your promise too many times. Get out." Resisting the urge to beat up, Kaido threw out the newspaper. "I will do it. Odin must go to sea." Yamato, who was thrown away, shouted again that made Kaido furious. Boom. 35. Half the room was shattered. Kaido gritted his teeth and said, "Odin." 35. One of the things Kaido regrets most is taking 8-year-old Yamato to witness Odin's death. From that day on, for various reasons, Yamato's name changed from being a father, to being a bad father, to being a B****************, to a Minotaur, and then to a stranger, and now he is going to be a mortal enemy. "Have you found Bai Yu's number?" Kaido looked at Jin. Jin nodded and said, "I just asked for the number from Morgan's, but I haven't contacted yet. Let's call you back in 2 days. Kaido said he was not in the mood. Rookie pirates. Closed directly. Even the Straw Hat Boy who yelled at Bai Yu every day was silent for a while and started exercising. Zoro. "I finally know how to exercise, it's not easy, foodie." 10 minutes later, Luffy clutched his stomach and yelled, "Sanji. I'm so hungry." Sanji. The legendary 10 minutes of exercise, 1 hour of binge eating. People are helpless. I hope Luffy will get stronger as he eats. Boom. Mariejois. In the council hall in Panchung City, the 5 elders angrily slapped the newspaper on the table. "Morgans, this guy, damn it." After just 2 days of pressure, Morgans dared to report it, touching their bottom line. The blonde 5 elders said coldly, "Now is not the time to discuss that guy, what should Bai Yu do?" Sengoku, did you hear me? Sengoku, who was standing not far away, said solemnly, "His space is moving too fast, and there are spaceships, it is difficult for us to catch him at present." If you can. Sengoku doesn't want to talk to Bai Yu anymore, so let's go to the New World to harm the 4 emperors. Don't say anything else. As for the laser cannon attack the previous 2 days, they still haven't been sure where the spacecraft started to attack. The strike distance is too great. Sengoku didn't want to hear a sudden burst of gunfire at the headquarters in the middle of the night. Space movement and spaceship. The bearded 5 elders turned his head and asked, does he have other abilities, right? Does CP0 limit his abilities? Curly-haired 5 elders shook his head. You can go to the warehouse and look for it, so many will definitely be found. Sengoku. 35. Devil fruit eats ashes, right? Why isn't it used by Marine? Chapter 65. The confident 5 elders, 9 Snake Island, and the lowly Empress are online. Looking at the reward order, the bearded 5 elders couldn't help frowning. What's wrong with his bounty? Hawkeye joined and defeated 2 Shichibukai, even Pluton Rayleigh can defeat, why only 1 billion? I haven't had time to update yet. Sengoku felt helpless. The first reward is 1 billion. He just wanted to kill Bai Yu, but he didn't expect the development of things to deviate completely from his expectations. Then I wondered if Sabayati could be caught, and let's talk about the bounty. As a result, something really happened. Longbeard didn't care about these trivial matters. CP0 will investigate everything about Bai Yu and hunt him down. You Marines are always ready to cooperate, let's go. 99. Yes. Sengoku turned to leave. As Sengoku left, the blonde-haired 5 elders said, teleportation, as well as suspected time reversal, high-speed regeneration, space transfer, and so on, so many abilities in one, have never appeared in 800 years. 39. Now killing the celestial dragons, attacking the Holy Land, obviously hostile to us, need to report. The other 4 stared blankly. The bald-headed 5 elders, who had never spoken, wiped the long knife and said, there is only one kid left and right. Let's talk about it when he survives. The crowd nodded. No matter how strong he is only one person, even if he has formed a force. No one can survive the world government's all-out hunt and hunt, they always believe this. They are so confident. Bai Yu. Come here. On the ship. After 2 days of searching in the calm belt, I gradually saw the outline of the island. Where's my reward? Bai Yu opened the newspaper and flipped through it for a long time, but saw nothing. Seeing Bai Yu tossing and turning, Kaya couldn't help comforting. Brother Bai Yu, Marine must be very busy now, maybe it will be updated in 2 days. Hope so. Bai Yu dropped the newspaper. Looking at an island in the distance, Nami was puzzled. Does it have to be there? What's so special? Bai Yu smiled without saying a word. 387. And bored Perona, who was looking around with binoculars, suddenly exclaimed, wow, woman, so many women. It's really a lot, I've never seen so many in my life. Canis beside him was also shocked. The girls came over one after another and watched with binoculars. Now that he has discovered it, Bai Yu said, that is Daughter Island, the women of the whole island, and men are not allowed to go up. Is there such an island? Several people present did not understand, but Robin looked at Bai Yu with a smile. As expected of you, the training place you found is very good. But, the legendary number 1 beauty in the world is the Emperor here, right? Hearing Robin's words, the girl's eyes lit up. Kaya was shocked. How beautiful she is to be the number 1 in the world. 55. World number 1. Tashigi, who was practicing swordsmanship, stopped for a while. Oh, beautiful, then it's all right, continue practicing swordsmanship. Bai Yu explained, she has a good condition, coupled with the sweet fruit that can magnify her charm infinitely, the combination of the two is the best in the world. Nami couldn't help but wonder, does it still have the ability to magnify the charm, does it directly become beautiful? Yes, slippery fruit. Bai Yu is very impressed with this fruit, which can be called an upgraded version of sorcery such as plastic surgery plus slimming plus beauty plus makeup. Too bad it was eaten by a fat woman. No, Bai Yu wasn't sure if he was still eaten by that fat woman, after all, he influenced too many things. Bai Yu got up and said, you all be careful for a while, or wait until I go to take her down first, otherwise, you will be killed in a collective instant. 35. What? The girls were surprised. Seeing this, Bai Yu said, don't underestimate any world-famous women, if they were not stronger than most men, they would have died long ago. Perona murmured, but Robin isn't that strong, oops. 35. Rubbing his forehead, Perona glared at Bai Yu angrily. When Bai Yu glared at him, Perona timidly ran behind Kaya and made a face. Really find a backer. Stop the spaceship first, don't go down, I will inform you later, and you will come down again. 35. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he came to the room. Hancock's strength is nothing, but her ability, for ISP, is simply a natural enemy. Bai Yu considers himself a serious person, but everything is just in case, if he is accidentally petrified by Hancock, it will be very embarrassing. System, fusion strength, ding, detected crew, subordinates Khalifa, Perona, power fusion is on. 99. Light enveloped Bai Yu. 10 minutes later, Bai Yu, who is getting stronger and stronger, will merge this strength very quickly. Host. Bai Yu. Physique. 4 stars. Spirit. 4.5 stars. Swordsmanship. 4 stars. Physical skills. 3.5 stars. Armed color. Intermediate external. Seeing and hearing colors. Advanced super range accurate perception coverage shielding. Conquerors. Top bully. Innate ability. Teleportation, immortality, transfer. Special abilities. Union fruit, restoration fruit, flower fruit, ghost fruit. Basic combat power. 4.5 stars Admiral candidate. Additional ability. 5-star top general emperor. Apart from the fact that Conquerors has been upgraded by 1 level in Sabayati, the swordsmanship has also been strengthened by 1 level, and another fruit has been added, and the panel has not changed much. The basic combat power is still too weak, let's do it first. Bai Yu disappeared into the room. Calm Belt. Daughter Island, 9 Snake Island. Advertisement. An island inhabited only by women, they are born to be trained as warriors, carry all the household and labor, and only give birth to girls after pregnancy. The island that countless men dream of. But Calm Belt didn't come from anyone who wanted to come, and it was basically fed to sea kings. And this moment, inside the magnificent palace hall, a tall woman wearing a cheongsam, with long black hair, a delicate face, and a super charismatic woman is sitting on the throne. Pirate Queen. Boa Hancock. An extremely arrogant and willful woman who looks down on any man. Celestial dragons. Killed. But at this moment, she was holding the newspaper tightly in her slender hands, her dark blue eyes staring at the photo of Bayou provoking celestial dragons with a knife. This photo. It gave Hancock a huge impact on the soul, and it also awakened quite painful memories. At the age of 12, he was abducted, and became a slave of celestial dragons, forced to eat devil fruit. At the age of 16, taking advantage of the riot caused by Tiger, he took the opportunity to take his sister to escape. At the age of 18, he went out to sea for the first time as the Emperor of 9 Snake Island and the captain of the pirate group, and then caused a sensation in the world. This year, 29 years old. Seeing Hancock weeping silently, the second sister Sonia worried. Sister, are you all right? Sister should be too happy. The third sister Mary gave a look, and then the two girls quietly left. Tick. Tick. Hancock, who was extremely proud in the outside world, was silently crying while hugging his knees. It turns out that you will also be killed, it turns out that you will also be looked down upon, so what are you so proud of? 9. That guy was right, a bunch of ugly, filthy, weak and ridiculous bastards. Hancock couldn't help learning Bai Yu's words and clenched his hands into fists. Having said that, Hancock took another look at Bai Yu's photo. How does the concubine feel that I have seen him? Forget it, it doesn't matter. If I meet a concubine one day, I will leave you alive. Hancock, who was weak just now, regained his arrogance after wiping away his tears. Tear. Hancock tore off the photo from the newspaper, and then tore off Bai Yu and threw it into a ball, leaving the picture of celestial dragons with its limbs provoked by the knife and pasted on the wall. Why ripped up my picture and put him on the wall? Because the concubine was very happy to see him destroyed. 35 suddenly asked, Hancock said subconsciously, and looked back. See, it is Bai Yu. Hancock looked startled. Bai Yu couldn't help squinting because he underestimated Hancock's charm. Why is the most beautiful woman in the world? If you only watch anime, there will be many people who think that the Empress is not very beautiful, at most, she is dipped in the light of sweet fruits. But in fact, the setting is, the 3 peerless beauties in the pirate world, Empress, Shirahoshi, Kazuki Hiyori. This is the world setting. So, the real world situation is that one of the 3 most beautiful women in the world, coupled with the sweet fruit, Bai Yu praised. But seeing Bai Yu's appreciative gaze, Hancock's eyes were very cold. Demon King Bai Yu, when did you come? Bai Yu shrugged. I just arrived, I definitely didn't see you cry. Great perfume femur. Seeing his weakness, he sneaked into the palace again, and he was still a man. Hancock didn't care what kind of strength Bai Yu was, he was a big move. Where are you kicking? Hancock's pupils froze, he disappeared out of thin air before he even kicked Bai Yu, and came directly behind him. Boom. With a kick in the air, the entire palace trembled. Seeing color capture, Hancock didn't speak, quickly pulled away, turned around and folded his hands in a love-like shape, his hair fluttering. Marrow mellow. Love-shaped light waves. Anyone who is attracted by Hancock's charm will be petrified, especially ISP, an absolute must-kill. And Bai Yu. Bai Yu teleported behind Hancock again. Then, Bai Yu said indifferently, give up these boring moves, my will is not something you can shake. 99. What? Hancock pulled away again and turned around in disbelief. How could you ignore the charm of a concubine? Wrong. I was almost deceived by you. If you were not afraid, why would you hide? Hancock said he was a witty one and regained his confidence instantly. Bai Yu was quite calm. Avoiding doesn't mean you are afraid. If you accidentally hurt me, if I get angry, I will kill you. 39. Insolent man. Hancock was annoyed, and his voice became a little colder. For the sake of you killing celestial dragons, even if you forcefully break into the palace, your concubine can save your life and put you in jail. But you angered your concubine. Boom. Conquerors burst. Hancock's momentum is indeed strong, the emperor for many years is not in vain, and he is about to touch the realm of senior conquerors. But out of fear of the celestial dragons, Hancock's heart is fragile. So compared to Bai Yu, it's a lot worse. I can feel it. Under the arrogant exterior, concealed is a fragile heart. 55. Bai Yu's words sounded faintly, followed by the outbreak of the top conquerors. Bang Kacha. Under her unbelievable gaze, Bai Yu forcefully collapsed her conquerors, making her back again and again. Don't move, it's dangerous. Bai Yu retracted the conquerors, teleported behind Hancock, put his arms around her waist, and teleported to the throne in his arms. Just when Hancock was about to struggle angrily, Bai Yu whispered, because of the fear of the past, I had to put on a mask and appear as a proud tyrant. 99. Only in the middle of the night, just now, hugging your knees and crying, is the real you. Advertisement. Have you been tired all these years? Hancock was in a trance. He even forgot that he was in Bai Yu's arms, and forgot to struggle. He gets it. Thinking of this, Hancock suddenly burst into anger, and Bai Yu raised his hand. Snapped. This slap. It landed on the PP, causing Hancock's eyes to widen, and his entire face instantly flushed red. You, what are you? You still want to shoot? Come on, keep doing it. Bai Yu said and raised his hand again. Hancock raised his head and glared at Bai Yu. Insolent man, how can you beat the place where you beat your concubine? Bai Yu wondered. Where? 99. Oh, sorry, I'm used to it. Bai Yu said unapologetically. Concubine is going crazy. Hancock armed. Conquerors were all released, trying to break free from Bai Yu's arms. But just released Haki. Hancock was shocked to find that her Haki was taken back. What did you do? 99. Hancock looked at Bai Yu in disbelief, unable to understand. Bai Yu said casually. You can think of it as a time back to the state before you didn't use Haki. Quote exclamation mark quote. To the power of 9. Such a terrifying ability, is it so casual? Only then did Hancock understand why Rayleigh lost so badly to Bai Yu. Really, can't stand it. Ah, sister. Sonia and Mary, who heard the sound, saw an incredible scene as soon as they came in. Their proud sister, sitting in a man's arms. This kind of thing is too shocking for them, and the whole country will be shaken. What? Hancock also exclaimed, and lowered his head subconsciously, but who knew that he just buried his head in Bai Yu's arms. This scene is very sweet. 2 sisters. I see. My sister is voluntary. Sorry for disturbing you. Seeing that Sonia and Mary gave him a deep look, and then made a strange gesture to leave, Bai Yu suddenly smiled. Don't bury your head, are you trying to melt into my body? Damn man. Hancock looked up and glared. If it wasn't for Bai Yu, how could she have done such a shameful thing, but she was unable to break free. Bai Yu fixed Hancock and continued. First of all, celestial dragons must hate me, we should be natural allies, right? Hancock's face, instantly pale. He knew, he really knew it. Without waiting for Hancock's reaction, Bai Yu continued. I can recover your injury. As a trade, I need you to do me a favor. 5. 0.9. Can you restore it? Hancock raised his head again, his dark blue eyes were a little weak, a little scared, and even more anticipation. Repairing the imprint is too important. Certainly. Bai Yu nodded. When he was about to restore the mark on Hancock's back, he suddenly thought of something, and Bai Yu coughed lightly. My ability is a little unstable, if there is any accident, don't blame me. If Nami sees it, he will definitely complain. Because Bai Yu, trying to make fun of people, pure bad taste. I won't blame you. Feeling Bai Yu let go, Hancock quickly backed away, then took a serious look at Bai Yu, took a deep breath, turned around, and put his hand on the back of the clothes. Don't undress. 99. Bai Yu spoke immediately. Bai Yu treats women, not like the protagonist of martial arts. He treats men from a distance, and women must get rid of them. Hancock was surprised. But if you don't take off. Of course, if you have to take it off, then please start your performance. Bai Yu watched with arms crossed. Humph. Hancock snorted and turned around, trying to kill Bai Yu with his eyes. Damn man, do you have to bully the dead concubine to give up, God-killing demon king? I started. Bai Yu's hands shimmered. Before Hancock could react, a gleam flashed across her. Life. Restored. Buzz. Hancock, who was shrouded in light, suddenly felt something bad. But it was too late. After a few seconds, Hancock glanced at his body dully. You, concubine, what did you do? Tisk tisk, so cute. Appearing in front of Bai Yu was a little girl who looked about 12 years old and was very cute. Lowly Empress, online. Chapter 66. Hancock was bullied and collapsed, and all the girls in the Bai Yu group were wiped out. Lowly Empress, Hancock. After becoming 12 years old, the original Cheongsam was too big on her body, and it became like a sheet. Bai Yu secretly praised, and then apologized. I'm sorry, my ability was out of control, and I accidentally restored your body to 12 years old. Oh, after all, I've only just acquired the ability, and I'm not very skilled. Is it really? Hancock was in a daze, and he didn't have any good thoughts until now. Has she become a child? How could her Empress become a child? Wouldn't it be too messy? Although it is an age that is very novel and makes her nostalgic, Hancock is very urgent. No. Hurry up and change your concubine body back, Daughter Island can't lose the protection of the concubine body. 35. Actually, Hancock growled inside. If it is seen by the people, the concubine is really dead. Bai Yu smiled faintly, spread his hands and said, I'm not developed enough, I can't repeat the original, but don't worry. I expect that in a day or two at most, you will slowly change back. What a pity. At present, Bai Yu is still unable to achieve permanent recovery age. Otherwise, directly lock Hancock back to 12 years old, and then let her grow slowly and experience the joy of cultivation. Seeing the cute look of 12-year-old Hancock, Bai Yu immediately flashed over and said, Come on, let uncle. Cough, let brother hug. Don't wait for her to speak. Bai Yu picked her up directly. Hancock wanted to cry without tears, and struggled completely powerless. She now very much doubted that Bai Yu did it on purpose. Bullying the dead concubine. The queen is pitiful, weak and helpless. Bai Yu chuckled. Brother will take you to see some big sisters, okay. Such a cute girl, I believe they will like Rob and Nami too. Not good. 35. Hancock scowled. Also, don't treat your concubine like a child. 55 feet. Don't move, the clothes are too big and they will fall off. Bai Yu pulled Hancock's oversized cheongsam, and without a doubt, with a blushing Hancock on his face, he disappeared directly into the palace. Next moment, come to the deck of the ship. When they saw the little Hancock in Bai Yu's arms, the girls froze for a moment, and then all rushed over. Wow, so cute, hee hee, let my sister kiss me. Look, those big hazy eyes are so cute. So beautiful, wouldn't it be the Empress, child? Crystal. Hancock froze. Did she come to another daughter country? No, what did they take as a concubine? Get away from the concubine. The Hancock dragon roared. The girls were startled. Immediately Nami exclaimed. Wow, the T*s are so cute, and the voice is so nice. 39. Vivi was also very excited. Ah, such a cute girl, it's so comfortable to hold. Hancock. Tired. Destroy it. And Bai Yu laughed at this. After the Hancock in his arms was taken away by the girls, he took a lot of photos. Each one, all full of cuteness. After an hour, little Hancock was about to collapse, and the girls were a little tired, so he casually asked who the girl was. She's the Empress, Bai Yu said casually as he looked at the girls. What? Perona was so frightened that she almost threw Hancock, who was struggling, in her arms. Seeing this, Hancock said fiercely, you know you're afraid. My concubine has already remembered you. Just wait. The girls were startled, but looking at 12-year-old Hancock, I really can't feel the fear. Kaya was surprised. So the legendary queen is a little girl. Little Hancock's face darkened. Vivi was a little puzzled. But her title, she should be called the cutest in the world, right? Little Hancock made a fist. Makino sighed tenderly. The responsibility of a country is all shouldered by a little girl, it must be very tired. Hancock couldn't help but be in a trance. Robin said. If you're right, she should be 1 year older than me. Little Hancock clenched his fists again. Nami suddenly realized. That's really pitiful, it didn't grow up. Shut up your concubine. 35. The little Hancock roared again, clenched his fists tightly, raised his feet and kicked Nami. See how powerful your concubine is. She doesn't have hockey now. Bai Yu opened his mouth to prompt. Hearing this, Nami immediately smiled. Come on, little Empress, don't say that my elder sister bullied you, let you have one hand back. 35. Boom. After 1 foot, Nami turned into a cloud. The next moment, Youngwoo turned into Nami, raised his hand, dozens of cloud locks, directly wrapped around the sluggish little Hancock, and a cloud lock locked her up. Concubine's hockey. Little Hancock found that he not only became younger, but hockey also returned to this age. At 12, she wouldn't be armed with color. Let go of your concubine. Advertisement. Little Hancock blushed, his eyes filled with mist. Bullied by Bai Yu. Bullied by a girl. It had only been over an hour, and she felt like she was about to collapse. Nami liberated Hancock. She suddenly distanced herself, and watched the girls eager to try. Signaling the girls to stop, Bai Yu said directly, Boa Hancock, I helped you, and you helped me teach them to become stronger, this is the deal. The concubine will teach them well, definitely. Hearing these words, Hancock clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, her face flushed with blush. She didn't know how many times she was hugged and kissed by the girls, and if the word spread, she would be embarrassed to see the people. Bai Yu explained. It's not that she grew up, it's me who made her small. She is really an empress, and Nami is a little worried. Bai Yu, what if she bullies us? Perona and Canis nodded again and again. They were fierce at such a young age, who knows if they will be violent when they grow up. If you want to become stronger, you have to go through a lot of hardships. Bai Yu said, glanced at Hancock and said, of course, no matter how much she bullies, then I will bully her 100 times more. The girls, are you sure what you mean by bullying is the same as what we think? Hancock, is this the Demon King? The concubine is really scared. Bai Yu took the little Hancock over and put on a very indifferent expression. Listen, be my crew member, or kill you. The concubine said no. 9. Little Hancock is tough. Seeing this, the girls snickered. Bai Yu's threat was invalid for the first time. As expected of the Empress, go ahead, don't let Bai Yu succeed so easily. Seeing the stubborn appearance of little Hancock, Bai Yu immediately changed his face and said very gently, be my crew member, Hancock, I will protect you in the future, okay. Concubine body. Hancock, who subconsciously wanted to refuse, looked at Bai Yu's serious and gentle eyes and began to stutter. Not sure why, but just unbelievably nervous. Bai Yu continued to whisper. It's not necessary to get on the ship, the non-staff can also, you can understand it is the alliance, you. Hey, can you hear it? Hancock at the moment. That pretty face was flushed, her big eyes were hazy and twinkling, and her expression was blank, completely ignoring Bai Yu. As a result, Bai Yu's voice suddenly became a little louder, be my crew member. Just say yes. It is good, Hancock murmured. Bai Yu laughed secretly. This girl probably didn't understand what it was. No, he hasn't robbed Hancock yet, what's the use of being a crew member? The order of operations is reversed. I'll return soon. Bai Yu returned to the palace with little Hancock. Outside the palace, Sonia and Mary were excitedly talking to their mother-in-law about what happened in the palace before. The mother-in-law's eyes fell to the ground. Shiji has a man. Shiji is shy in a man's arms, very close. Who is that man? The mother-in-law was shocked by 10,000 years, she couldn't understand it at all, she suspected that she had heard it wrong. Hearing the question, Sonia said very cautiously, it's the man who often appears in newspapers, the Demon King. Hiss. The mother-in-law was startled and trembled. The Demon King who killed celestial dragons and abolished Rayleigh. 99. How could it be him? Why did he come here all of a sudden, and he was still with Snake G? No, something big is about to happen. If it is discovered that Shiji has a relationship with Bai Yu, then Dao Dao will suffer the wrath from the world government. Anyone there? I stole your Empress, let you know. Bai Yu's voice came from the palace, which surprised the three mother-in-law. When they go in, this is my sister. Sister, getting smaller. Sonia and Mary stared blankly at the blushing little Hancock struggling in Bai Yu's arms. The mother-in-law exclaimed, it's so cute. The concubine is going crazy. Little Hancock wanted to find a crack to get in, but there was none, so he could only struggle and stare fiercely at Bai Yu. My concubine remembers you. I will definitely take revenge on you. 99. Well, as long as you're happy. Bai Yu said that Hancock couldn't beat him in any way. Because he is very durable. Persistence can make girls feel what is despair. Ignoring little Hancock's broken thoughts, Bai Yu looked at the three and said, from today, 9 Snake Island belongs to my power, don't worry, let me finish. Shichibukai, it is impossible to exist forever, it will be cancelled in a few years at most, and Marine can't stand the 9 Snake Island of the whole island of pirates. When the time comes, what will you do? Little Hancock didn't struggle, and stayed silent with the three of her mother-in-law. As Bai Yu said, Shichibukai can't last long, and 9 Snake Island must be targeted by Marine. Resistance. What to resist? Either perish, surrender and be imprisoned, or evacuate, or you can only find a big backer. The Calm Belt area where Daughter's Island is located is too close to naval headquarters. Little Hancock was silent for a moment, then raised his head and put on a pitiful expression. Even if it is destroyed, the concubine will definitely be forgiven. Speaking of this, the little Hancock is full of narcissism again proudly, because the concubine is so beautiful. Advertisement. Bai Yu has a black line. Are you Jingfen? Speak human words. HMPH, definitely not a man. Seeing Bai Yu ignoring his own charm, Hancock muttered, and then calmly said, how can you protect us? You can't even protect those little girls now. Seeing that he calmed down, Bai Yu said seriously, then secretly make an alliance. When I have enough strength and power, you will not have any right to refuse. This day will come soon. What a confident man. Hancock looked at it for a moment, and struggled again. That's it, let go of the concubine. 55. Promise to be my crew first, or not to board the ship, hurry up. 35. No, concubine. What did you say? Bai Yu raised his hand with a serious face. Hancock blushed angrily. Stop, concubine agreed. Do this action again. If she was beaten by Bai Yu in front of the three of her mother-in-laws, she would definitely commit suicide. Very good. 35. Bai Yu was satisfied, and then put his hands on Sonia and Mary. The wound heals. The two women only felt the warmth behind them, and they heard Bai Yu say, I have removed the imprints on your backs. This is my sincerity. Really, really. Seeing Bai Yu nod, the two women touched their backs and wept silently. And Hancock instantly frowned. Damn man, why did the concubine become smaller? You did it on purpose. Cough, that was a mistake. Bai Yu disappeared after speaking. Angry little Hancock jumped, and Sonia, Mary and Granny Zha looked at the 12-year-old Hancock and couldn't help but jumped up together. Wow, so cute. Let go of your concubine, you are all dead. Evening. On the nearest beast island on 9 Snake Island, the spaceship was parked invisibly on the mountain, and the girls came to the grass. Bai Yu looked at the girls and said, you will have a hard time in the next few days, if you don't have the heart to become stronger, bring it up now, and I will send you home immediately. Waited a few seconds. The girls did not speak. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. I have already agreed with Hancock, she knows hockey very well, let's start practicing with her today. 99. Waiting for the women to react. Bai Yu disappeared. He wanted to observe the performance of the girls secretly. After a few minutes, wearing a cheongsam, Hancock, who has gradually grown from 12 to 18 years old, came proudly with long legs and glanced at the girls casually. Where's Bai Yu? 5. Really alone. Thinking back to the cute 12-year-old girl before, the girls didn't dare to recognize Hancock now. It is really. Hancock is too arrogant, and looks down on anyone, even if there are small animals passing by, he will kick flying. Nami pouted. It's nothing to be arrogant to outsiders. If you even look down on us, Bai Yu won't like it. 5. Is there a concubine? What he wanted to say subconsciously, Hancock snorted again. Does he like it or not, does the concubine need to care? Robin smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether you care or not, but if Bayou is not happy, you know. That nasty man. Hancock took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. This is a world belonging to the strong, and I don't want to be looked down upon by Nuo's concubine. Either show strength or show perseverance, otherwise, even if Bayou kills the concubine body will still look down on you. 9. His future must be incomparably brilliant and supreme, if you are too lazy to drag Bayou. Speaking of this, Hancock's eyes were extremely cold. The concubine must have ruined you. Wow, Hancock is serious. The girl's hearts jumped, and then Nami said angrily, can't you talk well? Hancock raised his eyebrows. Why, don't you agree? Little girl. It's amazing to grow up. Nami just don't accept it. Nami switches to Valkyrie mode, and a cloud gun appears in his hand. Seeing this, Hancock raised his eyes slightly. Very good, let's start training next. Let the concubine see your strength first. Don't think that Logia is invincible, let the concubine fall. Boom. 35. Conquerors broke out. In an instant, Robin, Vivi, Elsa, Kaya, Perona, Khalifa, Nokigo, Kanas, Makino. All fell. Nami is also stubborn in a coma. This scene. Extremely tragic. Only Tashigi cut off his fingers, gritted his teeth and pulled out his knife to look at Hancock. If even conquerors can't stand it, it can only mean that I'm nothing more than that, and I won't let Mr. Bayou down. Oh, finally there is someone who can make my concubine look twice. Hancock was surprised for a moment, and then said proudly, it's just that the momentum is good, you are too bad. Brush. Hancock came to Tashigi's side, and when she was about to swing the knife, she turned her palm into a knife and fell. Hit the neck hard, stunned. Glancing around for a week, Hancock stood proudly, HMPH, only a concubine is qualified to stand beside Bayou. No, what is the concubine talking about? Hancock was confused and stayed where he was, not knowing what to think. 6699. Bayou, who was secretly observing, sighed. Being completely wiped out so easily strengthened Bayou's idea of training all the girls. And Empress Hancock. They are their best teachers. Chapter 67. The Ice Emperor is optimized to create a top female emperor. The reward is issued. 3 days later. The girls are practicing hard, CPO and Marine are still looking for Bayou everywhere, but there is no clue. It is even more impossible to find out any information about Bayou in the past, and all the relatives and friends of the crew were also sent to Sky Island by Bayou. Beast Island near Daughter Island. Bayou sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. System. Lottery. Ding. Boa Hancock has been detected as a crew member subordinate, and the lottery of the world begins. 95. Ding. Congratulations on winning the item. The Demon God. Manifestation essence of demons. What? At first glance, Bayou didn't react, but when he opened it to check. Ace Day. Ice King. Memories filled Bayou's mind. Another uneasy woman, the youngest and strongest female general in the history of the Empire. The strongest skill. Mokobatmo. This is the power of ice that can freeze space and time. And the means of manipulating ice is more random than frozen fruit. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether the host is optimized. Optimization. Ding. The optimization is complete. 35. The demon god appears, the essence of the devil, optimized to Heart of Ice. Bayou clicks on the information to view. Heart of Ice 1. Optimize the super dangerous beast nature without side effects. Heart of Ice 2. Greatly improve the physique and spirit of any 5-star or below. 39. Heart of Ice 3. Control the ice at will, and deep development can freeze time and space. Good. Bayou nodded involuntarily. If nothing else, it is enough to say that it greatly improves the physique and freezes time and space, which is enough to be called a treasure. Why is it extremely large? The optimized Heart of Ice may make people level up several times in a row. For whom? Bayou does not need to be taken. Give it to a girl to enhance her strength, he only needs to integrate. Then you need to choose carefully. The other side. Hancock taught the girls while studying the truth about hockey. Just a few days. I have to say that Daughter's Island is very good at cultivating female warriors, and Hancock is the best among them. Even if he has not taught others, he is very handy from experience. Among the powerful women who are qualified to teach women, Bayou can think of Hancock first and Momosugi second. With Kaya's various recovery assistants, the mental outlook has been changed, but some people like Perona are timid, and they are afraid when they see Hancock. After Kaya recovered the girls, Hancock sent them to the beasts to practice. When he came to Bayou's side, Hancock's eyes lit up. It's so beautiful. 39. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Bayou has the Heart of Ice in his hands. Like a blue gem, it has a snow pattern printed on it, and the whole is presented in the shape of a heart, the size of an ordinary person's fingernail. The cold is restrained. Makino, Nokigo, Tashigi, Vivi. One girl after another was perceived by Bayou, but none of them seemed suitable. In the end, Bayou set his eyes on Hancock, who was curiously staring at the Heart of Ice. Bayou understood immediately. 2 other girls. A little more self-protection ability in a short period of time, but the effect is not large. For Hancock, that is to directly build the top. A loyal top-level strong subordinate is very important to the current Bayou. Physical enhancement, mental enhancement, manipulation of ice, freezing time and space, great perfume femur. Thinking that a series of attacks was enough to make the scalp tingle, Bayou finally made up his mind. Go straight to the top. Left and right are just an item, he will have the opportunity to draw in the future, and the girls will have more choices in the future. Hancock. Bai Yu's opening immediately drew her gaze back. Hearing Bai Yu calling his name, Hancock was inexplicably nervous, but he couldn't say why. Gave it to you. When Bai Yu put the heart of ice in Hancock's hand, she couldn't help but froze, her heart beating fast. Not caring what Hancock was thinking, Bai Yu explained seriously. You can think of it as a special phantom beast fruit, which strengthens your body while strengthening your spirit, and can even bring you a special ability, ice control. But it won't conflict with devil fruit, it's safe. Bai Yu stood up, stroked Hancock's cheek, and said softly, Hancock, I need your strength. Eat it. Boom, boom, boom. The strong heartbeat made Hancock feel a little overwhelmed, and he lowered his head subconsciously, blushing, not knowing where to put his hands. Well, the concubine eats. Hancock, whose heart was in a mess, didn't think much about eating the heart of ice, and it melted in the mouth.
Before Hancock could feel the smell, he felt an incomparably surging energy sweeping through his body.
Boom, 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 boom. The heartbeat sounded like an imperial engine. Under Bai Yu's expectant gaze, Hancock's whole body was filled with white smoke that was boiling with energy and blood.
Good. So hot. Advertisement, no, it's so cold.
Hancock murmured. Although that energy is very safe, it is too powerful. All the cells in the body are desperately absorbing it, and the feeling of rapid strengthening is intoxicating. The physique and spirit have been greatly improved. It is definitely not weaker than 5 stars. In Bai Yu's perception, Hancock's breath swelled like a volcanic eruption. The chi and blood of the body is the most intuitive feeling in breath perception. Just like Kaido, to that stop, it is like an indestructible mountain. Boom. Senior conquerors broke out on Hancock, making Bai Yu secretly happy. This is breakthrough, Bai Yu realized in an instant. The optimized animal nature quickly strengthens Hancock's will, coupled with the great strengthening of both physique and spirit, which directly causes a series of chain reactions to upgrade in an all-round way. Conquerors, upgrade. Armed color, upgrade. See the color, upgrade. Crack clap. A cold air swept through all directions with Hancock as the center, and everything froze wherever he passed. In a blink of an eye, the range of hundreds of meters was turned into a world of ice and snow. If Hancock killed people with ice, Aokiji didn't know how to explain it. Aokiji. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding, celestial dragons really didn't kill me. Until half an hour later. Hancock opened his eyes slowly, looked at his hands, and stared at the frozen world around him in a trance. Everything was like a dream. Bai Yu stepped forward and asked, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable? 35. My concubine feels very good. Feeling the incomparable strength and energy in the body, Hancock's deep blue eyes flashed a surprise. It's really amazing, the body has become stronger than many times, and Conqueror's haki has strengthened a lot. The current concubine, isn't she weaker than Admiral? Hancock said, looking at Bai Yu with tenderness. He was willing to give this treasure to him, was he asking for marriage? For a moment, Hancock was nervous. Bai Yu, who didn't know Hancock's inner world, reminded, don't underestimate Admiral, they are the highest fighting force in the world government. As you are now, Conqueror's haki has no more advanced skills, and new abilities have not yet been developed. However, you already have all the foundations of the top powerhouse, the only difference is some time. It's really only a short time away. The current Hancock, if shown in data. That is, physical and mental double 5-star, Conqueror's haki full senior, ice control plus sweet. Plus haki's true solution, if she works hard for a year. Bai Yu believed that if she could reach the General Emperor level, even an ordinary General Emperor would still be very powerful. If he could develop a frozen time and space, then Hancock would not be weaker than humans. Sure enough, the happiness of cultivation is beyond the experience of ordinary people. Bai Yu is happy for Hancock. Because the stronger she is, the stronger Bai Yu is, and he finally has a truly loyal top powerhouse. I have to go now. Glancing at the direction where the girls were training, Bai Yu whispered. Hancock took a deep breath and tightened his lips. You, going. Don't say goodbye and stay for a few more days, they will be sad. Young eagles always have to learn to fly by themselves. With you, I am very relieved. Said, Bai Yu stroked Hancock's hair lightly, then smiled. I'm leaving, won't you give me a loving hug? Love hug, hug. Hancock blushed and smoke came from his head. Without waiting for her to do anything, Bai Yu opened his arms and embraced her. Believe me, one day, you'll stomp all those crumbs under your feet and set your mind free. 99. I'm leaving. Bai Yu lowered his head and kissed Hancock's forehead, took a deep breath, turned and disappeared. Gentle Township, Hero Tomb. Bai Yu embarked on the journey alone. Quote. Concubine. Concubine was kissed. Hancock stroked his forehead in a daze for a long time, and fell into a sluggishness as he watched Bai Yu disappear. After a long time. Puff. 99. Hancock is in a coma. When Nami and the others came back, Hancock was still lying down. Fortunately there was no beast attack, so he checked immediately. After recovering several times, Kaya was surprised. What's going on, why haven't you woken up yet? No injuries. 5. Ah, her body is so hot and sick, why can't she recover? Feeling Hancock's increasingly hot body, Kaya is overwhelmed, and for the first time she encounters an irreversible illness. Nami subconsciously wanted to contact Bai Yu, but immediately shook his head. I'm not sure yet, don't bother Bayou. 99. Send her to Nine Snake Island and ask her mother-in-law. Robin made a proposal. Well, let's go together. Nami made Kojima Cloud, and soon came to Nine Snake Island with the girls. After checking it out, the mother-in-law's eyes were very complicated, flashing the light of memory, and asked, did Bayou leave? Not coming back for a short time. 35. Robin nodded. Well, at least a month. The mother-in-law sighed and said, that's the reason, Shiji, is sick. What disease? Kaya was the most surprised. Although Hancock looks like a severe cold and fever, why can't she recover, and there is no such special symptoms in the medical book given by Kukaros. Granny Za explained in a complex tone, this is not a physical disease, but a feedback from a mental disease on the body. This disease, Nine Snake Island is named. 39. Lovesickness. Advertisement. Question mark. The girls were stunned. Acacia, can you still get sick? For flowers 0. Just as all the girls stared at each other, the mother-in-law shouted, Snake Princess, Bayou is back. Brush. Hancock, who was still lying dead just now, was immediately resurrected with blood, got up and said in surprise, really? Where? The girls. It's amazing. The mother-in-law said helplessly, as you can see, Bayou is the cause of her disease, but this is not a cure. If Bayou doesn't come back for a few months, she will have to collect the body of Shiji. The girls. After turning around and not seeing Bayou, he realized that Hancock had been deceived, and immediately dragged his mother-in-law and threw it out. Next time I lie to the concubine will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Look at what? Don't go back to training yet. Hancock glared at the Vivi children again. Depressed, Nami pouted and led people away. When the girls left, Hancock sat down. Bayou. Hancock murmured, thinking that Bayou would not be back for a long time, he was so weak that he couldn't breathe. Come back soon. High in the air, Bayou was flying fast with Baiyun, not going to Sabayati Land, nor to the Fishmen Island. Get ready to cross the red line directly into the new world. Bounty. A news bird flew by, and Bayou grabbed a few bounties it was about to drop. First look. Bayou raised his eyebrows and said, this bounty amount. How come you are so familiar? Demon King Bayou. Bounty. 3 billion berry. 1 billion for the first time, and 3 billion for the second time, Bayou accidentally made history. The record for the fastest increase in newcomer bounties. It's just been a month since going to sea, and the pirates have cried during the same period. Point 0. Celestial dragons are really worthless. Bayou secretly spurned and mutilated celestial dragons, so he added such a bounty. If Bayou asked, then Sengoku would only answer, I didn't think about celestial dragons at all, you have good strength, but you have no power. In the eyes of Marine and the world government, no matter how strong Bayou is, he is only strong alone, and the crew is too weak. Power, territory, all have it soon. Bayou looked at the other bounty orders again, and didn't see Nami's and the others, so he knew there was no update, and he lost interest. Isn't it just a power turf? There are many younger brothers in the undead prison, and it's enough to find another 4 emperors to slaughter. It depends on which 4 emperors are unlucky. Whoosh. Bayou crossed the red line at a high altitude, pressing down on the idea of giving Mariejois a knife below. Fly straight into New World. And Bayou's bounty. Shock the world. Someone said. It is difficult to increase the bounty of the Demon King, unless a large force is formed and the territory is seized. Someone said. Bayou, the Demon King, is only a few men away from the 4 emperors, and I'm going to follow him. What a waste. I haven't caught Bayou for so many days, so I have to raise the bounty. Some people spurn the world government. Pirates such as Kid directly ignore the existence of Bayou. Sorry, we do not admit Bayou as a newcomer. They have just entered the Grand Line, and Bayou is already at the top of the same period, unless the idiot wants to compare with Bayou. I'm going to blow him away. Woo, Sanji, I'm so hungry. The Straw Hats were silent again. Hawkeye looked at the reward order and murmured, since you have set off the wave of the new era, then grow to the peak faster. 5. Someone else saw me, Hawkeye, rowing a boat at night with a black knife. Kill him. On the Moby DK, many pirates who usually look down on newcomers were silent. Anyway, they couldn't win against Rayleigh, and they also admired Bayou's feat of killing celestial dragons. Whitebeard said. The old man has recognized him, he is worthy of being the strongest in the new era, and he is already at the top. 35. The other side. The first half of the Grand Line. On a certain island, a guy with a rough appearance and a few front teeth missing in his mouth was drinking strong rum and laughing. Thief ha ha ha, no power, no territory, no powerful subordinates, just one person has this ability. The bounty. Sure enough, he is the demon lord who keeps stirring up the world. Way ha ha ha, we will also become big pirates in the future. Badgers laughed very confidently. Van Oka observed the island for a long time with the monolithic telescope, and said calmly, there are no over 100 million pirates on this island, this is fate. Cough, cough, are you going to the next island? Poison Q, who seemed to be dying, kept coughing up blood. Blackbeard Teach laughed and said, ha 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 ha, it's a shame, then let's go to the next island. Lafayette lightly supported his top hat and said with a wicked smile, maybe we will meet you on the next island. 35. Teach's current plan, to catch 100 million pirates and become Shichibukai. The wave that Bai Yu set off made Teach's inner sense of urgency stronger and faster than the original. Wait for them to leave for half a day. A young man with a cowboy hat and freckles arrives. The young man asked and described Blackbeard's appearance. After learning that he had left, his whole body burst into flames. Damn, escaped by UB ******* D again. Wait Teach. 35. I must take you back and kneel down to my father to apologize to me. Ju. Chapter 68. Zanpakuto. The Time Machine. Stussy, I'm so hot right now. Cake Island. And today, no S***X. Because Charlotte Linlin looked at Bai Yu's newspaper and drooled unknowingly, why hasn't anyone notified my mother about such a big thing? Ka and the others were speechless. Every day, day and night, they have no chance. Is it Bai Yu again? Could such a powerful newcomer be a special race? 35. Charlotte Linlin looked at Bai Yu's photo, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she looked at everyone expectantly. Children, will my mother find a father for you? It's the real father, not the old junk. Card 2 and others. Katakuri glanced at the newspaper in his aunt's hand, feeling bad, and said daringly, Mom, you're not talking about Bai Yu, are you? Linlin clapped her hands happily. As expected of my proudest child, he is so smart, and my mother likes his courage very much. Everyone. Oh my god, how old is that boy Bai Yu? Everyone felt uncomfortable at the thought of Bai Yu calling their son or daughter with a stern face while they shouted, Daddy. Mom, Bai Yu is very strong, he will not necessarily agree. Katakuri tried to remain calm. Very strong. No promise. 99. Linlin's smile subsided, revealing a cruel smile. How strong can it be? It's just to defeat an old immortal, he has to agree even if he doesn't agree, find him immediately. This man. Mother is ready. Everyone was speechless. They can only do so. High in the air, Bai Yu controls Shimon to fly while training his physique. I don't know the situation on the ant's side, otherwise I will definitely reply. You are not dead, I am uneasy. System. Continue to draw. Being bored, Bai Yu continued to draw. After all, there were still 2 girls. Ding. It is detected that host grabs Perona to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world begins. 95. Ding. Congratulations on winning the item. 99. Sealed state. Bai Yu was surprised. Sealed state. No name Zanpakuto, that is, the name of Zanpakuto when it is not Shikai. Created by Shinigami World Zero team member Ermei Yuang Yu, it is the prototype of Zanpakuto. It is written into its own spirit and belief by its owner, which can be transformed into Zanpakuto. Hyoka Suigetsu, Ryujin Jaka, Zanjetsu, Hirenmaru. Thinking back to these Zanpakuto in the Shinigami world, Bai Yu expressed his anticipation. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding. The sealed state is optimized, cut off all Shinigami world concepts, consume mental and physical strength to use. Bai Yu. I didn't understand it, probably it should have been built from the god of swords to a system built, and the monks of the Zero team could not know about it. Sealed state. Sleep and eat together, accumulated and tempered, written into the spirit, will, and belief, can become the only Zanpakuto. Sealed state. Cut things. Cut souls. Bai Yu looked at the introduction of sealed state and felt a little helpless. He regards the knife as a tool, so he usually does not have a knife in his hand, but puts it in the ring when he is not fighting. What's more, sleep and eat together. However, after all, it was for the purpose of becoming stronger, and Bai Yu didn't say anything, and an ordinary long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, which was the sealed state. Bai Yu didn't think about which girl to give the sealed state to, because he felt that it was really too hard for the girl Shikai Zanpakuto to do it for them. It will take a lot of time to turn the sealed state into Zanpakuto. Each sealed state Shikai turns into a different Zanpakuto. What abilities will appear in my sealed state? My belief. Conquer and be the strongest. 35. If this belief is written, Bai Yu doesn't know what ability his knife will have, but he hopes it is a top-level conceptual ability. Pure physical attack. Bai Yu is not very interested, even if give him a Ryujin Jaka, but its upper limit, as if you can see the head at a glance. I'm not very greedy either. Time, space, fate, cause and effect, etc. will do. Holding the sealed state in his hand, Bai Yu directly started to continue the lottery. Ding. It is detected that the host has robbed Khalifa to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding. The attack draws the item. 99. Time machine. Time machine. Which world? Bai Yu was surprised and clicked on the message. Time machine. From Doraemon, you can go back to the past and the future by sitting on it, and you can set the spatial coordinates of the crossing. It was this, that extremely unscientific world, Bai Yu remembered. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding. The optimization is complete. Function 1. The shape and size of the time machine can be set by yourself. Function 2. Go to the past and future without any restrictions and times. Function 3. Can carry many people. Remarks. If you go through the past, the small situation can be changed, but the general situation cannot be changed. Time machine. 35. Bai Yu thinks about the use of the time machine, but it doesn't seem to be useful. Of course, the girls can make up for some regrets. At present, Bai Yu has no good ideas. 100 years ago, let I am cry Godfather. Or go back to the past and beat Rock's pirate by one person. Wang Yixin's state collapsed, leading to early collective dissolution, which was a big game. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Put away the time machine, Bai Yu took the sealed state and continued to fly on the island. Blue Bulu. After half a day, the phone worm rang, and as soon as Bai Yu connected, he heard a familiar laugh. Now, I picked it up so quickly, it seems that you were safe there. Seeing that it was Dover, Bai Yu thought of Monet's children and smiled. I just entered the new world and was thinking about where to go. I didn't expect you to call, my friend. Huh, you've come to New World. Doflamingo on the other side was surprised, but when he thought about the spaceship, he felt normal, the ship was terrifying. If he didn't know something, and the ship's design showed too powerful an attack, Dover would have doubted whether it was Pluton. Boiled, since you have come to New World, as a friend, why should you invite you as a guest? Trust me, it's safe here. Doflamingo confidently believed that for some special reason, CP would basically not come to him. Is it safe? Bai Yu was non-committal, thinking that there were many girls there, and immediately said, I'll go to an island to buy some permanent pointers, so I'll go to your place first. Advertisement. Bibobo, then when you arrive, I have prepared a gift for you. Really? Then thank you. After Bai Yu hung up the phone bug, he was suddenly a little embarrassed. After all, he went to Dover with the mentality of robbing a girl. Sorry, my friend. Well, then change the means, clever and gentle means. But when Bai Yu hung up the phone, it rang again, and the number was unfamiliar. Which one? This image. Looking at the simulated appearance of the phone bug, Bai Yu said in surprise, as this wearing a mask, Jin. Abel. You. On the opposite side of Jin, the face under the mask was instantly cloudy. How does Bai Yu know his real name? He usually doesn't even show his face. Jin is a remnant of the Lunaria race that disappeared from history and can emit flames. If you report it to the world government, you can directly get 100 million berry. For various reasons, Jin hated being seen by others, so he didn't show his whole body at all. Even in the Beast's pirates, few people know his real name. Jin took a deep breath and said solemnly, Boss Kaido has something to tell you, I'll let you know in advance, don't be too rude, and... Well, cluck, Jin, let me tell him. Kaido took the phone bug, grinned and said directly, Bai Yu boy, listen carefully, I have taken a fancy to you, let's be my son-in-law. Bai Yu. The first sentence is startling, the second sentence, Mr. Kai wants to be a father-in-law. There will be no other daughters, Bai Yu is not sure, the daughter you are talking about, is it Yamato? 5. Certainly. Although he wondered why Bai Yu knew about it, Mr. Kai didn't care about it and said with a smile, well, giggling, since you know it, it's easy. Lao Su's daughter is very beautiful and has a good figure, so you can have fun. What about Yamato? Bai Yu admits that she's fine, but, well, there seems to be something wrong with her brain. Thinking of Yamato's character, Bai Yu's expression was weird, and he was again uncertain. Will your daughter be willing, or, will she listen to you? Crack. The phone bug on the opposite side seems to have been pinched to death. I guess Kaido remembered something sad. Bai Yu didn't care either, but after knowing Kaido's thoughts, he felt in a good mood again. Kaido wants me to be a son-in-law, that aunt doesn't think so. Bai Yu touched his chin, but her daughter doesn't seem to be very beautiful, and her genes are not very good. Pudding. Garrett. In Bai Yu's memory, it seems that only these two are normal, and the others are too small. If Bai Yu knew that the aunt did not want him to be her son-in-law, but wanted him to be her husband, she would kill him with a knife. Still miss me. Have you considered my feelings? Dead fat woman. Go to hell. 10 days later. Only then did Bai Yu understand the horror of the new world. It is not safe to fly in the sky, and the weather changes too fast. Nami's current navigator memory is not enough to support safe navigation in the new world. Huh, I finally escaped the storm, just rest on this island for a while. Bai Yu recovered well, but all kinds of chaotic weather made him tired. Overlooking an island below, it looks very prosperous, and I don't know what it's called, Bai Yu just passed by. Any prosperous island, all have their own characteristics to attract people. And the biggest feature of this island, women, a lot of beautiful women. It would be fine if there were just a lot of beauties. After all, it wasn't his own, so he could only be greedy, but there are many beauties on this island that can be traded. Because they belong to Happy Street. It is a place that can bring joy to men and attracts countless men to come. Happy Street. Walking on the street, seeing and hearing a lot of information, Bai Yu's interest suddenly rose. If you haven't been to the ancient green house, it's the regret of many modern men. Bai Yu also looked for the most prosperous area, and then flashed away one after another. A gorgeous building. In a secret room. Feel sorry. A tall, elegant and beautiful woman with short blonde curly hair was saying something. My mission is to monitor, infiltrate, and collect intelligence, and I don't have the one item of finding someone. Not to mention seducing men, it's not my specialty. The phone bug in front of you is very small and hard to detect. The voice on the other side was cold. This is an order from above, I just came to inform you, Stussy. Stussy clenched her hands tightly, took a deep breath and tried to calm down as she said, I will try my best, is there anything else? 39. Advertisement. Complete the task as soon as possible. Hearing this, the beauty hung up the phone bug, rubbed her brows lightly, and said with a headache, you can't find it, let alone me, so what if I can find it? Demon King Bai Yu can be beaten by a strong person. The person that beauty seduces. Whimsical. This beauty, how do you know I won't be hooked if you don't try? Why don't you try now? Brush. Hearing the voice suddenly, Stussy's hair exploded. Every time she talked to the above, she would be seen and heard, and the appearance of the visitor made her respond, how powerful. Without thinking, I used shave to distance myself and ran towards the window. Exposed. If you don't escape, you will die. Just by listening to the content of the voice, the intelligent Stussy guessed who was coming, and ran away without looking. Come on, let's run for a few seconds. Bai Yu calmly looked at Stussy who was running away. This woman was so graceful even when she ran away, and she didn't forget to carry her bag. He can cover and block the sight and sight of others who are weaker than him. Just now, it was the sight and hearing that covered Stussy, which made it difficult for her to notice it, so it teleported directly. How terrifying. I can't escape. 95. Stussy, who was running away, heard Bai Yu's voice and smiled bitterly. When Stussy. The moment I ran out of this building, I felt like a flower in front of my eyes. Space. Transfer. Bai Yu directly moved Stussy to 390, he didn't want others to know about Stussy. CP0 Spy. Bai Yu doesn't like being passive, and Stussy's intelligence ability is really important. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. After regaining his senses and seeing that he was back, Stussy was shocked, and finally opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. The identity has been exposed, what can she say, it's too fake. Can't run away either. Bai Yu's intelligence, Stussy knew a lot, it was absolutely unmatched for her power. And Bai Yu glanced at the elegant Stussy, gave a secret praise, and then said, I won't kill you. Stussy breathed a sigh of relief, posing very low, what do you need me to do for you? Bai Yu thought about it and asked, I came a little later, what is your specific task? Find you, seduce you. I heard it anyway, and Stussy didn't hide it. Really, looking at the beautiful and elegant Stussy, Bai Yu's face became serious, being a person should have a beginning and an end. Once you have taken up the task, don't give up. Question mark question mark question mark. Stussy looked puzzled. Whether this girl who doesn't know her age is pretending or really doesn't understand, Bai Yu can only say again, since you have seen me, don't you start the mission. Ah. This. Stussy cursed inwardly, how could there be such a shameless man? Forgot how to scare her just now. Glancing at Bai Yu, who was staring at her secretly, to make sure that the other party was not joking, Stussy was silent for a long time, and finally blushed. Sorry, I won't. Really, or the queen. Bai Yu didn't see any lies on Stussy's face. He secretly hated that his knowledge was not in place, and he couldn't read his heart. Aren't you the queen of the pleasure district? Bai Yu said subconsciously, and saw Stussy's bright face darken. Stussy clenched her fist and said, what you mean to say is that queen of the pleasure district, including the strictly trained female members of CP0, are all dirty, right? Sorry, I'm not. That's what you mean. Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Stussy, who felt humiliated, forgot his fear for a moment, and his voice became louder. If this is the case, what qualifications do I have to be called the queen of the underground forces? Dirty women don't deserve to be as famous as them. What does this kid know? Bai Yu was stunned. Inexplicably, I thought of Khalifa, who belongs to the same CP, but she is different. Her father is a CP, so she does not need to undergo some special training. Wrong. The woman became angry, and Bai Yu said coldly, speaking of my boy, how old are you? It's none of your business. Stussy glared at her, the age question she cared about most, and no one could ask her. Good, very good. Bai Yu stood up. Thinking of the hard days spent in all kinds of bullshit weather without the company of girls for 10 days, I suddenly felt a fire. Woman, you're not qualified to stare at me right now to prove yourself. Bai Yu's words made Stussy feel bad. Just as he was about to run away, he suddenly stopped. Not running. I'm so angry right now. Chapter 69. 10 years from now, I will definitely become a king. Why hasn't the devil come yet? Hundreds of millions of words are skipped. More than 3 hours later. The whole room was in chaos, and one couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Bai Yu was lying on the couch and suddenly wanted to have a cigarette, but after the anger disappeared, he had a headache again. Please let it go. A pleasant cold sound rang out. Bai Yu turned his head and saw the neatly dressed Stussy, looking at him gracefully and calmly. Tear off. The list on the couch was torn off, some blood flashed, and Stussy folded the list. Then, Stussy continued to look at Bai Yu gracefully and calmly, neither crying nor making trouble nor hanging himself. This woman is really a bit special. Bai Yu coughed lightly. I don't like to force, it's just, you didn't resist me. The fire is big, but Bai Yu still respects beautiful women. At that time, Stussy didn't choose to run, let alone resist, and it started. Why should I resist? 35. Facing Bai Yu's words, Stussy asked calmly, from the moment you didn't kill me, I belong to you, didn't I? It's you. Stussy glanced at Bai Yu in surprise, and said in amazement, there is still a big pirate like you, obviously you just had a relationship with a willing woman, and you have created some unnecessary guilt and embarrassment. Bai Yu was speechless. Although he has stepped into the darkness, his heart is not completely black, okay. He has a bottom line. Something was wrong with this woman. Bai Yu looked at Stussy deeply. Are you being too calm? What? You want me to prove my body? Stussy got angry when he said that, suspecting that she might as well kill her. That's no use, it's just that your calmness makes me very uncomfortable. Bai Yu still didn't fully understand. Stussy said very calmly. In a world that belongs to the strong, no matter how beautiful a woman is, as long as she is not strong enough, she can only be reduced to an accessory. You have not abused me, I am already at ease, what else can I expect? Bai Yu understood instantly. This is the so-called lower expectations, the less naturally disappointed. And what Stussy wants is to live in peace and not be bullied, that's all. A very capable, but not ambitious woman. Since everyone has spoken out, listen carefully. Seeing Stussy's body tense instantly, Bai Yu whispered, don't be nervous, I will treat my woman far better than you think. Stussy was silent. Born in the dark, how could she easily trust others? She just had no choice. If possible, she just wants to be an ordinary person. After understanding, Bai Yu continued, first of all, I won't let you be a double 393 spy, it's too dangerous. The world government binds you with powerful forces and power, then. I bind you with enough interests and sincerity, okay. The elegant Stussy, hearing this sentence, asked for the first time, what interests can outweigh my fear of the world government, and what truth can make me willing to follow you? 99. You might as well threaten me with my life, but it makes me more at ease. This woman. It's so realistic. The cruel world made Stussy see clearly, without any emotional impulse, very rational. That being the case, Bai Yu put on his clothes and said, you are very concerned about your age, so have you heard of immortality surgery? Stussy smiled gracefully. Master Demon, you don't want to say that you are an op fruit person, and you are willing to sacrifice your life to perform surgery on me. Then I will really fall in love with you, lovely man. No, I'm just talking about the joy of eternal life. Bai Yu walked up to Stussy and lifted her chin. So, do you want it? 35. Call. Hearing this sentence, Stussy breathed a little more quickly, and looked at Bai Yu in a daze. You have a similar ability. Bai Yu nodded and raised his hand slightly. No matter how much you say, it's better to witness it with your own eyes and feel it. Life. Restored. The moment Stussy was enveloped in light, she felt that all her cells were active, and a youthful breath began to radiate from the inside out. That feeling made her intoxicated. But after regaining his senses, Stussy immediately shouted. Stop, I believe you, stop. Bai Yu pulled back, a little puzzled. Stussy rolled his eyes gracefully. Do you want to restore my youth? Then don't you know how old I am? Bai Yu. Incomprehensible. This woman is too obsessed with the issue of age. Your ability. Stussy wanted to say something, and immediately shut up. The current relationship between the two is a bit like a lover, and she doesn't want to know too many dangerous things. Bai Yu didn't care, and said calmly, at present, I can only recover temporarily, but in a few years at most, I can restore people's life and youth permanently. Of course, this illusory guarantee cannot make you feel at ease now, so. Have you heard? Pure gold. 33. Quote exclamation mark quote. Full of mysterious men. Stussy looked at Bai Yu and suddenly became fascinated. It was inexplicably charming. You don't need to say it anymore, I can feel, Boj, you're sincere. Stussy couldn't help leaning against Bai Yu's arms, and she wanted to cry. She had waited for so many years before she met a man who could feel at ease. Although Bai Yu may be lying to her. However, still impressed. Advertisement. Bai Yu stroked Stussy's hair lightly, and took out a ring. Give me your hand, and I'll take it for you. This is. Stussy froze. This world-famous demon king who even dared to kill celestial dragons is willing to give her a ring. Tick, tick. When Stussy cried, Bai Yu doesn't know what to say, but there is a very good saying. If she is not deep in the world, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If she has experienced vicissitudes, take her to ride the merry-go-round. And this ring. It's the carousel in Stussy's heart that melts her heart. Women in this world are so simple. Bai Yu is in love with this world. Patting Stussy's back, Bai Yu told about the function of Naji. Then, Stussy put it on by herself, her eyes full of love. Is there such a storage ring? It's like a fortress fruit has been melted into it. Hey, won't you let me take it? Women are so fickle. Bai Yu continued. Next, go sailing with me. Do not. Stussy refused, and then said, don't get me wrong. Happy Street has been run by me for many years. There are too many resources and information here. You can't always run around in one boat. You must always build a big force. The information as the survival of pirates is fundamental. Also, you are in the stage of being fully pursued now. It will be helpful for you to do CP0. Bai Yu nodded. This is true. However, Bai Yu refused. Then you divert resources. Double agents are too dangerous. I'm not weak enough to need a woman to work hard for me. Then you establish your power as soon as possible, find a good site and I will transfer it. 99. Stussy directly suggested, and then affirmed. You must have some preparations, such as teleporting to me at any time. Although I am not very strong, I can definitely find an opportunity to contact you. 5. Seeing Bai Yu nodded, Stussy gave him an elegant look. So, from the beginning, I couldn't escape, right? Even if you run to the Holy Land, you can take me back at any time, so why don't I accept the peace of mind you bring? Really scary man. Stussy sighed again in her heart. In this case, it might be better to change a way of life, she was already tired. Speaking of which, Bai Yu looked at the bright Stussy again, and said, since everyone is starting to play sincerity, why not celebrate? Stussy was startled. Are you going to have a party? No, you have too many clothes. 66. You are a real bull. What can Stussy say? Just accept happiness. 5 days later. Sunny. Just after Stussy said that one of his subordinates was loyal to the world government, Bayou snatched Stussy in front of that person and dealt with it before he came to the room to draw a lottery. Ding, it has been detected that Stussy has become a host crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Beauty Dan 100. Bayou's eyes brightened. It's a name that's meant for women at first sight, and it definitely makes them happy. Click on information. Beautiful beauty pill. The holy pill that women in a certain spiritual realm crave, does not increase any strength, and ordinary people can also take one in their lifetime. Effect 1. Beauty and beauty, whitening and rejuvenation, wrinkle removal and freckle removal. Effect 2. Youth stays forever, without prolonging lifespan. 35. Although not extended. But this effect is enough. In a word, make women younger and more beautiful without aging. If there is no injury or disease, at the end of life, he will still be young and beautiful. So, if you increase the life expectancy of the girls, you can continue to be beautiful. Bai Yu is ready. Pure gold, immortality surgery, etc. He must master in his own hands. What's wrong with you? So happy. Stussy walked gracefully with her bag, her expression very curious. Bai Yu took Stussy in his arms and whispered, I've given you too many promises, but I haven't fulfilled one yet. Are you very uneasy? Stussy said softly, I just know that you didn't lie to me and that's enough. She has been working for the world government and suddenly changed her identity. Stussy has not adjusted. As for the fear of the strength above, it cannot be dispelled in a short time, but when he stayed by Bayou's side, he suddenly felt that he was not afraid of anything. This is for you. Bayou took out a jade bottle and put it in the palm of Stussy's hand. She can make you younger and more beautiful, and will always maintain a youthful attitude in the future, except that it can't increase your lifespan. Not finished yet. Stussy couldn't wait to open the jade bottle, and then apologized. Sorry, It's okay, I understand. Bayou didn't care. Women's eternal pursuit of youth and beauty. Oh, Auntie, forget it, she's not a woman, she's a sow. How to use. Stussy looked at the fragrance of the glowing, round beads, in the jade bottle, which made her feel comfortable. 3. Advertisement. Just eat it, there are no side effects. Bai Yu was also looking forward to it, watching Stussy eat the Mayan Dan. Well, San Dan lives up to its name. After Stussy ate it, there was no reaction at all. What about Holy Light? Don't have a big scene. It won't expire, will it? Just when Bai Yu was secretly wondering, Stussy suddenly felt his body warm, as if all the cells were active. I can feel it. That's how you used your ability to make me younger before. Stussy felt it, then took out the mirror to look at his face, looked at it and said in surprise, it works, light, my face, no, my body is glowing. Bai Yu looked full of secret praises. It was even more radiant than the radiance after the two-person event. It tastes okay. Bai Yu also ate one. Anyway, he won't dislike how handsome he is, incidentally. After a few minutes, those lights seemed to be a kind of purifying light, which perfectly achieved the effect in the introduction. Stussy looked in the mirror and said in surprise, the effect is so good, I can't find any problems with this skin, what is this? Any more? Bai Yu looked in the mirror in amazement, and then said, one can only eat one piece, but it can last for a lifetime, you should stop using cosmetics in the future, it may have the opposite effect. Stussy nodded. This effect is 10,000 times better than any cosmetics, and she will just do a light makeup when she goes out. When Stussy looked at the frowning Bai Yu, he asked in surprise, what's wrong with you? I'm going to get more sun in the future. What? More sun exposure is good for your health. Bai Yu said casually, then got up. The island where Happy Street is located. It was still so lively, and the young ladies were eye-catching. At the high-rise window of the gorgeous building, Bai Yu looked down into the distance and said, this island is really nice. 5. Stussy, who walked gracefully behind, chuckled and said, do you need me to arrange it for you? Forget it, I'm not interested. Bai Yu shook his head, there were too many girls in the family to let go. Stussy looked at Bai Yu with interest. Are you really not interested? Have you heard of twin sisters Mia, top singer? Twin. Bai Yu said casually. I am a very serious man, so let them be your maids in the future. Stussy rolled her eyes gracefully. Maid. Very good at playing. In the past few days, she roughly understood Bai Yu's character, which gradually calmed her chaotic heart. In a word, be kind to yourself. Bai Yu looked at Stussy, who had eaten the beauty pill, and said seriously, let's start sorting out the assets now, and transfer it immediately after I take over the site. I see, you're leaving, right? Stussy is very smart, without any sadness, but full of expectations. I really want to see you 10 years later, what kind of style you will be. 10 years. Bai Yu calculated that too many things will happen in 10 years. But Bai Yu didn't think that the force called the world government could survive for 10 years under Bai Yu's tossing. A few years at most. Change of dynasty. Thinking of this, Bai Yu said with emotion, maybe I have become the king of the world, then you are the real king's woman. Stussy's eyes lit up, and then smiled gracefully, then I wish you, become a king soon. King. No, you heard it wrong. As you please, time will prove everything like you, I have never lied to you. Oh, so touching. 66. Bai Yu was impressed. The elegant Stussy is naturally a bit mischievous. Blue, blue. The phone bug rang, and Stussy subconsciously turned to avoid it. This woman is still too careful, Bai Yu calmly said. It seems that you are still not used to it. My woman does not need to be taboo in front of me, and she does not need to live carefully. Stussy took a step. I was moved by this man again, and Stussy scolded himself for not being able to live up to his expectations. It's always been like this these days. Bai Yu's inadvertent words often make her intoxicated and make her feel that she lacks love too much. I see. Stussy took a deep breath and turned around. Looking at Bai Yu gracefully and calmly. Bai Yu nodded, then smiled and said, "What's the matter, my friend?" Boiled, it's been half a month, and you haven't arrived yet. It's really worrying, my friend. Bai Yu helped his forehead helplessly. In the first 10 days, I was trapped in various weathers, and in these 5 days, I was trapped in Wenru Township. Anyway, stuck. Facts have proved that it takes too much time to travel. In the future, he must take the girls to leave spatial coordinates on all the islands in the world, and he will arrive at the moment he wants to go. Brother Ming, you must bring all the sisters in the family. Everyone wait for me. Chapter 70. Smile by chance, Bai Yu. Finally see you, Brother Zhao Ming. This laughter. Doflamingo. Stussy's eyes flashed with surprise, not expecting Bai Yu to have a relationship with the fallen celestial dragons. Although there is no Dover among the 6 underground kings in the dark world, Stussy understands that Doflamingo does not need the title of the so-called underground king. Putting down his thoughts, Bai Yu said calmly, I flew to New World alone, but the weather in New World was terrifying that I didn't expect. It turned out to be one person, and Doflamingo on the opposite side was amazed. Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? The weather and island pointers in New World are very different from the first half. No need. I met a beautiful and caring girlfriend halfway through, and she will help me. Bai Yu said casually and saw Stussy's elegant white eyes. Girlfriend. Sigh. I understand. I wish you a smooth journey. Dover said he suddenly understood something. I always felt that Brother Ming was thinking too much, Bai Yu said casually. That's it. I'll be there in 3 days at most, my friend. Boyle. No hurry, then I'll start preparing. After hanging up the phone bug. I heard Stussy speak. Do you know his identity? Do you know him? He is dangerous. I am familiar with Brother Ming, Bai Yu said. The descendants of celestial dragons, trading the 4 emperors, I know it, it's nothing. In my opinion, strength is important to build a force, but intelligence and resources are equally important. Your intelligence and various resources of Godover can help me form a stronger force. See here. Stussy didn't say much. She was just afraid that Bai Yu would be fooled because he was too young. People in the dark world were very good at talking, and Doflamingo was the one who knew the most. Bai Yu said that his mouth is not weak. However, Stussy still reminded Doflamingo, it is almost impossible for you to subdue him. Even if he cannot return to the Holy Land, his heart is still more arrogant than the 4 emperors. 99. It's called the heart is higher than the sky, and the life is thinner than the paper. After commenting on 393, Bai Yu said, nothing is impossible, I know what he wants, and only me give it to him. Stussy was surprised again. I thought you were trying to threaten his family with force. Too untechnical. Bai Yu didn't say more. With more threats, Bai Yu wanted to use a different method, brain supplementation. Then go and do your business, don't worry about me. Stussy stepped forward to tidy up Bai Yu's clothes, kissed him on tiptoe, and smiled gracefully. Well, then I'm leaving. It can be seen that Stussy is a career fan, Bai Yu kissed back, and didn't say anything more. If there is no accident, we will see you soon. A few days at most. Brush. Watching Bai Yu disappear. Stussy was stunned in place. In just 5 days, this man brought her so much warmth and emotion, which made her feel a little unreal. But when Bai Yu leaves, suddenly full of nostalgia. My man. Best wishes to you. Become the supreme, the only king in this world as soon as possible. Halfway through, Bai Yu received a call from Mr. Kai again, and again, he asked him to go to the island of ghosts and get to know Yamato. It was really a phone call every 3 days, Bai Yu wondered if Teacher Kai couldn't wait to teach him. Well, you must come. Don't worry, I'll go when I stabilize. Mr. Kai is kindly invited. Of course Bai Yu said yes. If you upgrade a level in the past, it can save a lot of time for ascetic practice. After all, Mr. Kai's teaching ability may go down in history and become the miracle teacher that everyone desires. Punk Hazard. Bai Yu, overlooking from the sky, saw this future island of ice and fire. However, the poison gas released by Caesar 2 years ago still remains on the island, and it has not completely dissipated. After the battle of the 2 generals, Caesar continued to come here for research. Brush. Bai Yu landed on the island and entered a space imprint. Is there really no one? Bai Yu didn't care either. It's very close to Dressrosa. Brother Ming jumped and flew with the clouds hanging on the wire. He arrived quickly, and Bai Yu went faster. Brush. After half an hour, when Bai Yu drove the island cloud and saw the outline of a bustling island in the distance, he felt a sense of being watched. Seeing and hearing the color opened, relying on intuition, Bai Yu looked somewhere, his eyes were cold, and black and red lightning burst out all over his body. Next moment, Bai Yu felt that the sense of surveillance disappeared, and could not help but whisper, the radar scans the eyes, it's a good ability. What? A woman who was far away from the high window of Dressrosa's palace suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Not far away. Seeing this scene, Diamante couldn't help but frown in surprise. What's the matter? What did you see again? 5. Advertisement. Others also looked over. The woman with long brown black hair and a red flower on her head, wearing a dance costume, recalled the look in Bai Yu's eyes just now, and said in shock. Then, that man, what a terrible look. Who are you talking about, Violet? Torapal asked. Violet took a deep breath. That god-killing demon king, Bai Yu. 35. He's flying high, and he'll be there soon. Paramesha. Stare at the fruit. Perspective. Touch perspective objects. Monitoring. Radius of 4,000 kilometers. Mindfulness. Read your current thoughts. Just now, Violet turned on her clairvoyance and observed the surrounding waters with a radius of 4,000 kilometers centered on herself, when she met Bai Yu's indifferent eyes, which really scared her. Sigh, sigh, sigh. As soon as Violet's words fell, Doflamingo stood up with a smile, opened his hands and said, let's go, let's meet the demon king who keeps talking. See here. Diamante questioned. Dover, I'm very puzzled, do you care too much about him? From the first call between the two, inexplicably became good friends, really fake awe. The most important thing is that demon king, who is my friend every time I contact him, so everyone really doesn't know what to say, and it's too familiar. Hey, maybe the young master has his own considerations. Torapal smiled very special. Seeing everyone's puzzlement, Doflamingo smiled and said, Boyle, these are not important, the important thing is that the demon king has the strength to let our family receive them together, isn't he? 5. In Dover's mind, Bai Yu's strength doesn't seem to have any upper limit. Although I don't know what Bai Yu's true temperament is, at least Bai Yu has the best attitude towards him among all the top pirates. If you have time to doubt this or that, you might as well look at yourself. Diamante nodded. Since you said so, I will accept it. Go halfway. Doflamingo thought of something. A black line flashed across his forehead, then turned to look at Monet, Baby 5 and Sha Tang, and said a little helplessly, you three don't go back to your room. Yes, my lord. Monet was obedient. Now Monet has not been sent to Caesar's side to monitor, and he has not been transformed into a birdman by Luo, so he is very beautiful. Well, I haven't eaten the grapes I bought yet. Sugar was also reluctant to run around. Baby 5's expression was full of puzzlement. Why, I still want to see what the demon king looks like, does it have multiple legs? Even if there is something wrong with her character. But there are a few people who are not curious about the demon king who was born out of nowhere. I'm afraid you will be spotted by him. In the face of the family's inquiries, Doflamingo did not hide it, and said directly, his boat is full of women, many of them are stolen, and he is a ruthless person who even dares to destroy celestial dragons and Pluton Rayleigh, if you fancy you what will happen. I tell you, he will grab it directly, he is not afraid of anyone. Quote, life is a rare confidant. If Bai Yu heard it, he might have to bow down to Doflamingo, he really understood him too well. Violet wanted to say, then why should I go? But Doflamingo's decision, she didn't dare to ask more, but when she thought of Bai Yu's indifferent eyes, she felt a little fear in her heart. Hearing this, Monet frowned slightly. Isn't he your friend, young master? It's too much to do. Direct grab. What are you going to do to grab it back? Monet, who was exuding his thoughts, was a little worried. He wondered if the family members could resist the demon king. Friend. Hearing the word, friend, Dover couldn't help laughing. T, the strong have the final say in this world, and friends, only interests can be bound, otherwise, brothers will betray. Speaking of the end, Doflamingo was suddenly silent. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they stopped talking immediately. Let's go. 35. Dressrosa. The island is full of fragrant flowers and is famous for all kinds of delicacies. In addition to the food and music, all kinds of hot dancers are also characteristic, which is an island of love and passion. It smells so good. As soon as Bai Yu landed, he could smell all kinds of floral scents. Bai Yu came here with sunglasses. To Bai Yu's surprise, no one recognized him even if he wore sunglasses, or did he not dare to recognize him. Don't say anything else. Brother Ming's financial management ability is really good. In just 8 years, he has turned a poor country into a wealthy kingdom. No matter what method is used, it is an ability, not something ordinary people can do. Bai Yu looked at the prosperity around him and sighed in his heart that he was really talented. Seeing and hearing colors unfold. Immediately perceiving the strongest aura on the island, Bai Yu didn't think much of it, and teleported directly over. Quote. Seeing the blind uncle walking on the street in front of him, Bai Yu was slightly taken aback. Sloppy. I only sensed the strongest aura, but I forgot to sense my height, body, and surrounding aura. In short, I got the wrong guy. But, did he come here 2 years in advance? Seeing the blind uncle who also started to stop in front of him, Bai Yu immediately became a little on guard. Advertisement. Teleport. Very strong. This is the result of multiple verifications with top powerhouses, but, any ability has its own restraint ability. Like the person in front of you. When the gravity field opens, will Bai Yu's movements become stiff? However, not to mention the recovery fruit. What Bai Yu is most afraid of now is the ability person, directly transferring the space to the deep sea 10,000 meters. Why did your excellency stop me? Do you have anything to do with me? The blind man's name is Yishao Lifetime, and in his perception, Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, which surprised him who was just observing the toy soldier. If Bai Yu suddenly attacked, That he was distracted just now, it is very likely that he will be injured or even dies. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao sank inwardly, thinking about Bai Yu's identity. After taking a look and smiling, Bai Yu shrugged slightly. I sensed the strongest aura directly, and I came here without thinking, but I found the wrong person. I see, the person your excellency is looking for should be that Shichibukai. 35. When he smiles, his eyes are blind and his heart is not blind. The emotional color of seeing, hearing, and color perception is much stronger than ordinary people. Bai Yu didn't lie. Bai Yu looked at him deeply and smiled. Your knowledge is really good. The knowledge, skills and abilities on hockey's true solution include all in optimization of the pirate world. But even so, Bai Yu was amazed at the breadth and detail of Yi Xiao's knowledge, and he couldn't cover or shield him at all. That explains. At least as high level as him, most likely top level knowledgeable. Your excellency is also very powerful, especially, it is difficult for this old man to understand. When he noticed something, his heart was shaken with a smile. Bai Yu's emotional color shows a very strong confidence in the perception of a smile, which seems to be the confidence that he can easily kill him or even kill him in seconds. This makes the smile incomprehensible. He is already one of the tops in the world. Even if the 4 emperors are stronger than him, it is impossible to kill him instantly. If he is killed instantly by the person in front of him, what level is the opponent? Space transfer, deep sea spike. Bai Yu wouldn't say this with a smile, looked at Dover who was walking in the distance, and asked, you really want to kill him, right? It's also a blessing to ignore things, there are too many dirty people in this world. A smile did not deny. He came here just to pass by, and then saw and perceived too much darkness, which made he laugh both angry and helpless. The Shichibukai system is too evil. Seeing this, Bai Yu didn't say anything, just waved his hand slightly. I wish you an early admiral, and the code name is Fujitora. 99. Seniors don't say much. Bai Yu turned around and left. Yi Xiao was silent for a moment. God-killing demon king. Bai Yu. My mind filtered through countless people and finally determined Bai Yu's identity. After all, the youthful aura that Bai Yu exudes cannot be faked, and in the current era, the only person who can bring him a fatal crisis at this age is the demon king. But what does the last sentence mean? He smiled puzzled, and finally shook his head and said, this old man is only a wandering warrior, how can he become an admiral? The name of Fujitora is really good. Got some answers here, laughing more and more that Shichibukai was a huge mistake. Get out of here immediately. Boyle, welcome your arrival, your majesty, the world-shattering demon king. 5. Doflamingo walked with a step that he did not recognize, laughing loudly. This pace is perfect. Heavenly Yaksha, Shichibukai, King Dressrosa. Black and white take all, operating an illegal human auction in private, providing slaves for celestial dragons and rich nobles, kidnapping various race creatures, and engaging in arms business in the underground world. The intermediary, codenamed Joker. It can be said that Doflamingo is a real evil, but this has nothing to do with Bai Yu. They're all thieves, no matter how high or low. Bai Yu doesn't care how bad Dover is, he has no chance to be bad to him anyway, he only cares about Dover's talent. Thinking of this, Bai Yu also walked over with a smile, glanced at Diamante and the others, and stretched out his hand. I finally see you, my friend, I am very happy to see you. 35. Boyle, that's my honor. Making sure Bai Yu wasn't joking, Dover reached out and shook it. Space imprint. Get in with precision. Bai Yu left a space imprint without a trace, and smiled even more boldly. Is this your family? At first glance, they are all fierce generals, worthy of being the #1 pirate group under the 4 emperors. Hearing this, Doflamingo said humbly, Boiled, I dare not say that at first, His Excellency the Demon King is just average, but I admire it very much. Bai Yu was immediately unhappy. Brother Ming, I take you as a friend, you are too polite, just call me Bai Yu. You are too familiar with it. Doflamingo complained inwardly, he wanted to make more friends, but after all, it was the first time I met him, and Bai Yu was always robbing and destroying people. Who knows what his true temperament is? But Bai Yu said so. Dover could only laugh and say, Taita, it's my fault, let's go to the palace first, the gifts are there. Violet, to the devil. Introduce our scenery to Bai Yu. Violet was stunned for a moment, especially when she saw Bai Yu looking over, her heart jumped wildly, her previously indifferent eyes were unforgettable. What if it gets cut? Violet could only bite the bullet and walk over, whispering, Bye. Mr. Bai Yu, if you have any questions, just ask me. Bai Yu nodded. Didn't care either. After all, she was just a princess who couldn't help herself. The princess she's seen so far. Vivi is the sweetest and sweetest. Chapter 71. Baby 5, Monet, Sugar, Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. While talking, everyone walked, and soon came to the palace. Before entering the palace, first I met the future Admiral Fujitora and smiled, and now it's CP. It's really lively here. Bai Yu glanced back and said nothing, and entered the palace with Doflamingo and others. Far away, several CPs who concealed their identities glanced at each other and left. Target identified. The demon lord Bai Yu appears. Bai Yu didn't hide anything, that is, the sun was too big so he brought a pair of sunglasses, and Dover came to greet him personally, which immediately caught the attention of several CP members. Bai Yu was not found for more than half a month, and the 5 elders were very angry. Does this mean that the world government is incompetent? So, many prosperous islands have sent people to wait for investigation in secret. Finally found the devil. The other side. As soon as Bai Yu entered the banquet venue where the palace was located, his expression became strange. Front. Yin Yin Yan Yan. Girls in groups. In particular, each group is wearing different dance clothes, colorful. There are also many beauties playing in the swimming pool. Brother Ming, you are very good at playing. Bai Yu glanced at Dover in surprise. He thought it was just a meal, but he didn't expect it to be full of meat dishes. Is this Ming Ji's daily life? I prepared it for this purpose, isn't he interested? Doflamingo was also surprised by the surprise in Bai Yu's eyes, and then laughed. Tai-da-ti, today is for everyone to make friends. If you don't like it, you can remove it. This is not a gift. How can Bai Yu refuse such a kindness? It's very lively, it's too troublesome to drive out. Boyle, you're right, Doflamingo said, clapping his hands. The food was served, and everyone sat down. Violet noticed Doflamingo's eyes and sat beside him pouring wine for Bai Yu. And Bai Yu glanced at Violet and said nothing. The princess of the original Dressrosa, because of the good fruit ability, she chose to work for Doflamingo to save her father's life, codenamed Violet, and became a killer. After Bai Yu picked up the glass, he suddenly asked, I heard that Pika's voice is very special, is it because of injury or natural? The silent Pika suddenly raised her head, a little puzzled and annoyed. Not understanding what Bai Yu meant, Doflamingo also frowned slightly. The accident when I was a teenager, after many years of not being cured, it was fixed. 995. Bai Yu nodded and said something that surprised everyone. I have brought 2 gifts this time. Brother Ming treats you as family, so let's give the first one to your family. 5. Give it to Pika first. Doflamingo was shocked when Bai Yu raised his hand to Pika, and stopped Diamante and the others. He thinks, there's no need for Bai Yu to do things at this time, it's too crazy. As long as it is not born, all other physical problems are considered injuries and can be recovered. Deep level. Recover from injury. Bai Yu raised his hand and dropped it again. Everyone was a little confused, but Doflamingo responded quickly. Pika, please say thank you Mr. Bai Yu. Pika hesitated a little and lowered her voice. Thank you. Just said a word. Everyone was stunned. Pika's sharp voice has always been a flaw, and even the Hall Master Kakuzu is full of ridicule to him. It is conceivable how many times Pika has been ridiculed. Since then, he has developed a heart disease, so he is often silent and does not speak. But now, deep and powerful, Pika's eyes were full of excitement and gratitude, and she quickly thanked Bai Yu. Thank you. Thank you Mr. Bai Yu for your treatment, thank you. This Demon King is shining brightly today. Bai Yu waved his hand slightly. You're welcome, Brother Ming is my friend, so of course you are too. 9. Dover looked complicated. He really doesn't understand what Bai Yu is going to do. This is not the way to open the big pirate at all. Before he invited Bai Yu to come, he was ready for Bai Yu to threaten him with a knife, but Bai Yu didn't follow the big pirate's routine at all. Are you really here to make friends? Doflamingo couldn't believe it. Before Doflamingo could speak, Bai Yu looked at the fat man with the pacifier again. Your wife, do you need help? Boom. Next moment, Senor Peak knelt down without thinking, and burst into tears in excitement. Lord Demon King, I beg you to save my wife, even if it takes my life, please. 39. Senor. A person with water and fruit ability, who can move freely in objects like swimming. Bai Yu is powerless to complain about this ability, but he is a man who values love and righteousness, is sympathetic to the weak, is a tough guy who is not good at cheating, and is a rare real man. Bai Yu smiled. Then you have to lose weight, or you won't recognize your wife when she wakes up. Backquote. Senor wept again with excitement. Thank you. Then I. Go and bring her here. When Senor ran away, Bai Yu continued, is there anyone else who has any physical problems, I can help. 35. Everyone was stunned, and Dover was stunned. What are you doing, wanting to join the Don Quixote family as a doctor? Having been a pirate for decades, Doflamingo has never seen a top pirate like Bai Yu. Advertisement. Doflamingo pressed down his complicated mood and said with a smile, Bibo, I like your gift, so let's toast you first. We also respect Mr. Bai Yu. Diamante and the others also stood up to toast, and even bowed. Everyone at the moment, I have great respect for Bai Yu. And far away, in the window of a high room, Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 are holding binoculars to watch what just happened. But they suddenly thought crooked. Since they didn't hear anything, the 3 girls thought they saw. Pika bowed her head and wept, Peak knelt down and ran away crying, and the young master took the lead in drinking and making amends. This scene, the 3 women are indignant. Baby 5 gritted his teeth and said, that guy is bullying our family. Why is the young master still laughing? Has he lost his courage to resist? Monet also clenched his fists and forcibly defended. After all, that is the devil who killed even the orthodox celestial dragons as dogs, young master. Young master is just holding back for a while. Let me go, I'll turn him into a toy. Sugar also ate a few more grapes in anger. The 2 girls grabbed her. If there is an accident with Sugar, it will be troublesome. Cough. Interesting. After hearing the words of the 3 girls, Bai Yu, who was drinking at the banquet, coughed lightly. Everything was in the master. Seeing Bai Yu cough lightly, Doflamingo froze. What's the matter? Don't you like this wine? I'll change it for you. No, it's too fast. Bai Yu ignored the 3, Stupid girls, and handed over a manuscript to Doflamingo. Strength is everything, just accept it and don't spread it. This is. Doflamingo took a look, his pupils shrank, and he stood up in shock. It says, seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Conquerors. Coiled strike, armed color. External, internal destruction. The advanced training method of Conqueror's Haki, this part of the skills, is easier and simpler than any other practice. However, without the most fundamental 3 cultivation methods, Bayou is not very optimistic about Dover. After all, to predict the future and eat talent, tyranny requires at least a high level, so external and internal destruction are pure skills. It is estimated that Dover also has it, but it is relatively more difficult to practice than the one given by Bayou. But even so, Doflamingo's hands trembled a little, and under the eyes of everyone, Doflamingo bent down. Seeing this, Bayou waved his hands and said, it's all said that it's a gift, you're too polite. No, it's not polite. Doflamingo bowed and thanked, holding the manuscript tightly. My fruit can no longer be developed, but Haki. It is also difficult to become stronger. There are some top skills that I can't get at all. Bai Yu expressed understanding. The teacher is really too important. No top powerhouse will teach Doflamingo to become stronger, he can only figure it out on his own. Ordinary cultivation methods are everywhere in New World, but the top ones are only in the top forces. In this comparison, my gift is too light. Doflamingo accepted the manuscript and was worried about the gift for the first time, but he still took out the gift. I have prepared 2 devil fruits for you. 9. Diamante immediately handed over the box. Bai Yu asked curiously, what fruit? Slippery fruit, beauty fruit. Doflamingo said, smiling apologetically. It's my fault, the preparation is too poor, next time I must prepare a top quality one. Before, Doflamingo thought, Bai Yu likes to snatch beautiful women, so he will give fruits that are useful to beautiful women, but he didn't expect Bai Yu's gift to be so precious. No, I like it. Seeing the slippery fruit, Bai Yu was a little surprised. Fat woman Alvita seems to be dead, or not eating, after all, he affects a lot of things. Violet. Thinking of something, Doflamingo looked at Violet again and made up his mind. Your ability is very good, so I will be Bai Yu's maid in the future. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. This can't be decided in advance, it should be thanks for the gift, after all, Violet's ability is really useful. Brother Ming, enough friends. However, Bai Yu waved his hand directly. Brother Ming, let me do it. Bai Yu got up, grabbed the dazed Violet and said, I stole this woman. Question mark question mark question mark. Doflamingo was a little stunned, his eyes were very strange, and he hesitated. I've already given them to you, isn't that necessary? Far room. Monet's 3 girls, who were watching with binoculars, went straight to the frying pan. They saw again. Bai Yu bullied Violet, Dover dared not speak. It's only been a few minutes since I came here, except for them, Bai Yu actually bullied the whole family. Damn Demon King. What else does he want? It's too much. I'm going to turn him into a toy. 55. After several consecutive bullying, the 3 daughters, who were sad and angry, wanted to defeat the Demon King. Also at this time, Bai Yu casually put the fruit into the ring and continued to speak. Brother Ming, how would you feel if someone weak wanted to kill you? Doflamingo said directly, speechless and want to laugh. 35. Bai Yu asked again, what if that weakling might kill you? After all, there are many abilities that cannot be prevented. 5. Advertisement. I will kill all threats in the cradle. Doflamingo's answer is standard. If that's the case, what if your family wants to kill me? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Doflamingo was startled and said in surprise, how could they be? 99. It's 3 women who have been peeping with binoculars and have scolded me for a long time, with heavy killing intent. Bai Yu turned around and pointed into the distance. Doflamingo was shocked, why did Monet and the others kill Bai Yu? The smart Dover quickly discovered the blind spot, and the 3 women were holding binoculars. Thinking of the actions of the few people just now, the 3 women who couldn't hear the sound must have misunderstood something. They mistakenly. Doflamingo, I'm very angry now, I'll take the 3 of them, teach you well, don't worry, I won't kill them, my friend. When Bai Yu disappeared with Violet, Doflamingo was shocked by its speed. No, something happened. Doflamingo immediately rushed towards Monet and the others. But when Doflamingo came here, it was empty. Doflamingo's face turned ashen for a moment. Damn, how could such a result occur? It's a misstep. Obviously a family happy. But because of a misunderstanding, the Demon King suddenly had a misunderstanding, and the result was a mess. Can this be blamed on the Demon King? Blame me Dover for being careless. Diamante, you immediately bring all the toy soldiers back to the factory and do not allow them to come and go. Pika, check around the island to see if Bai Yu is here. Torapal, you all go help, quick. After Doflamingo finished his instructions, he took out his phone and contacted Bai Yu, but he couldn't get through. He's probably still angry, so he doesn't answer the phone. This made Doflamingo frown. Although I always feel that something is wrong, the most important thing at the moment is the toys. If the sugar is in a coma, the whole island is completely over. The other side, Senor just put his wife on the stretcher when he saw Bai Yu appear out of nowhere with the 4 daughters. Recovering from injury. 39. Your wife will wake up soon and tell Brother Ming that Sha Tang will not lose consciousness. I will leave first and contact me in 2 days. 39. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he disappeared with the 4 daughters who had not returned to God. Senor was stunned. Until his wife's murmur sounded, his tears fell instantly. The island where Happy Street is located. Inside the ornate building. After finishing the work, Stussy went back to the room and sat in front of the dresser, stroking Naji on his hand from time to time in a daze. Is this the missing in the legend? I still found you, the devil. Stussy murmured. The next moment, looking at the 5 figures reflected in the mirror, Stussy's eyes widened and he turned around immediately. You're back. In surprise, Stussy directly ignored Monet's 4 good promise daughter and fell into Bayou's arms. They are still dangerous, deal with them first. After saying a word, Bayou hugged Stussy and looked at the 4th daughter. Violet, stand aside first. Violet smiled helplessly and walked away. At this moment, Monet's hand turned into snow, Baby Five's hand turned into a gun, and Sugar directly looked like a pitiful weak child. Bayou looked directly at the weapon girl and said, Baby5, I need your help. You need me. Do you really need me? Baby 5 was very surprised, and the eyes under the goggles were looking forward to it. Bayou nodded. Yes, I need you to stand by Violet first. Well, I'm very good. Baby stood up very obediently, making Monet and Sister Sugar both angry and helpless. When Baby 5 was a child, her family was poor. After she was born, she was considered a waste of food and was useless, and was finally abandoned by her mother. Because of that, Baby 5 longs to be needed. As long as he is needed by others, he cannot refuse others, and he will agree to almost anything, even if it is a marriage proposal. This problem must be corrected. 5. This kind of mental illness is currently the biggest headache for Bayou and Kaya, and it is very difficult to recover. Bayou looked at Monet and Sha Tang. You 2 sisters are also standing honestly, especially you Sha Tang, Brother Ming and I are friends. Can a friend take us away? Monet's pretty face was full of disbelief. Sha Tang no longer pretended to be tender, and stared directly. That is, you bullied the young master and the others before, and then took us away, it's too hateful. Bai Yu was too lazy to explain and waved his hand. Violet, I'll leave it to you to explain, don't try to run one, and I'll die. The girls fell silent in shock. Only then did I remember that the other party was a demon king who would cut off people's hands and feet if they disagreed. Rebecca, looking at Violet, Bai Yu thought of the pink-haired girl. Immediately give up. It's been going too fast lately. There are too many different girls and it is easy to cause problems, so let's digest it first. Chapter 72. The family that can't go back. Stussy, let's go fight the 4 emperors. Violet told Monet's 3 daughters the real situation before. While Bai Yu and Stussy went to the side, the 2 chatted. Looking at Monet, Sugar, Baby 5 and Violet's 4 daughters, Stussy's eyes were strange. Your hobby is really special. 99. Regarding Bai Yu's hobbies and the like, Stussy said that he had already prepared for it, and who could not have some small problems. But yeah, Bai Yu's hobby is so weird. It's normal for pirates to grab beautiful women, but for what everyone knows, it's not a good thing anyway. But Bai Yu is different, he directly grabs people back as a crew member. Don't think about potential, regardless of identity. The most important point, Stussy said. The crew is nothing, but the forces you want to build can not only be girls, but also brave warriors who will expand your territory for you. 35. Stussy is indeed a good assistant in his career, Bai Yu nodded with emotion. You are right, so I locked up Sand Crocodile, Moria, Thunderbolt, all CP9 members, and Pluton Rayleigh and others. And the Empress of 9 Snake Island, and Hawkeye can be summoned at any time, plus you. If you think about it, it's still weak. 99. Stussy. Oh my god, only then did Stussy realize that everyone really underestimated Bai Yu. I thought that Bai Yu would go into the world alone with a cute girl, but now, he is really the devil. It's only been over a month, and they have assembled a top-level force that is definitely not weaker than the 4 Emperors' regiment. What if it's still a few years later? What else do you want? Looking at Bai Yu, who was very dissatisfied, Stussy rolled his eyes beautifully. As long as you plan well, it's not a big problem to win a 4 Emperors, such as Linlin. 5. After Stussy said something casually, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, let's go fight the 4 Emperors, then you will have a territory. Bai Yu secretly praised. But there is a small problem, how to solve Charlotte Linlin. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, how can the former be a swordsman before the appointment, and the latter will not contribute casually? And Bai Yu, can you kill Auntie now? Let me think about it. Bai Yu closed his eyes and thought deeply. Calculating his own strength, whether he can kill the 4 Emperors' aunt. Revert all her attacks and hockey back. When she became a target, he directly wrapped a knife, stabbed through her eyes, and pierced her head. Thinking about it, Bai Yu suddenly patted his forehead. I forgot, Auntie is a capable person. Direct space transfer. 99. Transfer to the deep sea. 35. Deep sea powerlessness and send her to the undead prison, or teleport into the sea to bring her sea stone, and then directly capture her alive. Except for a few conceptual abilities that may affect space, time, etc. In front of Bai Yu, other capable people are all given for free. Above, it's all Bai Yu's thinking, speaking in his heart. Short time. I thought of 2 ways. When Bai Yu opened his eyes, he chuckled lightly. Then go and beat Auntie, find a time, and I'll go over there. You alone. Didn't Stussy doubt Bai Yu's strength? After all, he easily defeated Rayleigh, but didn't Bai Yu bring anyone? Wouldn't that be too arrogant? Just think about it, I'm going to check the Charlotte family's information. But seeing Bai Yu thinking again, Stussy didn't ask any more questions and turned to investigate. Bai Yu looked at Monet's three daughters. Monet. A Logia snow fruit-capable person, with long grass-green wavy hair, tall stature, gentle personality, and can't stand praise. Monet, who has not been transformed into a birdman by Luo, is even more beautiful. Sugar. Appears to be 10 years old, but is actually 20 years old this year, childlike fruit, very fond of grapes. Baby 5. Maid outfit, weapon fruit, longing to be needed, mental illness needs treatment. Their abilities are very good, they don't need to be changed. Bai Yu murmured and continued to think. The other side. Hearing Violet's explanation, Monet's three girls were all stunned. Not good. It's nothing like what they thought, and they're in big trouble. A sincere guest came to make friends with the young master, and even brought some great gifts to the family. But the members of the family misunderstood and scolded the guests and beat them to death. Who can bear this? It's all our fault. To bring such a big trouble to the family, Monet's three daughters all wanted to die for a while. The main thing is, Bai Yu took them away, but it was a good thing, otherwise the three girls couldn't help rushing over in front of a bunch of people, scolding and hacking, it would be a big misunderstanding. If Bai Yu's temper is a little bit worse, it will cause a life and death battle between the two sides. By then it will all be over. Thank you for taking us away to avoid further misunderstandings. Sorry, we were wrong. Monet came over with Sugar and Baby 5, and immediately bowed to apologize. They made up their minds a lot, Bai Yu put on an indifferent face, just apologizing and it's over. I'm a pirate who kills without blinking an eye, my anger, what does your family do to stop it? Buy childlike fruit, advertisement. The three girls were instantly cold. He even knew this, and he really didn't have any chance. Since Bai Yu went to sea, there are not many remarkable achievements, but every time it is enough to shake the world. How could they trust Dover? I also don't think Doflamingo can be stronger than Bai Yu, let alone others. Just as the atmosphere solidified, Baby 5 suddenly akimbo said. Then kill the old lady, or do whatever you want, let them go, okay. Bai Yu casually said. Baby 5, I need you to join my group, then stand by and watch me and don't talk, okay. Well, I'm super good. 35. Baby 5 laughed happily, and immediately ran to the side to watch. Monet. Sugar. You old sixth, take it. Looking at Bai Yu's still indifferent face, and recalling that the young master was afraid that they would be attracted by Bai Yu, he would not allow them to participate in the banquet, so Bai Yu's hobby was obvious. Thinking of this, Monet couldn't help but change his expression, bit his lip, took a step forward, and put his hand on the button of his clothes. Everything is my fault. I misunderstood first, which led to the misunderstanding of Sha Tang and the others. Please Mr. Bai Yu, Lord Demon, don't embarrass our family. Monet pushed back his green hair, tore off a coat button, and took a deep breath. As long as you agree, my body and soul are now yours. Isn't this the result you want? I'm clean, and I won't rebel against you. Question mark. Bai Yu was a little depressed. He was not depressed about Monet's spirit of dedication to the family. After all, Monet was very loyal to the family. Depressed? What is this the result he wants? He's here to rob people. I didn't come to crave your body. Even so, you have to figure out the sequence before you speak. Just as Bai Yu was thinking, Monet had already unbuttoned his shirt, and was still saying, please make sure to let the sugar go away, she is too young, if you have to let her, don't take it off. Stopping Monet's undressing and speaking, Bai Yu continued with an indifferent face, Brother Ming and I have hit it off. He is my dearest relative, brother and brother, but you have destroyed the most touching friendship between us. 5. Outside the room, there was an emergency, and Stussy, who was about to come in, heard Bai Yu's very sincere words. She's just dying of laughter. Stussy shook his head and chuckled. Only him can go further, I like it. But Monet's three girls did not laugh, but listened very solemnly. As for the young master, Monet and Sha Tang listened very seriously. Bai Yu sat down and said in a deep voice, I can't stand the grievance the most. No matter what, it's true that you wanted to kill me before, but because of Brother Ming, I can't do anything. How can this work? This will cast a shadow on my mind and no longer be free, and make me unable to become stronger, then. Speaking of which, Bai Yu seemed to be surrounded by black and red lightning, and said something that shocked Monet's three daughters. Since Brother Ming has become my weakness, then I have to go. Kill him. To sum up, you don't want to watch Brother Ming die, do you? No. Watching Bai Yu get up and leave, Monet and Sugar were terrified. If the young master was killed because of these things, they would never forgive themselves. Still, let's die. Monet and Sugar looked at each other, their expressions were bitter and serious, and they raised their hands. You want to kill yourself? Bai Yu was once again amazed at the loyalty of the two girls. If not, Bai Yu would not have to be so troublesome. After all, he robbed the girl to be a family member, not an enemy. So, Doflamingo's side, and Monet's mentality issues have to be dealt with properly. To stop the two women from committing suicide, Bai Yu said directly, I will give you a choice of the best of both worlds, you will not die, and Brother Ming will still be friends. Monet. Sugar, who was going to kill the brother just now? If they can survive, they must advise the young master to stay away from Bai Yu, the devil is too dangerous. The strength is incomparable, the face is also incomparable, and it is impossible to play at all. Please speak. Monet felt very helpless. She voluntarily gave herself up before and still hasn't touched this demon king, so what will he ask for? No, sugar is still small. Just when Monet was thinking about it, Bai Yu said flatly, you get on my boat together and tell Brother Ming that you were attracted by my charm and couldn't help falling in love with me, so you can only say sorry to him. Anyway, you are not strong, one more is not much, one less is not more. As his beloved siblings, I believe that Brother Ming will definitely let you go to pursue happiness. 2 girls. Sorry. It is our sisters who underestimate you, you are simply the devil. Sugar's face turned blue and red, and she couldn't help but say, your reason is too fake, the young master will not give up on us. Too fake. The little girl knows what a man is. Only then did Bai Yu remember that he had not yet integrated Hancock's strength. With his good looks and sweet fruit, the little girl would not be crazy. For flowers 0. Really, he will give up on you. Although the 3 girls are very important, especially the ability of Sugar, Bai Yu believes that Brother Ming will agree. Advertisement. 1. Do your best to find where Sha Tang and the others are, and do everything to get them back. However, the probability is 0. 2. Give up the 3 girls of Sugar and continue to be friends with Bai Yu. Is this a multiple choice question? Dover could only choose the second one. I understand. Monet looked at Bai Yu with complicated eyes. Although the process was a bit complicated, she understood everything. The moment they were taken away, it was doomed that Dover could only give up on them. 3 abandoned sons. Monet murmured a few times, but in the end he didn't say anything, he could only smile a little bit, everything was strength. Strong world. Very cruel. Bai Yu is willing to waste so much time with them, he has already attached great importance to them, what more can he ask for? Instead of waiting to be abandoned, join your regiment. After saying this sentence, Monet felt that all the strength in his body had disappeared, and he slumped on the ground. She betrayed the family. However, if she committed suicide, she would only offend the Demon King. Elder sister. Sha Tang exclaimed, and then looked at Bai Yu with red eyes. I'll join you too, but don't bully my sister in the future, just bully me. A little girl movie, what can you bully? Throwing away his thoughts, Bai Yu's frosty expression instantly turned into a warm sun. Stop sitting, the ground is cold, and BABY5, we will be family from now on. Family. Hearing these familiar words, Monet and Sha Tang were even more sad, and the baby Sa became dazed. They were all raised by the family. Bai Yu calmly said. 2 days later, I contacted Brother Ming, the moment he gave up on you, he forgot about that family, understand? The 3 women smiled bitterly and were silent. It's useless to say anything now, they can't have the opportunity to return to the family again, what's the use of loyalty? As this the Demon King? Violet, who has been silent all the time, is a long-term experience. She didn't expect that the big pirate who was politely called Brother Ming before had such a dark heart. And you? Bai Yu turned to look at Violet. Violet's heart was shocked, her forehead was covered with fine sweat, and she lowered her head and said, you, please say it. 5. I will let Brother Ming release all your family members, stop worrying about survival, and live with peace of mind. Bai Yu stared into Violet's eyes and said, the world is about to be in chaos. Brother Ming is gone, and there will be another big pirate. Does your father have the ability to protect your country? Successful and defeated. Before a real new era, stop thinking about the country, it's pointless. Quote. Violet fell silent. When Doflamingo gave her to Bai Yu as a maid, her mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he is afraid of a top pirate like Bai Yu, and on the other hand, he has hope for Bai Yu. As long as she finds a chance, give Bai Yu a pillow breeze, won't she bring the country back? But, Bai Yu's frankness and force overwhelmed all her psychological defenses. Learn to be satisfied first, little maid. Bai Yu tapped Violet on the shoulder and said nothing. Dressrosa, it is only a small country after all. When it really comes to the new era, I will give it to her. Bai Yu understands one sentence. In order to open a new era, it is necessary to unite all forces that can be united. Pirates, underground forces, etc., are the forces closest to him. Effects of Doflamingo. Much more than someone with AD in his name. Bai Yu is very realistic. For men, he only sees the value of it. It just so happens that the current Dover is very valuable. Just live here in peace, understand? In addition, the space imprint remains on you, and I can come to you at any time. Speaking of which, Bai Yu looked at Sha Tang, her ability question. Childlike fruit is too buggy. But power is about balance. Hockey is the power to restrain fruit. If hockey is strong enough, it can restrain all fruits. However, Bai Yu still wouldn't use his not-so-strong hockey to rashly test whether the sugar's ability would work for him. At least, after he fuses the power of sugar, nothing will happen. Granulated sugar. Seeing the sugar, Bai Yu said slowly, your ability is too dangerous, don't mess around, I will arrange for someone to bring you grapes. Bai Yu looked at Monet again. Well, the silent Monet is also very beautiful, your eyes are beautiful. Heard here. Monet suddenly became very happy, showing a shy expression. Hehehehe, no, don't say that. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Monet's personality is very special. When she hears someone compliment her appearance, she becomes very happy, and even shows a shy reaction. She is a woman who cannot stand compliments, and is inexplicably cute. Let's talk first. 99. Bai Yu walked out of the room. Give the 4 girls time to calm down. Chapter 73. Fall in love, kill CP0 in a second, Brother Ming, see you on Cake Island. Just walked out of the room. Bai Yu saw Stussy outside the door and looked at him with an elegant smile. Stussy smiled. Those 4 girls, done. Let's leave the rest to time. One of the 4 girls wants revenge, the other just wants to be needed, and the other 2 are loyal. Bai Yu took Stussy into his arms and sniffed the fragrance. Stussy said gracefully. Actually, it's very easy for you to make them return, as long as Doflamingo is willing to submit to you. It's not just that. Bai Yu shook his head slightly and nodded again, but he will soon understand that only I can make him achieve his untouchable dreams. 5. By the way, Stussy suddenly became serious. There is CP0 coming, I will come to inform you. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. It's better to come sooner than later. The relationship between him and Stussy has grown by leaps and bounds, and they are very happy to get along with each other. But there is a problem. Stussy's mind is not free, the pressure brought by the world government will not dissipate in a few days, Bai Yu needs to take her to do something. At least, let her witness the vulnerability of CP0 in front of Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu's eyes light up, Stussy said uncertainly, you wouldn't want to kill them here, would you? Bai Yu asked, how long until he arrives, and how many people? It should still be on Nolan's island, 3 to 5 people, including a CPO captain, they mainly come here to mobilize resources on Happy Street. 35 Stussy answered quickly. Nolan's island. It's a coincidence, I passed by. Bai Yu is used to leaving a space mark every time he passes by. That's easy to teleport over. Bai Yu hugged Stussy and smiled. There are several islands away from here, if they die there suddenly, it only means that they are not strong enough and unlucky, right? Stussy's beautiful eyes widened a little, and she was a little puzzled. Why do you want to kill them all of a sudden? The CP has been looking for me for so long, and I also have a temper, and secondly, who made you CP0 too weak? Stussy rolled her eyes gracefully. CPO is also divided into strength levels, and the one standing at the top is called the strongest shield. Let's go. Bai Yu disappeared with Stussy. Nolan's island. It's just a very ordinary island in the front part of New World. An island cloud, floating in the sky, sitting next to Bai Yu, Stussy reminded. CP0 is on the island in New World, and usually he will always be on the spot to avoid accidents, and we are easy to be found in the sky. Bai Yu was surprised. Are you sure? Are they really Fujitora? Stussy shook his head again. I was wrong, not all CP0s are strong, but captains above CPO usually do this. They are very cautious and very careful. Then block it. Bai Yu didn't care, he didn't think how amazing a small CPO captain could be. 39. When Bai Yu's experience unfolds. Thanks to Aisha's natural talent for seeing, hearing, and S**X, coupled with Bai Yu's research on seeing, hearing, and feeling on Hockey's true interpretation. Direct. The coverage blocked all the sights and sounds on the whole island, no more than Bai Yu's. What is the experience of seeing, hearing, and color suddenly being covered and shielded? Suddenly losing consciousness, anyone will feel a little panic. Not good. The captain of the CPO, who was driving the site, suddenly narrowed his pupils a little, immediately alert, there are strong people, they are definitely top-level strong. The other 3 CP0s subconsciously turned on the sense of seeing and hearing, and then they became unbelievable. They were all horrified. Ban on seeing S**X. How terrifying. Is this the top trick of top S**X? Why I've never heard of it. CPO is full of inner drama. But this is also normal. Although seeing and hearing color cannot directly attack the enemy, the auxiliary ability is too important. For example, Fujitora, if his vision is covered and shielded, he is truly blind, and it is embarrassing. Bai Yu also hopes that his knowledge will surpass the top as soon as possible, and give Fujitora a smile to cover and shield. A smile. Boss, please let it go. The place you set up is really good, it's hard for others to come in. When a voice sounded, the hair of the CP0 group of 4 exploded, and at the same time, it was a little difficult to understand. Come in without breaking the door. That is fruit power. But they placed sea stones around the walls to prevent those with special abilities from coming in suddenly. This is very contradictory. The CPO quartet's brains were muddy, and the worldview was shattered in a short period of time. The 4 looked for fame. Of course confused. Bai Yu sat on a chair made of white clouds, and in front of him was a table made of clouds with teapots and cups on it. And Stussy was pouring tea gracefully for Bai Yu and kissed me. CPO. Do you despise us so much? Demon King Bai Yu. The moment he saw Bai Yu, the CPO captain's heart sank, but when he saw Stussy, he couldn't help but burst into anger. How dare you betray the world government? Stussy put her hand on Bai Yu's shoulder and said gracefully, I have been operating in the dark world for many years, and there should have been some, so please. What else can the world government bring to me other than using me like a dog? Without waiting for CP0's reaction, Bai Yu said with a stern face, how can you say that about yourself, they are dogs. Stussy kissed Bai Yu and said softly, yes, it's my fault, don't get angry, okay. Bai Yu smiled and nodded, how could I be willing to be angry with you? Advertisement. CP0. ... When we don't exist, look down on single dogs, right? The CPO captain said solemnly, so he found a backer, but even he can't help himself now. How long can you laugh in the face of the wrath of the world government? Are you finished talking nonsense? A squad leader is just talking so much. Bai Yu put down the teacup, got up and took Stussy in his arms. My woman doesn't need you to worry yet, a bunch of trash. Space transfer. To avoid accidents. In an instant, no matter what the strength and ability of the 4CP0 people are. Move to the deep sea first. Brush. The group of 4 disappeared instantly. Looking at the shocked Stussy, Bai Yu chuckled. I did it, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. 5. Bai Yu also disappeared. Next moment, 1,000 meters deep in the ocean. Grumbler. In the CPO group of 4, 2 people were unable to blow bubbles as soon as they entered the sea. One of them is also the captain of CPO. The other 2 are not capable, but the shock at this moment cannot be added. He directly transferred us to the deep sea, how is it possible? The above totally underestimated him. The 2 incompetents were so shocked that they even forgot to save their companions and escape. Face this scene. They thought of a more terrifying scene. Bai Yu killed the Marine headquarters alone, and no one could stop it. Because, except for Garp, the rest of the top powerhouse Admiral Marshal are all capable. Teleport to the deep sea. How to stop the able? Just when the 2 were horrified, they saw another scene that made their scalps go numb. Bai Yu appears in front of you out of thin air. This is the deep sea. Bai Yu is really not a capable person. This trick, so cool. 35. No, you can't float. Bai Yu held back his pride and said that his physique is everything. And, there are still capable people who are not very afraid of seawater. Such as Aokiji, the sea will freeze when falling into the sea, such as a certain fish that turns into a blue dragon, playing with sea, land and air. Infinite instant slash, teleport. Ignore obstacles, follow your heart, and jump in space. The barrier of sea water could not have any effect on Bai Yu. PFF'd. Bai Yu blinked a dozen times in an instant. CPO group of 4, all broken hands and feet, blood stained the sea. Go in. After opening the undead prison, Bai Yu transferred the CP0 foursome into it. Impossible to take. Then use the waste and let Enel and others inside be used as sparring. Moreover, the devil fruit of 2 of them, Bai Yu, still needs to be recycled. The other side. Stussy waited quietly, but her clenched hands could still tell that she was a little nervous and worried. Bai Yu is strong, but the strength of an individual is limited, and when he is besieged by a collective, there will be all kinds of accidents. But only a few seconds passed. Stussy watched in astonishment as Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, then took off his clothes and slapped the sea water. You. Stussy was incoherent. Bai Yu suddenly laughed. What's the matter? I'm an old husband and wife. I'm still shy when I take off my clothes and unscrew the sea water. 99. No, it's not. Stussy quickly got up and trotted over, circled around Bai Yu, making sure there was no injury, then opened her eyes and said, Did they all run away? No, they are dead. For Bai Yu, after the uncontainable CP0 is thrown into prison, even if it is dead, it will be used as waste. There's no way Whitebeard could kill all 4 of them in seconds. Stussy took a deep breath, unable to understand Bai Yu's power. Bai Yu explained a little. Destructive power is destructive power, but combat power is not calculated in this way. The speed of the 4 emperors killing the strong is far less than mine. As that's so, Stussy was silent for a moment, then hugged Bai Yu tightly, a little excited. I really love you. Okay, let's go back. 35. Kissing Stussy's forehead lightly, Bai Yu took her away. Those 4 CP0s. Stussy said that he had never seen it before, maybe he was killed by the 4 emperors. 5 elders. Everyone's numb. 2 days. 2 full days. Doflamingo centrally manages all Dressrosa's toy soldiers, and the streets are much cleaner. Inside the palace hall, Diamante, Pika, Toripal and other family members bowed their heads and sighed. Demon King Bai Yu, the man who came to make friends with the young master with great sincerity, but because of a misunderstanding, the friendship came to an abrupt end, making them unspeakably uncomfortable. Advertisement. Not to mention, Bai Yu was also very polite to them, and even helped Pika repair her throat. Even if she left in a rage, she did not forget to heal Senor's wife. It's so moving. It turns out that in this world full of darkness, there are still men as sincere as the Demon King Bai Yu. It always feels wrong. Doflamingo was also frowning. He had the same headache for the past 2 days, but after calming down, he felt strange again. But, can't tell what's wrong. Because, it is normal for Monet's 3 daughters to misunderstand. Bai Yu's anger was more normal. The toy soldiers are all right so far, proving that the sugar is all right, and Bai Yu came with a big gift. From what perspective? Bai Yu is not wrong. Blue. Suddenly the phone worm rang, and when Dover looked at it, he was refreshed and quickly connected. I'm sorry, Monet and the others. No need to apologize, Brother Ming. Bai Yu's voice was full of sincerity. Everything was a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, we are still friends, aren't we? Boyle, yes, we are still friends. Dover breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but said, Monet and the others. They're fine, they're chatting with my girlfriend. Bai Yu glanced at Monet's 4 daughters who were chatting with Stussy not far away. Without waiting for Dover to speak, Bai Yu continued. There is one thing that needs to be reminded of you. You know, I'm nothing else, I'm just too charming, and there are always women who crave me. Alas, they just made a mistake that a normal woman would make. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Dover was stunned. After recovering for a long time, Dover said seriously, where's the sugar? Bai Yu said. After all, the rule of foreign forces is not long-term. If I knock out the sugar, your country will be over. Wouldn't you change it? Quote. You are cruel enough. Dover clenched his hands and released them. Childlike fruit is really important, but Bai Yu is also right. Such a fatal loophole. How can Doflamingo make up for it? At least can no longer press everything on the sugar. Leave the toy with the broken leg, and the rest. 35. 393 also understood that Dover didn't understand, Bai Yu said directly. Also, they joined my group, and they couldn't stop them. Let Monet tell you. Doflamingo was in a trance. How did things develop like this? He was still too naive. Monet's apologetic and flustered voice came. Young master, I'm sorry, She didn't know how to say it. No matter what the process was, Monet couldn't tell the result. Okay, Monet. Dover gritted his teeth and was silent for a moment, then suddenly interrupted Monet's words. Tai-to-T, the world is about to be in chaos, it is indeed safer to follow Bai Yu. Listen, from today onwards, Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 are no longer part of the family. For now, let me and Bai Yu chat for a while. 35! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Monet's eyes widened, and the Sugar and Baby 5 next to him were also in a trance. Bai Yu just said that Dover definitely had no choice but to give them up. But there is no mention of being removed from the family. Waving to the three girls, Bai Yu took the phone and changed his tone. Brother Ming, my friend, how have you been the last 2 days? 5. Friend, do you treat your friends like this? If possible, Doflamingo would really like to go and kick him. He understands everything. Monet's misunderstanding of the three daughters is true, but Bai Yu's anger is false, he just took the opportunity to steal the three daughters. But Bai Yu's sincerity can't be faked, which makes Dover angry. Boiled, so I can rest assured that I can live long enough with courage and resourcefulness, my friend. Dover smiled, slightly bitter. After all, the strength is not enough, although the family members were not harmed, they were still snatched away. Now that Dover understood everything, Bai Yu said directly, don't worry, I will take care of them as family members, come and join me. Alliance first, I have the strength, you have the resources, as long as we unite, the future will be ours. It's all yours. Doflamingo is clear, no matter what kind of joining, even the alliance needs the leader, and the weak will only be eaten by the strong in the end. Seeing that Dover was silent, Bai Yu continued, the new era is coming, and there is no time for you to waste it, I will fight the 4 emperors next to announce the complete arrival of the new era. And you, either go with the flow, or, die in the tide. 35. Dover on the opposite side was silent, Bai Yu could hear his breathing a little heavier. If you refuse, then if I didn't say it, and you want to kill the ambitions of those celestial dragons, it can only be a joke. Boom. Conqueror's outbreak. Doflamingo in the palace hall was instantly furious. After the memory was awakened, he was full of unwilling anger at those high-up guys. Those people. Dover will never be forgotten. If you have a chance, even if you give up everything, you have to take a bite. Waited a few minutes. After feeling that Dover's mood had calmed down, Bai Yu said. 10 days later, after taking down the 4 emperors, see you at Cake Island.
3 trillion Chapter 74. The Furious Demon King. The law of karma. 100% must be hand to hand. After Dover said good words, Bai Yu hung up the phone, and nodded slightly to Stussy, who was expecting in his eyes. Monet's 4 daughters were in a trance again. They were kicked out of the family? Are they not related to the family? They just joined Bai Yu as a last resort, and Dover also joined? And it's a ridiculous alliance. What, are you saying the league is okay? The 4 girls are not fools, the word alliance is just to take care of Dover's face, joining is a matter of time. Otherwise, only to usher in the wrath of the Demon King. Stussy said with emotion. You are really amazing, every sentence is stimulating his nerves, mobilizing his emotions, and in the end, you don't give him a chance to refute. Love. As a business fan, Stussy was enthralled. Everything is based on strength. If Bai Yu wasn't strong enough, Dover wouldn't even look at him at all. And, Bai Yu is well prepared. At least he went to see Doflamingo with sincerity, unlike Kaido who beat him directly with a mace. Various reasons. Dover promised that the alliance Bai Yu is the best choice in the current era. Yep. If you are linked together, you will become a younger brother. Thinking of a certain fat woman, Bai Yu asked again. 10 days will be a tea party, right? Yes, Lin does it almost every year, I heard she's still looking for you. Having said this, Stussy looked serious and reminded a little. Let me say something, you must not be too angry, lest you hurt your body. 39. Bai Yu took Baby 5's tea, sipped the tea and nodded. Well, I have to say that the tea you brewed is really good, Stussy, please tell me. Do you really want to say it? Stussy hesitated for a while, then took a deep breath and said, Lin. As for Emperor Charlotte Lin, she released news that she wants to marry you. 99. Puff. Bai Yu spit out a sip of tea. And Monet, Baby 5, Sugar and Violet, who have been in a complicated state of mind, the 4 daughters all widened their eyes at the moment. Oh my god, did they hear it right? This Demon King is getting married? Boom. Top conquerors breakout. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding furniture, walls, and ground were shattered, but the 5 girls were not affected. Although Bai Yu was angry, he still remained calm, otherwise none of the 5 women would even want to stand. The 5 girls held their breaths. Bai Yu's eyes were burning with flames, staggeringly flashing killing intent. Your mother asterisk. It's really shameless. Where did you get the courage, you fat woman? Is it just because you were ridiculously able to overwhelm 393 by 2 newcomers? Court death. If even this is laughed off, how big of a heart Bai Yu is. He can't stand this insult. Mary Lao Su? F***KU? I'll go and kill her now. Bai Yu got up angrily and was about to leave, but was held back by Stussy. Remove your anger, kill early and kill late. I'll kill, don't be impulsive. Seeing Bai Yu so angry for the first time, Stussy was still a little nervous. But there must be some preparation. I felt uneasy if I didn't kill her. Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief, calmed down, and said after a long time, what else do you need to prepare? Stussy was a little helpless. Of course, be prepared to climb to the top. What can you do if you kill her now? The sea area of Wangguo is very large, and there are many big pirates in the New World. You not only need many talents to help you manage, but also many strong people to help you rule. You have to be rational. Once the 4 emperors fall, the chain reaction will spread to the whole world, and... Stussy said one sentence at a time, and Bai Yu also listened quietly. In a word, not only need all kinds of subordinates to manage the site, but also need to show the strength of the power to the outside world. Otherwise, the new emperor ascended to the top. Those big pirates who are on the line will definitely annoy Bai Yu to death. I know, I have my subordinates, you go out first. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu sat down and closed his eyes. Stussy nodded and left the room with Monet's 4 daughters. 4 emperors, Bai Yu murmured. Counting the time, the summit war is about to begin. Rather than prove himself there, it is better to come as the 4 emperors. System. Draw one by one. Bai Yu has saved a lot of lottery draws in the world in the past 2 days. The 4 daughters of Monet, 4 chances to draw. Moreover, with Hancock's upgraded strength, Bai Yu has not yet merged. In short, his strength will usher in a surge. Advertisement. Ding, it was detected that the robbery of Baby 5 became a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery draw in the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item, 1 liter of heroic water. Looking at this somewhat familiar name, Bai Yu clicked on the message. Hero's water. From the Ninja World Taki Ninja Village, 1 sip can increase the chakra tenfold, but it will consume the user's life. 1 liter. Can be used by hundreds of people. Ding, the item triggers the optimization mechanism. Is it optimized? Optimization. Ding, the water of heroes is optimized to holy water, and the effect is the essence. Holy water. 1 sip is enough to strengthen your physique and spirit tenfold, with no side effects. Remark 1. One person's lifetime, Boyage, can only be used once. Remark 2. Only the 4-star physique and spirit are below the effect. Good stuff. Bai Yu doesn't need it, but Nu Okagao, Konas, Vivi, Makino, Nu Okagao, Xiao Aisha and other women really need it. Their physique and spirit are so poor that they are really not much different from ordinary people at present. Only 10 times the physique is far greater than the 10 times the strength of the Murloc, because the physique does not only include strength. Not to mention the spirit. If coupled with Hockey's true understanding to assist in the practice, the girls can be the first to awaken their knowledge and color at the fastest speed. Would you like to wait until they all exercise to 3 stars before drinking? Bai Yu gave up after thinking about it. Although, the best effect is to drink it when the physique and spirit reach 3 stars, but some girls have a poor foundation. If he doesn't have other opportunities, he will naturally take a long-term view, but there will be opportunities in the future. Get stronger first. System, continue. 35, ding, it was detected that Monet was robbed as a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery in the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item, flying for thousands of miles 100. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Slashing the winged emperor tool in the red eyes, it can fly and kill the enemy. Most importantly, it's handsome. With wings like an angel, it flies fast, and the feathers of the gods kill the enemy. 100, for girls to use, and reduce many dangers. Ding, the item triggers the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. 5. Optimization. Ding, Wanli flying is optimized for angel wings. Effect 1. Indestructible. Effect 2. The stronger the strength, the faster the flight speed, and the fastest can break through the constraints of space. Effect 3. Feather attack. God's feather attack has a certain effect, and Hockey can be attached. Effect 4. Top-level defense, with the wings closed, it can defend against attacks like a barrier fruit. Remarks. After binding to a person, other than the host, others cannot take it or use it. Very good. 39 at present, Bai Yu is not in a hurry to strengthen his own strength. The 2 lottery draws can be used by the girls, so he can rest assured. System, continue. Ding, it was detected that Violet was robbed as a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery in the world is starting. Congratulations on winning the item. Fairy beans, 1.99. What do I want fairy beans for? Well, Bai Yu didn't despise fairy beans, but despised only one, and looked down on anyone. Shendu. For any injury, eat it to fully recover to the best state, but it is ineffective against diseases. If it is effective against diseases, a Saiyan will not die hastily due to heart disease. Ding. Trigger the optimization mechanism, whether to optimize. Optimization. Ding. Shendu is optimized into Shendu automatic making machine. Effect 1. Automatically absorb the dark energy of the universe, thereby converting and producing a fairy bean every day. Effect 2. In addition to recovering injuries, it can also treat diseases. Nice job. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. The fairy bean making machine and the optimized fairy beans are very good, 1 a day, 365 a year, and they will never be used up in the future. Can also be used by younger brothers, the main thing. The safety of the girls has been guaranteed again. After all, it is impossible for Bai Yu and Kaya to stay by the girls' side in the future. In the event of a serious injury and no time to recover, Shendu will come in handy. Holy water that strengthens physique and spirit, angel wings that can fly, attack and defend, and fairy beans that can heal injuries and diseases, enough for now. As such, the safety of the girls has risen by dozens of levels one after another. Continue. Ding, it was detected that the robbery of sugar has become a crew, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the concept, causality skills. Bai Yu's spirit is shocked. It was the first time that he drew the concept class, and it was also the law of causality. It was an almost invincible skill when he heard it. What is causality? In a word, no science, no reason is powerful. If the enemy does not have the strength far beyond Bai Yu's perception, how can he stop his causal law skills? Bai Yu couldn't wait. Come on, tell me, what kind of skill is it? 35. Ding, congratulations on winning the lottery, 100% will be hand to hand. In front of Bai Yu's eyes, a picture appeared. A general with a sword, walking towards the enemy, with confidence in his eyes that he couldn't look directly at. He drew his sword, he chopped it down, my god, the enemy without any resistance, he ran to his knees and took the bare-handed sword. Advertisement. Oh, the enemy is unscathed. Bai Yu lost his voice. 100% must be hand to hand, isn't this the weakest magic skill in the legend of funny anime? Of course, even the weakest magical skill is still the law of causality, which is not something ordinary people can stop, not to mention that funny anime is the strongest. Effect. Once a move is made, no matter who the enemy is, it will definitely be 100% empty-handed. It's a magical skill with the concept of causality that integrates ridicule, silence, pursuit, escape, etc., and the controllability is max. Specific picture. As soon as Bai Yu took out the knife, Kaido would throw down his mace, run over and kneel on the ground, catching Bai Yu's knife with his bare hands with a shocked expression. That picture is perfect. It seems funny, but in fact, the effect is very big. The skill has no attack power, but Bai Yu has the attack power. After the skill is activated, the enemy directly throws away the weapon, and can't resist running over and kneeling down to pick up Bai Yu's knife with empty hands, that is, he is slashed to death. As long as you meet a strong enemy, in the future, kneel down and take a knife before you speak. Bai Yu was in a good mood. No, Bai Yu's mood worsened a bit when he thought of his aunt. Kneel down and feel despair, damn fat woman. There are 10 days left, and the Cake Island will start the tea party, and Bai Yu has nothing to prepare. Go back and see the girls. After reading it, integrate the strength, and then gather the younger brothers. Prisoners of the undead prison, it's time to come out and work. Come on Stussy, I'll take you to meet the crew. Bai Yu walked outside and looked at the 5 Stussy girls, and then at Sha Tang. Remember, don't use your abilities on your own people, even if you use them, I'll remember them, understand? I know. Sha Tang is helpless, what's wrong with her ability, so she doesn't trust her, she doesn't dare. It's not that I don't believe you, although you are not young, you look like a child. Bai Yu lightly rubbed the sugar's little head. If you're like this, you must be very popular with them. If you accidentally use your ability, then don't eat grapes in the future. Sha Tang stared at Bai Yu in a daze, and after a few seconds, he immediately hugged Monet's leg, tears streaming down his face.
Ooh, sister, he dislikes me for being old, he doesn't let me eat grapes anymore, I want to go back. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched. Sha Tang asked Monet to file a complaint, at least it was useless to him for now. He was afraid that she would file a complaint with Nami and the others.
This girl is very thief. Stussy was inexplicably nervous. Do you want to go to see them? I'll go and touch up my makeup. You are already beautiful. Bai Yu held Stussy back. What are you nervous about? You are much stronger than most of them in terms of strength. Don't bully people, you know? 5. Stussy didn't know what she was thinking, and nodded dazedly. Okay, let's go. Now, on Beast Island near Daughter Island. Kaya, Nami, Nokigo, Makino, Tashigi, Vivi, Robin, Little Aisha, Konas, Khalifa, Perona. 11 girls are training. It's just that Hancock is not seen, but the girls are still not lazy. Even the worst Makino and Konas and Nuoki Gao have trained very seriously. But it's hard to keep up. In just over half a month, if the talent is not strong, it is impossible for the strength to increase much. But the women's mental outlook took on a new look, and they were a bit more capable. Ladies, it's time to eat. On the spaceship in the distance, there is an illusory figure floating. That is the artificial intelligence Athena. Huh. The girls sat down to adjust their breathing. For more than half a month, apart from sleeping, only eating is the most relaxing time. Kaya murmured, dragging her cheeks, I miss Big Brother Bai Yu. HMPH, that guy might have forgotten us. Nami was so angry that he didn't say hello when he left. Brother Bai Yu is working hard for his career, we should cheer for him, Vivi, a true love fan, loudly defended his rights. Perona picked up the rag doll not far away and said with certainty, I guess he must have lost his way on the way to find a beautiful woman, otherwise why is there no big news about him for so many days? Robin nodded. This should be the quietest 10 days for the Demon King. Fortunately, there is a lifeguard, the girls were not too worried. But after all, there has been no news for more than half a month, and their mood has become more and more chaotic recently. Makino said warmly, isn't Hancock okay? That disease, it's so weird, Konos couldn't understand. That kind of heart disease can only be cured when Bai Yu comes back. Nuoki senior girls also feel helpless, Kaya can't do anything about it. Who? Come out. 39 Suddenly, Tashigi drew his sword and slashed directly, and Khalifa also turned around and turned into a tempest kick. Boom. 2 slashes fell into the depths of the forest, and a dozen trees collapsed. The girls also immediately guarded. There are too many beasts on this island, and even the former Hancock has some headaches in the deepest part. They are currently only active at the outermost periphery, but they still can't be careless. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded, and a figure slowly walked out of the woods and opened his arms to the girls. I am back. Brother Bai Yu. Vivi let out a pleasant surprise, and immediately stepped forward to rush over, but was directly pulled by Robin. Robin rolled his eyes slightly and coughed lightly. Everyone don't move, not sure if he is Bai Yu himself. The girls were surprised. It is possible. After all, Bai Yu usually appears out of thin air, but this time he came out of the shadows. And it was discovered in advance by the 2 girls Tashigi. Bai Yu's eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice suddenly. Nico Robin? He's really smart, but you shouldn't have said it. It turns out that the handsome man is not here. 39. Chapter 75. The common topic of all women, the queen's lovesickness, and Bai Yu's undressing doctor. Such words. Sure, it's Bai Yu, but there are always girls who don't have a good head. Perona suddenly screamed in fear. It's not the big villain himself, the passive ghost, the ghost bomb. Hurry up, attack him. Tashigi suddenly withdrew his knife, Khalifa withdrew his foot, and the girls looked at Bai Yu helplessly. Thousands of thunders are coming. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and Nami directly began to gather thunder and lightning. Kaya shouted, Sister Nami, he is the elder brother Bai Yu. I will not admit it wrong. 99. I recognized him long ago, I can't hurt him. Nami continued to release thundercloud. Robin also smiled. Then let's go together. The girls looked at each other, Kaya winked playfully at Bai Yu. Dazzling flowers. 99. Cut the rain. 35. Death finger pistol whip. Thousands of thunders are coming, attack recovery. 99 whoosh whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. With a long-range full release, plus Nami's thundercloud and Perona's ghost, a swarm of attacks rushed towards Bai Yu. In the shadow of the forest behind Bai Yu, the 5 Stussy girls who were about to come out were also shocked when they saw this strange scene. What's the situation? Collective rebellion. Don't move, I'm playing with them. Bai Yu ignored Kaya's attack and recovered, raising his hand slightly. Move recovery. In an instant, all the attacks disappeared, and the movements of the girls returned to before they were released. Space transfer. Nami and Perona, the 2 women moved directly into Bai Yu's arms, each pinching their faces. Nami took the lead in attacking, Perona was even more stupid, and each person doubled their training. Oh, no. Nami and Perona cry. Well, it's scary. Kaya and Vivi, who wanted to rush past, stopped immediately. Looking behind Bai Yu's 397, Robin chuckled. It seems that you have had a good time for more than half a month, and there are a lot of new crew members.
New crew. The girls also looked at it. Stussy, Monet, Sugar, BABY5, Violet came out.
5 new girls, 11 female crew members. The 2 sides looked at each other. This pirate group should be called the Beauty Pirates, right? If this scene were to spread out, there would be no doubt how many men would cry with envy, jealousy and hatred, and scold the Demon King ISP. You 2 be nice. Putting Nami and Perona down, Bai Yu looked at the girls and said, Where's Hancock? Let's have a banquet and a meeting together. 35. Kaya leaned over and said with a weird expression, Brother Bai Yu, Sister Hancock is sick. It's a very strange heart disease, it involves a lot of things, and I can't recover. 5. Heart disease? Bai Yu was surprised for a moment, and then he figured out what the disease was.
Empress disease. Many kings of Daughters Island died of this disease, lovesickness. Lovesickness becomes a disease. If it takes too long, it will die of the disease. I see. Bai Yu nodded and nodded slightly to Robin and Stussy. You are ready for the banquet. Hancock and I will be back soon. 55. Both women are smart people. You can take the lead and let everyone get to know each other. Then, let's give a brief introduction first. Origin, ability, name, what to do. Under Stussy's gesture, the women spoke one after another. Snow Girl. The family was removed. Snow Fruit Monet was robbed by the captain to be the 3rd secretary. Lolita. The family was removed, and the childlike fruit Sugar was robbed by the big bad guy as a mascot. Maid. The family was removed. The weapon fruit was BABY5, and was robbed by the captain to be a battle maid. Maid. The family was removed, stared at the fruit Violet, and was robbed by the husband to be an observer. Stussy. CP0, the owner of Happy Street, Stussy, was snatched by his own man to be in charge of intelligence, and took a warm couch by the way. Nami girls. Really? Are they all stolen? Then we have a common topic, let's talk about Bayou together. Only Kaya is dazed and cute. I suddenly feel out of place, only I am not robbed. 9 Snake Island Palace. Outside the Empress room, Sonia, Mary, and Granny Z were worried because Snake G's illness was getting worse. Within it, Boa Hancock seemed to be asleep, but was still mumbling something. Hancock. Bai Yu, who teleported directly to Hancock's side according to the spatial imprint, put his hand on her head and felt it, and whispered, Hancock, wake up. 35. This voice, is it him? Hancock murmured, slowly opened his eyes to see Bai Yu, and whispered again, concubine. Concubine is dreaming again. Even if it's a dream, it's fine. Advertisement. Then. Bai Yu saw it. Hancock tried his best to sit up slightly, snuggling on top of him. I got my concubine, I'm so happy. Hancock muttered with a blushing face, but gradually, she felt something was wrong. So real, not a dream. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened, and he raised his head to meet the eyes of Bai Yu, who was smiling softly. You're back. Hancock's expression was extremely surprised, and he was instantly revived with blood, holding Bai Yu tightly and refusing to let go. Bai Yu nodded lightly. I heard you were sick, so I came to see you. How are you, Hancock? 99. Han. Hancock. Boa Hancock suddenly became nervous, blushed and stammered with shame. Your concubine's name. Are you here to find concubine to marry? Bai Yu thought for a while, then chuckled. Okay. Hey. Hancock felt his mind go blank. Just as Bai Yu lost his mind, Hancock fell into a coma on the spot with smoke coming from his head. Question mark. Excited in a coma. Bai Yu is also dumbfounded, such a girl is really cute. Looking at Hancock silently, Bai Yu continued to think about how to take the entire waters of Wangwo intact. Only 10 minutes. Hancock woke up slowly, and immediately looked up, his dark blue pupils reflected the contemplative Bai Yu. She didn't speak either. Just watching Bai Yu quietly, Hancock gradually leaned on Bai Yu. Thoughts spread out in the mind. My heart is beating so fast, is my concubine getting married? On that day, what clothes should the concubine wear? I heard that the wedding dress of the flower country is very beautiful. And the children, do you want to prepare some clothes for the concubine now? My concubine's heart is about to jump out, so I have no strength. When Bai Yu retracted his thoughts and looked down, he saw Hancock staring at him, but his eyes were a little scattered, he must be thinking of something strange. Just cute. So, Bai Yu lowered his head. The moment Bai Yu lowered his head, Hancock pulled back his thoughts and then widened his eyes. This bow of tenderness. The concubine is really getting drunk. When Bai Yu kissed for a few seconds and was about to continue, he was dumbfounded again. Because Hancock fainted again. How can this work? If you say something nice, you'll be dizzy. If you kiss it, you'll be dizzy, not to mention other. Bai Yu encountered this kind of problem for the first time, and after thinking about it, she also understood. After a lot of times, she will get used to it, so she won't faint. 5. Hancock woke up, glanced at Bai Yu and immediately closed his eyes again, his face flushed and nervous. If you want to, then, well. 99. Don't wait for Hancock to finish. Bai Yu lowered his head again. This time, Bai Yu used state recovery, and when she was in a coma, she recovered to the point where she was not in a coma. In an instant, Bai Yu's fruit development was on the verge of awakening. Quote! Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. The development of the recovery fruit has been stuck, and neither he nor Kaya has any clue of awakening, but at that moment, he felt a certain essence of recovery. Timeless restore. Non-spatial reply. Rather, it is a concept that contains miracles. This made Bai Yu laugh or cry, his ability was on the verge of awakening under such circumstances, and Kaya would have rolled his eyes when he heard it. Stop. Hancock, who was dazed with hazy eyes, opened his eyes slightly shyly. I saw, Bai Yu said seriously. Hancock, it is also a kind of mental illness that the consciousness has been in a coma. Hancock's eyes showed a very ashamed color, and he whispered, I'm sorry. 99. Bai Yu stood up and said solemnly, it seems that I can only show my true skills, I must cure you, are you ready? 35. Ready to get married. Hancock was amazed, his dark blue eyes full of longing. Well, skip the marriage process, and make up for the wedding of the century in the future. Bai Yu said, walked to the door and opened it to the 3 of her mother-in-law outside, telling them not to worry, go back, turned around and closed the door and drew the curtains. Hey, Hancock froze. The queen is suffering from lovesickness, Bai Yu undresses the doctor. Time flows like water. On the spaceship on the Beast Island, the Nami girls who already knew each other stared at each other. Bai Yu, what about people? It's been 3 hours. Kaya's pretty face was very worried. It must be too troublesome for her heart disease. Brother Bai Yu is also suffering from a headache. I hope Sister Hancock recovers soon. It always feels like something is wrong. Nami murmured, as someone who came with Bai Yu, her intuition was accurate. Just when the girls were about to speak. Advertisement. Brush. Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, looked at the girls and said, let's have a banquet, I brought you some gifts. Robin wondered, what about Hancock, isn't he cured? Healed. 99. Bai Yu's expression was indifferent and casually said, I have just recovered from a serious illness and need to rest. 99. It's the first time after all. Strong physique also need to rest. Perona held the rag doll and looked forward to it. What gift? By the way, the training has been hard for more than half a month. You talk too much. Flicking Perona's forehead, Bai Yu waved his hand. In front of the girls, 3 items were placed in front of them. A blue jade bottle, a pink jade bottle, and a pair of white wings. Bai Yu explained directly. The blue jade bottle contains a special optimized holy water, which has a great effect on many of you, and can improve your physique and spirit tenfold. 99. Drink it first, you can try Stussy too. 35. Stussy's physique is the strongest among the girls present, at the 4-star level. Bai Yu is not sure if it will work. After all, the upper limit is the 4-star vice admiral level. Tenfold increase in physique and spirit. It's amazing. 35. Nami and other old crew members, trusted Bai Yu very much, opened it, smelled it, and drank it. Bai Yu looked aside. What are you doing, drinking? Monet, Sugar, and Violet hesitated for a while, but also took it and drank it. Baby 5 was very obedient, she was the first to drink it. I don't feel anything, but my body is much more relaxed. Stussy, who is most sensitive to body changes, took the lead after drinking it. Bai Yu nodded. The weaker the person, the greater the effect. 35. After all the girls have finished drinking. Tashigi drew his knife, and with a random swing towards the sky, a flying slash with a size of more than 10 meters flew out. My physique is much stronger, and my strength is even greater. The women experimented, especially the weakest ones such as Makino, Nuauchigao, Kanis, etc. It is really a huge improvement, and it is difficult to control it for a while. There was a noise on the ship. A few minutes later, looking at the girls, Bai Yu said, okay, let's control the power during normal training, not to mention other things, I need you to master as soon as possible, and the second gift, angel wings. Just those white wings. The girls looked at the wings that belonged to them in front of them. Flying, defending, attacking. Bai Yu explained the functions of angel wings. The girls were amazed. It's the perfect aid, and most importantly, it's so beautiful, it's like angel wings. Yes, that's how it is used, don't be afraid of it breaking, all of you should wear it, it won't affect your daily routine. 99. Bai Yu helped the girls configure them one by one. 10 minutes later, Bai Yu looked up at the sky and dazed. More than a dozen girls spread their white angel wings and tried to fly in the sky. It made Bai Yu almost think that he had come to Merlot heaven, where there are all Miss Angels. Now you really look like an angel, not a fake. Bai Yu's words made Kanis blush a little, after all her little wings were like decorations. What's the last one? After experiencing both gifts, Vivi was full of anticipation. Glancing at Bai Yu, Stussy chuckled lightly. Tonic supplements, beauty and beauty, eternal youth, except that you can't increase your longevity. Crack clap. Don't wait for Stussy to finish. Nami Nuauchi senior girl couldn't help but open it and eat it. The usually elegant Robin is also very fast, and Tashigi, who is obsessed with kendo, is also not slow. 3 seconds. There is no one left for Mayondon. Bai Yu couldn't help holding his forehead, so, is this the most popular? There is no hesitation. Nami suddenly chuckled and said, Sister, if you go home now, I think Ajien won't even recognize you. The change is too big. Nuauchigao murmured while looking in the mirror. Her skin 0.9 is very good, but it used to be the healthy color of wheat, but now it is white and glowing. The girls were in a good mood. Bai Yu was also in a good mood, and immediately smiled. Seeing that you guys are so happy, you probably don't even have time to eat, so I'll just tell the truth. 99. After the girls adjusted their moods, they all sat down and listened. Bai Yu's first sentence. 10 days later, I will fight the 4 emperors. 35. Ah, great. 99. Nami stood up in surprise and severely criticized Bai Yu. You said that you have offered a reward of 3 billion, and now you don't even have a site, what do your colleagues think? Quote. Bai Yu was speechless. Because what Nami said is very reasonable, he is not the Red Earl, and he still needs territory. However, Bai Yu looked directly at Kamui and threatened. Don't you just want to take advantage of the convenience of raiding your house to make money after defeating the 4 emperors? Sit down. Nami smirked and sat down. Bai Yu saw that some girls were nervous, such as Perona, Khalifa, as well as Monet and Sha Tang, who either knew the 4 emperors very well, or were naturally timid. And having children is just as happy and looking forward as Nami. Even though Vivi, Kaya, Kanis and others have little knowledge, they have unconditional trust in Bai Yu. They wished Bai Yu's career a bigger start and a brilliant future. Bai Yu continued. Aunt 4 emperors is my target, the reason is that she is the weakest and makes me the most uncomfortable. As soon as the aunt was mentioned, Bai Yu got angry. Looking at Bai Yu who was inexplicably annoyed in surprise, Robin went directly into the Secretary State. I have learned a lot about the New World forces these days. The sea area of Wangguo is very large. How can we defend it? Hearing Robin's words, Bai Yu subconsciously said, don't talk about the sea of all countries, New World is a small place compared to the whole world, you can first think about how to defend the North Blue and the like in the future. 35. Many girls were stunned. New World little place. Is Bai Yu serious? Chapter 76. Wah wah plus childlike fun. Prisoners, hurry up and work for the Demon King. New world is really not big. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Stussy said to many doubtful girls. Bai Yu is right, the front and back half of the entire Grand Line together are not as big as an East Blue, not to mention the sum of the whole world, so New World it's really small. With another division, each big pirate's territory is even smaller. The title of the Four Emperors sounds hockey, but actually. Stussy didn't continue to talk, he had to save face for the Four Emperors. But the girls understood. The Four Emperors have always been fighting in a small place. They say that they are not interested in the world, but in fact, they are not qualified to be interested, at least they cannot hold it. Perona murmured. Then why are you still fighting the Four Emperors? How easy it is to fight the world. Bayou tapped Perona's forehead again. With a small territory, there will be a large territory in the future, why don't you suggest me to attack the Holy Land directly? Perona got excited. HMPH, then you should go. For such a tough girl, Bayou's arrest is a beating. Clap clap clap. Perona was beaten by Bayou again, and the girls were funny and shy. Putting down the embarrassed Perona, Bayou continued. Everyone present, don't participate in the battle this time, your mission is only one. To brainstorm, plan the waters of all countries, and formulate our own rules in advance. First of all, change the name of that sea area and change the dynasty. In the first half of the sentence, a few women were lost, and in the second half of the sentence, the interest came instantly. After, there is a new home they are guarding temporarily, so you need to think about it. Nami raised his hand first. It's called Beauty Sea. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes. Nami immediately changed his words. That's called the White Sea. I very much doubt that you are connoting me, this is not good. Bai Yu refused on the spot. All the girls, every word you said, Bai Yu denied them one by one. Apart from Baby Five's always happy serving tea and pouring water, the three new members, Monet, Sugar, and Violet, were stunned. Looking at Robin beside him, Monet whispered, will this be too hasty? Haven't started playing yet, wouldn't it be embarrassing for everyone if it didn't come down? Robin glanced at Monet 11 and praised. You are very beautiful. 359. He, no, I'm not that beautiful. Monet felt shy and happy when he was praised. Is it so rude? Robin was surprised for a moment, then smiled. Your personality is very cute, but it is necessary to remind you new members. No matter what you are on board for, there is only one choice, trust Bayou. Because we are already a community of interests, and even more of the family that Bayou said, we can only trust him, and we should take the initiative to trust him. 99. Monet and Sugar were silent. They understand how Robin and other women feel, as they trust the Don Quixote family. It's just that they, who were removed from the family, haven't adapted to the new family. Robin, Stussy, you bring them to discuss, from naming to planning to reform, everything has to be formulated, and everyone will take a break for these 10 days, and then exercise after the results come out. Seeing the girls nod, Bayou continued, then I'll go to prepare, and we'll have a banquet tonight. Done. Bayou teleported to the Empress room and found that she was still resting, so he turned and left. Calm Belt, a deserted island. This is an island where Bayou left a space mark when the spaceship passed by when he was looking for Daughter Island. It was very deserted and quiet. Just here. 35. Bayou is going to release the undead prisoners here, but there are more important things. He wants to combine strength. Many have been accumulated. Not to mention other things, Hancock, who has been fully strengthened by the heart of ice, and the childlike fruit of sugar, the combination of the two is a great improvement. System, strength fusion. Ding, new crew members, subordinates Boa Hancock, Stussy, Monet, Sugar, Violet, Baby Five have been detected, and they are starting to fuse. A gorgeous aperture enveloped Bayou, and this time the rise will be unprecedented. 3 hours later, Bayou gradually adapted to his own strength and checked the information. Host. Bayou. Physical fitness. 5 stars. Spirit. 5 stars. Physical skills. 4.5 stars. Swordsmanship. 4.5 stars. Armament color. Top, external, internal destruction. Seeing and hearing colors. Top level, super range, accurate perception, coverage shielding. Conquerors. Top bully. Innate ability. Teleportation, immortality, transfer. Special abilities. Restoration, Union, Ghost Wawa, Childlike, Sweet, Ice Heart, Snow, Gaze, Weapon. Special skill. 100% must be hand to hand. Special items. Na Ring, Angel Wings, Holy Water, Sealed State, Time Machine, Fairy Bean Maker. Basic combat power. 5-star Ordinary Emperor. Additional abilities. 6-star Super General Emperor level. Basically an ordinary general. 39. Advertisement. The swordsmanship is too poor, and it is a hindrance, and the knowledgeable color has not yet predicted the future, and the skills of the armed color are not proficient, and it is still a lot worse. 35. Bayou analyzed his own combat power. After all, basic combat power does not involve any superpower. If he didn't use any abilities, he would definitely not be able to beat Hawkeye at the moment, and the difference in attack power was not small. But use the ability, not to mention recovery, teleportation, transfer and the like. Just say, Wawa plus childlike. Yes, Haki is strong enough to resist any fruit. But if Conqueror's Haki's top Bayou comes to cast it, there is basically no one who can block it at will. The greatest pain in the world is to be forgotten by everyone. Who can bear it? Well, the protagonist never gives up, right? I found a small animal to experiment with the happiness of Wawa plus childlike, and Bai Yu was very satisfied. Ding, it is detected that the host breaks the routine, and the comprehensive strength has become the unparalleled combat power in this world, and the title will be awarded. 95. Fake katakana middle. World's strongest. Effect. The strongest aura. Remarks. When you expand your aura, all creatures that do not exceed your comprehensive combat power will subconsciously think that you are invincible. 35. Remarks. Your comprehensive combat power has reached the top in this world, but your basic combat power is too weak. Although you can win the title of the strongest in the fake world, you still need to work hard. The strongest in the world is the strongest in the world. Why do you have to use the word fake? It's too dazzling. Bai Yu said that if he accepted this title, at least once his momentum was turned on, he would be less disturbed by the mental retardation who could not recognize himself. My strength is not a problem at the moment, so I will send my younger brother to work for me. Thinking of the prisoners of the undead prison, Bai Yu felt that they still lacked the final education. Pluton Rayleigh is too old and doesn't want to toss. But the elderly also have passion. The old blood is hot and bloody, super burning. Bai Yu can ignite his blood. A black hole in space appeared, and Bai Yu opened the undead prison. Come out. Bai Yu's voice came in through the entrance, causing the people in the undead prison to be stunned. Seeing the exit appeared, Crocodile was on guard. Do you want to trick me out again? The last time I went out as a thug, I was thrown in after my limbs were cut off. What else do you say? Only those who are powerless to resist can come in again, can't you stun Lao Su? Crowd. 95. Rayleigh also silently withdrew his foot, which was too cruel. He can't stand it because he's too old. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help shouting. If anyone doesn't come out, cut off their limbs and die 100 times. Immediately. 35. Brush. The next moment, everyone came out. He even took the opportunity to escape with the 4 CP0s that were thrown in by Bai Yu before. Run away. As soon as it comes out. The 4 CP0s are scattered together, no matter where it is, run first and then talk about it. Enel et al. They couldn't believe that Bai Yu released everyone together without any preparation. Rather than come out and mess around, it's better to see how Bai Yu does it and ask them to come out for what. Can you still run? You didn't crash them. Bai Yu glanced at the Enel and the others in surprise. The 4 CP0 people put them in were just waste and used as targets for fighting and entertainment. No one waited for someone to speak. Not caring about the CPO's escape, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Flower fruit plus childlike fruit was one of my goals, but when the two abilities come together, I'll show you a fun one. Hiss. Rayleigh, the most knowledgeable man, felt his scalp tingle at the moment. This Pluton, who has gone through the vicissitudes of life and has seen too many big scenes without changing his face, suddenly feels that the worldview has been recast by Bai Yu again. Seeing this, Moria, who felt bad, said in a low voice, what does he mean? Why haven't I heard of Flower Girl Fun? Are these two abilities very powerful? Powerful. Ha. Rayleigh saw that many people were puzzled, and couldn't help feeling sad for these ignorant guys, exclaiming, Hockey is the nemesis of ability, but when these two abilities are concentrated on the top Hockey strong, that is invincible. How many people will die? Gollum. The crowd was horrified. It was hard for them to imagine how terrifying Bai Yu was at the moment. Then, they saw what Rayleigh described as an invincible stance. Snapped. I saw that Bai Yu raised his hand slightly, not even seeing what he was doing, just snapped his fingers. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Pat. The 4 CPS that were running apart stagnant, turned into toys in an instant, and fell to the ground powerless. Quote exclamation mark. What happened? No, how come there are 4 more toys there? Lu Chi and others were horrified for a moment, and then there was only confusion in their eyes. Wawa plus childhood is so cool, Bai Yu explained briefly. Flower fruit can grow any part of the body like a flower on any tangible thing, including all living things. 35. Children's fruit. As long as you touch it with your hands, the touched creature will become a toy, and all other people's memories of the toy in the world will completely disappear, and you can also control the toy. 5. The above are all basic abilities. What if the two are combined? The people understood. The moment the hand blooms on the enemy, the battle is over. Advertisement. Preventing blooming on the body and preventing childishness from taking effect requires a powerful Hockey to resist. Bai Yu looked around the crowd and said calmly, my conqueror's Hockey has reached the top level, guess who can stop me? 35. Snapped. When Bai Yu snapped his fingers, the 4 toy CP0s turned back into panic-stricken people again. In an instant, memories of the 4 poured into the minds of Rayleigh and the others, which immediately made them feel cold. Gollum. Just now, the 4 toys are them. Enel stammered as he spoke. This god. No, I forgot about them before, Gollum. 39. So terrifying. Even, subconsciously, everyone kept away from Bai Yu, and only in this way would they have a sense of security. Forgotten by everyone. How sad. Dying without dignity. No, even begging for death is an extravagant hope, and it can only be turned into a ridiculous toy. Die. Bai Yu turned CP's 4-person group into toys again, killing 2 of the incompetents. The remaining 2 capable ones were thrown into the undead prison. Rayleigh, who had calmed down in a good mood, tried his best to keep his voice calm. Bai Yu, I don't want to educate you, nor do I want to say something big, but your ability is really too dangerous. Ability is an external force after all. It is better to use less. Rayleigh can only remind. After all, Bai Yu is still young, and if he goes crazy, he will be messed up. It made sense. Bai Yu nodded. Well, I can't turn all the 3 generals, 4 emperors, 5 elders Shichibukai into toys, that would be too boring. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The crowd was shocked. Did you really have such terrifying thoughts before? If Bai Yu did this, they couldn't imagine how chaotic the world would be. Lu Qi said coldly. It is very irrational to tell others about your abilities. Why do you do this? Then you think it's irrational to tell others that you can Tempest Kick? Bai Yu asked casually with a smile. It's different. Tempest Kick is just my basic ability. It turns out that you still know 400. Wawa and childlikeness are also one of my basic abilities, which are insignificant. The crowd was completely silent. How can there be such a horrible existence in this world? Bai Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said with murderous intent. Choose, 1. Follow me to turn the world upside down, kill all celestial dragons, and become the master of the new era. Boom, boom, heart beating violently. What a goal. Everyone felt excited because they saw hope in Bai Yu, and it was a lot of hope. It's on fire. Even Rayleigh, who was in his 70s, felt his cells tremble at this moment. The blood of the elderly. It was like the excitement from all cells when Roger invited him to board the boat for the first time. Because Bai Yu has the potential to do it, and this is the most important. Rayleigh seems to see the future. Can follow. Rayleigh sighed. Alas. If he was 20 years younger, he might go crazy with Bai Yu, but he was really too old. Bai Yu continued. 2nd. Forgotten by everyone, sad and pitiful become a toy, a dignified entertainment. 5. Any other options here? All pigs know how to choose, but the mentally retarded chooses the second one, and they also think the first one is very good. Yeah, haha, let the rubbish in Qinghai see what the real god is. Enel secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and laughed arrogantly. Guhahaha, I have wasted half my life, let me start a new era by myself. He, celestial dragons made into zombies, it must be perfect. Lucci, I know Kaku, and with him, we have a future. 66. Cavendish relaxes. He was really fed up with living in a prison without death. It's also because of Bai Yu's powerful terrifying power. But now, he is suddenly full of excitement. There is no bigger news than the overthrow of the world government, and he will definitely make the headlines by then. To be honest, this young master is very aggrieved. Cavendish said suddenly, and everyone looked over. Cavendish continued. I was suddenly sentenced to exile by the state, driven out of the country. They said that I was so handsome and so popular that young women in the whole country were reluctant to get married, so I got out of this country. This young master is wronged. No matter how handsome I am, can I be as handsome as Captain Bai Yu? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at Bai Yu, and was shocked. Rayleigh said in amazement. I was only concerned about being shocked before. You, how can you be so handsome? This is not scientific. This old man is really knowledgeable. Bai Yu. 55. A fuss. Does this kind of thing need to be concerned? Cavendish looked at Bai Yu again and said seriously. Captain Bai Yu, do you have any wine? This wine is not that wine. Except for Rayleigh who was still sighing, all the pirates also looked solemn. Chi bowed and bowed. Ask the captain to give me a drink. Chapter 77. The wine of the adopted son. Don't be an otaku anymore, let's go out and kill people. Luki Kaku's 6-member group feels out of place as CP9. Do pirates still have the custom of joining the group to drink? This kind of wine is rare. Rayleigh looked at this scene and was full of memories. It is good. When Bai Yu raised his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in everyone's hand. Looking at the rum in his hand, Rayleigh sighed and sighed. I have to say that your existence and goals make my blood boil. Although I also want to drink it, and then I will accompany you to fight happily without any regrets, but the old man is too old, and there is no boat that can carry the old man in this era. People understand. It was because they were so old that they also wanted to spend their old age in peace. Although many pirates regard dying in the sea as a glory, spending their old age in peace can also make pirates proud. The moment I cut you off, the old Rayleigh was dead, wasn't it? Having said this, Bai Yu suddenly shouted. Leave your age to me, and for the rest, come with me to turn the world upside down again. Boom. Full of momentum. The effect of the world's strongest title was suddenly fully activated. Feeling the absolutely invincible thought in his heart, the ambition to conquer the world, Rayleigh was in a trance for a moment, and shouted, Old man, it's done. If he can overthrow the world government with his own hands and trample all celestial dragons under his feet, Roger will have to pour a drink for him when he sees Lao Su, ha 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 ha. 5. Rayleigh laughed majestically. The blood that belongs to the elderly blooms. The laughter instantly infected everyone. This cup. Yoshiko's wine. Rayleigh took a deep breath, flashed memories in his eyes, led everyone to drink the wine of his adopted son, and worshipped in unison. Meet the captain. It is good. Bai Yu drank the rum in one gulp, and also felt an unprecedented heroic freehand brushwork. Yizzy's wine. A wine culture among pirates. When one pirate group joins the other pirate group, the two sides drink the wine. From now on, never betray. Otherwise, the pirates who have drank the wine of the adopted son will look down on themselves, and other pirates will be extremely despised. So, taking advantage of the atmosphere in place, Bai Yu glanced around for a week and said condensely, in order to facilitate everyone to trust each other in the future, my slander is at the forefront, and I personally have absolutely zero tolerance for betrayal. Those who violate the order will be handicapped and imprisoned. The betrayer, with all his limbs cut off, walks through the streets of the Grand Line, and sends his whole family on the road. 5 limbs. Everyone felt cold. Hearing this, Crocodile immediately shouted without hesitation, whoever dares to disobey the captain's order, I will abolish him, betray the captain, and I will kill his whole family. With that said, Crocodile looked sharply at Lu Chi and the others, especially you will never understand what is the CP9 of Yoshiko's wine. If you betray, I will kill you. Lu Chi refuted Sand Crocodile without showing any weakness. Even if he didn't understand it, Lu Chi could see that the wine of the adopted son was the wine of loyalty and righteousness that staked all his glory and life. All right. Bayou used the island cloud to condense a row of seats to signal everyone to sit down, and continued, I'll talk about the welfare on board first, and then you will explain it to the loyal elite crew later. First, grab the abilities you like by yourself, or exchange them for your contribution value. I can exchange them for you. You have seen them after all. 99. The crowd nodded. That scene is still fresh in my memory. It is a miracle to change the ability without killing. Second, you will no longer worry about your longevity in the future. In an instant, many people trembled. It was unbelievable and excited trembling. Enel looked at the excited Jabras and said with disdain, mortals who have never seen the world, the captain can make people's age permanently younger at will, and even resurrect the dead, you don't know, Ben, cough. Speaking of which, Enel was suddenly in a cold sweat. He actually told the captain's secret and looked at Bai Yu anxiously, Captain, No problem, elite members and above are qualified to know. Bai Yu waved his hand slightly, his face light and calm. Regain youth. Resurrection of the dead. Rayleigh was amazed again. Roger and Bai Yu are really two extremes, but both captains are very difficult, and Rayleigh is really going to be brilliant again. How can the blood of the old be resisted by the young ones? So, make it bigger and stronger, and create greater glories. Thinking of this, the corner of Rayleigh's mouth twitched slightly, and when he went to Wonquan later, Roger had to shout out the mighty power of the big guy. Bai Yu continued. You get younger and you get younger, there will always be a day when you get old, I can't watch you all the time, so. Backquote. Just when everyone held their breath. Bai Yu shrugged. I haven't got that one yet, I'll talk about it later. Quote. Everyone's eyes twitched, but they saw Bai Yu's confidence and looked forward to the future even more. Under the leadership of Bai Yu, who showed all kinds of invincibility, they are full of confidence in the future, otherwise Rayleigh would not be easily excited. Third, perfect fairy beans. One for each person, take it after use. Speaking of fairy beans, Bai Yu explained a little bit. Anyway, there are fairy beans making machines, and every day there is a perfect fairy bean that has been optimized. One restores injury to perfection, and cures all ailments. Listening to Bai Yu's explanation, everyone lost their voices. What is Shondo? This is their second life. Thinking of the sick Roger and the injury-riddled Whitebeard, Rayleigh once again sighed that the people on this boat are too happy. Shondo is optimized, so it can cure diseases. Are these 3 benefits enough? Bai Yu asked. Enough. Advertisement. People dare not ask for it. These are enough. Youth. Hockey really understands. Shoyuan. The dead are resurrected. Fairy bean. Ability replacement. This is just the current welfare. It is unknown how many people are envious, jealous and hateful. Then, target. Bai Yu took out a general map of the new world and pointed at it. The current goal, 10 days later, to take down the Cake Island and announce the end of the 4 emperors, the beginning of a truly new era. Everyone looked solemn. I didn't expect such a big move as soon as I joined. Really? Great. As far as Charlotte Linlin's aunt, they don't think she will be Bai Yu's opponent, and they deserve their respect if they don't get killed in seconds. Hold on. Bai Yu took out the phone bug and dialed it. After a minute, the phone worm was connected, and a cool voice came. Speak. Bai Yu said directly. My forces, Rayleigh, Sand Crocodile, Moria, Thunderbolt, 6 CP9, 1 CP0, 1 last year's supernova, Don Quixote family, Daughter Island. 99. Come on Hawkeye, see you at Cake Island in 10 days, and witness the beginning of a new era together. Quote. The opposite Hawkeye opened his mouth coolly, but his heart was full of shock waves. How long has it been? You have pulled out such a strong team, and given you 2 more years, you are still not in the sky. Realizing that Bai Yu's growth rate is too fast, Hawkeye also feels that he can no longer be an otaku. That's it. Come out. Hawkeye. 55. Quote. CP0. Daughter Island. 35. The Don Quixote family. When Bai Yu hung up the phone, Lu Chi and others were in a trance. And hidden powers. After a little calculation of our combat power, Crocodile stood up and exclaimed, what the hell, what kind of rubbish are the 4 emperors? Those who hinder us from uniting the new world, die. People couldn't help but applaud. Because Crocodile is telling the truth, absolutely no 4 emperors can stop their power. None of naval headquarters. Because Bai Yu can stand it. He is the miracle of the new age, the Nika fruit that Shanks bet on, is it necessary? Joey boy, even if he sees the Demon King, he has to kneel. Rayleigh was full of secret shock. Even the Roger pirates in their heyday can't compare to the current Bayou pirates. Because Bayou is the best. Quote. Take you to repair. 35. Many of these people hadn't eaten or drank for a long time. Bayou opened the teleportation field and disappeared with everyone. Dressrosa. In the palace hall, Diamante and the others were worried again. What's the matter? Torapal said solemnly. Young master, if there is no sugar, those toy soldiers. Leave the one with the broken leg and deal with the rest. Thinking of Bayou's words, Doflamingo waved his hand. He didn't want to say anything more now. What else can I do? There was no chance to get back the sugar, so he could only continue to be good friends with Bayou, and Doflamingo had a choice before. When it breaks, it breaks. Toy soldiers are a hidden danger after all. How are you feeling lately? My friend. The voice sounded, and the moment Doflamingo looked up, he felt a chill rushing into the sky. What did he see? A few who don't know each other, 2 Shichibukai, and the discharged Logia, plus a legendary pirate Pluton. Even if you came to destroy my family, you don't need to bring so many ruthless people here. Boiled, welcome to come again, my friend. Doflamingo secretly made a gesture to be on guard, for fear that Bayou would attack. Take it easy. Bayou came to Dover in an instant, his eyes on the throne where he was sitting. Dover's throne is nice. Noticing Bayou's gaze, Doflamingo took a deep breath, got up and laughed lightly. TTT, this is a throne I specially made, try it, it's quite comfortable. Well, thanks. Bayou rudely turned around and sat down, overlooking the crowd. Brother Ming, they have been staying at home for a long time, how about coming to play with you for a few days, and go to the Cake Island with you for a tea party? Bibobo, it's my honor to host so many big pirates. Doflamingo felt that he was getting weaker and weaker in front of Bayou, very powerless. Even weaker than seeing Kaido. Kaido used force, and Bayou used force and intelligence together, and the whole Doflamingo couldn't stand it. Having made this friend, Doflamingo understands that regret is useless. Then I'll go, I wish you a good time. Bayou got up, then paused, looked at Dover again and said, I'll give you an explanation, Monet and the others are doing well. In addition, everything I have touched is used to leaving a space imprint, and I can teleport to the imprint at any time, so I just came directly to you and left. Brush. Advertisement. Bayou disappeared. Everyone was silent. Is this the explanation? Obviously a threat. Seeing this, Enel laughed and said, yeah haha, how good is the space imprint? If there is any difficulty in the future, the captain will bring someone to support him in an instant, so what is there to be afraid of? 99. Lu Chi and the others nodded. They can't resist whatever Bayou does, so it's better to accept Bayou's care. Only Doflamingo's face darkened a bit. We are an alliance, we haven't fully joined, what will they do if Bayou makes a bad move? Rayleigh lightly adjusted his glasses and said flatly. Doflamingo, right, so you and we are allied now. 35. Crocodile et al. Also looked directly at Doflamingo. They also saw it. The current Doflamingo does not join like them, it is only a temporary alliance, even if it will be annexed by Bayou in the future, but that is the future. So, District Shichibukai, why is he, right? 35. Doflamingo's pressure increased instantly, and cold sweat fell on his forehead. Well, come on. Rayleigh didn't say much, and said expectantly, is there any wine? Come 10 barrels, the old man is greedy. Boyle, everyone, come with me, Diamante, and get ready for the banquet. That night, after Hancock rested, he came to the spacecraft to have a banquet with everyone. Only, Hancock's tenderness made the girls completely stunned, and their eyes never left Bayou for a second. And Hancock's whole body has been hanging on Bayou's body, and Nami can't pull it away. The main thing. Husband, your clothes are wrinkled. Husband, try this. Husband, when will we hold the wedding of the century? My concubine feels so happy. Quote. The whole banquet. There was anger in Nami's eyes. Kaya and Vivi kept their heads down to eat in silence. Robin and Stussy watched with smiles. Perona was bluffing and was directly suppressed by Bayou. The rest of the girls also talked in a low voice, and it was just that Hancock's personality changed too much. Certainly, he was only too gentle with Bayou, and he was still arrogant and stern and indifferent to them. Don't be angry, you can also call me husband. Bayou said while looking at Nami who was humming non-stop. Nami immediately frowned. Do I mean this? Why doesn't she let me get close to you? I'm your woman too. The air suddenly fell silent. The girls all looked sideways. Seeing this, Nami's face flushed and he hesitated. I mean, Hancock is too domineering and affects Bayou's eating. Hancock raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, are you also your husband's woman? Little sister. You're young. Nami immediately put his hands on his hips and pointed at Hancock. Do you know what is called first come, first come? In the nobility, you are a concubine. What is a nobility? A concubine is an emperor. That set is invalid for a concubine. The emperor is amazing, you have the ability to bring Bayou into your palace as a princess. Quote. You, making trouble for no reason. 55. You are unreasonable, you stupid woman. Come to fight. Bayou, if she can't say anything, I just want to do it, don't let her go. The two women stared at each other. The girls were stunned. Bayou was also a black line, when he didn't exist. Kaya muttered. Brother Bayou, I won't quarrel in the future. Vivi comforted. Brother Bayou, don't be angry, they are just entertaining. Okay, I'll sit down. After the two girls sat down, Bai Yu directly changed the subject. Next, I'm going to retreat for a few days, and then leave for Cake Island. Wait until I get there and the sight is firm. The girls were quiet. This is the first battle of Bai Yu's career, and there is no room for loss. Hancock's beautiful eyes are hazy, and his tenderness is like water. Husband, let my concubine help you. As long as you protect the daughter island and this place, a stable rear can give me peace of mind. 99. After patting Hancock's hand, Bai Yu looked aside and continued. Daughter Island will not be safe after staying in the first half of the calm belt. Stussy, you try to find the Golden Lion's position, his ability is too useful. Quote. By the way, check the news of Blackbeard Teach to see if he has become Shichibukai. If it does, find out what the reason is and who was caught. 35. Summit War. Bai Yu doesn't miss the tongue. His voyage is fast, and it has been less than 2 months until now. I read the newspaper 2 days ago. It was found that several supernovae in the same period were interrupted in the first half, and it is estimated that they will reach Subordinate land in less than a month. Maybe Bai Yu has just won the Cake Island, and will be seamlessly connected to Summit War. Just take a few more days of rest, and plan together the order of the Wangwo Sea area and other issues. Leftover. It's all about me. Bai Yu's words are reassuring. 4 Emperors, here I come. Chapter 78. Kaido calls. Shocked Katakuri. Cake Island scuffle. 10 days passed in a hurry. After Bai Yu slaughtered the celestial dragons in a newspaper that made a splash in the world. Up to now, there has been no news about Bai Yu for nearly a month. Pirates of the same period also popped up. However, apart from the news that the newcomer defeated the defeated dog who came back from New World, there is no big news. News is born. Where the hell is Bai Yu? The major forces are still investigating Bai Yu, but in the past month, no one has seen him except once in Dressrosa. Nearly a month. CP and Marine couldn't even find Bai Yu's hair, which made the 5 elders so angry that they removed and replaced several CP cadres one after another. Sengoku frowned. Where is he? Has he been in the sky all the time? He won't die suddenly, it's impossible. 35. Drago pondered. The devil is really an impulsive and rational young man, should he avoid the edge for a while? 99. And on the other side, Bai Yu, who had just communicated with Hawkeye and determined that Hawkeye was about to arrive at Cake Island, also hung up the phone. Can just hang up. The phone bug rang again. Well, my good son-in-law, how are you feeling recently? Why haven't you come yet? 99. Bai Yu. This guy really called Bai Yu every 3 days. The address ranged from little devil, to kid, to young man, to Bai Yu, and finally came the sentence, my good son-in-law. That's how it is defined. Bai Yu emphasized several times that Mr. Kai just didn't change it, he just decided it, and he was harassed by phone calls from time to time. It's okay to go early if you feel troublesome. Post the location, your father-in-law, I will fly over to pick you up. In short, every time I mean this, Bai Yu completely lost his temper. Mr. Kai, are you so eager to upgrade me? Let's talk about it in 2 years, I'm going to fight the 4 emperors now, and I'll find you when my territory is firm. Kid, you don't want to beat me, do you? You said that there is something in your crappy place that I should be concerned about, and that's why you treat Wano-kuni as a treasure. Well, good son-in-law, who do you want to fight? I will bring someone to help you. Kaido, listen to me, this is my fight. Good son-in-law, I have ambition, I like it. Go and fight, I won't bother you. See Kaido hang up. Bai Yu also shouted, and it's time to hit you, Kaido's former eldest sister. The other end. After Kaido hung up the phone bug, he looked down with a slightly serious expression. Who do you think that kid will call? Quinn said directly. It's definitely not to fight Whitebeard. If you exclude us, it will be obvious. Is it a redhead? How many women are he alone? Jack didn't understand. In this world, there is actually a guy even tougher than him. Bai Yu is strong, he admits. But Bai Yu is strong alone, and there are weak women on board. Does he want to fight against the whole group alone? What if he is defeated? After thinking for a while and recalling the information, Jin said solemnly, his target is probably the Charlotte family, and I guess his influence is far greater than we have seen. Don't forget that Hawkeye had reported on his ship. Secondly, Crocodile, Moria, Rayleigh, etc. According to the information, he cut off the limbs of people and threw them into the other dimension, but why not kill them directly? And, what did he do in Dressrosa? Finally, where has he gone this month? Jin said every word. Kaido's brows were furrowed a bit, and he was surprised until the end. You mean, like Lao Su, he defeated the enemy and locked it up, and then subdued it, didn't you? Also secretly united some forces and prepared to take the entire Charlotte family directly. 99. Good boy. At the end, when he thought of something, Kaido laughed. Well, if he can kill Linlin, doesn't I need to pay back that favor? As long as Linlin doesn't speak. Kaido just forgot. When the Rocks pirate disbanded, Charlotte Linlin gave Kaido the fruit of Yu fruit, phantom species, and blue dragon form. Top phantom beasts plus racial talent, this creates the strongest creature. This is what is called human affection. However, there is no need to repay the favor of the dead, right? Thinking of this, Kaido looked at Yamato, who kept blinking and curious. Did you hear? Your man is getting stronger and stronger, maybe 2 years at most, he will stand in front of you as an equal to Lao Su. When the time comes when he beats you, you will. Let's talk about it when he comes to Onishima, Odin won't lose. Before Kaido could finish, Yamato shouted, and Kaido blasted him out angrily. Uncle Odin, I don't care. Go play while you wait for your man to cure your madness. Cake Island. The main island in the Sea of Nations. The whole island is made up of cream cakes, which are full of milk flavor. And it's very lively today. A tea party specially organized by Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, invited many people to attend. The most famous guests, the 6 kings from the underground dark world, all accepted the invitation. Cake Island Coast. Advertisement. The king's hider, Gibson, who mainly deals in cargo storage, looked at Gia not far away and smiled. I didn't expect that guy with a breath of death to come. You can smell the disgusting bloody smell on his body from far away. Master New World's king of the ocean transportation industry, Umit, the Sea King, also frowned. What the two said. It is the big hand undertaker, Picro, the manager of the Dark World Killer Field. Although he is also the Dark World Emperor, other people don't like him very much. After all, it's a killer. But he has taken on many missions to assassinate other kings. The king of loan sharks in a purple suit and a cigar, Dufeld came into his pocket. What are you looking at? Oh, it's that guy. Shout. That sucks. Morgans, why do you look like your parents are dead? The 3 also looked aside. The president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans, turned into a bird fruit and an albatross, with his head drooping and listless. Morgans' voice was very sad. Demon King Bai Yu, why is there no news all of a sudden? There has been no big news for a month. The 3 were speechless. You will be happy if you are co-authoring with that devil king to do things every day, right? How can there be so many things for him to make trouble with? Not right. Morgans' small eyes gleamed. This is not like the devil I know. The moment of silence must be for. Looks like you know the devil well, Mr. Morgans. A pleasant voice sounded, and Stussy walked gracefully with a small bag. Stussy smiled secretly in his eyes, and also made a curious expression. I'm also curious about that demon king. It's too mysterious. Can you introduce it to me? Seeing Stussy, Dufeld also teased politely. Why, does our queen of the pleasure district finally have a sweetheart? I do think, the handsome and powerful demon king makes everyone's heart move at a glance. Stussy said the truth, and everyone couldn't help laughing. Then, that ship is. What's the situation? Why is that guy here? As expected of the 4 emperors banquet, the most powerful Shichibukai has come here. The discussions of many people not far away also made Morgans look at them. A huge pink ship in the shape of a flamingo slowly approached, making people look sideways. You all go in quickly, Mom can't wait. A man with a hairstyle like a gourd, a very fat appearance, and a big knife came over. One of the 4 desert stars. Charlotte Snag. The original track was defeated by Euroge 2 years later, and was removed from the list, leaving only 3 generals. That guy, seeing Stussy and others landing on the island, Snug glanced at Dover at the bow again, and couldn't help disdain. Come here uninvited, I hope you don't make trouble, or you will surely die miserably. Doesn't seem to like Dover. Snug didn't receive him either, he turned around and entered Cake Island with the 6 kings. Boyle, I don't seem to be very popular. Standing on the bow, Doflamingo smiled evilly and looked at the whole bustling Cake Island. The beginning of a new era. On the deck, more than a dozen figures, wearing black cloaks, were awe-inspiring. After half an hour, in the center of Cake Island, guests from all over the New World sat down one after another and waited while drinking. Those guys. With a scarf wrapped around his neck, the tall, muscular man stared at the man in black cape beside Doflamingo. Brother Katakuri, what's wrong? Does that guy deserve your attention? White-haired smoothie with a long sword in a spiral scabbard asked curiously. Because he hated pain, Cracker, who was hiding in the cookie soldier, said disdainfully, it's just a Shichibukai, how strong can it be? Don't underestimate Shichibukai. With a casual sentence, Katakuri frowned slightly. I'm not looking at him. The black cloaks around him. One aura is as violent as thunder, one is as dry as a desert, and the other is very dark, and the rest have their own characteristics. The main thing, there is one person, that kind of breath. I can't see through. 39. These people, completely incompatible with anyone in the Doflamingo family profile. Smoothie and Cracker were taken aback. Can't even see through the second brother. This is two, right now. Well, have you all arrived? That's great. Charlotte Linlin, wearing pink pajamas and shaking her fat, looked very happy and walked out, making the audience quiet for a moment. Puff. Beside Dover, a man in a cape suddenly spit out the wine, his voice full of astonishment. This is the 4 emperors. I'm sure it's not dead fat. Bebobo, why don't you talk? Wait until your captain arrives. 35. Doflamingo hurriedly interrupted Enel's evaluation. He had understood how ignorant and arrogant this guy was in 10 days. If not everyone stopped. It is estimated that as soon as Enel arrived, the bombing of thousands of thunders began, announcing the arrival of the god of thunder in the Qinghai world. Have seen Lord 4 Emperors. 35. Katakana middle dot for flowers 0. Ah, is this the queen of the Toto land kingdom? It's so beautiful. Queen Charlotte, it is the greatest honor of my life to see your face. Hey, it's full of fragrance as soon as it arrives, it's too fragrant. One by one, the guests spoke, in short, all kinds of flattery, and they came when they opened their mouths. Enel and the others suddenly lost their appetite to drink, and even wanted to vomit. Well, I'm very happy to see you too. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin clapped her hands happily, then sat on the throne with anticipation in her eyes. I hope to hold a tea party every year in the future, so. Did you bring gifts for Linlin? Many people nodded again and again. This breath. Charlotte Linlin glanced at where the Rayleigh group was. In fact, Charlotte Linlin was very impressed by Rayleigh's breath, because she hated the Roger pirates, seeing them as thieves who dared not fight head to head. But at this time, the four generals gave their gifts first. Well, that's great. Seeing the gift, Charlotte Linlin turned her head and ignored Rayleigh and the others. Then there are the gifts from the 6 kings of the Dark World. After a few Morgans deliver it. Stussy elegantly walked over with a bag in one hand and a box in the other. Linlin, I have prepared a present for you, I believe you will be delighted. Well, Linlin is the happiest to receive your present. Charlotte Linlin took the box, eagerly preparing to open it. Mother. Boom. As if seeing something bad in the future, Katakuri was about to remind him, but a huge roar from a distance alarmed everyone. Oh. Hiss. When people look back, I saw a slash that was hundreds of meters long, like a crescent moon descending, and terrifyingly cut everything vertically and horizontally from a distance. Mom, it's not good. It's Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman is calling. Charlotte Daifuku ran from a distance and shouted loudly. The crowd was astonished. How could that lonely and indifferent guy come here all of a sudden? Looking at the terrifying slash from afar, Charlotte Linlin's happy smile suddenly turned into a demon. What a great swordsman in the world, my mother will abolish you today. Emperor's sword. Napoleon, the Hormes bicorn, turned into a huge sword and fell into the hands of Charlotte Linlin. The gun of Elbaf. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were extremely fierce, and she slashed with a giant sword. Weo. Tear. The terrifying giant sword energy shock wave set off a strong air wave as soon as it appeared, rushing towards Hawkeye's slash at an extremely fast speed. Boom. When the shock wave collided with the slash, the roar of the Tremor Island sounded, and large buildings collapsed. 4 emperors. Watching the slashing collapse, Hawkeye said coldly, the strongest female pirate in the world, can you sharpen my knife? 5. Brush. Hawkeye's speed increased sharply. In just a few breaths, they rushed from the coast to the center. Flowing glutinous balls. Katakuri, who saw the arrival of Eagle Eye in advance, has already started the fruit awakening, and the surrounding earth buildings have turned into glutinous balls. The flowing glutinous mass is like a tsunami, covering the Eagle Eye from a distance. As the fruit awakening, it's a rare power. Hawkeye's eyes were extremely sharp, and the black knife was in his hand, and he slashed directly. Scoff. The whole piece of glutinous dough was cut open like a thin piece of paper. And Katakuri also shouted. Mom, be careful of the people around Doflamingo, don't open Stussy's box. Owen, cover your younger brother and sister to evacuate from Cake Island, hurry up. The chaos in the next few seconds made Katakuri's scalp tingle. Messed up. It's all messed up. Boyle, it's like a rumor, it's really amazing, it scared me. Doflamingo smiled wickedly. His fingers moved slightly, and suddenly a few parasite strings landed on a few pirates, hitting the surrounding randomly. Gu ha, let me turn into a mummified corpse. Crocodile directly tore off the black cloak and pressed his big hand to the ground. Arost Samsara. The earth was sucked out of water in an instant, and as the surrounding buildings began to desertify and subside, the phenomenon of dry and cracked wasteland spread toward the surroundings. Hey, can't you go anywhere else? Moria yelled angrily, then rushed to a Charlotte member. He, come and become my zombies. 35. Cavendish's excited body trembled. This young master will definitely make the headlines this time, kill. 39. Beautiful sword blue bird, gorgeous swordsmanship. Yeah ha, are you the top powerhouse in Qinghai? The gods want to vomit when they see you. Enel, the madman, rushed directly to Charlotte Linlin under everyone's astonishment. Just use your death to announce the coming of Ben. You're a nobody who deserves to fight with your mother. 9. Chapter 79. Bayou Pirates vs Charlotte Family. The guy who plays thunder. Cracker, one of the 4 general stars, rushed over and roared furiously, give me death. 55. Swing katakana middle dot pretzel. 33. The armed color was wrapped around the sword in his hand, and when he stabbed Enel, a powerful shock wave of sword energy was emitted. Kaku. Lu Chi snorted. One of the 4 generals in the target, snag. The 5 Kaku nodded, so the 6 teamed up and rushed to the 4-star snag. Young people are really energetic, this old man is really old. Rayleigh drank rum and slashed a pirate with one knife. They, except for Stussy, the other 5 kings stared at the places of riots in stunned eyes. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Sand Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Thunder Fruit, last year's supernova, missing 6 CP9s. Hush, Pluden Rayleigh. Morgans trembled as he looked at the people who started to attack Cake Island, and suddenly became excited. Big news, this is really big news. They must be from the Bayou Pirates, as expected of the Demon King. Morgans took pictures like crazy. Several kings of Dufeld have already started to flee in panic, and they don't want to die in the chaos. Just a few short breaths. Fighting everywhere. Hawkeye vs Katakuri. Sand Crocodile vs Smoothie. Luigi 6 vs Snag. Enel vs Cracker. Moria and Cavendish both found opponents for themselves. Doflamingo turned on the Fruit Awakening and came twice when he saw anyone, and no one could stand firm wherever Rayleigh passed. Charlotte Linlin, who had been watching indifferently, suddenly laughed like a devil, and looked at the elegant Stussy in the distance with fierce eyes. Why is my kid reminding me? Don't open your box, Stussy. 35. Hawkeye and the others are nothing more. When they first reached the top, some big pirates formed a group to brush Cake Island. Although Charlotte Linlin was angry, Stussy was even more angry. This woman, whom she regards as a good friend, plans to backstab. My man told me he didn't want me to continue to be a spy, much less a double agent because it was too dangerous. 35. Stussy said gracefully, with tenderness in his eyes. Then let's expose it directly. I can win the world today, and I don't need to hide anything from the world government. Flying finger pistol. Stussy's fingertips flicked 11 times as Charlotte Linlin got angry. A sharp shock wave pierced the box like a laser. Stussy is not weak. She can kill Dufeld with a single shot of finger pistol from miles away. Crack. When the box was broken and opened, it was like a huge black sky rising into the sky. Boom. The whole Cake Island dimmed. The sudden scene made everyone look up and saw the dark clouds covering the entire Cake Island sky, and the thunder was rolling. What happened? Doflamingo and others were also surprised. Did that thundercloud covering the sky suddenly appear out of thin air? Charlotte Linlin. A voice accompanied the thundercloud, resounding throughout the sky. Under all eyes, the thunderclouds in the sky condensed a face comparable to the size of the entire Cake Island, lifelike and incomparably cold. Overlooking everything like a demon. Gollum. Morgan swallowed subconsciously, retreated towards the coast, and took pictures frantically. It's the devil Bayou. He finally appeared. 35. The entire battlefield was in an uproar. In the sky, Bayou's face is so big, it seems that he can smash the Cake Island into pieces with a single hand. Bayou, I haven't seen you for 2 months, you really have grown so much. Hawkeye looked at the perception, and his heart was shaken. Bayou's breath was no longer weaker than his. This breath. But it doesn't include ability. It's only been 2 months. Eagle Eye can't understand how Bayou became stronger so quickly. It's you. Charlotte Linlin looked up and saw who was coming, and she was instantly full of rage. My mother has already told the world that she wants you to be the man who wants you to be my mother, and make you a family, but you dare to lead someone to attack this place. Have you brought my mother to life? Keep an eye on it. Mother announced. Erase all your qualifications to become an old lady's man, and you will die here today. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Cake Island was instantly silent. Rayleigh and the others looked at each other in dismay, and the corners of Hawkeye's eyes twitched wildly. Only then did they know why they hit Cake Island in the first place. Special. They can't stand it. You know, no matter how Charlotte Linlin was young. But now she. 39 daughters, 46 sons, 43 husbands. It's not even grandchildren. Every number is enough to make the scalp numb and unacceptable. Many old sows in their hometowns can't give birth without her, breaking the perception of ordinary people. Very good. Bayou was too lazy to get angry with the dying person. Advertisement. Bayou in the sky whispered flatly. As soon as I see your face and think that this is the place where you have lived for decades, I feel full of filth. Wan Lei. The thundercloud covering the whole island instantly released a dense sky of terrifying thunder, pouring down. Box brought by Stussy. The space imprint engraved by Bayou is sealed, and when it is opened or broken, it will be perceived by Bayou. The thundercloud was prepared far away in advance, and after the mark was triggered, Bayou brought a large thundercloud space transfer plus teleport jump to Cake Island. Zeus. Charlotte Linlin shouted. Snatch thundercloud and bomb everyone out there. Thundercloud Zeus put on an excited face, and immediately rushed to the sky, looking at the dark clouds with greedy eyes. Ridiculous. Who gave you the courage to come and grab the control of Leian with the Union Fruit ability? In the eyes of Bayou and Nami, Leian is just a little toy that they can ravage at will. Well, grab it and give it to Nami. Bring it to you. Bayou directly grabbed the flying thundercloud and disappeared instantly. Next moment, on a deserted island near Daughter Island, Bayou appeared in front of Nami out of thin air and threw thundercloud Zeus to her. Take it and play, don't let it run away, I will continue to beat Auntie. Brush. Bayou disappeared. Until Bayou left, Nami grabbed Leian Zeus and said in a trance, I still have time to give me gifts when I fight with the 4 emperors. Well, Bayou really likes me more, hee. The girls have a black line. Immediately, they turned their heads to look at a big screen, waiting for the battle to stabilize, and Stussy would broadcast live. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's face turned black. In the perception, Bayou disappeared for a moment, and after returning again, Leian Zeus disappeared. Well, do you think you can deal with the old lady with only these little tricks? Without Zeus, Charlotte Linlin only temporarily lost some thunder and lightning attacks, it doesn't matter. Enel, Leian is handed over to you, let me blow up all the buildings. When Bayou finished speaking, he immediately came to Charlotte Linlin. Enel got excited and looked at Cracker. Yeah haha, you mortal hiding in a cookie, watch how this god chops you to death. This thundercloud covers the whole island. With the current strength of Enel, it not only needs external assistance, but also requires a long time to condense. And the ready-made thunderclouds will turn Enel, who is thunder fruit, into a real natural disaster. It's very fast, kid. 55. Seeing Bayou coming to the front from the sky in an instant, Charlotte Linlin was not afraid at all, her face like a ghost sneered. A few days ago, that kid Kaido contacted the old lady and said you became his son-in-law, right? Talking about unspeakable things everywhere. Bai Yu was full of opinions on Teacher Kai in an instant, so wait until I pull Yamato onto the boat. Does this have anything to do with you? Bai Yu looked at his aunt with indifference. A fat woman who was 8.8 meters tall. In the pirate world, among all the people who have appeared at present, the existence with the strongest physical talent. 5 years old, too tall and too destructive, was exiled from Elbaf. Achievements in the same year. Killed a giant bear with one punch, seriously injured a giant child, suffered from eczema, and fell to the giant elder Jorl and died of serious injuries. At the 6th birthday banquet, he, accidentally, obtained the ability of soul and soul fruit, and formed a pirate group with long bread. 5 years old, non-human. 39. Bai Yu sighed in his heart that if the current powerhouses were all 5 or 6 years old, Charlotte Linlin could kill the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals alone. You don't need to practice at all, you will naturally become the top. It's a pity that I knew how to eat and eat since I was a child. When I grew up, besides eating, I knew that sleeping men gave birth to children. Complete waste of talent. Damn so ugly. 99. Go to the sea and wash your face. Direct space transfer. Bai Yu doesn't want to see Auntie's face for the time being. It was the first time that he was disgraced by a woman who was ugly, so he first observed the battle of the younger brothers and calmed down. Brush. Mommy is gone. What did you do, Mom? Katakuri exclaimed. You are fighting against Hawkeye, and you still want to see your mother. Bai Yu glanced at it and said plainly, she's in the sea, but don't worry, I won't let her die so soon before she feels hopeless. The waters around Cake Island are made up of all kinds of juices, so it's okay for those who are able to fall into the sea. Bai Yu knew this too. So transferring the ant into the sea has no other meaning. It just felt too ugly and didn't want to see it, so I subconsciously moved it into the sea. You want to kill your mother. Katakuri's face suddenly became ugly. Hearing Bai Yu saying that Auntie was in the sea, he sensed great terror. Even if the surrounding sea is full of juice, who can guarantee that Bai Yu can't move to the farther sea? Hey! A terrifying slashing attack came, and Katakuri suddenly recovered from the distraction, secretly startled, passed by dangerously, and was still blown away by the slashing attack. Before you called the bug and said, do you have a swordsmanship that is enough to make a swordsman pilgrimage? Hawkeye ignored the Katakuri who had been chopped away, and stared at Bai Yu. Well, you'll see that fat woman crawling out of the juice sea. As far as the result is concerned, it will definitely be your eternal pursuit. Bai Yu didn't say much. It is good. Hawkeye Cuckoo spit out a word, and then looked at Kaur who got up. Why did you rather get hurt than fall on your back? 99. Before, Katakuri was slashed and flew out from the front. Normally, he should have fallen to the ground on his back, but he condensed sticky rice thorns, forcibly turned his body, and hit the sticky rice ball head on. I don't want to disappoint my younger brothers and sisters. Thinking so, Katakuri said coldly, it's a shame to land on your back. Advertisement. At the same time, Katakuri shrugged off her worries about Big Mom, because she had to be calm enough to predict the future. Very well, you managed to catch my interest. Hawkeye coldly raised the black knife knight. The highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. I have heard a little, then try to take this knife. Such a range. Can't dodge. 99. Calmly seeing the future knife, Katakuri's knowledge turned to ultimate, and he quit in shock. Mirror sticky balls. The ground and buildings that have turned into rice cakes are like the ever-spreading giant snakes, entangled in the eagle eye. Magic rice cake. After Kaur threw out the glutinous ball in the mirror, the rice cake formed a huge arm, wrapped in armed colors and bombarded it out. Cut. At this moment, Hawkeye swung a knife. The fierce and sharp slashing slashed through the void in an instant, covering the front in a huge range, tearing everything in its path. Hey! The glutinous balls that were hundreds of meters high and tens of meters thick were directly cut open by slashing as if they were pieces of paper. Yu Wei came in unabated. Boom! The strange force rice cake collided with the slash, and burst open with a huge roar, and the Yu Wei slash continued to charge. The peerless donuts. This time, the sticky rice did not attack, but turned into solid donuts to form a barrier defense. Boom! With the unparalleled donut being cut and burst, Katakuri quickly avoided the last remaining power of the slash. Glancing at the slash, Yu Wei cut a large piece of the rear again, and Katakuri took a deep breath and was dignified. He found out. The so-called glutinous rice ball, because of its stickiness and other properties, has a lot of effects on the strong body. But for the top swordsman, completely papery. I approve of you. 9. 400 saw that the knife did not hurt Katakuri, and Hawkeye opened his mouth coolly. These words made Katakuri's face extremely ugly, and he used 3 big moves in advance to dodge that knife. Pity. The observing Bai Yu shook his head slightly. Special paramesha waxy fruit. One word. Rubbish. Similar to Dover, both of them waste too much time and energy trying to awaken devil fruit. Because the ability is too poor, only the awakening will not hold back a little. But if they didn't become capable, and spent the energy and time saved on Haki and Taiju, the two would probably be stronger than they are now. After all, a conqueror is awakened at a young age, and a person who can develop knowledge and color to predict the future, both have good potential. Gu ha ha ha, I was actually blocked by a woman. On the other side, Crocodile kept unleashing sandstorms and was angry. You look down on women. Smoothie of the 4 generals was even more angry. Juicing. Smoothie directly squeezed the juice to absorb the surrounding water, and his body grew rapidly, from 4 or 5 meters into a giant as big as a hill in an instant. Paramesha squeeze the fruit. It has the ability to squeeze out the objects it touches and produce juice. Moisture sword. 35. The giant smoothie cut out a giant pink sword energy. I don't look down on women, I look down on you. 35. Crocodile directly chooses hard resistance. King Kong desert sword. Shoot. With Bai Yu's face turning black, Crocodile's attack was powerfully destroyed, his eyeballs popped, and he was directly slashed and flew out. And this guy. 9. Bai Yu looked to another place. Moria dared to fight Owen and Daifuku alone, the triplets of Kaji. Was directly beaten into a dog by the two. Cavendish is even more brave. You are the boss of the Charlotte family, right? Look at my sword. What? He, are you so excited that you didn't even notice the syrup under your feet? Perospero kept laughing. Paramesha devil fruit licking fruit ability, Candy Man, he can make all kinds of candy and syrup. Brush. Bai Yu transferred Crocodile, Moria, and Cavendish over and said coldly, are you three here to be funny? You can't even choose your opponent, what do you think of the data? I'll give you a ride if you want to die so much. The three were ashamed. Bai Yu also suddenly discovered that there are many strong people in the Charlotte family. But these three are even more idiots. Bai Yu kicked the three of them directly and said, go find someone else to fight, and then give me carelessness and conceit, then go back to the undead prison and play. 9. The blood of old age is really burning. Bai Yu looked again in admiration. The three of Moria went to fight with others, and Pluton Rayleigh's blood suddenly ignited. 1 vs Smoothie, Perospero, Daifuku, Owen. Looking at the audience, Hawkeye is the most arrogant, Rayleigh is the most reliable, and the 6 CP9 are the most calm. Whoa, the old lady is going to kill you. Chapter 80. The four emperors ant kneeled 3 times, Charlotte Linlin fleeing in despair. Wild waves and white lines. Tens of thousands of silk threads formed a wave-like attack, raging everywhere on Cake Island. Single quote. 35. Doflamingo didn't even paddle, he kept grinning and opening the fruit to wake up, putting his big moves everywhere, and it looked okay. Tempest kick, finger pistol, Lu Chi, Kaku, Blue No 6 people besieged the 4-star Snag, has completely occupied the upper hand. Snag is just a swordsman who can do 2-color hockey, and there is nothing outstanding in every aspect. The joint force of the 6 also increased in power, causing Snag to be in a hurry. Performed okay. Looking at Enel again, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly without criticizing. Layan handed it over to Enel, let him turn into a doomsday natural disaster, and then kept releasing thunder and lightning wildly. As a result, Cracker's biscuits didn't break much, but Enel gasped heavily and was physically exhausted. Yeah haha, this god admits that your biscuits are hard, but you don't want to touch this god in your life. Enel is a lot smarter, roaming at speed and not giving Cracker any chance to counterattack. Arrogant guy. Cracker's face is ugly. As a biscuit fruit ability, he can manufacture and control a large number of biscuit. And the additional armed color makes it harder and can also make food. But, against Thunder Fruit's Enel, as long as Enel doesn't act stupid, Cracker really can't beat him. Therefore, in a short period of time, neither of the two can do anything to the other. Whoa, the old lady is going to kill you. Just as Hawkeye pretended to be aggressive, and when Rayleigh ignited his blood, a demonic roar sounded from the coast. It's Mom's voice. That's great, as long as my mother makes a move, I'll be able to beat them away. Ha ha ha, wait for you guys to be killed by your mother. Hearing a roar from the coast resounding through Cake Island, many members of the Charlotte family were excited. Although they don't know how Bai Yu made his mother disappear before, they only believe it is. Mom was careless and didn't hide. Whoosh. HHHH. Katakuri narrowly escaped Hawkeye's slash once again, and his expression suddenly became more solemn. Mother. Glancing at Bai Yu who was standing in the distance with no one dared to approach, Katakuri felt bad. Not only is it easy to transfer mothers. With the world's strongest swordsman and Pluton Rayleigh as his subordinates, Katakuri realized that the Demon King of the new era is definitely one of the top. If besieged, Mom will die. Bree. 35. Katakuri saw Hawkeye slowly withdraw the knife, turned his head and shouted loudly. I see, brother Katakuri. Note 400. When she noticed Ka-Er's eyes, Bray was stunned and nodded seriously. Ka-Er's eyes. Immediately go and send the weaker siblings into the mirror space, pay attention to the battlefield at any time, if there is something wrong with the mother, take her away immediately, don't worry about me. If Bai Yu could also read Ka-Er's eyes, he would definitely give Bai Yu a thumbs up. You can see so much meaning in one look, you are talented. Well. The fat, wet figure of the ant, full of murderous intent, smashed through the building and came to the battlefield, giving out a gloomy smile that made many children feel terrified. Everywhere the battle was slightly stagnant, and they all cast their attention. The end is already doomed. Feeling the anger of the ant, Rayleigh slashed the 4 of Perospero away with a sigh, full of memories. It's very capable of throwing my mother into the juice sea. Looking at Bai Yu who was hundreds of meters away, Charlotte Linlin's face was ghastly like a ghost at the moment. Death to my mother, kid. Emperor sword, broken blade. Covering the flame of the sun Prometheus on the sword, Charlotte Linlin jumped and slashed across hundreds of meters towards Bai Yu. The audience held their breath for a moment. Except for the disdainful crocodile and others, the Charlotte family is full of expectations for Auntie. Mom will definitely be able to kill the Demon King with one sword, definitely. What? Hawkeye ignored Ka-Er, so Ka-Er concentrated on checking the future picture of the battle. But Katakori's expression management was instantly out of control, and even full of shocking horror. How is it possible? Extremely shocked, Katakori forgot even the reminder, not even a reminder. See the future. Ha! Bai Yu looked indifferently at the ant who was jumping and slashing, and suddenly shouted. Hawkeye, you are optimistic, this is the swordsmanship of the swordsman's pilgrimage. I hope you can do it with only swordsmanship one day. Brush. Now. After Bai Yu drank high, all eyes looked over subconsciously. Hawkeye also held his breath and looked, his sharp eyes looking forward. Chong. The moment when Bai Yu drew his sword. A top-notch conquerors burst out from Bai Yu, and his body was covered with black and red lightning. God slaying. Combining his own swordsmanship with Elbaf's spear Hakoku's skills, entwines a blow from the top conquerors. Kneel down for Lao Su. When Bai Yu's knife fell, something that shocked everyone, including Rayleigh and Hawkeye, happened. What? Charlotte Linlin looked shocked. Uncontrollably, he threw the Emperor's sword in his hand, fell to the ground, and rushed towards Bai Yu very quickly, and when approached, he knelt on the ground like a dog. Baj raised his hands, and went to pick up Bai Yu with his bare hands. Yu's sharp knife. Boom. Bai Yu's knife landed on the head of the unprepared and even sluggish ant who was kneeling on the ground. Boom. A knife fell like a star. The ant was blasted vertically into the ruins on the ground, and the dust was billowing. The entire battlefield was silent. Advertisement. Did Auntie just kneel down? Mother. Charlotte, everyone exclaimed. After returning to God, Katakori even shrank his pupils, and his voice was horrified. What happened? 99. He saw it before, but I don't understand it at all. Why did Bai Yu just draw a knife and their mother threw away the weapon and knelt down on the ground to pick it up empty-handed? It's like kneeling down and begging to die. Another unknown and conceptual power. Rayleigh was completely speechless. Coupled with Bai Yu's other abilities, everyone will be killed. The four emperors kneeling with one knife is definitely enough to make the swordsman pilgrimage, I saw. Hawkeye's eyes were extremely bright. Bai Yu's blow, although it was the top, was just that. But what the knife showed, the scene where all the enemies had to kneel down to greet them empty-handed, was enough to make Hawkeye's blood boil. Even some kind of special ability. But when a knife falls, no matter how strong you are, you have to kneel. This is the eternal pursuit of Eagle Eye. Swordsmen of my generation are sure to kill with one move. Ha ha ha, big news, I caught it, ha ha ha. Morgans in the distance laughed excitedly, and he took pictures that would shock the world. Photo. Bai Yu was covered in black and red lightning, and drew the knife with indifference on his face, while the ant was empty-handed, stunned and unbelievable, kneeling on the ground like a dog and raising her hand to pick up the knife. Who is not shocked to see it? Cool. Bai Yu also felt refreshed. The law of karma magic. 100% must be hand to hand. It doesn't seem to have offensive power, but seeing the ant kneeling on the ground to take the knife with her bare hands is really refreshing. Ah, an extremely harsh scream sounded from the ruins, sweeping away the dust. The disheveled, ghastly Charlotte Linlin made a strange noise. Ghost sound of the soul. The whole Cake Island is shaking. Those weak people instantly burst their eardrums, and large-scale buildings collapsed. Die. My mother wants you to die. Charlotte Linlin went crazy, grabbed the sun Prometheus and threw it at Bai Yu. Fire in the sky. He picked up the Emperor's sword, and swung it towards Bai Yu again. The gun of Elbaf. Isn't the head chopped off? It's just that the top of the head is concave, the defense is really strong. Bai Yu looked at Charlotte Linlin, who had a concave top of his head, and couldn't help but marvel. Born monster. Steel balloon. In the decades of his career as a pirate, he has fought against top powerhouses many times, but he has not left any scars on his body. It is conceivable how powerful the defense of the steel balloon is. No matter how strong the defense is, Bai Yu instantly disappeared in place. Chong. Bai Yu came behind Charlotte Linlin out of thin air and drew his knife again. Boom. Charlotte Linlin threw the Emperor's sword directly, braked quickly, turned around, knelt down, and took the sword with her bare hands. Ant. Sluggish again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Here we go again. This scene shocked and angered Katakori and the others, but they all had opponents and could not pass. Gu ha ha ha. What is this, the power of God? Crocodile was once again deeply shocked by Bai Yu's abilities. Such a move seems to be. The true God is trampling on the dignity of mortals. You must never practice against Bai Yu in the future, absolutely not. Rayleigh and others thought silently in their hearts. Special. As soon as you fired the knife, four emperors Charlotte Linlin knelt down, shouldn't we also kneel down to take the knife? He has become the strongest person I don't want to face, but I won't be afraid. Hawkeye is the toughest. He's ready. After winning the Myriad Kingdom's sea area, he went to challenge Bai Yu, feeling the sword that the four emperors were powerless. How about kneeling? Hawkeye is fearless. What the hell did you do? Charlotte Linlin knelt on the ground and took the knife with her bare hands, her face full of astonishment and disbelief. She couldn't understand. Why would she kneel down to greet Bai Yu when he made a knife? Looking at the ant who was kneeling in front of him, Bai Yu said flatly, I will definitely become the only true god in this world. You who knelt down in advance to bathe in the grace of God, feel honored and proud of this. Ridiculous. The old lady doesn't believe in any true god, the old lady is the only god of all nations. After regaining her senses, Charlotte Linlin felt that the restraint had failed, and stood up again in a rage. Kneel down. Bai Yu dropped the knife again. Charlotte Linlin struggled again, and continued to kneel on the ground, taking the knife with her bare hands, her dignity shattered to the ground. Kneeling 3 times in a row, all of Charlotte Linlin's psychological defenses were instantly shattered. Mom, she, like a dog, shock, tremors. This is the feeling of all members of the Charlotte family at the moment, even the collective overwhelmed, full of panic. The calmest category was lost for this, and some people were already slumped on the ground. Advertisement. For the Charlotte family. This scene. It's like the sky is falling. Mom, she. In a corner, little Pudding, who was now only 14 years old, widened his 3 eyes in horror. How could it be? Mom has no resistance, isn't she the strongest? The other side. Seeing this, Stussy also completely relaxed, holding a video phone bug in his hand. Is he, live? Right. Live streaming for Hancock and Nami. The girls said yes before, which is one of the reasons for Stussy's arrival, provided that the battle is in good condition and Stussy is not in danger. At present, the situation is excellent. Amazing. The 4 emperors kneeled directly. 99. So, is Bayou the strongest in the new world? 66. Kaya, Robin, Vivi and other women also have difficulty controlling their emotions, those are the 4 emperors. In front of Bayou. So powerless. Whoa, the old lady is dissatisfied. Charlotte Linlin roared, her eyes bloodshot, but she couldn't use all her powers. He could only kneel down and ask Bayou's ability to expire over time. Is there no limit? 99. Damn ability, if this goes on, the old lady will die. The ant who was kneeling like a dog, the shock on her face transformed into strands of fear and despair. Bayou's relaxed and freehand brushwork made Auntie see no hope of victory. She couldn't even fight back, what would she do to win, which made Auntie panic for the first time in many years. Especially this kind of kneeling, let the ant feel extremely humiliated. Constant humiliation, defeated and perished. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin's expression was so complicated that it finally turned into despair. The experiment is over. 35. Result 1. When the magic skill is activated, the enemy will abandon all weapons, abilities, attacks, hockey, etc., and rush to kneel down to take the knife with empty hands. Result 2. The kneeling time lasts 10 seconds, and the enemy is silent in strength and unable to resist within 10 seconds. Unknown. The effective time is uncertain whether factors such as strength distance are considered, and multiple experiments with different targets are required. Bai Yu was thinking in his heart. In the 5th second, he directly took back the magic skill that must be 100% hand-to-hand. Boom. At the moment when the skill is withdrawn, Charlotte Linlin felt that she could resist, and immediately punched Bai Yu. It's an angry blow that entangles conquerors, but Bai Yu's teleportation causes it to miss. Boom. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin didn't care either, stomping on the ground hard, and then quickly turning into a streamer, rushing into the distance. One more sentence left. You wait for the old lady. Quote ? Quote. Everyone was stunned. Bai Yu was dozens of meters behind you, why did you run towards the coast? Bray. 6699. What did my mother go to? And my blaze mirror space is ready. Katakori's voice was bitter for a moment. Mom, she left us all, escaped. What? Ka-er's words fell. Charlotte Linlin has run out of the field of thousands of meters, very fast. Hateful. What ability? 39. Grandma is indeed running away. Bai Yu's unreasonable control ability comes as soon as he wants, and he can't see the upper limit and the number of times. This means, she couldn't resist, she could only lie on her stomach like a dog. After a long time, together with Bai Yu's other strong subordinates, no matter how strong her steel balloon was, she would have to die here. This is the first time she has encountered a mortal and hopeless battle full of despair. Then what? There is hope to survive. How is that possible? I don't believe it. It's fake. It's all fake. Cracker growled. Even Enel's ray was ignored on him. Seeing this, Enel lost the mood to continue fighting, and laughed disdainfully. Yeah ha ha ha, isn't it normal for her to run away? The captain is the existence that she can't defeat no matter how hard she tries. Our captain is a true god who has many gods in one. 5. Cracker was in a trance. The Charlotte family is shocked, angry, terrified, and confused. Again, many people were paralyzed on the ground. Mom has run away, so what are they going to do against the Bayou pirates? Looking at the fleeing ant, and then at the indifferent Bayou, Rayleigh and Hawkeye said in unison, don't you chase. No hurry, let ant fly for a while. 35. Bayou slowly put the knife into the sheath, not caring at all about the ant's escape. Charlotte Linlin wouldn't want to go to Kaido, after all Kaido used to be Big Mom's little brother, but she won't have a chance this time. Glancing at the members of the Charlotte family, Bayou's indifferent voice sounded. My power makes her despair, but she chooses to run away to find hope. If she shatters her last hope, then she will only be left with despair. I want her to be left with nothing but pain and despair. 35. This demon king really holds revenge. The whole Charlotte family felt chilly and icy. Chapter 81. All members kneel down. The Devil's Top God Operation. Take away 2 girls. Now, the battlefield is silent. When they thought that the strongest mother was scared by the 3 swords of the devil and ran away, everyone in the Charlotte family seemed to lose their strength. Their hope. Their psychological defenses. At this moment, everything is destroyed. Looking at the intact Bayou pirates, as well as the powerful and suffocating Demon King, bursts of powerlessness, despair, indignation, hatred and other negative emotions lingered in the hearts of all Charlotte family members. But there is no time to let them down. Katakuri quickly packed up his emotions and said calmly and solemnly, I don't talk nonsense. 35. Seeing what Katakuri wanted to say, Bayou said flatly, first, take up arms and fight with us to the end, and as a result, the entire family of men, women, and children perishes. I personally appreciate the choice, rush it. The Charlotte family suffocates. The unwillingness in their hearts drove many people to rush to fight, but the sense of oppression from the Demon King made them even more afraid. Second, throw down your weapons, all stand in a row and kneel on the ground to surrender, and you can survive. Speaking of this, Bayou's conquerors shrouded out, containing a strong killing intent. Listen to me, who dares to say more nonsense, I will choose the first one for you. Absolutely not one left. Gollum. Many Charlotte members swallowed in horror, their eyes full of fear. First timing. Shut up. 99. Katakuri glanced at all the family members with extremely stern and cold eyes, directly holding back what many people wanted to say. Absolutely no nonsense. Seriously, Bayou, whoever dares to say nonsense, die. Of course, the elders of Katakuri are not afraid of death, but they also have many younger brothers and sisters. They're still kids. Katakuri glanced at the terrified younger brothers and sisters in every corner, and his heart ached immediately. Live for siblings. What is the dignity of the 400s? Everyone come to me. The majesty of Katakuri was on full display at the moment, even the elder brother Perospero walked towards Katakuri with his teeth clenched at the moment. Bray, let them out. 35. After saying this, Katakuri was completely powerless. Because he knew that Bayou knew that Bayou lay secretly hid a lot of younger brothers and sisters. Come out. Bray shook her hands and opened the mirror world. Bayou's eyes flickered slightly, and Bayou Lei's ability was still very useful. Mirror mirror fruit. Create mirrors, defend, bounce, project, imitate. The above is the basic ability, and it is more able to enter the mirror world. It is a stable different space that can be used for storage, transmission, shuttle, blockade, communication, etc. It is a very strong auxiliary ability. It can be used to transport troops, long-distance communication, etc., and is of great value. Brother Katakuri. The hidden younger brothers and sisters also came out cautiously one by one in fear, and looked at the most trusted second brother with trembling voices. The youngest is only 6 years old this year. A big brother made Katakuri full of ecstasy and sadness. Now, silent again. Rayleigh and others sighed inwardly, while Bayou watched calmly. On behalf of the Charlotte family, to the benevolent Demon King, Lord Bayou. Kneel down and surrender. Looking at the younger brothers and sisters again, Katakuri took a deep breath and threw down the weapon in his hand, pressing his eyes towards the eldest brother and the younger brothers and sisters. Boom. Katakuri bowed his head, kneeling down fiercely. Damn, why did Mom give up on us? Why, we could have died for her. Perospero, Cracker, Smoothie and others knelt down one after another, and they suddenly hated in their hearts. If the ant does not run, they would rather die in battle than kneel in such humiliation. The big deal is that the family is wiped out. Nothing but death. But Charlotte Linland's escape directly destroyed all their psychological defenses and shattered all their pride. How does it feel when one's pride has turned into shame? Bayou came to Katakuri and said lightly, how many times have you seen your mother hurt or even kill your younger brother and sister, but you dare not resist, that is the fear that has been accumulated since birth. 5. Hearing this, Katakuri raised his head indifferently. For a strong person like you, why should you humiliate the weak people who give up their dignity and kneel down? Cracker and others behind him also raised their heads and glared at Bayou. Bayou ignored it and said plainly, I just want to tell you. She doesn't deserve to be called a mother. 35. Especially you, Katakuri. You live in an environment of depression and suffocation all the year round, and your mind is less free than a slave. You will never become stronger in this way. Bayou paused for a moment, his words made Katakuri dazed, and then he dropped the last sentence. You even don't dare to tear off the scarf. Bayou's last sentence made Katakuri's expression completely out of control, his fist clenched tightly. When he was a child, Katakuri had a cheerful personality and did his own way. Advertisement. But since his sister Charlotte Bray was bullied because of him, he has become reticent. For the sake of relatives. He has always played the perfect man who will not be underestimated by anyone. After a moment of silence, Katakuri gave a wry smile. Yes, I dare not take off the scarf. 99. I don't want to disappoint my brothers and sisters, but I don't even dare to show my true colors. How can I surpass my mother like this? Boom. Bayou kicked over. Still in a trance, Katakuri didn't expect Bayou to attack, and his whole body fell to the ground. ... Land on the back. Damn, you. Seeing this scene, Cracker was about to get up and fight in anger. Cracker was directly hit by Paris Lola and exclaimed, Look, Katakuri how could it be? Everyone looks. The Katakuri who landed on the back, the scarf also fell halfway, and Katakuri's face was exposed. Quote question mark. Little Pudding's 3 eyes were full of doubts. Brother Katakuri's face is fine, but why is he wearing a scarf all the time? 99. You know what? Brother Katakuri has always been handsome, okay. Charlotte Garrett tapped little pudding on the head. In the end, what happened? In particular, Katakori's triplets, Daifuku and Owen's eyes widened at the moment. When Katakori liked eating donuts too much when he was a child, he burst his mouth, resulting in traces of stitches on both sides. The teeth are fangs, and even if the mouth is closed, 4 teeth will be exposed. So it looks brutal. But now what? Katakori's face was unscathed, and the 4 fangs exposed by the injury were not visible. Pure cool dude. Even if you open your mouth, you will only have 4 cusps at most, which is not a big deal in the pirate world. Rather, it is a characteristic. Sitting up, Katakori subconsciously touched his mouth when he saw the adoring and worried eyes of his younger siblings. Didn't feel the suture scar. Didn't feel the exposed fangs. You fixed it. Katakori looked at Bai Yu, who was indifferent, and it could only be done by Bai Yu, but he didn't know how or when. Was it repaired directly when he kicked him? Anyway, thanks. 35. Katakori's expression was extremely complicated. He slowly stood up and bowed, suddenly feeling free, and conquerors had a faint tendency to become stronger. Then, Katakori went to his place again and continued to kneel. High, really high. Rayleigh and others secretly admired and were amazed at Bai Yu's operation. 1 word, 1 foot. It's about to make Katakori return to his heart. This is a top-level god operation. Demon. Morgans ran over from a distance, so excited that he couldn't say anything. Your Excellency the Demon King, we finally meet, can I interview you? Bai Yu patted Morgan's shoulder kindly. Don't be so polite, you are my friend. Dover. 66. A good friend of mine. Hearing these words, Doflamingo couldn't help but feel distressed, but now, he suddenly felt that it was not bad to know Bai Yu. Because Bai Yu is too strong. Powerful that Doflamingo can't understand, but also makes him hopeful for the future. Kill celestial dragons early. You wait a moment, and when I finish solving it, I will give you a chance. Bai Yu plucked out 2 of Morgan's hairs, then looked into the distance and said. It's a very fast run, it's only been a long time, it's just over 100 miles. Feel the despair. Boom. Bai Yu's conquerors erupted again, and under the gazes of everyone, he wrapped conquerors and armament colors around the 2 Morgan's feathers in his hands. Space transfer. With Bai Yu's out-of-range perception, it's only 100 miles away, and it's still a long way for the ant to escape. Under the shock of Ka and others. The mother, who had escaped far away, suddenly appeared out of thin air more than 10 meters in front of Bai Yu. Until back, Charlotte Linlin's face still had the anger and horror on her face, but now, she was completely sluggish. Who am I? Where am I? Whizzing. 2 feathers around hockey. Before Charlotte Linlin was sluggish, he was thrown away by Bai Yu. PFF'd. Under the breath of everyone, the 2 feathers wrapped around conquerors and armed colors pierced into Charlotte Linlin's eyes respectively when she was sluggish, and blood splattered. And blasted out. 95. Charlotte Linlin, who had never been so seriously injured, let out a roar of pain when she fell to the ground. Kneel down to me. Without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to react, Bai Yu came over in an instant. Pulling the knife to start. 100% will be handed to the bare-handed. PFF'd. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin, who was still roaring in pain, stood up immediately, kneeling on the ground covered in blood, raising her hands like a dog to catch Bai Yu's knife. Hiss. The battlefield is silent. Such a near-regular move. No matter how many times they watched it, everyone still felt the chill in their bones. Charlotte family members are even more chilling. Mom's eyes are abolished. Funny sow. Holding a knife, Bai Yu stared indifferently at the ant who was kneeling on the ground, blind and bloodshot. A sow. What's the use of keeping it? Kill. Bai Yu decided. Abolish the ant first, then throw it into the undead prison to kill, and transfer her soul and soul fruit. Also at this time, Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into tears. Wow. Linlin can't see anymore. Linlin's eyes hurt so much. Linlin is very good and obedient. Don't hurt Linlin. Question mark. Bai Yu's movements were stagnant. Rayleigh and others who have been watching the play are also stunned. What's the situation? Crocodile frowned. It's the 4 emperors after all. Even if she ran away before, I admired her rationality, but now, she's crazy. She seems to be having amnesia. Stussy wasn't sure. Seeing this, Bai Yu retracted the knife and looked at Charlotte Linlin calmly. Charlotte Linlin felt that she was no longer in control, twisted her body and said in surprise, Linlin can move, Linlin is so happy. And then, Charlotte Linlin cried, woo on. Bai Yu group. Charlotte. OMG, this is the 4 emperors. Bai Yu looked at Katakori and the others who were also sluggish. Have you seen this situation? 35. No one answered, but someone suddenly said, the current Linlin. She is as simple as she was when she was a child. Who is it? Shouting Linlin. Bai Yu looked at it, and it was a short, fat old man dressed as a chef, sighing in memory. Long bread, 90 years old this year. It can also be said to be Linlin's adoptive father, teacher, and guide, raising the 6-year-old Linlin all the way and training him to become a great pirate. You said there is no possibility, this is the real Charlotte Linlin. And the cruel ant before, has been affected by some, or is it not her at all? Bai Yu asked the long bread. Long bread was stunned for a moment, and murmured in a trance, it's possible, it's entirely possible. Linlin was very simple and kind when he was a child, but since that day. I don't even dare to speak when I'm angry for no reason. That day, Katakuri and others were curious, because the aunt is really moody, sometimes she has a good personality, and sometimes she is very cruel. Bayou said indifferently. You want to say that on her 6th birthday, because she ate too much, she accidentally ate the nun and her friends with her huge body, and then obtained the ability of the nun's soul fruit. That day. 359. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Too many people were horrified. Only Rayleigh was the most calm, Hawkeye was indifferent. What is this? The cruelty of some pirates is much more ruthless than eating the same kind. It is worth noting that. Why did the aunt eat the nun to gain her powers? What you think is only what you see, it may actually be more complicated. Bayou looked at the long bread. That nun is a human trafficker with decades of experience and 0.9 experience, selling all kinds of gifted children to the world government. Even if the aunt was very strong when she was young, she is still a child after all, so there shouldn't be a situation where the nun didn't even have a chance to escape, and she shouldn't be eaten without any resistance. A smuggler who was about to die of old age and soul fruit ability, met a young aunt who was born with a monster. You said she was willing to die of old age. Long bread was stunned. What will a soul capable person who is dying of age meet when she encounters a child-born monster? Possess Linlin's body with some special ability of soul fruit. Everyone is sweating on their foreheads. Is this world so complicated? Certainly. The above are all my guesses, whether it's a nun's conspiracy, or whatever. The important thing is that the current aunt should be very obedient. Obedience is the most important. Bayou looked at the crying aunt. Then. We have to find a way to make the old aunt disappear completely. This is simple, Bayou has a way. He took it as if the aunt died, and avenged it. Get a simple and obedient powerful tool person for free, why not do it? Let me see. Bayou looked at Katakuri and the others, looking for something. Finally, his eyes fell on a light brown long-haired girl who carefully peeked at her, and the pink long-haired woman beside her, and instantly came to the two women. I stole them, and they will be my crew in the future. Everyone was a little confused. What's the difference? Bayou looked at the two women and put on a cold and threatening face. In a word, immediately agree to be my crew member, understand? 39. Woo woo, 99. The brunette girl whimpered and nodded, and the pink-haired woman felt embarrassed. Because Bayou has absolutely no need to do this, after all, everyone has already surrendered, but he still nodded in agreement. Bayou is very satisfied with this. Chapter 82, Little Pudding. Garrett, come on, chop him up and feed the dog. Ah, very good. Bayou smiled. One of the functions of the system. Only by grabbing the beauties of the plot as crew members, subordinates can the lottery be performed in the world. Focus. Drama beauty. But yeah, looking at the women of the Charlotte family, it seems that these two are in line with Bayou's aesthetic. Others, more or less strange, the image and character are out of tune with the girls at home. Otherwise, it's too young, and Bayou doesn't want to take any more children. Too many people don't match the style of the girls at home. Therefore, other people should directly be subordinate workers of the squad. Subordinates can also integrate strength. Bayou's plan. First go through it quickly, then find and fill in the missing story beauties, and then set up a female team to add some story beauties that don't match the style of the girls at home. Do not be afraid. 35. Looking down at the two trembling girls who had just snatched up, Bayou's voice was exceptionally gentle. Light brown long-haired lowly, Charlotte Pudding. This year is only 14 years old. Memory fruit. Read, remove, replace, and tamper with the target's memory. Three-eyed tribe. After truly opening their eyes, they will have the ability to read ancient characters in historical texts. Robin will be delighted to see Little Pudding. Bayou knew that Robin longed for someone who had a common speech. Your name is Pudding, right? Because Pudding has 3 eyes, he has been bullied since childhood and began to cover the third eye on his forehead with bangs to hide his true self. Little Pudding is not evil by nature, but the experience of being bullied since childhood forced her to disguise herself and avoid hurting herself by bullying others. In fact, I am very ashamed of myself. Seeing herself as nothing more than an ugly monster, some behaviors make her seem like a split personality. Please don't look at me. Noticing Bayou looking at her, Little Pudding suddenly burst into tears. She was not pretending, she was really afraid of scaring Bayou and angering this terrifying demon king. Your third eye. 35. Under the changing expressions of Little Pudding, Katakuri and others, Bayou gently opened her bangs with a strange expression. Obviously, seeing Bayou's expression change slightly, Little Pudding was really frightened and trembled, and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, it was my eyes that scared you, I will kill myself, please don't hurt my family. Please calm down your anger. Katakuri and many others are also full of requests. They have seen too many people get angry when they are scared by the third eye. Some are even Little Pudding siblings, not to mention outsiders. I say, are you sick? Bayou looked at the members of the Charlotte family. Don't try to guess me, how can you tell I'm angry? Little Pudding's third eye was so cute, so I was surprised. 35. The crowd was stunned. The 14-year-old Little Pudding even had 3 eyes widened. He looked at Bayou in a silly and cute way, and suddenly became overwhelmed and shy. Yes. Is it true? 5. Of course. Bayou nodded with a smile. The main thing is that the eyes are good looking, so the third one is not so strange. Bayou was speechless. There are a lot of strange looking people in the Charlotte family. How can they look down on Pudding's third eye? Thank you, whether it's true or not, thank you, sir. Little Pudding's tears fell, and in front of the devil's smile, she wanted to cry inexplicably. Bayou stroked Little Pudding's hair lightly, and suggested, in the future, you don't need to disguise yourself. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll kill his whole family. 5. No need. Little Pudding waved his hands again and again, panicking a little overwhelmed. Because some brothers and sisters sometimes bully her, if the Demon King kills the whole family, wouldn't it kill her too? What is the captain doing? Enel, Crocodile and others were stunned. My boss, Charlotte Linlin is still crying not far away, but you are here to hook up with girls, is this appropriate? Hawkeye said coolly. This is his only shortcoming, but it's normal. 35. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. This is youth, don't forget, Bayou is only 18 this year. Everyone was stunned. The Charlotte family was shocked again, and they remembered that the Demon King was still a child to many people. Only a few years older than Little Pudding. You guys are talking nonsense. Bayou glared at a few people. Don't you need to be comforted by the inferior lady, a group of single dogs? Your name backquote. Bayou looked at the nervous girl with pink curly hair, wearing a purple cape, a red short skirt and high heels. You didn't even know my name, so you just took me away. The pink-haired girl murmured in her heart, and then quickly said, Lord Demon King, I am Garrett. Bayou nodded. Charlotte Garrett, 29 years old this year, is a rare normal human beauty in the Charlotte family, without any obvious racial characteristics. Butterfruit. Manipulates and manufactures butter, and those bound by butter will obey any command to act. Tisk. When Bayou thinks of the name of this fruit, Bayou thinks it's rotten enough. And ordering people bound by butter to act, is this concept development? Well, take good care of your sister Pudding. Bayou nodded slightly. Garrett is nice. He cares about his family very much, even though he is very afraid of Ant, he still dares to kneel down and ask Ant not to kill his brother. Advertisement. But it's easy to underestimate others and appear to be superior to others, and it doesn't matter. It was also at this time that Charlotte Linlin, who was blind in her eyes and suddenly became pure, cried a little louder. Wow. Linlin hurts so much, Linlin can't see anymore. Noisy. Although the ant at this moment has become very simple, but with that face, Bayou still has no good mood. One thought blooms. 35. Bayou's wah-wah plus childlike interest, activated in the blink of an idea, turned it directly into a toy, and then knocked it out. Bayou has no patience until he completely eliminates the Big Mom, and makes Linlin permanently pure and obedient. Then, knife light flashed. PFF'd. The comatose toy Charlotte Linlin's limbs were directly cut off, and Bayou was released from the childlike ability. Hi. 35. Seeing the ant who was unconscious on the ground with all her limbs broken, everyone was shocked again. After turning into a toy, everyone lost their memory of Auntie, so they didn't know what Bayou was doing with the toy, and they recovered again, and everyone regained their memory. Gollum. Charlotte was horrified. At this moment, even the calmest Katakuri lost his expression control and felt a chill in his heart. Turning people into toys can make other people forget everything about each other. Horrible. All Charlotte bowed their heads, for fear of accidentally making their eyes anger the Demon King. Laughing. It's really scary. Doflamingo, who knew the fruit of childishness best, was terrified and his voice trembled. How is this possible? How could Bayou have childlike fruit, and how did he do it? Doflamingo first saw Bayou using childlike fruit. No, if he even has the ability to play the fruit of childishness, who can stop him? Thinking back to Bayou's other abilities, Doflamingo suddenly felt that Bayou could kill all the great forces by himself. Even going to the Holy Land alone for 2 laps, and then returning unscathed, there are some possibilities. If you give Bayou more time, let him grow up for a few years. Thought here. Hope is at hand. Doflamingo's heart beat violently, and he subconsciously said, Bayou. Let's not form an alliance. But just spoke. Doflamingo regretted it a little, it was too hasty, he should know more before making a decision. What if Bayou's own strength has any very big shortcomings? But, it's too late. After Dover spoke, Enel and the others all died and looked directly at them. Does he want to quit? Many people in the Charlotte family secretly scolded. This guy can't be a brain dead, right, he's betrayal at this time. Can't we just leave? Angering the Demon King will affect us. Goo ha ha ha, Heavenly Yaksha, what do you mean? Want to die? Crocodile was angry and betrayed face to face. Me, Sand Crocodile, the captain's brainless fan, come to fight. Chong, Hawkeye and Rayleigh drew their knives. Enel's whole body flashed with thunder, Cavendish stared sharply, Moria had begun to grow, and the 6 Luigi surrounded Dover. Stussy pointed at Dover and burst out at any moment finger pistol. For a while, the atmosphere of the whole Cake Island solidified again. Bayou squinted his eyes. Interesting, it seems that you finally figured it out. 99. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Doflamingo couldn't help sweating, all Bayou's people were present, and he didn't bring any of his subordinates. Just say the wrong thing. Doflamingo felt that he was going to kneel completely today, and God couldn't save him. Boiled. I mean, the 4 emperors fall, the Demon King ascends to the top, and a big gift is needed. Dover smiled awkwardly, and Bayou looked at him calmly. Seeing this, Doflamingo took a deep breath and said calmly, okay, you are really too strong. New World will be yours sooner or later. It is better to join early instead of the alliance being eroded by you step by step. I only hope. No, I have only one trivial request. With such strength, your goals can be lofty. New World is really too small, and the four seas are the places you should win. 35. Doflamingo said calmly. He was not afraid that Bayou was too strong, he was afraid that Bayou was not strong enough. Guhahaha. You underestimate the captain too. If we don't take down the Holy Land, what can we do to start a new era? Crocodile is becoming more and more like a brainless fan, because with Bayou's various amazing performances, he is really convinced. The crowd also laughed. Quote. Seeing Bayou nodding, Doflamingo also smiled with relief. Saw that Dover just joined. Katakuri glanced at the unconscious ant with all limbs and limbs, took a deep breath and said respectfully, Lord Bayou, please give the Charlotte family a chance to be loyal to you. 99. If anyone betrays me, I give you a satisfactory answer. 35. Charlotte held her breath, even if there is something he wants to say, but seeing the tragic condition of Auntie, he has no choice. Just kneel down. Advertisement. It may become a slave, it may be a servant, it may be imprisoned. But joining is different. If Katakuri wants to consider the life and future of his younger siblings, if he is imprisoned, all the younger ones will be finished. I treat the crew and subordinates equally as long as they don't disobey my orders or betray me. Bai Yu did not refuse, but was willing to accept it. He believed that he could hold back. Bai Yu's plan. To unify all the powers, the master is in his own hands, to abide by his own rules. Violators, die, buzz. 95. Bai Yu waved his hands. The invisible space imprints flew towards the crowd densely, and because there were too many, layers of space ripples swayed, which was shocking. This is what he recently developed. Teleportation imprints into space. This is a space imprint, so that I can teleport to you at any time in the future for support. Bai Yu's very calm and simple explanation. Even if you enter a different dimension, I can still teleport there. The Charlotte family was silent. Is it just support? Maybe so. But no one dares to betray this way, and it is impossible to escape even if a different dimension can be teleported into it. Doflamingo came over and said sincerely, Captain, do those underground kings who are watching from afar on the coast need to be dealt with? We'll talk about it when the news comes out that we've stabilized the site, and we'll take it step by step. Bai Yu is not in a hurry, the meal only needs to be eaten bite by bite. Swallow it in one bite, it's a pig. But, the rest of the kings are not important, but Morgans are too important. The controller of public opinion is king. Since ancient times, in any world where the power is not too outrageous, the role of news is huge. There is a good saying, what you see is only what I want you to see. Especially in the pirate world where 99% of the people have never read the book Orthodox, that is really what the newspapers say, and many people believe what it is. Bai Yu looked at the birdman who had been taking pictures not far away, and whispered, Morgans, my friend. Hiss. Inexplicable. Hearing the words, my friend, many people felt a chill in their hearts, especially Doflamingo was deeply touched. Your Majesty, what are you calling me for? I'm so excited, there's big news everywhere. Morgans was so excited that he didn't notice the weird expressions of many people. Bai Yu patted Morgans on the shoulder, pointed around, and said, see, except for the ant who abolished and fainted, these are all my people. Of course, Linlin will also be my subordinate after I make her permanently obedient. Understand. Morgans lost all excitement in an instant. Listening to Bai Yu's calm words, and seeing the indifferent and threatening eyes of Enel and many others, my heart suddenly shivered. Understand. He understands so well. As president of the World Economic News, Morgans has seen too many threats. Taking a deep breath, Morgans said solemnly, Your Majesty the Demon King, I tell you very clearly, the world government has threatened me many times, but I have never surrendered. 5. Because of what? Because of the dignity of journalists, what's good, no one is allowed to defile it. 39. It is good. Well said. Bai Yu couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised. You are the most backboned and bloody man I have ever met, which is admirable. After speaking, Bai Yu waved his hand. Come on. Chop him up and feed the dog. Morgans was sluggish. Hey, is this not right? He is an underground king after all, but he just subconsciously refuted it, and the devil is so decisive. But Enel and the others were not sluggish, and walked away with a sneer. They have backbone and blood, and they admire them very much, but they just don't know how to lift their faces, and they don't know how to show their faces. Shave. Finger pistol. 55. Lu Chi and Kaku approached in an instant, surrounded Morgans, and poked Morgans together. I surrender. 35. Morgans shout out. Brush. Lu Chi and Kaku changed their positions in an instant, brushed past Morgans, surrounded him again, and watched indifferently. Morgans was sweating profusely in an instant, and after wiping off the sweat, his voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful. Lord Demon King, what I said before was all to the world government, but for you, I have always admired you very much. I've wanted to join you for a long time, but I just couldn't find your place. It's an honor to meet you today and to work for you, I'm so excited. It's too scary. Crocodile and others learned secretly, what a shame, this guy is really thick-skinned. Bai Yu nodded slightly. That's fine, I left a space mark on you, and if someone threatens you in the future, I will teleport over at any time. Thank you, Lord Demon. Morgans' bird face showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Ruined. Completely screwed. Morgans found that he was completely unable to escape the Demon King's claws. It is also difficult to find his changing headquarters on the world government side, but Bayou can always find him. There was nothing Morgans could do unless he wanted to die, but he didn't want to. Still my friend, I believe in you, Joe. Chapter 83. 18 girls gathered together, and the photo of Bayou's big boat group shocked the world. The aunt died in a coma. The Charlotte family surrendered. Dover, Morgans joined. There are 2 more girls on the boat, Pudding, Garrett. In this regard, Bayou is very satisfied, the Cake Island is really worthless. I don't know what I will gain from going to the Island of Ghosts in the future, but I can't just get a silly girl. Bayou still pays more attention to the cuteness of the fish and the dragon. Brush. Bayou disappeared. A few seconds later, Bayou appeared again and brought Nami and other girls over. Kaya, Nami, Nakigo, Makino, Tashigi, Vivi, Robin, Kanis, Little Aisha, Khalifa, Perona, Monet, Baby5, Sugar, Violet. Plus Stussy, Pudding, Garrett at Cake Island. 18 female crew members were present. Only Hancock didn't bring it over. The Daughters Island is a big problem, too close to the Marine headquarters. We'll announce again in a few days. Ah, Bayou, you are really amazing for taking down the 4 emperors so quickly. Nami hung directly on Bayou. Kaya also blushed and hugged Bayou's arm tightly. Brother Bayou has also become a 4 emperors, so fast. Brother Bayou is the best. Vivi's big eyes turned into crescents when he smiled. Robin smiled and said, today will be recorded in the annals of history, and the legend of the Demon King begins. The girls were also very happy. 14-year-old Pudding was stunned. Sister, there are so many beautiful elder sisters. Will the Demon King be scolded to death by other men? Garrett was also secretly startled, and her eyes widened. The 2 women had also heard about the little hobby of the Demon King, but they didn't expect such an exaggerated number of girls to be snatched up. How long has it been? For a while, many people's little eyes were not right. Excuse me, can the boss demon hold up? Rayleigh coughed lightly. What are you looking at? Quickly clean up the battlefield. It's boring. Hawkeye spit out 2 words. Women will only affect the speed at which my eagle eye draws the sword. Without a woman in my heart, it is natural to draw the sword. Enel and others immediately cleaned the battlefield, and Katakuri and others assisted. Looking at Stussy and Robin, Bayou said, you take people to clean up the Charlotte family. By the way, find a bigger open space, build a high platform, everyone sits in sequence, and send our big photo to the world. Quote. Come if you are not afraid of death. Group photo of Bayou's fleet. The world will definitely lose its voice, and it will make the scalps of countless people go numb. If the photo goes out and there are still iron-headed pirates who want to provoke Bayou's status, he will let the intruders know what life is better than death. Looking at Nami again, Bayou said, you take Perona and the others. I know, I'll go right now. Nami was full of excitement, making Shimayan, and rushed to the Cake Island castle. It must be full of treasure there. Bayou chuckled and looked at Little Pudding and Garrett again. You 2 should follow Nami too and help them sort things out. Yes, Captain. Garrett quickly followed Nami with Little Pudding. They were still a little afraid of Bayou. Bayou is in no hurry. Time will prove everything. If you know how to cook, let's go prepare the banquet, take a photo and start the banquet. 9. After half an hour, Robin took Bayou to a room where 3 stones were placed, one of which was a red stone. Red road sign historical text. After collecting all 4 pieces and translating them, you can draw where Raftel is. Robin wondered. In my mind, you seem to be omnipotent and omniscient, what about the other 3? 35. Thank you in advance for your compliment. Is there a road sign? Bayou thought for a moment and said, there is a piece in Kaido, and there is also a whale forest in Zou. The last piece was originally on the Fishmen Island, and its whereabouts are unknown. 35. Bayou didn't know either, he traveled too early and only saw the defeat of the 2 emperors. Robin nodded slightly, she was amazed that Bayou knew so much. From today onwards, there will be no One Piece in the world anymore. After throwing the historical text of the road sign into the prison of immortality, Bayou said. It's all in his hands, and other people don't even want to take it away or reproduce it in a dream. Roger Pirate's crew lead the way. It is estimated that Rayleigh cut it with a knife. Raftel persistent pointers. If it really appeared, others would have no chance to snatch Bayou. And Bayou, who doesn't want to be the 2nd generation One Piece, opens Raftel as the king of the world, isn't it sweet? Merely 1 piece. After an hour, Cake Island is an open space. Katakuri used a variety of glutinous balls to build a huge step-by-step row. It is divided up and down like a gladiatorial arena, but it is extremely spectacular. The top throne. Bayou sat on it. Hawkeye sat on the side, Rayleigh on the right, and the 2 stood casually. In the second row, Nami, Robin, Monet, Kaya and other women sat down in turn. In the lower row, Enel, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Cavendish, Moria, Lucky Kaku and others sat down in turn. At the bottom, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, Perospero and other Charlotte family members sat down in turn. The Charlotte family. Looking at the Charlotte family sitting below, Bayou thought. Advertisement. The backbone adds a lot. Among them, there are no less than 10 outstanding ones, and there are also several that can rival Shichibukai. Shichibukai is too different after all. And if the talent like Katakuri is excellent, give him a good devil fruit, and then give him the true solution to hockey. Work hard for 2 years. Power surge. In other words, everyone present, with the help of Bai Yu, will have their strength skyrocketed again after 2 years of practice. Even Rayleigh and Hawkeye. Because hockey's true understanding is too comprehensive, as long as the two take a small step, that is a big step in strength. Gollum. When everyone looked at the front of the square, there were still many people who were secretly horrified. Front of the field. Bloody horror. The ant, whose limbs were cut off, lay unconscious on the ground, blood-stained on the ground. This is the 4 emperors. I don't know what the other 4 emperors thought when they saw this scene. It is estimated that Teacher Kai will cry, but there is no need to return the favor. Demon King. Cough. Captain, are you ready? In the distance, Morgans shouted excitedly with a camera phone. Although forced to join Bai Yu, and can no longer escape the clutches. But he was still excited to be able to capture such a big news. Bai Yu said, take a few more pictures and choose the best one to send. It is good. Morgans took pictures one after another, and he now had a hunch that a truly new era was about to begin. Crack. Photo freezes. Bai Yu big fleet. YYDs. 2 days later, when the news bird was flying around the world and the photo of Bai Yu's large fleet was released, the whole world was boiling. Well known. The photos of the pirate world cannot be edited, so it is very shocking. Hey, the Demon King is invincible. It's so terrifying. The 4 emperors ant actually threw her limbs on the ground. 35. So many Shichibukai, and old-time legends, plus all Charlotte, which 4 emperors can stop. Gulu, the world's strongest pirate group has changed hands. Countless people stared at the photos and news in the newspaper in amazement, and were completely speechless in shock. The major forces were stunned, and the Revolutionary Army also talked about it, because this photo will have too many far-reaching effects on the world. Now, members of the Straw Hat team who are repairing and changing ships in the 7 waters. He also stared at the newspaper. Frankie exclaimed, oh, it's him, the devil with the spaceship, that's really cool. It's terrifying. It's really terrifying. Usopp was really shivering and sweating. Sure enough, the cigarette from Sanji's mouth fell, and he couldn't imagine how the Straw Hats would get back the beautiful navigator that he used to be. He couldn't even dream. And also, wow, so many beautiful ladies, Sanji wants to change boats. The new is the strongest in the world. He has become a man stronger than Hawkeye. 5. Zoro murmured. Then he turned his eyes on the photo of Tashigi who had taken off his glasses and had a valiant look, and his expression was even more complicated. Kuina, is that you? Are you resurrected by that Demon King? No, it's impossible, but if it's not, the word, Hidao, on this woman's waist is also very suitable for her. It seems that the Demon King treats her very well. I'm going to fly. Luffy was about to yell, but Sanji and Usopp blocked his mouth. Sanji shouted solemnly. Luffy, please bear with me, wait until you get on the boat and then shout, otherwise. In short, shut up first. You have to shout out here that I'm going to beat the Flying Demon King, it's absolutely messed up. Not to mention fans. When the other pirates heard it, they would definitely come over to try Luffy's fineness. When there were too many people, first of all, their ships would definitely not have time to repair. Luffy lowered his straw hat, clenched his fists and said, anyway, I won't approve of him, the guy who stole someone else's crew at will. If you're not willing, just work hard, it's pointless for you to yell like this, Luffy. Zoro scolded Luffy for the first time, very seriously. Because the Demon King is the same age as them, if they become stronger, won't the Demon King become stronger? If you don't work hard to become stronger, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. It's better to practice as hard as him if you scream everywhere, don't just think about eating. The other side. Kid glanced at the newspaper and made the expression I knew. Hira was a little stunned. Aren't you going to react to such a big news? 55 feet. What's the reaction? I'm not convinced when I shout, I'm the next 4 emperors, I'm tired of shouting. Kid waved his hand slightly. No matter how strong Bayou is, there are 4 of the 4 emperors, we will go and get the red hair in the future, they are the fewest, that's all. Let's go to Sabayati land. Kid really doesn't want to waste time on Bayou, he has been shocked by the other party many times. But he won't give in. Unless Bayou goes to attack the Holy Land one day, he will definitely be convinced. Heart pirates. Everyone was silent at the moment. Because Luo roared angrily when he saw the newspaper and almost chopped the boat, and then went to hide in the room by himself. Why? Katakana middle dot for flowers. Advertisement. Why? I am clearly prepared, why in the end? 35. Luo was holding hands tightly in the room, the photo of Bayou's large fleet in the newspaper, and the smiling face of Doflamingo in the middle pierced his heart. Demon King Bayou. Since the first sensation in the world, Luo has been paying attention, and after the sensation has been repeated, Luo has made a plan. Make friends with Bayou. Let's fight Dover together. However, he discovered only now that it was a little late for him to know the Demon King. As a result, the hope of revenge has changed from a percentage to despair. Moby DK. This time, everyone glanced at the newspaper and lost interest. Not in the mood to read the newspaper. The atmosphere on the boat was depressing. Whitebeard looked at Ace's life card in his palm, half burned, and the direction kept changing. It's been 2 days. What does this mean? At least 2 days ago, Ace was inexplicably injured, at least in a coma. Dad, I still haven't gotten through to Ace's phone bug. Marco was sullen, and now completely lost the news of Ace. At this time, Joe's ran over. Dad, found the news of Ace. Everyone looked over. Josh said with a dark face. Someone saw flames and black smoke on an island in the first half, and it was all extinguished after half a day. That day was when the Ace life card was burning, and the black smoke. It should be Teach's. Boom. The terrifying conquerors erupted from Whitebeard, and the powerful momentum instantly stunned many people. The whole ship was shaking, and the deck showed a crack. Teach. Marco, you led someone along the direction of the life card to find someone. Whitebeard's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he shouted, contact Morgans, contact everyone, find Teach, I'm going to kill him in person. Point 0. After speaking, Whitebeard couldn't help but worry. Since it's possible that Teach seriously injured Ace 2 days ago, and apparently took it, why didn't he kill it? Fear of retaliation, conquering Ace, in exchange for a bounty. Negotiate with him. The more Whitebeard thought about it, the more he felt that something big was about to happen, and his heart was full of haze. Ghost Island. Kaido stared at the newspaper, which he had been reading for a long time. Since deciding to marry Yamato to Bai Yu, Yamato has also become freer and now reads the newspaper. He's so powerful, and a woman on the same level as that Minotaur, was he abolished? Doesn't that mean that this man may be stronger than the bullhorn? Yamato couldn't help but exude his thoughts, inexplicably looking forward to Bai Yu's arrival. Hui Yi was staring at Jin with strange eyes. Did you have a spy beside Bai Yu, or how could you be so accurate? 99. What a god. Most of the Bai Yu pirates were all told by Jin. Jin ignored Quinn and looked at Kaido. Whether Bai Yu defeated Big Mom alone or defeated by siege, the result is the same. 55. Bai Yu is now a 4 emperors, and his position is stronger than anyone's 4 emperors. Can it be stable? Not to mention Bai Yu, the captain, just look at the group of people under his command, who can pull them out to form the 4 emperors group by themselves, who would dare to provoke them. The overall combat power goes straight to the first. The other big pirates in the second line, unless they are really brainless, would never bother Bai Yu at this time. That would definitely be slaughtered to warn the monkeys. No one wants to be an early bird, so let the reckless newcomers come and explore their way. He really deserves to be my good son-in-law, well done. Kaido, who was finally willing to put down the newspaper, burst out laughing. Then, in the confusion of Yamato and others, Kaido laughed and cried, woo. Linlin, you died so miserably. 35. Quinn coughed lightly. It's just that his eyes are completely blind, his limbs are crippled, and he is not sure if he is dead. Big brother Quinn, does that make a difference? Jack wondered. Rayleigh was also dethroned. Jin said a fact that shocked everyone. But Kaido ignored the crowd and continued to cry. Wow, I have been in the sea for decades, and I have worked hard to plan for decades. It is not as strong as Bai Yu, who has been at sea for more than 2 months. Don't stop me, I'm going to cry to death here today. Crowd. 46. This is true. They were also very helpless. God knows how Bai Yu gathered so many people together. What if the 2 regiments fight to the death? Bai Yu holds Kaido back. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Card 2 versus 3 major disasters, Dover, Enel, Sand Crocodile, Smoothie, Parosparrow, etc. vs Flying 6 real fights and the like. Hiss. Thinking of such a scene, Jin and others felt a headache, and they knew what the outcome would be if they thought about it. It is very likely that only Mr. Kai is left. So. Kaido, who also understands this, is really envious and sad, he is really difficult. Wiping away his tears, Kaido took a sip of wine and said, Jin, investigate his preferences and prepare a big gift for Lao Su's good son-in-law. I wish him to reach the top of the 4 emperors and create greater glories. Like. Jin nodded thoughtfully. This is very simple. No, this one has to be picked carefully, not too hasty. Chapter 84. Naval Headquarters is shocked by the news of Team Zero. It is difficult to convince the crowd only by ability. An island in the New World. Why? What the hell is going on here? He's not right. There's absolutely something wrong with this young man. 99. Impossible, but how did he do it? Beckman and the others looked at Shanks in dismay. Since reading the newspaper, Shanks has been babbling non-stop, full of disbelief. In a word, he couldn't accept Rayleigh joining the Bayou fleet. Certainly, the Roger pirates have been disbanded, and what Rayleigh is willing to do is his own business, even if the pirates are reformed. After all, red hair is an example. But, Rayleigh is in his 70s. Even if you have ambition and no spare energy, how can you join the rookie pirate group if you don't take care of yourself at this age? Shanks doesn't understand this the most. If you want to join, you should join his pirate group. What a fun. Uncle Rayleigh, you are over 70, what else is worth fighting for? Shanks, who couldn't figure it out, contacted Rayleigh, who was drinking and boasting, through Hawkeye. Hearing this question, Rayleigh was immediately unhappy. What do you mean, stinky boy? I am old and not dead, so I can't have blood, right? Have you heard of the blood of the elderly? Why don't you come and make a gesture? Oh, when you are old and can't walk for injections and infusions, I will definitely let you to pull out your needles, just wait. Don't disturb Lao Su drinking. 35. Shanks was scolded and dumbfounded. When I'm old, you're probably dead of old age. How can you instruct my daughter to pull out my needle? Bah bah, Yuta is so cute, how could he bully his old father? Seeing this, Beckman blew out a smoke ring and said, don't think about it, you just need to know that Mr. Rayleigh is not threatened, he is still hot-blooded. To be frank, it is also difficult for Beckman to understand how Bayou ignited Rayleigh's blood, and his wisdom is not enough. Shanks was full of depression. Why do they all get on Bayou's boat? Is my boat that bad? 55. Hear this. Beckman immediately gave a contemptuous look. How many berries do you have all over your body? Buying wine for Mr. Rayleigh is not enough. 5. And Bayou, what about Shandola, the land of gold? Shanks burst into tears. The poorest pirate in the world. Not him. Boom. Marine 11 headquarters. In the marshal's office, Sengoku smashed the table severely, full of anger. Look at it. He has only disappeared for a month, and he has gathered such a strong force and was directly promoted to the 4 emperors. This is the consequence of not paying attention to potential newcomers. 35. The generals looked at each other. Didn't pay enough attention to Bayou, last time Kizaru plus Aokiji, and last time Kizaru plus Garp plus Momoshiki, in short every time I didn't catch a root hair. Oh, no, the last time it was the headquarters and holy places where Bayou was shooting from a distance. Demon King, it's really scary. Kizaru looked extremely solemn, not joking this time. Aokiji also rubbed his hair. Allah, he has become the captain of the strongest pirate group, and we really can't do anything about him. Hey, why didn't we catch Bayou together last time? Because of some major events, Akainu, who came back from New World, was bombarded by various Bayou information and couldn't help but look at Kizaru and Aokiji coldly. He was very skeptical. The two of them are serious paddling. Aokiji couldn't help frowning. Isn't it written in the report? What reason do I have to let Bayou go? Good report. The double admiral can't catch a rookie. What are you trying to tell me? He is invincible, right? 35 Akainu doesn't believe that the previous Bayou can resist the double admiral. Then go get it. Aokiji was very upset about Akainu's suspicion of him, and he tried his best. Bayou would teleport him what way? Okay, enough. To stop the quarrel between the two, Sengoku said solemnly, the problem now, focus on analyzing the strength of the new 4 emperors Bayou and the crew's bounty. When everyone looked at the group photo in the newspaper again, they suddenly felt a headache. Even if he is as tough as Akainu, seeing that group photo makes me understand the horror of Demon King Bayou. Open black lens bracket the world's strongest change owner, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the world's strongest pirate group, the birth of the Bayou fleet close black lens bracket. Demon King Bayou, kills the 4 emperors in 1 second. Open black lens bracket the closest existence to the new generation of One Piece, Demon Lord Bayou close black lens bracket. There's a whole lot of stuff like that, filling the papers, and anyway, on the basis of the facts, Morgan's all sorts of compliments. But didn't say anything. But these are not important in the eyes of the big forces, their eyes are all on the group photo and their respective introductions. Captain. Bayou. Currently, there are only members of the Zero team, Rayleigh, Hawkeye. This team can only join the Emperor, and has the right to mobilize other teams. In 2 years, the Bayou fleet will form the 13th division. Except for the Zero division, the captain and vice captain of each team will be added to the chairperson, and the division captains will be ranked in no particular order. The strong will go up and the weak will retire. The Demon King declares, we are invincible ahead of us. The generals frowned more and more. Advertisement. Akainu said coldly, what a Team Zero. What is limited to the General Emperor class, does he still want to build the Marine headquarters? 99. It's obvious, tell people not to mess with him, or you'll kill you. Kizaru said, clipping his fingernails. Don't say anything else, just say that as soon as Team Zero comes out, it's simple and clear to tell others how strong the Bayou pirates are. Don't look at anything else. Counting the captains 3 generals and emperors, come here if you are not afraid of death. The main problem now is that the 4 emperors aunt was killed by Bayou in these newspapers. Sengoku et al. Set their sights on another photo. Amazing photo. Bayou, surrounded by black and red lightning, fell with a knife, while the ant's eyes were pierced, and her face was covered with blood, kneeling on the ground like a dog. This scene. Shocking. Everyone really can't understand this photo. No matter how unbearable the ant is, shouldn't it be so? Crane Vice Admiral thought deeply. It is possible to hit kneeling, but at the same time, it is not normal to catch a knife with bare hands. It should be some kind of special control ability that made her kneel down without being able to resist, that's why her expression was like this. Question mark, exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked. Some kind of control ability that no ant can't stop. Kizaru instantly blacklisted Bayou again, absolutely not accepting any tasks about Bayou. I'll let people find out, don't discuss them, just set a bounty and publish it. 99. The more Sengoku looked at it, the more he had a headache, and he couldn't help but scolded. Rayleigh, a 76-year-old man who is immortal, can't be honest and be your legend. He couldn't understand at all, what did that old guy do in the big fleet formed by young people, pretending to be tender. PFF'd, Sengoku, you're a year older than Rayleigh, he's immortal, so what are you? Garp couldn't help laughing, tears streaming down his face. Among the powerhouses of the old era, according to this year, Sengoku is the oldest at 77 years old. Second, Garp and Rayleigh are 76 years old, while Whitebeard and Zephyr are only 72 years old. Garp. Sengoku let out a loud shout, grabbed the senbei from Garp's hand and stuffed it into the table, then seriously handed Garp a document and sighed slightly. Look, this is the order above, after the time is chosen, he must die. Crack. Garp glanced at him and couldn't help crushing the cup in his hand, and his smile turned bitter. I persuaded him a long time ago. Hey, can this old man go and see him? Go, don't make trouble. Sengoku let out a sigh. The level of education of his old buddy is amazing. Look at what kind of guys the sons and grandsons are, each one is more troublesome than the other, they are all too messy. And this time, the grandson raised by himself will never have the opportunity to toss again. Come on, post the bounty. Continue to the next meeting. 35. 2 days later, Bai Yu spent a long time looking for a temporary base in the Wangguo Sea area. This island is called Bayou Island. Because it is surrounded by clouds and mist all the year round, and the animals and plants on the island are also very ferocious, few people come here, and it is one of the few big islands in New World. And it's still in the Demon King Sea. It's not that the name is so good. It's because everyone has different opinions, so let's use the most direct title. Anyway, this sea is just the starting point. Why just a temporary headquarters? Where do you want to build? End of regular route. Built in Raftel. No. Mercury Island. 35. Demon Sea. The temporary headquarters is Bayou Island. In a few days, various financial resources and manpower have been used to build a building, which is still under construction. In the hall, there was a lot of discussion. The bounty is out. Demon King Bayou, 5 billion. Only tens of millions of berry less than Whitebeard, but this is only Bayou's third bounty. 1 billion the first time, 3 billion the second time, 5 billion this time, and 7 billion the next time. Cavendish was full of envy and admiration. Unless I win the entire New World, or slaughter a few important officials of the world government, it will be difficult to increase the bounty for me. Bayou understands that the career of pirates has an end. Even increase. It is also difficult to surpass One Piece. Rayleigh 3.6 billion. Hawkeye. 3.5 billion. 35. Pluton Rayleigh's bounty and identity were all changed, because it was just a crew member, and Marine didn't exaggerate. And Hawkeye, the original trajectory 2 years later, 3.59 billion berry, currently 3.5 billion. The bounty of the original Charlotte family such as category has not changed much, only tens of millions of berry have been added, and then the identity has been updated. Enel. Bounty 530 million berry. 35. Crocodile. Bounty 630 million berry. Doflamingo. 920 million bounty berry. Moria. Bounty 440 million berry. Lucci. Bounty 350 million berry. The Cavendish. 330 million berry. After watching the bounty, Rayleigh and Hawkeye didn't respond, and Enel was directly blown away. Why is this god 100 million less than the bounty of this smelly crocodile? Gu ha ha ha, your first bounty broke 500 million, and I said that you are not worthy of this guy. Crocodile. 2 years after the original track, bounty, 1.965 billion berry. Advertisement. I am the lowest. Cavendish suddenly looked at Lu Chi. Why are you taller than me? He finally made a headline with Bayou, and he didn't have time to be happy for 2 days. Just this bounty. Because you are too weak. Lu Chi said coldly, not wanting to talk nonsense. All right. Bayou put down the bounty orders, and then looked at everyone. The bounty is high or low, happy or sad, these are not important, the important thing is. Now you are not strong enough, you may die in a certain battle at any time. Of course people understand, not to mention them, even Rayleigh and Hawkeye could be killed at any time, because everyone's ambition is really too big. In addition, everyone has to work hard, including Rayleigh and Hawkeye. Bayou looked at Cavendish with a frowning face. Especially you, swordsmanship only pursues the so-called beauty and beauty, this is courting death. If you don't work hard to correct it, then go to jail and play. Quote. I see. Cavendish's eyes trembled. The undead prison that everyone said. Hawkeye said coolly. According to them, there will be no hunger, no tiredness, no sleepiness, etc. If so, then send me in. I'm going to try to realize Hawkeye's true understanding there. Everyone. Oh my gosh, that's really tough. You sure? Thinking of someone there, Bayou reminded. In the current prison, only the ant is there, you. Tell you later. Hawkeye's eyes twitched. He didn't want to stay in the same house with his aunt, alone, and he would be shameless if it spreads out. Speaking of mom, everyone was emotional. Rayleigh shook his head and said, I didn't expect that woman to have such a simple and kind side. That should be considered a second personality. Thinking of his second personality, Cavendish said. Doflamingo said. Tita, no matter what, she is very obedient now, isn't she? Katakuri looks complicated. If possible, he also hopes that his mother will always be pure and kind, and they will take care of him. Simple Linlin, very obedient, became Bayou's subordinate. Not sure if she suddenly regained her memory and character, Bayou put her in the prison of immortality. However, putting a lot of fun and delicious food makes Linlin less boring. Bayou has already decided. After the ability of Soul Fruit and Memory Fruit is integrated, all hidden dangers of Andy will be completely eliminated. Just be a simple and obedient Linlin, punch a big pirate with one punch. Well, then you and Rayleigh should study the truth about hockey. For Rayleigh and Hawkeye, the only way for them to increase their strength is to study hockey, except that they don't want to eat the fruit. Bai Yu is also looking forward to the road after the top 3 colors. Bai Yu continued. A big news that will shake the world is coming soon, and I need to go to retreat for a few days. People are puzzled. What's the big news? Seeing this, Bai Yu explained. At most a month, the Whitebeard pirates will fight in Marineford, the end of the old era. Wow. The crowd was really surprised. They simply could not understand how the two sides suddenly started a war. Seeing Bai Yu's interest, Hawkeye said coolly, if there is this war, who are you going to help? No one will help. Bai Yu didn't explain, and disappeared after dropping a sentence. Wait for me 5 days, after I come out of the retreat, I will not use any ability to fight with you to verify my own strength. Wait until Bai Yu leaves. Everyone was slightly stunned, and after recollecting the taste, they exploded the pot one after another. Enel was the first to speak excitedly. Yeah ha ha ha, I heard right. The captain meant to beat us all by one person. Boiled, I admit that every ability of the captain is almost invincible, but Doflamingo's meaning was already obvious. Bai Yu's ability to approach the rules and concepts one by one makes the scalp tingle, which also makes everyone not want to fight with Bai Yu. But yeah, just wanting to fight all of them without any ability is no different from suicide, right? Katakuri said calmly. Since you all know it, is the captain not clear, or do you want to lose face in front of us on purpose? Everyone looked condensed. Although it makes sense, they still do not understand. Do you want to beat them all alone without any ability? How can that be? Interesting. Hawkeye, who was still thinking of going out for a walk, suddenly became interested. Rayleigh was secretly surprised, and his eyes narrowed. It's really interesting, there will only be more and more monsters here in the future. If you only rely on ability, it is difficult to convince the public. The crowd nodded. Many top powerhouses only recognize hard power, that is, power beyond their ability, and they value hockey the most. As Mr. Kai said, listen, hockey is everything. It's a pity that someone told him with facts. Nika fruit is the truth. Chapter 85. Gravity Space. Resurrection Coins. New Shichibukai Blackbeard teach. From my knowledge, there is absolutely no one who can defeat all of us without any ability. Rayleigh's mind ran through the monsters he had encountered, none of them qualified. Forget ability. Roger, Garp, are the topmost beings. An ultimate that has developed conquerors to the reach of ordinary people, and has the special ability to listen to the voice of all things. An ultimate that develops armament and physical skills to the point where ordinary people can reach, so that any strong person can't help but be amazed. Even if they are both. It is also impossible for one person to defeat all of them, and the word siege is not just the superposition of combat power. Look at the people present. Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Dover, Crocodile, Moria, Enel, Desert 4 Stars, Perospero, Daifuku, Owen, Cavendish, Luki 6, etc. With so many people, they can't even react when they see, hear, and see. One side disturbs and the other attacks, who can stand it? Our fight with wheels. Teacher Kai is also tired. So, what does he do? 99. People don't understand. It can't be that Bai Yu is trying to lose to them on purpose to make them happy, right? That's it. Wait 5 days. More or less, they suddenly hoped that a miracle would happen. Be invincible, Captain. Because only absolute invincibility can make everyone's ambition to overthrow the world government continue. Nami and the other women were not in Bayou Island, but were sent back to Beast Island near Daughter Island by Bai Yu. When the summit war is over, bring them back. Do not. When there is lion fruit, let's bring the girls back to the island. All the girls at present, cultivate with peace of mind, and study with peace of mind for a period of time. It's really hard to convince people just by relying on various abilities. Bai Yu recalled that every time he fought against a top powerhouse, others were amazed at his ability. Even when the ant knelt down, she would shout, I'm not convinced. Even the ant is not convinced, how many of the top powerhouses who pay more attention to hockey will be truly convinced? So, Bai Yu chose to upgrade violently. Since there is a hang, it must be opened. System, draw a lottery first. Ding, it is detected that Charlotte Garrett has become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding, congratulations on winning the item. Gravity Training Room. Do you practice cheating? Cultivation in the field of gravity can indeed speed up the speed of becoming stronger, which is not bad. Bai Yu looked at it calmly, looking forward to whether there would be any optimization. After all, just one room doesn't help much. Not some kind of treasure like the House of Time and Spirit. Ding, trigger the optimization mechanism, and the gravity training room is fully optimized to gravity space. 407 inches gravity space. The size of the space is the same as that of the world where the host is located. It exists in a special space, and a space door can be set up to allow people allowed by the host to enter freely. Effect. The environment can be set, areas can be divided, and the scope and gravity of each area can be adjusted freely, up to 10,000 times the gravity. 10,000 times the gravity. Try and die. Maybe Bai Yu will not die if he enters the 10,000 times gravity area, because the fatal attack will directly trigger the undead body and become immune directly. But absolutely can't walk. This is not bad, you can let everyone go in and practice together. Finally, there is something that has become stronger collectively, and Bai Yu is also very satisfied. And another ultimate move was added to Bai Yu, combined with space transfer, to directly transfer the enemy to the 10,000-fold gravity area of the gravitational space. One-hit kill. I just don't know if the elementalization can hold up, but as long as it is transferred to the gravitational space, then it is impossible for Logia to escape from the different space. Since he couldn't escape from the alien space, even if he was thrown into a low-gravity area, he would starve to death for 10 months. Teacher Kai. Don't take me as an example again, you are eating shit. System. Continue. Ding. It is detected that the host has robbed Charlotte Pudding to become a crew member, subordinate, and the lottery of the world is starting. Ding. Congratulations on winning the concept. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. The second time I won the concept, the last time I was 100% beaten with bare hands, it shocked everyone. Resurrection coin 99. Bai Yu took a closer look and thought that he had read it wrong. Resurrection coins, isn't it just to bring people back to life? Is this a concept? Click to view the information. Resurrection coin. Designate any era, any creature, and set the concept first, so as to be perfectly resurrected. Effect overview. After specifying the resurrection target, you can conceptually set everything in the range of creatures such as age, height, knowledge, and strength, and then resurrect. Remarks. If you set the strength, you cannot exceed the basic combat strength of the host. Luo. Is very conceptual. 99. But yeah, Bai Yu still thinks it's useless, at least there are no people who want the concept of resurrection, so let's work hard to develop death recovery first. If someone important dies, if death recovery has not yet been developed, or if it cannot be resurrected at all, then resurrection coins will be used. Kuina. The name suddenly popped into his mind, and Bai Yu swore that it wasn't because he wanted to see sisters and twins like Tashigi, absolutely not. He just thought that the little girl was too suffocated to die, and she could fall to her death by falling from a height of several meters and touching her head. Physically so bad, Kaya B. Baj calls it impossible. Ultimate plot kill. Bai Yu shook his head slightly. Kuina's kendo talent is very good. As for not being strong enough to become the strongest swordsman in the world.
Advertisement Bai Yu scorns this very much. A swordsman aside from hockey's strength is basically divided into 3 points. Strength, speed, and skill.
Any item can be ranked at the top when it reaches the ultimate. Koshiro talks about strength every day, but never mentions Kuina's focus on speed skills. Maybe she wants her to live a peaceful life. Call. Throwing away his thoughts, Bai Yu took a deep breath, he must be ready to receive strength. Because the crew, subordinates this time are too many. System. Fusion strength. More. Ding. Detected crew members, subordinates. Pudding, Garrett, Rayleigh, Mahawk, Charlotte Linlin, Enel Crocodile, Doflamingo, Katakori. Smoggy and other thousands of people, the strength is starting to merge. 99. Light enveloped Bai Yu. Body. Spirit. Will. Potential. Memory capacity. Talent. Wisdom. Battle awareness. Battle experience. The above and so on, everything related to strength, take the essence and remove the dross, and begin to integrate into Bai Yu himself. This time it will be an unprecedented great breakthrough, and Bai Yu's breath starts to become stronger and suffocating. 1 day. 3 days. 5 days. Boom. An extremely terrifying energy, vented towards all directions, directly destroying everything around it. Purely armed out. Feels good. Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, and the endless edge and violent aura on his body began to gradually restrain himself. 3 days ago, Bai Yu completed the fusion of strength, and then ran to the gravity space to quickly adapt to his own combat power. It is now fully under control. Host. Bai Yu. Physical fitness. 6 stars. Spirit. 6 stars. Physical skills. 5 stars. Swordsmanship. 5.5 stars. Armament color. Exceptional, external, internal destruction, condensation, condensation. Seeing and hearing colors. Exceptional, exceeding range, precision, covering shield, foreseeing the future. Conquerors. Top bully. Innate ability. Teleportation, immortality, transfer. Special abilities. Restoration, clouds, flowers, children, ice heart, ghost, sweet, shui shui, stare, weapon, line, sound, thunder, soul, memory, sha, shadow, hot, book, mirrors, etc. Special skill. 100% must be hand to hand. Special items. Na ring, angel wings, holy water, sealed state, time machine, fairy bean maker, resurrection coins. Special space. Undead prison, gravity space. Basic combat power. 5.5 stars, the world's strongest pirate. Ability bonus. No longer counts. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking the top limit and breaking the bar. Ding. Congratulations to the host armament for breaking the top limit and breaking the rules. Exceptional. Beyond the top. Bai Yu complained about the broken name and accepted it calmly. Because of physical and mental reasons, armed S*X and seeing S*X directly surpass the top. 35. It's a bit difficult to improve swordsmanship and physical skills, you can only rely on accumulation. Bai Yu murmured while looking at the panel. The physique and spirit are easy to say, just like a bucket, if the water can't be filled, then change to a big bucket and upgrade step by step. But knives and physical techniques and the like. No matter how many basic swordsmanship techniques there are, it is difficult to improve the top-level swordsmanship techniques, which requires Bai Yu to deeply understand and develop. Of course, if there are enough foundations, then quantity can be exchanged for quality. Conquerors. Bayou sees that Conquerors is still the top, or it is more appropriate to call it the limit, but Conquerors still has not broken through. What is the reason? Bayou thought slightly. Mind is not free. Isn't the goal big enough? No, Bayou suddenly understood that goals alone are not enough. You have to make it happen. You can't always set a goal, just upgrade Conquerors. A goal that you don't work hard to achieve is called a dream. Ding, it is detected that the comprehensive combat power of the host is far beyond the basic combat power, so no additional statistical ability will be added. Ding, the host's basic combat power and comprehensive combat power are seriously mismatched. Please pay more attention to the basics. 66. Bai Yu got it. He has too many near rules and near concept abilities. If they are used in combination with each other, how should the combat power be judged? 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. There are some superstars with energy, but they are too weak. 99. There are also some superstars who need to eat, drink, sleep and breathe oxygen. There are even more explosive stars, and it is impossible to leave the different space at all. 39. A lot of explosive stars have a lifespan of less than 100 years. These are all biased. For these, Bai Yu has only one trick: space transfer plus gravity space. 10,000 times gravity can't kill you. Then, if they are locked up for 100 years, they need to eat and drink, their lifespan is not enough, and they cannot leave the other dimension, and they will starve to death and die of old age. Last time there was a fake title of the strongest in the world, why is there no real title of the strongest in the world this time? Meaning, is there anyone who is stronger than my basic combat power? Bai Yu thought slightly. Advertisement. Physical and mental double 6 star. Knowledge and armament are out of the ordinary, and swordsmanship is also half a step beyond the top swordsman. If there is still someone whose comprehensive combat power exceeds his basic combat power, it is either due to the accumulation of hockey for a long time, or the ability is too powerful, or both are possible. And this kind of person. Maybe in Mariejois, the one that plays with butterflies. In the future, I will practice swordsmanship in the gravitational space. Bai Yu didn't think much about it, he ate every bite of the meal, and he would meet him sooner or later. It's time to go out. Move your body. Bai Yu leaves the gravity space. Inside the hall, 5 days passed, and Hawkeye and the others were all waiting for Bai Yu to leave the customs. Also these days, everyone saw a piece of news. Blackbeard Teach becomes the new 7 warlords of the sea. At this point, confused people, Rayleigh drank a small drink and said, Shichibukai still exists. Interesting to know. In their regiment, Hikaru Shichibukai has 4, no, 5, and the Empress seems to be the captain's woman too. 5 are missing. Continue to maintain the status of Shichibukai and continue to add. There's nothing we can do. Marine is also very helpless. They discussed the time is enough and they can remove Shichibukai 2 days ago, but they were rejected by the 5 elders. Refill ASAP. No more weak people. According to Sengoku, because of the betrayal of Stussy and Lu Chi, the 5 elders were very angry. I have been thoroughly investigating the rest of the CP department, and a few big fish have really been caught, and they are all from the Revolutionary Army. Find a lot of undercover agents. Revolutionary Army, damn it. Complete Shichibukai immediately, and go to encircle and suppress the Revolutionary Army. The 5 elders, who were undercover, didn't even care about Bayou's affairs, and intensified their siege against the Revolutionary Army. After all, the current Bayou is just a pirate nesting in the New World, and there are several strong men every few decades, but the Revolutionary Army is digging the roots of the world government. Their thinking is too dangerous. At present, Bayou's level of danger is completely incomparable to that of the Revolutionary Army. So the 5 elders temporarily forgot about Bayou and went all out to encircle and suppress the Revolutionary Army. Dorag. Old Yamato's second child was fighting, and the third was accidentally injured. Who is Blackbeard? Looking at this Shichibukai, Moria feels out of step with the times. Doflamingo smiled and said, Put Wheeze, Whitebeard's son, because Devil Fruit killed his comrade and betrayed Whitebeard, calling himself Blackbeard, he caught Fire Fist Ace 2 days ago and gave it to Marine, and became Shichibukai. This is what Dover found out in the past few days, and his Shichibukai position has not been revoked yet. But received a stern warning from the 5 elders, not to quit the Bayou pirates within a week, and immediately withdraw. Dover ignored it. How does he get back? Cancellation will be cancelled. Anyway, it has no effect on him. He has a Demon King on his head, so go ahead. So, that's what the captain said was the trigger for the battle. Thinking of what Bayou said a few days ago, Katakuri calmly said, if my son is with Marine, if Whitebeard goes to save him, he will probably die there. There is no 4 Emperor's regiment that can snatch people away with the full force of the naval headquarters, unless they are all paddling. Of course, their group doesn't count. He will definitely go. In his eyes, everything is less important than his son, let alone the captain of the 2nd Division. Hearing the name Fire Fist Ace, Rayleigh's eyes shone slightly, but he still murmured. Ace, is even Whitebeard dying now? It seems that this era really can't hold the old era. But, good thing he caught up. Retirement at home, or continue to work hard, because of Bayou's various miracles, Rayleigh chooses the latter. Not over Roger. The blood cannot stop. Stop talking. Come in through this door, and, let's go up together. Bayou's voice suddenly came, and Hawkeye, who had closed his eyes and adjusted his state, opened his eyes and saw an invisible space portal in front of him wide open. Whoosh. Hawkeye rushed in. Enel and the others looked at each other and entered the space portal with excitement and anticipation. Here is 35. When everyone came in, they saw a vast grassland. Enel, who has the widest range of knowledge and experience, was surprised. Is there still such a big island in Qinghai? The perception of seeing, hearing, and color spread, and there was no end to the perception, making everyone guess which island it was. As you can see, 99. This is my gravitational space, as big as the outside world. Bai Yu explained to the crowd. You can freely set different environmental areas and gravity, exercise in the gravity field, and strengthen your body and temper your will at a much faster rate than regular training. Everyone was surprised. Accelerate and become stronger in the field of gravity. Do you practice cheating? Hawkeye couldn't help but said sharply. So, how many times of gravity can you withstand? You'll understand later. Bai Yu didn't explain too much, but still reminded. I will set up space gates to enter different gravity areas on the island in the future. In the future, when you practice, it is best to start practicing at double the gravity, so as not to be directly crushed to death. The crowd nodded. Everyone is looking forward to it. After all, the conventional strengthening method takes a long time to sharpen. Then feel hopeless. Chapter 86. Captain is only a little better than us, fix Charlotte Linlin. Yeah ha ha ha. Captain, first of all, you have to agree that if you lose accidentally, you can't use your ability to bully others, and you can't take revenge afterward. Enel took the lead in laughing wildly. Everyone secretly praised, and continued to say Enel. It's better to let Bai Yu add some more restrictions to avoid surprises. If they were defeated collectively without Bai Yu using any abilities, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads at all. Bai Yu stood calmly 100 meters away from the crowd, nodded and said, is there any other request? As long as it's not too much, I'm just checking my strength. Even if you are all maimed, you will be restored after the war. Ha, is it? Without any ability to fight, Bai Yu is still so rampant, even the captain, they can't stand it. With insufficient information, Lu Qi, who was quite cautious, said coolly, since he has verified himself and can recover his injuries after the battle, then, don't dodge. Ask the captain not to dodge the attack. Everyone glanced at Lu Qi in astonishment, another little expert at killing. Okay, any more? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Bai Yu's tone was very rude at the moment. Then Cavendish is also polite. The captain, don't use Conqueror's entanglement, the attack is too strong, it's not good if you kill me. If you don't even use a knife, it's easier to kill someone with a slash. A certain sand crocodile had a thick skin and opened his mouth. The crowd gave Crocodile your brave eyes and admired it. Without a knife, yes. One by one, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. You're still smart, Crocodile, do you have any more requests? The crowd shook their heads. Others are embarrassed to give their opinions, and they still want to be embarrassed. However, people such as Rayleigh and Katakuri were extremely calm and somehow felt wrong, and Bai Yu was too calm. Since that's the case, then don't be stunned after you lose the battle. Bai Yu didn't say much, and directly put the sealed state on his waist into the Na ring. All crippled. Feel the despair. 407. The battle begins. Party. Bai Yu, sighed. Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Enel, Doflamingo, Sand Crocodile, Moria, Cavendish, Luigi 6, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, Snug, Parosparrow, Daifuku, Owen. Without the ability, and various restrictions. Demon King vs 20. No ability, no knife, no bullying, no evasion. 35. That's just relying on indomitable martial arts to fight with knowledge and armed forces, and then hit all of us. Rayleigh drew his knife slowly, stared at Bai Yu and said, I am shocked by your confidence and calmness. But I still don't believe that there will be such a powerful existence in this world, that will only prove that the former powerhouse is a joke. Let the old man start. Blade. Conquerors set off. Wrapped around the knife, Rayleigh exploded with a bloody blow. The terrifying slash ripped apart the atmosphere, and rushed towards Bai Yu with black and red lightning that shook the void. Under the gaze of the crowd. Good job. Bai Yu moved suddenly, raising his foot was a blow. Skyfall. A slashing wave like a black sky burst out from Bai Yu's legs, and the power was extremely violent. At this moment, everyone only felt that the entire sky was darkened. Boom. When the two attacks collided, Rayleigh's slash was powerfully destroyed, instantly causing a large area of the ground to collapse and spread in all directions. The weaker ones were directly blasted out by the air waves. Just now, was it purely armed? Rayleigh's pupils shrink. It's not like a tempest kick, it's completely compressing its own armament, forming a slash and releasing it. It is like the energy condensed and released. But the quality is so exaggerated that it can easily destroy his tyranny. What are you doing? If you don't cooperate, you will lose quickly and miserably. Prepare in 3 seconds. Bai Yu gave a cold drink. Rayleigh attacked, and the others were still watching. How could this work? He really came to verify his strength, but he didn't want to abuse others. Boiling, really powerful armed color. Brother Doflamming directly opened the fruit awakening. Yeah haha, Captain, you have to dodge this attack. Enel's words were recognized by many people, because other people also scattered, surrounded Bai Yu directly in the center, and attacked them all. And Bai Yu didn't seem to see it, and stood there calmly. Super Shadow Gun. Heavy Saran. 35. Magic Rice Cake. 20 million volts. Thor. 55. 99. Attacks from all directions, all rushed towards Bai Yu. There are also people who are ready, after a wave of attacks, followed by a second wave. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, etc., just waited for Bai Yu's stagnation or the moment when his power broke, and directly opened up. Armed. Torrent. Facing the attacks from all directions, Bai Yu's extraordinary armed color turned into a black tide like a tsunami and erupted in all directions. Boom. The terrifying armament turned into a tsunami, destroying all the attacks, and rushing towards everyone with unabated power. Cut. 35. Blade. 99. Moisture sword. Cookie Legion. Everyone close to Bai Yu was spit out blood and flew away, and the Hawkeye suddenly burst out with all-out attacking armed tsunami. Boom. What? But when the attack landed on the armed tsunami, everyone discovered that they were completely unshakable. Hit hard like a repulsion. Bang 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 bang. Advertisement. Everyone was blasted away by the armed tsunami, spilling blood all the way. Armed fly finger pistol. Bai Yu's fingers were like Gatlings, and he shot finger pistol towards the people flying upside down. The 6-star physique and the extraordinary armed color can break through everyone's defenses. Puff puff puff. Cavendish, Moria, Luigi, Enel, Crocodile, Snag, Smoothie, Cracker, and others were all heavily injured, falling to the ground covered in blood holes, dying in a pool of blood. Everyone's mind went blank. They were completely wiped out by a hail of bullets before they landed on the ground. Cough cough cough. One more second is 1 second, the captain is too strong. Perospero vomited blood and fell on Katakori's face, causing Katakori to be in a trance for a moment. Shave. Bai Yu instantly disappeared and came directly to Doflamingo, who just got up and was defending his entire body. Finger pistol Gatling. Under Doflamingo's astonishment, Bai Yu's hand turned into an afterimage, and then shaved away again. PFF'd. The armed defense was pierced like thin paper, and blood holes appeared all over his body, causing Dover to vomit blood, but his face was full of evil smiles. Boiled. I saw your demise. Poof. Dover fell badly wounded. When Bai Yu came to Katakori, 2 slashes came in unison. Ding ding. 99. Bai Yu didn't even look back, allowing the attack to slash on him. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. In an embarrassing moment for Rayleigh and Hawkeye, they didn't even break through the armored defense on Bai Yu. Hawkeye is even more stupefied. As if returning to 2 months ago, Bai Yu's full-strength strike did not break through his armed defense. And now, completely reversed. Whoosh. Katakori narrowly escaped Bai Yu's finger pistol, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Oh, did you avoid the future by predicting the future? 35 feet. Bai Yu praised Katakori for dodging a blow, but then you can feel it. What is a more advanced seeing and hearing? A light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, and the unusual color of seeing and hearing was washed away. Over-eyed the shield. In an instant, Katakori, Rayleigh, and Hawkeye were startled again, and their sense of sight disappeared. Wrong. It is a higher level of knowledge, blocking their top-level knowledge. Armed prison. The next moment, the 3 of Rayleigh were shocked. Bai Yu raised his hand to release the terrifying armed color, which directly condensed the effect of cage fruit, and they were surrounded by unbreakable fences. Trapped to death like a prison, more armed colors turned into black ropes to entangle the 3 to death. Boom boom boom. The 3 Hawkeyes struggled in the prison, but the prison was incomparably strong. As this still armed, some people in the distance who didn't faint, almost thought that Bai Yu was cheating and using his abilities. How could the armed color be used like this? Prison, rope, armed, external, internal sabotage, you all know it now. Condensed shapes and condensed objects are also introduced in Hockey's true solution. Bai Yu slowly walked towards the struggling 3 people. In the initial stage of entanglement, the armed color is controlled by Yu and wrapped around the weapon like smoke. That is the simplest form of congealing. And when the armed color is strong enough, just like the union fruit, the armed color can be condensed into various forms of objects, and it can be released from the body for a short time to stay outside. And incredibly tough. Bai Yu raised his hand, wrapped around an exceptionally armed color, and grabbed Hawkeye's black saber knight. In a stalemate, Heidayi was captured. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Bai Yu grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand and the blade with the other, and said with great force, "This is despair." 5. Crack. When the black knife breaks in the night. Hawkeye's thoughts were stagnant, and Rayleigh was suffocated. Remember this moment. Bai Yu threw away the broken black knife Yi, and the armed color condensed into a long and narrow black knife, which slashed through the bodies of the 3 people in an instant. PFF'd. The armed colors of the 3 were cut open like thin paper, and their legs were all broken. This scene. Incredibly tragic. You lost. When Bai Yu's voice fell, the whole grassland was dead silent. 1 minute. Less than half a minute. Without any ability, without tyranny, without a knife, or even with dodging, he could cripple everyone with just a few random moves in the 6 forms. Everyone doubts life. Is it because Bai Yu is too strong or they are too weak? Several eyes lost their color in a short time. Lying on the ground and returning to God's eagle eyes, his eyes were extremely bright. Your armament, seeing and hearing, have all broken through the top level as described in Hockey's true interpretation. Only in this way can it be explained. 5. Think back to before. He slashed with all his strength, but he didn't break Bai Yu's armament, which surprised him. Hockey quality gap. People can't imagine. Bai Yu nodded slightly. I call it an exceptional level, which is completely different from the top level. 5. Predicting the future can be covered and shielded. The extraordinary level of seeing and hearing is really desirable. Katakuri has a talent for seeing, hearing, and S**X, but he is too persistent and ignores others. All right. Advertisement. Work hard to cultivate in the gravity space in the future, otherwise. If you encounter an enemy of the same level as me, hockey, then, run as fast as you can. Bai Yu's words left everyone speechless. If there were such people, they would probably die on the spot. Recover from injury. Undead prison. It's been empty since Enel and the others went out. Several historical texts, and a red road sign historical text, found from Big Mom. Plus 2 CPs who have been dying, waiting to peel off the fruit. Only Charlotte Linlin, who lost her memory and became pure and kind, was playing here. Just a few days ago, Linlin, who is very young mentally, hasn't played enough, and he doesn't feel bored. Quote. Linlin. These 2 words, Bai Yu said for the first time. Fortunately, the current Linlin is very simple. If she was in the past, she would definitely only be called a dead fat woman. Yeah, Captain. Seeing Bai Yu appear, pure Linlin showed a happy smile and ran towards Bai Yu immediately. Brush. Bai Yu avoided, he didn't want to be caught and played by the hill like Linlin. Huh, what about people? Linlin looked around, and when he found Bai Yu, he patted his hand, as the little captain playing hide and seek with Linlin. Linlin wants to play too. 5. We'll talk about it later. It's hard for Bai Yu to adapt to Linlin's current state, and he mainly bears the big mother's face. Linlin, sit down and don't move, understand? Well, Linlin is very good. Linlin immediately sat down and didn't move, really obedient. Bai Yu stepped on the white cloud and came to the sky above Linlin, sticking out his hand. Memory probe. 9. From the memory fruit of Little Pudding, Bai Yu extracted Linlin's memory. In addition to the clear memory of childhood, the rest grew up and all kinds of things were messed up. Then, delete it. Bai Yu tried to erase all of Linlin's memories of cruelty and ruthlessness little by little. By the way, the memory between her children is restored, and only the warm part is retained, although it is very small. 1 processing. Just 4 hours later, when everything was done, Bai Yu sighed deeply. The memory is fine, but what about the soul? Are there any traces of the nun? 5. Bai Yu reached out again. The soul hand of soul fruit probed into Linlin's soul. 35. Linlin screamed, rolled his eyes, and passed out. Bai Yu continued to investigate calmly, and indeed found a lot of wrong places, and his soul was full of filth. That's it. All eliminated. Another few hours. Linlin's memory and soul are all gone. He has completely turned into Linlin, a giant baby who only remembers his family, is pure, kind and obedient. Let's take a break. Looking at the unconscious Linlin, Bai Yu 0.9 came to another place. The dying 2CP0S. Power transfer. Bai Yu took a bag of fruits and transferred the abilities of 2CP0S. Quickly. A small banana and an apple have become devil fruit. These 2 are 99. After killing 2CP0S, Bai Yu looked at the fruit, recalled the devil fruit illustration book he read in Dover, and finally determined what ability it was. Laser fruit. Tiger fruit. A greatly weakened version of sparkling fruit that emits lasers from its body, and a regular zone. Bai Yu took out a few more fruits. Exploding. Transparent fruit. At present, the 4 fruits that Bai Yu has peeled off are not suitable for the current girls. Transparent fruit remains. Others can find some loyal, hardworking and potential younger brothers to feed them. Brush. After harvesting the fruits, Bai Yu brought the unconscious Linlin to the Charlotte family's resident Cake Island. Currently, Charlotte Smoothie guards this place and the rest guard the other islands. Smoggy. Teleporting to his side, looking at Smogy who was practicing swords not far away, Bai Yu put Linlin on the ground and said directly. It's over to you, inform the rest of Charlotte that her memory and soul are restored. Just remember the little warmth between you, and at the same time, she is very kind, simple and well-behaved, and teach her to master her own strength as soon as possible. Mom got better. Smoothie was pleasantly surprised. No matter what the memory is, at least the body and soul now belong to the mother, that's fine. Thank you, Captain. Smoothie, thank you very much. Bai Yu waved his hand slightly. That's it, practice hard. 99. Go back to see the girl. Go to Sabayati again. The evil generation supernova. It's a pity that you don't deserve to dance. However, it is also a pirate of the same period, and Bai Yu is a little interested. Kneel down and welcome, your king is here. Chapter 87. Robin, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Bonnie, I'm in love with you. Daughter Island. Near Beast Island. Bai Yu climbed to the top strongly, and after a few days of excitement, the girls ushered in Hancock's strict education. Be careful with your concubine. My husband has become the 4 emperors, and in the future, he will unify the new world and enter the 4 seas. Only by helping my husband, can I accompany him all the time, and my concubine does not allow anyone to drag him down. You have all drank the holy water, and your physique and spirit have increased tenfold, so today's training has been increased tenfold. 5. Pirate Queen. Boa Hancock. We remember you. Nami, Perona, and Sugar are secretly remembered by their tempers. Especially Sugar. She really wanted to cry but had no tears, except for Xiao Aisha, the other little sisters were all 14-year-old bodies. And what about her? Since I ate the fruit of childlike fun early, and I am still 10 years old, does training at this age have any effect? Monet comforted. As long as you work hard, you will surely gain. 39. Is this consolation? My sister doesn't love her anymore, sugar eyes are hazy. Well, I see. 99. On the other side, Stussy hung up the phone bug, finished today's work, and got up and stretched. Betray the world government. Stussy. Bounty 500 million. The previous industries such as Happy Street were quickly transferred to the Demon King Sea, and combined with the Charlotte family, which was the first in pirate power intelligence. After combining the two, the intelligence capabilities of the Bayou regiment were somewhat stronger, and as long as they were not too secretive, they could be found. You're fine. Hancock glanced at Stussy and commented arrogantly and casually. Stussy's professionalism, Hancock sees in the eyes, intelligence is very helpful to Bayou. It's an honor to be complimented by you. Stussy said with a smile. She found that Hancock was still very simple. Simple and straightforward, with no superfluous ideas, Stussy figured it out quickly. Looking at the girls who were training in the distance, Stussy suggested, just physical combat training is not enough, heart training is very important. 5. For example, Makino and Kanis, who are too kind and innocent, do not understand evil. Such as Sugar, Perona, too timid, easy to coma. And the new Little Pudding, all need targeted exercise. The girls, we can hear it, physical exercise is not enough, is the mental exercise arranged now? Little Pudding said tearfully, sister, is this hell? Once here, various benefits such as holy water, angel wings, beauty pills, fairy beans, etc., made Pudding think that he had come to heaven. But, while Little Pudding was happily looking forward to a better life, the Empress came. Perona says, devil instructor. At that time, Pudding didn't care, but looked forward to training with a group of sisters, but soon cried. Just get used to it, at least no one here is bullying you, you don't need to hide yourself. Garrett's words made Little Pudding cry. Indeed it is. The ladies here are very concerned about taking care of her. She was the second to last youngest present, Aisha was the youngest, and Sha Tang was only small. Especially Robin, after knowing that the three-eyed tribe can understand the historical text after awakening, he really wanted to hug her to sleep, making Pudding full of shyness and embarrassment. I returned. When Bai Yu appeared out of thin air, before he finished speaking, he felt fragrant, and a girl rushed over. Husband, concubine misses you so much. Hancock hugged Bai Yu tightly, his dark blue eyes full of fascination. Your strength has improved very quickly, Hancock. Bai Yu praised, and Hancock was in a state of excitement. Hancock, who has eaten the heart of ice, is still in the stage of explosive growth. Stussy said gracefully, you seem to be in a good mood. Of course I'm in a good mood when I see you guys, I've worked hard for you. Bai Yu waved at the girls who were training in the distance, and several true fans responded happily, such as Vivi, Kaya, while Nami and Perona pouted. Caressing the kitten-like Hancock's hair, Bai Yu said, stop, and train again later. In an instant, Nami turned into a white cloud and rushed over, squeezing Hancock, who was staring at him, then glared at him. Don't keep pestering Bai Yu, you wicked girl. HMPH, little sister. Hancock knew he couldn't say Nami, 3 words were enough. Okay, we'll be making trouble for a while. Letting the 2 women stand, Bai Yu looked at the newly joined Pudding and Garrett. How are you guys doing these days? Eat well, sleep well, play well, everyone is well. 35. Garrett's answer was canonical. Little Pudding looked up at Bai Yu, and immediately lowered his head and whispered, the sisters here are all very good, I like it here. Well, that's fine. Bai Yu nodded slightly. There is no need to worry about anything except that the practice has been a little hard recently. Bai Yu has brought a warm home to the 2 new girls. Bai Yu, you can't be proud. There are still too many girls in the sea of misery waiting for you to save, come on. Asked Hancock about the girls' practice, Bai Yu said, this level of exercise is not very beneficial, and I have brought a more effective way. Buzz. Buzz. Advertisement. Dozens of space doors appeared. Bai Yu explained. Each door can enter the gravity space of different gravity regions and different environments, and practice there in the future, which can raise the upper limit. Starting from double the gravity, I will show you. Under the care of Bai Yu, they experienced one by one, and the girls quickly figured it out. Since the gravity space is as big as the world Bai Yu is in, Bai Yu has planned 3 areas, the sister training area, the younger brother training area, and the prisoner area. For example, the South Pole and the North Pole are divided, and the prison area in the middle is very far away. It's amazing here. The girls are fun. Bai Yu chuckled. The exercise in the gravity space is much more tiring than the others, every cell is resisting all the time, so it is very hard to sharpen the will. Looking at the girls who were looking forward to them happily, Bai Yu chuckled. Let's have a banquet. Welcome Pudding and Garrett to join us, and when I find that ability, I will take you to the new world. 5. The banquet started lively and ended happily, and the girls got to know each other again. Bai Yu is also very happy that the girls are happy, and those little noises are also the spice of life. When Bai Yu gave Robin a look, Robin blushed and ran back to the room. That look, noticed by Hancock, Nami, Stussy, and Makino. Inexplicably familiar, thoughtful. 10 in the middle of the night. A room on the spaceship was filled with the scent of books. Window open. Facing the moonlight, an elegant figure sat quietly reading a book. Bai Yu came to Robin's room out of thin air, saw Robin quietly reading a book, didn't say anything, just sat on the couch and looked at her like that. Susu. In a corner, several eyes and ears dissipated as petals. And Robin, who was reading the book, blinked slightly, but he didn't react. He continued to read the book, and said in his heart, if you don't move, then I won't move either. 35. Noticing that the eyes and ears were turned into petals, Bai Yu also secretly said, Robin, a black belly, is sultry online. Do you regret going to sea with me? Robin. Bai Yu took the initiative to speak. Hearing Bai Yu speaking behind him, Robin was still calmly flipping through the book, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Didn't I get robbed on board Bai Yu? There is no chance to regret at all, dear Lord Demon King. Cough, is it? Bai Yu got up, walked behind Robin, and suddenly smiled. The exterior is calm and the clouds are full of waves. You are very nervous, Robin. Now, does anyone know that the Demon King is not nervous when he suddenly stands behind him? Robin's pretty face blushed slightly when it was discovered that his heart was beating faster, but he still spoke calmly. Bai Yu took a sniff. Well, it smells so good. Robin clenched his hands slightly, crumpling the pages in his hand. Next moment, she felt herself falling into an embrace, her heart rate suddenly increased, and she was inexplicably nervous. Without doing anything, Bai Yu took Robin to the window and whispered, do you have anything to say? After Robin calmed down, he gave Bai Yu a secret confession, looked up at the sky and murmured, the moonlight tonight is beautiful, as if I saw Ohara. 6633. Remember something sad? Bai Yu was slightly silent. From an outsider's point of view, Ohara's destruction was purely his own death, and he didn't like anyone breaking his rules. If you look at it from the perspective of a Robin man, go to your mother's world government, and sooner or later you will be wiped out. So, Bai Yu said gently, you misunderstood something. Robin suddenly smiled playfully, raised his head to look at Bai Yu, his eyes were so bright. Ohara is the harbor of my heart, and with you by my side, at this moment, I suddenly realized that you are already in my heart. New Harbor. 99. Bai Yu was in a trance. He also suddenly realized that he had inadvertently warmed Robin's heart. Holding Robin, Bai Yu whispered in her ear, you read thousands of volumes, so do you know what romance is? No. Don't know. Robin's voice trembled slightly. Then do you want to know? Feeling Robin's nervousness, Bai Yu whispered again, I am a very practical person, and I believe in love over time. 95. In the morning after thousands of years, you and I will get up for breakfast, that is the greatest romance. Robin opened his eyes slightly. She understands what company is the longest romance. As memories flashed through his mind, Robin murmured, something more important than history. I found it. Robin looked up again, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Don't talk, a breeze blows. Bai Yu lowered his head. As Robin said, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. At this moment, the moon is a little brighter, and it seems to be cheering for the two of them. As the curtains were drawn, the moonlight quietly receded and no longer disturbed. The next day, one morning, Kaya rolled her eyes, stared at Bai Yu and whispered, so, Sister Robin didn't come for breakfast, and she's also ill. Well, really clever. Bai Yu coughed slightly. Again and again, Miss Kaya finally understood something. Advertisement. Little Pudding was surprised. Sister Robin was fine last night, did you catch a cold after drinking and blowing cold wind? A certain demon king can make people sick. Nami said, glaring at Bai Yu. Sha Tang exclaimed. Wow, does the big bad guy even have virus fruits and use them on Sister Robin? Too bad. 35. Eat your grapes. Monet stuffed the grapes with sugar. Vivi murmured inexplicably. Is it 10 o'clock at night again? Kaya blushed slightly, and then whispered. Then I will help her recover, or should I recover before 10 o'clock last night? Bai Yu. 99. It's time to change next time. A week later. Bai Yu taught the girls to practice, and by the way, he gave spiritual counseling to a few unruly girls. Another day at noon. After looking at Robin who was resting, Bai Yu walked out of Robin's room, glanced at the girls exercising in the distance, and did not say goodbye. Goodbye, gentle township. Bai Yu turned around and disappeared. Worldwide, the news of the Demon King's ascent to the top is still abuzz everywhere, completely obscuring the light of all the pirates of the same period. But even so, this year is still called the Year of the Pirate Miracle by countless people. Because this year, more than 10 supernova pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were born at one time. This has been unprecedented in the past 2 decades. So this year's supernovas, also known as the Evil Generation. Current members of the Wicked Generation: Straw Hat, Zoro, Kid, Kira, Law, AP, Hawkins, Drake, Bonnie, Bej, Yoroj. As well as Bai Yu, the Demon King who has made waves in the world and ascended the throne of the 4 emperors. The Wicked Generation. Bai Yu looked at today's newspaper. One side, Bai Yu's photo occupies the main board, and the rest are in the small corner. The other side, it is news of public executions. The news has started to blow up the world. If I don't interfere, Blackbeard will be one of them in the future. Bai Yu put down the newspaper. Blackbeard Teach, in the original, shined in Summit War and became one of the most evil generations. Bai Yu didn't care about that. After arranging the problem of the Demon King Sea, he came to the Sabayati archipelago again. No disguise, just a pair of sunglasses, dressed very leisurely, just like a traveler. But I was wearing glasses. Bai Yu found that he walked around the street and no one recognized him, which made him speechless. Just now, That beautiful woman was happily holding the newspaper and calling out to Mr. Bayou, I love you, but I'm clearly in front of you, why can't you recognize me? Forget it, so many people are blind and have to work hard to live, I should feel admiration. Also at this time, after Bayou collected his thoughts, he felt a scent coming, and then he heard a fierce shout. Hey, I've called you several times, what are you muttering about, ignoring the old lady? This, old lady, is very special. With long pink hair, wearing denim overalls, white half sleeves, long boots, and wearing heart-shaped lipstick, he was looking at Bayou fiercely. Jewelry, Dues Jiao Bani. 35. With this makeup, Bayou recognized the person who came. Has the ability to control the age of himself and others, has a strong personality, and has a strong personality. And, 22 years old this year. This Bayou was very impressed. He used to think that Bonnie was very old, but the life card showed that he was 22 years old, and he was only 24 years old 2 years later. There is a sentence in the original manuscript. Let Vegapunk restore the father to the original. What are you looking at? You have never seen a beautiful woman. Bonnie glared at the past, and then said impatiently, it's so troublesome to ask for directions, do you know where that blackmail bar is, I'll find my crew. Bayou casually said, you are a rare female captain. Of course, I'm. Speaking of which, Bonnie was bored. Forget it, what have you to say with an ordinary person, the more handsome you are, the faster you die. In Bonnie's eyes, Bayou, who wears sunglasses, looks like a top-level handsome guy she has never seen before, but it's just that, and she doesn't see any strength. As for the possibility that his strength is too strong, he can't see through it, Bonnie directly ignored it. How strong can a young man be? I really thought everyone was a monster like the devil Bayou. Bayou was deeply moved. Another woman who will try her best to go out to sea to find her dream even if she is blind. No. Thinking of the Demon King Bayou, Bonnie looked at Bayou carefully in surprise, always feeling a little familiar, and finally his eyes widened, full of surprise. Wow, you look like that Demon King, my mother likes it. Is it? Bayou's eyes brightened. You like Demon King, are you a fan? Shout, who likes him, I've never seen him. The more Bonnie looked at Bayou, the brighter his eyes became, and he said excitedly, it would be great if there is a younger brother who looks similar to the Demon King. So, the old lady has taken a fancy to you, and she has a great sense of accomplishment. Chapter 88. Godfather. Strange monk. Magician. The gluttonous girl was stunned on the spot. Bayou admired. Find a fake as a younger brother, so as to gain a certain sense of accomplishment. What kind of fairy thinking is this? So you like this tune? The old lady will cover you from now on. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Bonnie was a little excited. The Demon King is the strongest pirate in the New World. If you dress up, you may be able to scare a lot of people. Are you so excited? Bayou couldn't help reminding. Aren't you afraid of spreading the word? The Demon King angrily came to trouble you. Bonnie looked at Bayou in surprise, with contempt in his eyes. You are the thinking of an ordinary person. Sorry, you are an ordinary person, but you are too handsome, but, this is useless. 5. Will that Demon King care about a little pirate like me? Is this the strongest in the world? The more Bonnie talked, the more he didn't care, and finally said proudly, maybe he knows that the old lady is so beautiful, and he will secretly laugh. 35. Well, as long as you're happy. Bayou had nothing to say. Anyway, this old lady couldn't run away. Jewelry Bonnie, this is delivered to your door by yourself, it's no use crying. Find her crew and grab people. Let's go, you're wearing too casual clothes, I'll take you to change your clothes. Bonnie was very happy and took Bayou to buy clothes. No need, Bayou was about to take off his sunglasses, but Bonnie refused directly. No, don't take off your sunglasses. Bonnie said very solemnly. The body and face shape are okay, but you can't imitate the eyes of the strong, so you should wear them. I admire you. Bayou not only admires Bonnie's blindness, but also her ideas. After thinking about it, Bonnie continued, I have to find a knife for you to change its shape, the devil's saber is a black knife. Bayou chuckled and reminded again. It's long gone, the current saber is sealed state, not bad. Sealed state, could it be the ultimate sword? No, where did you hear it, it must be gossip. Bonnie froze slightly, then shook his head, it doesn't matter. Well, let my crew pretend to be your younger brother, how can the 4 emperors appear without a bunch of younger brothers? 35. It's decided. I see. They all thought that the 4 emperors were traveling with many people, and Bayou finally understood why no one dared to recognize the Demon King with sunglasses. Except Kaido likes to kill himself everywhere by himself. In the perception of many people, the big pirates are followed by groups of younger brothers. By the way, what's your name? Bonnie asked. Since you asked that, Bayou said bluntly, my name is. Before Bayou could finish speaking, Bonnie shook his head again. Forget it, I'll talk about it later, if you accidentally call your name and you'll be exposed, let's go. 6699. You win. Bayou couldn't help but be convinced, this woman is really, watertight. Then play with her. Sabayati Land. District 13. Because areas 1 to 29 are basically human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. Therefore, District 13 is also a place frequented by pirates. And there is a famous bar here called Shaki's Rip Bar. It is clear to tell others that she is here to extort guests, and at the same time attract more pirates who are not afraid of trouble. What a very evil generation, the same era as the Demon King, I don't know if I should feel honored. A 40-year-old middle-aged man with a hat and scarf and a cigar opened his mouth while reading the newspaper. The crew member next to him said, Godfather, under your leadership, we can also make a breakthrough in New World. West Blue Mafia, Captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, Capone Beige. Current bounty, 138 million. Paramesha. Fortress Fruit. All things and even himself can be stationed in the body, like a castle with a lot of troops hidden in it, so Beige is a legion. The original trajectory, within 2 years Beige joined the Four Emperor's aunt, and married Lola's twin sister Charlotte Chiffon as his wife, and gave birth to a son Capone Bates. Capone Beige nodded and said, the last general is the winner, and everything has just begun. The crew members shouted long live the Godfather, and the momentum was good. A winner. The man with blonde hair, 6 paths vertical stripes on his forehead, and a black cross on his throat glanced at Beige and said calmly. Today, your face is full of death. 99. His opening, giving people the feeling of strategizing, the voice was low and powerful, but it made Beige frown. I didn't provoke you, did I? Beige doesn't want to do anything in Sabayati, but the person in front of him curses him to death. If it wasn't for the other party being a supernova, Beige would have to kill him anyway. Basil Hawkins gave Capone Beige a calm look. Want to fight me? Cards are in hand. Ignoring Capone Beige's cold eyes, Hawkins calmly divination. Current bounty. 249 million berry. Paramesha straw fruit. Currently, it is possible to fight through the ghouling, which will offset the attack by transferring damage to others through the voodoo doll. At the same time, Hawkins is also a fortune teller who is addicted to divination. He does everything according to the results of divination, and is very calm. Battle. Defeat rate, 100%. When Hawkins said the result, everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. PFF'd haha, Lord Godfather, he is very accurate in divination, and it is estimated that he will escape soon. A crew member laughed and looked at Hawkins disdainfully. Some crew members sneered. Then get down on your knees and admit your mistake, maybe. Capone Beige's eyes changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. Shut up for me, let's go. Advertisement. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone in the Flame Tank Pirates is a little confused. Shall we go? Did the Godfather say it wrong? Don't you teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Everyone is a supernova. Who is afraid of who? But no one dared to disobey the Godfather's order, and everyone followed. Hawkins didn't pay any more attention to them. The defeat rate was 100%, and it was Beige's side. It's really rare to see such an amazing death. Hawkins spoke calmly and softly. He has given divination to many people, but because of various factors, it is the most difficult to make predictions about death. Capone Beige available. Even if Hawkins didn't count, he could see that the other party's death was coming. And, there is no doubt of death. Please settle the account first. A total of 8 million berry, thank you. The woman at the bar had black hair and said lazily with a cigarette. How many berry? Beige was obviously stunned. Is the price of Grand Line so high? No, this woman is so cruel. Capone Beige thought the name of the store was a gimmick made by the owner, but it was true. Shaki said casually again. I wasted a few seconds, 30 million berry, no less. You, well, as the godfather of the mafia who almost unified the underworld of West Blue, Capone Beige is absolutely ruthless. But the same, must be sane and calm. A large group of people are blocking the door and doing whatever, leave it to my mother to get out of the way. Before Capone Beige could react, Bonnie and Bai Yu came over, looked at the group of people at the door, and spoke unceremoniously. Bang bang. 2 people were directly kicked by Bonnie, they didn't bother to pay attention to Capone Beige, and Bai Yu walked in. Capone Beige took a deep breath, and suddenly his face turned cold. As a godfather, I should have kept my calm at all times, but you all think I'm easy to bully, right? 5. UP ***** D me off. Once or twice, he can be ready to take revenge and come back, but the third time he is suffocated, how can he lead the team if he bears it again? What, Godfather? Bonnie's eyes widened, glanced at Beige, and suddenly smiled. Looking at you, you want to kill the old lady. 35. To be honest, Bonnie is really not afraid of any supernova, as long as she is given a chance, she will become a baby when she encounters it. Having said that, Bonnie also reminded Bai Yu seriously. Hurry up and be careful to get hurt, the old lady is about to kill. Bai Yu shrugged slightly, so he sat at the bar to himself, and said casually, a glass of rum, thank you. 55. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Shaki's hair is fried, because when Bai Yu approached, she felt a deadly threat. According to experience, it was caused by the difference in strength. When Shaki looked at Bai Yu who was wearing sunglasses, his pupils shrank even more. It was him. Shaki was shocked. Not everyone is blind. After all, Bai Yu only wears a pair of sunglasses, and Shaki is very sure of Bai Yu's identity just now. People. In Capone Beige's sight, Bonnie seemed to disappear in an instant. When she saw Bonnie again, she realized that she had become a very small child. As it became smaller and shorter, and disappeared from Capone Beige's sight, Bonnie had already rushed over. And man, funny. Bai Yu was amused by Bonnie's attack. Death to my mother. 99. After rushing over, Bonnie instantly grew bigger again and kicked Beige out. Come on, take them down. Bonnie was very imposing at the moment, the crew were sitting inside, and they rushed up all at once. Seeing this, Bai Yu smiled, then looked at Shaki who was in a daze. Are you out of wine? 35. Shaki's expression was slightly unnatural, then he took out the rum and handed it to Bai Yu, bowing his head slightly. The Demon King himself. Unexpectedly, Shaki met Bai Yu, who had just reached the top. Here. When I think of a bad old man who hasn't contacted her until now, I'm in a bad mood. I'm eating and drinking spicy food outside, and I forgot my old lady, right? Boom. 35. After Capone Beige flew out from the door, it directly hit a tall man, and was caught by the person who came. Capone Beige is 1.6 meters tall, and the Comer is nearly 4 meters tall. The tall man outside the door, with a pair of small white wings behind him, with a smile on his face, looked down. Huh, you're a supernova like me. May I ask what's going on inside? Let me go. Capone Beige struggled. The scene was a little embarrassing, and he couldn't get out of the hands of the stranger. Monk Uroge. Bounty 180 million berry. No matter what the situation is, with a smile on his face, he shows great respect for those in distress, and even prays for his salvation when he encounters Kaido who committed suicide. Ability. Convert damage into strength, and both body and strength will be huge. Katakana middle dot for flowers 0. Bai Yu evaluation. Low-end version of the holy text M, symbol, miracle. Feel sorry. Uroge, the captain of the monk pirates, put down Beige with a smile on his face, and then looked at the tavern, full of excited fighting intent. Advertisement. It turned out to be a supernova team battle, so let me go too. Rude mad woman, die for Lao Su. The Capone Beige that landed was full of anger and directly activated its abilities. Castle demolition. Most of the pirates are in the castle built by Beige's hard city fruit, and the castle is open, ready to send firepower towards Bonnie's location. Stop me all. Shaki burst out. Crossing the bar very quickly, everyone except Bai Yu felt an afterimage flashed, and Shaki came to Capone Beige in an instant and kicked him. Boom. Back to Bonnie again. Shaki glanced at Bai Yu secretly, didn't do anything to Bonnie, spit out a smoke ring and said, I actually wanted to open fire at my bar, but I won't kill him without kicking him. Go and save your captain. 99. The members of the Flame Tank Pirates glared at Bonnie and hurriedly left. Bonnie immediately akimbo. Okay, I dare to stare at the old lady. Listen, the old lady remembers you. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel amused. Bonnie's temperament is really strong enough, but his strength is a bit weak. But the ability is very good. Usage. It can let a woman show her cuteness and charm back and forth from a few years old to a few decades old. It's so lively here, I actually encountered 3 supernovas one after another. And Uroge, who was very belligerent, looked at Shaki and Bonnie with a smile on his face, and then looked at Hawkins, who was sitting calmly in the tavern. When his eyes fell on Bai Yu, he was stunned. Bonnie, who came over, noticed Uroge's eyes, rolled his eyes, and coughed heavily. Point 0. What are you looking at? Can you look at that adult too? Although Uroge was still smiling, he couldn't help but be horrified, and at the same time had a kind of, eager to fight. He wants to see the world's top power. It's amazing, I didn't expect that an existence like you would drink here alone. Uroge felt his blood was burning, stared at Bai Yu and said, the legend of the new era, the demon king who ascended the throne of the 4 emperors, come and let me. Hey, can you keep your voice down? Bonnie's expression changed. Uroge was surprised. Why, are the 4 emperors also afraid of being challenged? I really got you. Bonnie had a headache, and while there were not so many people around, to avoid causing more trouble, he said directly, don't look at it, he's fake, stop shouting. Fake. Impossible. Uroge exclaimed. How could it be fake? Although he wears sunglasses, he is clearly the same, and he is not blind. And, there are so many supernovas here, but only Bai Yu is the most indifferent. Do you really think Uroge is an idiot? Hawkins, who had been sitting all the time, also stood up and said calmly, the devil who keeps making a sensation in the world is going to make big news again. Bonnie was a little confused. What the hell? These two don't really think of each other as a demon king. What a joke, Bonnie explained helplessly. I pulled him over from the street, but he looks very similar. I just want to experience the joy of being the devil's subordinate. It's okay to fake it. If it was the demon king himself, do you think he would take care of me? Everyone was surprised. Is Bonnie really blind? Shaki also gave him a weird look. Bai Yu. The 4 emperors of the new era can really play. Uroge. You're lucky that you didn't die. It seems that the demon king is in a good mood today. Hawkins. It's called preconceived notions. Women are really troublesome and don't recognize reality. Point 35. Enough. What qualifications do you 2 blind men have to say about the old lady? Bonnie shouted fiercely, and then looked helplessly at Bai Yu. Forget it, you go home, otherwise it will become more and more chaotic. It is best to have a whole body, otherwise it will be bad if you are implicated by the devil. Cough cough. Shaki, who had been watching the play, choked on the smoke. This gluttonous girl with a bounty of 140 million berry is so cute. It seems that the blind are only a few. Bai Yu took off his sunglasses at will. You. Bonnie's eyes narrowed. This is a bit similar. This is the Devil King, Bonnie almost cried. Bai Yu took a sip of wine, ignored Bonnie, and raised his hand slightly under the suspicion of everyone. Just a few hundred meters away. What a waste. Space transfer. Brush. The figure of Capone Beige landed in the tavern, full of shock. Who I am. Where am I? When Capone Beige suddenly came back, Bayou flicked his finger and turned into 4 round blades and flew out. Before everyone could react, they saw 4 blood splashes. In an instant, Capone Beige is amputated. Don't wait for Beige to exclaim. Bayou opened the undead prison, and a black hole appeared, engulfing Capone Beige. Quote exclamation mark quote. Chapter 89. The Demon King snaps his fingers to suppress the supernova, Sabayati Archipelago Chaos. As if time froze. Smashing a supernova with a snap of your fingers. 35. Yoroge, Hawkins, Bonnie, and others had dull expressions on their faces. Bayou sat there and snapped Capone Beige's limbs with a flick of his finger, making them seem to have seen the process of Bayou's flick of a finger, one supernova being wiped out. Armed colored condensate. Shaki was also secretly shocked. She didn't even react just now. Terrifying ability, amazing armed color. And the crew of the flame tank pirates slumped to the ground. Their godfather fled with joy 1 second, and was gone the next second. You. Jewelry Bonnie seemed to stutter, and finally roared in extreme embarrassment. You lied to my mother. You obviously. It's your turn. 35. Ignoring Bonnie, Bayou looked at Yoroge indifferently. Bonnie's voice also stopped abruptly. He grunted, and his heart suddenly felt cold. What is he going to do? Bonnie wanted to run, but suddenly found that her feet were not obeying her commands, and the chill seemed to freeze her to the ground. Bayou is only interested in supernovas, but for the sake of the pirates at the same time, he will be thrown directly into the undead prisoner gravity space, and let the younger brothers educate them. Would you rather die, than die? Wow, it's really powerful. Yoroge, who is belligerent and has never collided with top powerhouses, is not afraid. In other words, when each batch of Cenozoic pirates first went out to sea, most of them were not afraid of the Admiral 4 Emperors, because they were all frogs in the bottom of the well. Quote. The fighting spirit was boiling, and Yoroge was about to say something. Bayou raised his hand again. Converting damage into a huge body and strengthening strength, you remind me of a holy text called Miracle, but unfortunately it is a super low profile version. Show your ceiling. 35. Bayou raised his arms out of the body and solidified into a huge black hand completely formed by the color of his arms. 47. In an instant, everyone felt that the pub was dimmed. Yoroge didn't have time to react at all. Bayou's huge armed hand was like a demon's claws, grabbed him directly, and slammed it hard. Crack. Full of cracks. The blood-red color splashed all over the ground. Without even a roar, Yoroge was on the verge of dying in a coma. Bayou said flatly. Is the upper limit so low? Ridiculous fighting intent. Demon King. I made a slight shot, and I reached the limit of supernova. Yoroge was thrown into the prison of immortality by Bayou, and he continued to sit indifferently and take a sip of wine, but his scalp was tingling. Back. Shaki was silent. Was the previous Rayleigh just randomly abolished by Bayou and thrown into a black hole in another dimension? This young Demon King is cruel enough. Battle. The defeat rate, 100%, the mortality rate is 50%. Hawkins still spoke calmly, and took a divination for the result. He was also the calmest person present. Even if 2 supernovas were abolished in succession, his face remained unchanged. Seeing this, Bayou said lightly, do you think your divination is accurate? Hawkins fell silent, because he felt that Bayou suddenly became interested, and the result of the divination was only in the Demon King's mind. Capone Beige is full of dead faces. It turned out to be because he met the Demon King, he really couldn't escape death. But, why is Yoroge not dead? Thinking of this, Hawkins still calmly said, I have no death appearance today. I appreciate your calm. With Hawkins' calmness, Bayou is still very optimistic. He was most disgusted by those weak people who could not recognize their strength and shouted, affecting his mood and wasting his time. Space shift. The opponent's injury scarecrow was also a bit of a waste of time. Bayou directly transferred Hawkins to the gravity space. Puff. In gravitational space, Hawkins fell to the ground. In the low gravity area, Cavendish, Enel and others are exercising here. Who is he? Moria exhaled in confusion. Cavendish was sweating profusely. Whoever he is, I have never seen him. 95. Suddenly suppressed by all-round gravity, Hawkins' calmness directly broke the defense, and one accidentally fell to the ground. Yeah, haha, you can't even stand up, what a piece of rubbish. Enel mocked while doing push-ups. Yes, it's you. After getting used to it, Hawkins raised his head with difficulty and his pupils shrank. Enel, the god of thunder wrapped in lightning, has amazed the world. After all, it is the fruit of the legend that is almost invincible, which is impressive. These people are all subordinates of the Demon King. How did he get here? Is this the new world? Watch Hawkins disappear. The audience was still dead silent, and many of those crew members collapsed to the ground in horror. Instantly kill 3 supernovas. This is the legendary Demon King, how powerful. Advertisement. Why? Bonnie felt the chill in his heart, looked at Bayou with complicated eyes, his face turned pale. She still can't understand why she found a Demon King when she found a random person on the street to ask the way down. It's just like what? Bonnie felt ashamed of his IQ being insulted. Shaking the wine glass, Bayou asked back, why? Pirates just do whatever they want, it's up to you. You even want to abolish me. 35 feet. Bonnie's eyes widened. Is this man so cruel? Bai Yu didn't speak, just looking at this daring, gluttonous girl with great interest. The other parties step by step. Waterproof, actions made Bai Yu speechless, and that's why he started playing. Seeing Bai Yu like this, cold sweat dripped from Bonnie's forehead, and he was terrified. That godfather who ran so far was caught and destroyed, and that strange monk was so strong that he was immediately destroyed, and I couldn't escape. Damn it, I'm so kind to you. If you buy clothes and knives, it's fine if you don't reveal your identity, and you have to abolish the old lady. 35. The old lady is still young, and the old lady is going to cry. Bonnie cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare to say it. No, calm down, I must be calm, no one is invincible. 35. After thinking of something, his eyes suddenly turned, and Bonnie secretly wiped his sweat. Taking a deep breath, Bonnie tried his best to look admiring, and ran towards Bai Yu in surprise. Are you really the Demon King? That's great, old lady. I'm your fan, I love you so much, can you let me hug you? Just shaking hands is fine, I swear I will never wash my hands for the rest of my life. Bai Yu smiled lightly. Bonnie's acting skills are simply a water queen, too watery. It's near. I met it right away. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't react, Bonnie resisted his inner excitement and rushed towards Bai Yu faster. As long as you can meet Bai Yu, she can turn Bai Yu into a child, so let her rub. Bonnie is full of expectations. What a naive child, who underestimates the top powerhouse. Shaki was smoking a cigarette and watching the play quietly. Hold it, I hug you. In order to prevent accidents, Bonnie opened his hands and chose to use a larger area to contact Bai Yu, and directly hugged Bai Yu who was not moving. He was so excited. Turn my mother into a child, now you really want to be my little brother, eh? 35. Bonnie's expression froze. He looked up in shock. Then they looked at Bai Yu's speechless and wanting to laugh eyes, and looked at him with contempt. How come? Why does the ability fail? Bonnie doubted the exclamation of life. Make me smaller, damn it, why is it still ineffective? How long do you want to hug? Bai Yu looked at the sluggish Bonnie and said casually. Listen, as long as Haki is strong enough, he can resist any ability, this is where the balance of power in the world lies. You don't know what Haki is yet, stupid woman. Seeing the faint special membrane on Bai Yu's body, Bonnie stammered. Pa. Hey, it seems that you are really smart. You know how to call dad now, but it's still a little early. Bai Yu gave him an approving look, but the influence during the day was not good, so it would not be too late to call dad again at night. Damn guy. After returning to his senses, Bonnie was instantly angry, full of stubbornness. If you want to kill, why is there so much nonsense? If my mother frowns, she will not be called Jewelry Bonnie. You shouldn't be called Jewelry Bonnie. Bai Yu grabbed Bonnie and made her unable to break free. HMPH, what's up with you? Let go of the old lady. Bonnie also reacted. Bai Yu didn't want to abolish her, otherwise he wouldn't be talking so much nonsense to her. It was because she was too nervous. Damn guy, bullying her IQ doesn't count, but also bullying her. Bai Yu ignored it, looked at the stunned and terrified Bonnie crew, and said indifferently, I took you captains, get out of here immediately. 3. Brush. In the next moment, all the crew members fled at an exaggerated speed than Kizaru, making Bonnie sluggish for a moment. 3, 2 and 1 are not counted. Bai Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he said indifferently, this is the crew member you recruited, and there is not even a single hesitant, so sad. Who is sad? They were just doing odd jobs. Bonnie shook hands subconsciously, proving that he was still very touched. Even if she recruited random people on the road, everyone came here from South Blue through hardships together, but their attitude of running away without hesitation made her pirate dream shattered on the spot. Thunderfield. Bai Yu raised his index finger slightly. Under Bonnie's shocking gaze, a thunderbolt burst out from between his fingers, and after rushing out, it turned into a sea of thunder. All the fleeing pirates fell to the ground and turned into coke. Bonnie's body stiffened instantly. Great horror, this man is really too terrifying. The staunch Bonnie suddenly dare not speak. From now on, you are my crew, do you understand? Saying that, Bai Yu obviously saw that Bonnie wanted to refuse subconsciously, and continued, I know you have a strong personality, so it's better to refuse quickly. Boiled and chopped a few hundred pieces and thrown it to sea kings, that scene must be beautiful. Demon. Whole. Unacceptable. Advertisement. Bonnie's body trembled, his eyes full of stubbornness, and he shouted with fierce anger. Where is the beauty? Do you be ********* do you have any aesthetics? If not, I will teach you. Dear Captain. Bai Yu. 35. He just thought that this woman was going to be tough to the end, but that's what happened. Still very sensible. The original trajectory, Blackbeard's all kinds of coercion and inducement, only attracted Bonnie's scorn, anger and kick. One is that Bonnie is tough, the other is that Bonnie is here to take revenge, and the third is that the other party is really ugly. Let go of me. I want to eat meat. I'm starving to death. Bonnie directly changed the subject, concealing the embarrassment of admitting and surrendering, and Bai Yu also let go. By the way, you have my space imprint on you. Even if you run to the Solby Kingdom in South Blue, you can be captured in an instant. Bai Yu casually reminded, after all, Bonnie can run very well. I'm not going to run. Bonnie was startled. This man really made her feel powerless. What she is best at is camouflage, lurking, and escaping, which is completely useless. In addition, South Blue's Sorbet Kingdom. Why did he suddenly mention this country? Did he know something? The 22-year-old Bonnie fell into silence. The Demon King is here. Run. The supernova will be killed by the Demon King. Dead. It's all dead in one move. It's terrible. Just when Bonnie turned grief into appetite and ate at the pub. News of Bai Yu's arrival. It simply spread across the entire Sabayati archipelago at a speed exceeding the speed of light, surprising everyone. Today's Bai Yu, already ranked in the 4 emperors. It is the strongest pirate group in the New World, and I also have the title of the strongest in the New World. Also known as the Demon King. All of the above, except for some rookie pirates who haven't seen the world and marine who is forced to calm down. One of the rest is counted as one, and they are basically packing up and running away, for fear of being implicated in any major event. After all, the last time Bai Yu fought with Rayleigh in Sabayati and destroyed several districts, and finally killed celestial dragons directly, who knows what happened this time. District 16. No Zone. Ah bah bah, is the Demon King here too, the legend of the new era, I really want to meet you there. The longhands with headphones and black glasses grinned. Captain of the broadcast pirates. Skalakman App. Called a terrible man by Kizaru, a terrifying mouthful, a supernova with a kick. The crew panicked. Sir, please don't do this, let's go to other areas. Apu's hands kept changing various musical instruments, raised his eyebrows and said, would it be too embarrassing to just run away like this? After all, he is also a pirate at the same time as the Demon King, so he can't beat it for sure, but he has to look at himself. Just as Apu was about to make a decision, a disdainful sneer came from not far away. You don't even have the courage to meet that person, you deserve to be side by side with me. Waste. Ah bah bah, whose mouth is so stinky? 0.9 Apu looked over and saw that the visitor had a red spiky head, black sunglasses on his head, fierce eyes and no eyebrows. Captain of the Kid Pirates. Eustace Kid. Seeing that it was Kid, Apu also sneered. Ah, I really can't be tied with you. After all, your bounty was raised by brutally killing civilians. As for your strength. Are you strong? Court death. The grumpy kid suddenly got angry. The magnetic force on his hand exploded, Kid sucked a lot of metal over, formed a giant metal hand, and patted Apu. Paramesha. Magnetic fruit. It can control all metal objects such as magnetism and electrical manipulation iron, and after awakening, it can give magnetism to things other than itself. Ah, it's so ugly that you look so angry. 35 feet. Not to be outdone, Apu fought back. Paramesha. Sound fruit. Any part of the body can be turned into a musical instrument, and different sound waves can be generated through different performances to attack. Kid. Hira still wanted to persuade him, but he didn't do anything about it. Boom boom boom. Kid's metal giant collided with Apu's various sonic attacks, constantly roaring. Soon, the two were on fire. In short, the two of them are not pleasing to the eye no matter how they look at each other, the more they fight, the more intense they are. Far away. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw held the knife and said indifferently, these two masters are really messed up. Knowing that the Demon King has abolished a few supernovas, aren't you afraid that the turmoil will lead him over? Luo, leave them alone, let's run away. Babo, who looks like a polar bear, is afraid of Bai Yu's sudden appearance. Luo was silent for a while. Demon King Bai Yu, Luo feels a little suffocated when he hears this name now. Dover was in the Bai Yu convoy. Luo couldn't think of how to get revenge.